Chapter 1. A New Era. In the depths of endless chaos, supreme sovereigns emerge from the boundless void, figures that ordinary cultivators could never hope to encounter in their lifetimes. Establishing all the rules of existence today, the earthly sovereigns gathered here, united for a singular purpose. They had come for one individual, beings birthed from chaos itself, endowed with unparalleled power, existing at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Unafraid of anyone yet today, they congregated solely because the authority they governed was on the brink of being challenged. However, all things possess duality, even the chaos that birthed all living beings. The threat to their dominion arose from a being of negative chaos. A defiant voice reverberated through the endless chaos. "Ha ha! Who would have thought my mere presence could rouse all of you self-proclaimed masters of everything today? I shall see what you can do against me." This voice sliced through the void like a sharp blade, seeming to pierce the very fabric of chaos, unstoppable in its brilliance. Just then, before the sound could fade, the figure materialized from the depths of the infinite chaos stepped another being. With flowing white hair and donned in immaculate white robes, he appeared to exist beyond space itself, compelling the very dimensions to yield before him. This figure was none other than the Master of Space. The Master of Space declared, "Such an arrogant youth, truly a newborn calf unafraid of tigers, daring to boast of supremacy." With a swift motion, he intoned, "Spatial severance, annihilate all existence." The fabric of space shattered, giving rise to black holes. Ling Tian retorted, "Is this all the prowess you possess? To claim dominion over heaven and earth while in the presence of my chaos? Everything is but a mere trifle now. Receive my strike of spatial severance." With a flick of his finger, a black hole larger than that of the Master of Space erupted, as if the entire chaos opened its massive maw to consume the diminutive ant before it, this ant being the black hole carved by the Master of Space. Indeed, the chaos black hole swiftly engulfed that of the Master of Space. Roaring onward toward him, the Master of Space was taken aback in an instant. He executed a spatial leap to escape, while the other sovereigns were likewise astonished, realizing Ling Tian was indeed formidable, hence his arrogance. Ling Tian laughed heartily. "Is this what you lofty sovereigns are capable of? Come one and all today, I shall witness your true capabilities." The Master of the Five Elements urged, "Let us all strike together and obliterate this negative fiend." One by one, the sovereigns manifested from the chaos, launching an assault upon it. Divine abilities and rules descended like a torrential storm. The cycle of the five elements, ever rejuvenating, the sharpness of metal, conquering all, the power of death, reigning over mortality, the forces of yin and yang, disrupting balance, the light of time, distorting space-time, the blade of space, cleaving reality, the power of reincarnation, all things returning. In the void, the six sovereigns united their might, unleashing a cataclysmic barrage. As the fabric of nothingness continued to disintegrate, countless black holes emerging. Ling Tian, with his black hair billowing, stood proudly amidst the chaotic void and proclaimed, "Five elements, death, yin and yang. Heed my command, the rules of chaos shall devour." Endless principles and profound truths surged forth toward the chaos, as Ling Tian's hands transformed into two colossal black holes that engulfed the disintegrating void. As if nothing had transpired, everything was consumed. The six were left in stunned silence. How could this be possible? Then Ling Tian declared, "Is this all you can manage? Allow me to show you what true chaos rules are." The power of chaos consumes all my chaos. My heart shall protect everything. Let all be devoured. The sovereigns' faces drained of color. They were the supreme rulers, invincible within this chaos. Yet today they were not, for their rule's power was directly consumed by chaos, rendering all their efforts futile. Ling Tian laughed triumphantly. "This is chaos. I am the sole existence. You have divided the essence of chaos rules. But the true rule of chaos is consumption, merging into all. Even if you were to sacrifice your very beings to unify, it would be futile without the Master of Life. Even fusion cannot match my might now. Submit to me." At that moment, the Master of Space and Time laughed heartily. "You are mistaken. The Master of Life is in our hands. We have long known of your connection with that Master of Life. Were it not for the Master of Life saving you all those years ago, This being from another world would not have survived to this day, nor would you have grasped the supreme rules of chaos. The master of the five elements warned, "You may be worthy of the name Ling Tian, but today you shall still meet your end, for our dominion is unquestionable." The master of death, with his abyssal gaze fixed upon the chaos, stated, "End your own life, and we shall release the master of life." Ling Tian's laughter echoed, "In this chaos, I am chaos itself. I aspire to transcend the heavens. How could I possibly perish? I am immortal, unless this chaos itself is obliterated." The master of the five elements demanded, "Surrender all your rules, and we shall slay you otherwise. The master of life shall perish at once. Even if she governs life, you will have no chance to save her." At that moment, a voice pierced through the calm heart of chaos. The master of life implored, "Ling Tian, do not concern yourself with me. Even if you perish, I shall not survive. Depart now. I will not permit your death, for your life is what I saved, and you shall not die." Ling Tian's heart ached unbearably. It felt as though it had been torn apart by the ceaseless chaos. His eyes ignited with the flames of chaos. Even when faced with the entirety of chaos as his adversary, he had never felt such fear, but now he was engulfed in terror, fearing the loss of his beloved. With a voice filled with desperation, Ling Tian shouted, "Release Shi Yao. If you dare, then confront me. What manner of sovereign are you? Despicable and ignorant." The master of reincarnation replied, "To the victor belongs the spoils, the vanquished are but the vassals. This is unavoidable. We must first eliminate you, lest we cannot ensure your compliance, and then we may not be able to contend with you." Ling Tian was taken aback by their audacity, but he found himself powerless to act, despite his invincible rules. The master of death proclaimed, "Release your soul, unveil your heart, and let us eternally seal him away." The master of life cried out, "Ling Tian, no, do not." Her voice grew weaker. Tears cascaded down, and within the chaos, saplings began to sprout. Seeing Shi Yao in tears, Xin Yu laughed heartily towards the heavens. "Ha ha, I have been utterly mistaken. I believed that by becoming the strongest, we could coexist with this chaos, but what is the true meaning of being a sovereign? If I cannot even govern myself, then let me descend into madness." Ling Tian's orifices bled, his unparalleled armor fracturing piece by piece. His beating heart slowly emerged, as if the very space itself pulsed in rhythm with it, causing the six to exclaim in alarm. Then the six sovereigns seemingly united in the execution of some grand divine ability and rule. In the name of space, in the name of time, in the name of the five elements, in the name of yin and yang, we merge the essence of chaos, condensing the quill of rules, inscribing the symbols of dominion, sealing the heart of negative essence, banishing its soul, and let it eternally fall. A colossal quill inscribed symbols upon the heart of chaos, until chaos began to slowly fade away. Ling Tian gently cradled Shi Yao's delicate face with his fair hands, smiling softly. "Shi Yao, I am sorry. You must live well in the past. I believed that my strength would forever protect you, but I was wrong. Forgive my folly, and please do not cry." His hands gradually became ethereal. Chapter 2: Reincarnation and Rebirth. A long-lost smile graced Shi Yao's pale, frail face. She had forgotten how long it had been since she felt such joy. Watching Ling Tian fade away, Shi Yao murmured vacantly, "I forgive you. How could I ever blame you?" The increasingly ethereal Ling Tian laughed. "I never imagined you would hasten the chaos destruction to seal me away, draining the strength of countless beings. This is indeed a method, but how could I simply perish?" Ling Tian seemed unperturbed. As Ling Tian gradually vanished, the master of life, Shi Yao, calmly declared, "By my oath as the master of life, should my soul shatter, I shall eternally seek Ling Tian through eons, bound in life and death." A beam of white light surged toward the sealing point. Yet at the moment of Ling Tian's disappearance, the entire chaos began to unravel. The six sovereigns exchanged glances, and the master of yin and yang remarked, "With this premature chaos destruction, we shall descend into endless slumber. With the future now shrouded in uncertainty, a new civilization shall rise." 6 beams of light vanished into the impending destruction of the epoch, countless beings extinguished. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, a new era dawned. Chaos began anew, and countless beings evolved. The vast chaos birthed innumerable realms once more. In a place known as the Tianwu continent, two beams of white light descended from the heavens, giving rise to two new lives upon this land. On this continent, warriors claimed all the beneficial resources, while the common folk lived as insignificant ant warriors. Tempering the body, traversing the 9 great dragon veins, seizing earth veins, celestial veins communing with their own heavenly river. Stepping upon the heavenly river, the 9 heavens beyond, each step ascending to the heavens, the true martial 9 layers, the heavenly martial 9 layers, and the supreme nirvana 9 calamities. But is the nirvana 9 calamities truly the end? Certainly not. Martial arts, divine abilities, laws, soul secrets, and cultivation techniques. 16 years later, in a shadowy corner, a young boy found himself encircled by several peers of similar age Xuanyu. Let me tell you, were it not for that old fool Xianzheng still being around, I would have long since put an end to you. I can't fathom where Xianzheng picked up such a worthless wretch like you, who can do nothing but pore over those pitiful books. You haven't even managed to break through to the body refinement stage. And that old man still hopes to pass the position of family head. Tiumph. The speaker was Xuanqing, the second son of Xianzheng, who had already broken through 3 dragon veins in the Su family. Aside from Zunyexuan and his elder brother Zuanyufeng, he could be considered the third most prominent among the younger generation. Zuanyexuan was the granddaughter of Xianzheng. Her parents had perished at the hands of enemies during their early years, leaving her behind, while Xuanyu was a child Xianzheng had brought back from one of his excursions. Brother, did Xuanqing and the others bully you again? Let me confront them and avenge you, Zunyexuan exclaimed, but Xuanyu grasped her firmly, saying, You Xuan, I'm fine, please don't go, and don't let grandfather know. I just want to be alone for a while with that. He tightened his fists and ran off to the back mountain, tears streaming down his face as droplets of blood from his clenched hands splattered upon the ground, as if to stain the earth crimson. Who am I? Why was I born? Only to be discarded. Why am I unable to even achieve body refinement? I cannot give up. I must not falter. I will cultivate, he resolved, settling down once more on the back mountain to practice. Body refinement entails harnessing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine oneself, affecting a qualitative transformation in both body and meridians. Yet Zuanya's body and meridians seemed akin to a sieve. No matter how much he absorbed, it all leaked away, rendering him incapable of refining himself. A month of training yielded no results, and he found himself yearning for his grandfather. And Yushuan, disheartened, he returned to the Su family, yet he still resolved to maintain his spirits as he entered. Grandfather, I'm back. Zunyexuan responded, Brother, you're finally back. Grandfather returned home, gravely injured. Now only you and I are aware of it. He asked you to come to his room after his return. Xianzheng called out, You Dao, come in, I have something to tell you. My body is failing, and you have suffered over the years. You must blame me for not helping you when Xuanqing and his gang bullied you, for allowing them to beat you when I found you. You had nothing. Had I known you couldn't cultivate, I would never have brought you to the Su family. Now that you're here, I must make you understand that this world is one where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, filled with deceit and treachery, all driven by self-interest. You must learn to be strong and never trust others easily when you venture outside. I had intended to wait until you achieve body refinement to explain all this, but my time is short, so let me impart some wisdom about this world to you. We reside in the southwest territories. Beyond the Qingfeng mountain range lies Chioqing, which falls under its jurisdiction. In the southwest territories, there are 5 great nations, and we belong to Yuntian Nation, which has countless vassal states like our Baiyan state. There are legends of powerful beings in the fabled Beyond realm. Furthermore, they say this continent we inhabit is known as Tianwu continent. These are the tales shared with me by the previous clan leader and what I have learned during my years of travel. With a cough, he spat out blood. I managed to procure a Tiana pill for you on this last trip. Perhaps it will aid you in your body refinement. Grandfather, you mustn't leave me, Xuanyu implored. I know my own body after I pass. Xianzheng and Xianfeng will not spare you. Here are my savings, and the Tiana pill. Take them and go with that. Zuanzheng's eyes slowly closed, and he departed from this world. Xianfeng stormed into the room with family members, and upon seeing Zuanzheng's lifeless form, he felt an inner thrill of joy, quickly masking it with a facade of sorrow. At that moment, a plan to drive Xuanyu away began to take shape in his mind, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. Brother, how unjustly you have died, having brought back such a treacherous creature. Someone seize Xuanyu, Xianfeng commanded. Turning to Xuanyu, your grandfather took you in and raised you, yet you have the heart to murder him for his treasures. His face twitched in rage. I did not kill grandfather, I swear it was not me. Xuan Yu roared. You ungrateful beast. Cease your excuses and hand over the goods. Xian Feng retorted, delivering a harsh kick to Xuanyu's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground, blood erupting from his mouth as his body trembled violently, his face pale and devoid of color. Chapter 3. Tianadan. It is evident that Xian Feng, like Xian Qing, is a formidable being who has transcended the 9 dragon veins. How could Xian Yu Dao, who has yet to even break through the body refinement stage, endure such a fate? It is already a stroke of fortune that he has not perished. Xian Feng seized Xian Qing's storage bag intended for Xian Yu Dao, a greedy smile spreading across his face as he eagerly opened the bag, revealing the Tianadan within. Ha! Indeed, it is the Tianadan. The Tianadan, a treasure that can only be refined by those of the Tianhe realm. Xian Feng exclaimed joyfully, I have lingered at the 9th dragon vein for many years. With this Tianadan, I shall break through into the first life vein realm. At that point, I will be able to eradicate the Sun and Zhao families. From now on, Qingfeng Town will belong solely to me. Xian Feng. Ha ha! Xian Feng's heart swelled with delight as he mused. Xian Qing. Who would have thought that you, this old wretch, would actually seek out the Tianadan for that pitiful, unknown wretch you brought back? You even allowed your old wounds to resurface. Perhaps you remain unaware that Xian Yu Dao's inability to cultivate, his failure to break through the body refinement stage, stems from the fact that after you brought him back, I spent 5,000 gold coins to purchase a Duan Ling grass from Sun Xing, the patriarch of the Sun family, when he was merely 3 years old. It was meant for that wretched girl, Yu Xian. Yet he consumed it instead. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth can never refine his body. It merely passes through him like a fleeting shadow. Yet who would have thought you would truly find the Tianadan? If he were to consume it, he might genuinely be able to cultivate. Now, it has fallen into my hands. Consider it a good deed for the family. Such a precious item wasted on that worthless fool. Reveling in his thoughts, he then saw the unconscious Xian Yu Dao and declared with righteous indignation, Lock this beast away in the backyard. When the time comes for my elder brother's funeral, we shall sacrifice him to appease my brother's spirit in the afterlife. With a flourish of his sleeve, he hastily exited, leaving Xian Yu Dao confined in a room in the backyard. This world is rife with conspiracies and machinations, where individuals will stop at nothing for their own interests. Those who genuinely care for you keep drifting further away to end the stillness of the night. A graceful figure flickered in the backyard where Xian Yu Dao was imprisoned. With a swift motion, she incapacitated the 2 guards. The door creaked open, and the girl was none other than Xian Yu Dao. Wake up! It's me, Yu Xian. Upon seeing Xian Yu Dao's pallid countenance, devoid of color, and his lifeless hands, Xian Yu could no longer hold back her tears, which fell like rain. Seeing the tears cascading down Xian Yu's delicate and enchanting face, Xian Yu Dao was unable to resist the urge to wipe them away. But as he reached out, his hand instinctively recoiled. Xian Yu Dao struggled to maintain his composure, feigning indifference to Yu Xian. Why are you here? Grandfather is no longer with us. If Xian Feng discovers your presence, he will surely harm you. You must leave at once. Brother, in the past few days I learned from Sun Lei of the Sun family that Xian Feng purchased a Duan Ling grass from his father, Sun Xing, which he must have given to you, rendering you unable to cultivate. Xian Yu Dao's zombie-like hand clenched tightly, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with hatred. Witnessing this, Xian Yu wept uncontrollably. Seeing her distress, Xian Yu Dao managed a feeble smile. It's all right, Yu Xian. Do not see or my inability to cultivate is not such a grave matter, that I am fine. He pounded his chest with his frail hands, and with a cough, blood spewed forth. Brother, you mustn't come to harm, she cried, tears streaming down her face, for Xian Yu Dao appeared exceedingly weak. Then Xian Yu Dao slowly rose to his feet, gently cradling Xian Yu's face, revealing a smile that was more sorrowful than any frown. Now I understand why I cannot cultivate. I will surely find a way to restore my abilities. I must grow stronger. Xian Feng, Xian Chun, I will return. Yu Xian, take care of yourself. I will come back. With that, he quietly scaled the backyard wall and vanished into the vast night. Watching him depart, Xian Yu murmured, Brother Yu Dao, it is Yu Xian's fault. Had it not been for me, you would undoubtedly have become a powerful being surpassing even myself. You will grow strong. I know it. As dawn broke in the hall of the Xian family. Xian Feng was furiously berating Xian Yuxian. You ungrateful girl. How could you let the murderer of your grandfather escape? Slap. Another resounding blow struck Xian Yuxian's face. That moment, Xian Chen stepped forward to intercede. Grandfather, please do not strike Yuxian. She must have been deceived by that wretched Xian Yudao. Xian Chen had always harbored ill intentions towards Xian Yuxian. In the presence of Xian Qing, he had refrained from acting, but with Xian Qing now absent, he had begun to consider Xian Yuxian as his own. How could he allow Xian Feng to strike her? Xian Feng retorted. Xian Chen, quickly inform your elder brother Yu Feng and your father to return. I have matters to discuss. Have your brother take 10 men to pursue Xian Yudao. Dead or alive, we must see him. We must eradicate this weed before it can sprout anew. Xian Yufeng, a young powerhouse of the Xian family, had already attained 7 dragon veins and had mastered the Xian family's 7-tier battle technique. The Ba Long Fist, he was on the verge of catching up to his father, Xian Ba, who possessed 8 dragon veins, and their combat prowess was nearly equal. The 3 talents of Qingfeng Town now managed half of the Xian family's business. Grandfather, does my elder brother need to be troubled for such a trivial matter? Just Xian Yudao, who is yet to even break through the body refinement stage. I'll gather a few men and bring that wretched boy back. Xian Chen protested. You are incapable of doing anything right. If only you possessed half the ability of your brother, I would feel at ease. That little beast, Xian Yudao, is cunning beyond measure. Do not waste my time. Go and do as I say. In his heart he thought, elder brother, do you even glance at me? But outwardly he replied, yes, grandfather, I will notify elder brother at once. Meanwhile, those below murmured, alas, how pitiful. They have never had it easy in the Xian family. And now they are not even allowed to leave in peace. Having just been reprimanded, Xian Chen was already in a foul mood and snapped back. Do you all wish to leave the Xian family? A bunch of fools. You cannot even discern a person's worth. What use are you? One by one, they lowered their heads. Xian Yudao walked alone along the path of Qingfeng Mountain, hoping that Yu Xian would remain unharmed. Otherwise, he could never forgive himself. Xian Yufeng, who had always been reticent and seldom present at home, had always obeyed Xian Feng's orders. Upon returning, he took his men to hunt down Xian Yudao. Xian Yudao could never have anticipated the cruelty of Xian Feng, as they neared Qingfeng Mountain. Xian Yufeng caught up with Xian Yudao. Yudao, return with me. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. Why are you so heartless? I want nothing from your Xian family. Will you not even let me go? With the cliff behind him, Xian Yudao had resolved never to return to the Xian family. The only thing troubling him was Yu Xian. Was she safe? Xian Yufeng reassured him. Rest assured. Regardless of what happens, she is still my grandfather's granddaughter. She will be fine. Before Xian Yufeng and his companions could react, Xian Yudao turned and leaped off the cliff. Chapter 4. The monster bird, Kuan Shin, the companions who had followed Xian Yufeng immediately inquired, Young Master Yufeng, he must be dead after falling from such a height. Should we continue searching? Xian Yufeng replied, Let us not search any longer. Just return and report that Xian Yudao fell off the cliff, with not a trace left behind, that if you find he is still alive, it means his fate is not yet sealed. Today, I, Xian Yufeng, will grant him a chance at life. Though he followed Xian Feng's orders, as a prodigy of Qingfeng Town, he held his own pride. Grandfather, I will soon be able to see you. And you, Xian, you must take care of yourself. Little did he expect that Xian Yudao's life would come to an end in such a manner. With a crack, several branches snapped, and thud. Xian Yudao fell from the branches onto a stone, losing consciousness for an unknown duration. Gradually, he opened his eyes, wondering if he had arrived in hell. Stupid boy. This is not hell, and I am not the king of hell. Hurry and move aside. You are sitting on my treasure. Xian Yudao questioned. Who are you? Where are you? I am right above you. Looking up, he beheld a giant bird. A monster. The bird scolded. You are the monster. I am the Kuan, the greatest being in the world. Even the proud dragons flee in terror at my sight. What an uncultured fool you are. Xian Yudao, unconvinced, retorted, If you are so remarkable, then why can I not absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth after consuming the Duan Ling grass? Can you help me break through the body refinement stage? You, how dare you insult the great Kuan Shun? Xin Yudao replied, I suspect you are nothing more than a charlatan. He felt extremely weak. The giant bird, growing furious, declared, I am very angry, and the consequences will be severe. Unexpectedly, fate had spared him from death, allowing him to encounter this talking monster bird. Grandfather, I shall delay my visit to Waiyu Xian. You must take care of yourself and await my return. Xin Yufeng, I will return to the Xian family. The bird inquired, Hey brat, do you not wish to break through that so-called body refinement stage? It has been ages since anyone visited this place. Today, I will benevolently assist you. However, the words of the bird seemed to carry an ulterior motive. I have already died once. What do I have to fear from this bird? Let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Kid, do you see that large stone you were resting on? Xin Yudao had not noticed before, but that stone was entirely black, as if it could devour everything. You don't mean to tell me that I have to eat this stone, do you? Eat it. You wishful thinker. This is a treasure I fought hard to obtain at the cost of my life. Moreover, do you think you can even consume it? You ignorant rube. Place your hands on the stone before you and begin to operate the method to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Oomph. You think you can absorb the chaotic essence? Slowly, a slender black vortex infiltrated Zuanyudo's body, inflicting such excruciating pain that he felt on the brink of death. What manner of wretched thing is this? Yet, this modicum of agony was but a trifle compared to the trials Zuanyudo had endured over the years. From a young age, Zuanyudo had been instilled with an indomitable spirit and unwavering will by Zuanyuking. Gritting his teeth through the torment, he noticed with astonishment that the black vortex did not dissipate like the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. Instead, it continually transformed his very being. Overjoyed by this revelation, he sought to draw in more, only to find himself unable to absorb even a fraction more, as if he had reached saturation. His body underwent a seismic metamorphosis, and he felt as light as a feather. Brimming with strength capable of toppling mountains, that in stark contrast, the great bird perched upon the branch was nearly dislodged, exclaiming in panic, Impossible! How can this be? After countless near-death experiences and a millennium of scheming, I quietly obtained this power while that old fool fought others, and now it has come to this. I have spent 100,000 years without reaping any benefits, only to let this brat profit. I had hoped to use it for vengeance. Suddenly, the great bird smirked sinisterly. I can wait until this wretched child absorbs it. Then I shall siphon it from him. I am truly the cleverest Kuin in all the realms. Zuanyudo, elated, proclaimed, Great bird, I owe you my thanks that I have finally transcended to the refining body stage. From now on, I shall commence my cultivation. When the time comes, the Zuanyufeng will be nothing to me. The great bird, with a hint of sorrow, retorted, Wretched child, do not rejoice too soon to not underestimate your elder. Soon you will realize the extent of my prowess. As Zuanyudo rose from his meditative position, he witnessed the great bird suddenly raise its claw. A forceful suction enveloping him, and in an instant, the bird's claw seized Zuanyudo's head. The great bird cried out, I shall absorb a wisp of this black vortex. Exhilaration coursed through it, yet Zuanyudo felt despair as fatigue washed over him, as if he were on the verge of death. Realizing he had become a plaything for this bird, he lamented, Why, just as I felt a surge of power, must it be snatched away? I refuse to submit. Return to me my strength. No one shall take it. But it seemed all was in vain, that he thought to himself, Alas, I have barely escaped the tiger's jaws, only to fall into the wolf's den. Grandfather was right. This world is a brutal one, where the weak are devoured by the strong, and all actions are dictated by self-interest. However, as the black vortex met the great bird, its expression changed dramatically. And a tempest brewed within its heart, for its true essence was being devoured by the black vortex. It quickly relinquished its grip on Zuanyudo, allowing the black vortex to gradually meld into his body. Fortunately, due to the previous transformation, this time the pain was much less severe. Slowly, Zuanyudo began to regain his strength. Yet the great bird could barely stand. Observing the feeble creature before him, Zuanyudo approached cautiously. Revealing a wary demeanor, You cannot blame me. This is your own doing. Were it not for you, I might very well be dead now, let alone able to cultivate. Leaving like this would be utterly unprincipled. Yet you wish for my demise that I saved you. Surely you wouldn't turn on me? Resolutely, he began to depart, only to reluctantly turn back after a short distance. Consider this your reward for aiding my cultivation. You must not repay kindness with malice. You truly are a troublesome bird. He then gently moved the great bird towards a patch of grass near a large black stone. The bird cried in terror. Wretched child, you are truly malicious. Do you wish for this stone to consume me? I, the mighty Kuan, should not meet my end at the hands of a worthless brat like you. Yet its voice was tinged with weakness. Do not be ungrateful. I place you on that patch of grass for your own good, that do not fly about recklessly, lest you be devoured by wild eagles, that I shall fetch you some water and food. The great bird replied, Wretched child, you infuriate me. I would never consume such refuse. In my heyday, I feasted on colossal dragons and ferocious beasts. Zuinyudo dismissively remarked, If you won't eat it, then so be it. I have no desire to search for better fare. The great bird insisted, You must guard me. Do not let those pests disturb my rest, that I have barely regained a fraction of my strength after 100,000 years. And now I have lost most of it again due to you. How did I come to encounter such a calamity? The bird then proceeded to clasp its claws together in a rather comical fashion. Zuinyudo found himself bemused by the antics of this creature. He settled down to meditate, having now broken through to the refining body stage and embarked on his path of cultivation. When Zuinyudo awakened, he discovered he was stronger than when he first absorbed the black vortex, excitement surging within him as he resumed his meditative posture, channeling his internal energy, hoping to penetrate the first dragon vein. Chapter 5. A gamble time is but a fleeting concept in cultivation. Before long, night had fallen. Zuinyudo realized he had successfully broken through to the first dragon vein. Cultivators enjoy a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary mortals. While an average person may live for 200 years, those who break through to the refining body stage experience a qualitative change, extending their lives to 500 years, upon breaking through the 9 dragon veins and entering the destiny stage. One can attain a lifespan of 1,000 years. However, should one fail to breach the 9th dragon vein, they remain limited to 500 years, which explains why Zuanyufeng was so elated upon encountering the Tiana pill. Surpassing 2 major destiny veins is said to grant one mastery over their fate. Though this may be somewhat exaggerated, achieving this milestone bestows a lifespan of 3,000 years that, if all goes well, one can accomplish much. For ordinary individuals, this is akin to having lived through many generations. Thus a day passed, and as the stars twinkled in the night sky, the great bird awakened from its meditation to find Zuinyudo gazing up at the heavens. His expression tinged with a hint of confusion and loneliness. The great bird remarked, Wretched child, there remains much in this world that you do not yet comprehend. It is both exhilarating and cruel. Do you not wish to see it? You are not alone in your concerns. Allow me to enlighten you. Should you fail to become a formidable force, you will never be able to protect what you hold dear. The rules of this world serve only the strong. Did you fear facing this truth? Now realizing that Zuinyudo was more aligned with his temperament than he had initially thought, the great bird understood that Zuinyudo had not retreated in fear. Rather, his determination to become strong had only intensified. Had it not been for his grandfather's quest for the Tiana pill, he would not have perished. His grandfather's death demanded vengeance, and he must protect Yushuan. From a young age, he had been taken in as an orphan by his grandfather, finding solace only in the kindness of his grandfather and Zuinyuxuan. That ominous black stone was undoubtedly a treasure. If he could absorb it all, who knows what heights he could reach? He needed to devise a plan to obtain it. Zuinyudo inquired, Great bird, may I discuss something with you? The great bird retorted, You seek to lay claim to my treasure, do you not? Your intentions are transparent. Do not think that just because I am injured, you can take advantage of me. You, wretched child, I could crush with a mere finger. Zuinyudo muttered under his breath, Does a mere bird possess fingers? The great bird was nearly driven to exasperation. Furious, it shouted, Wretched child, do you dare to challenge me? However, I may consider your proposal, but I have conditions. In truth, this great bird had spent over 100,000 years studying this stone, yet had found no means to utilize it, and fatigue had set in, now that someone could potentially make use of it. It was eager to relinquish its guardianship, yet it was unwilling to part with something so significant without extracting its value that it demanded. Speak quickly. What are your conditions? I shall accept anything. Zuinyudo, filled with excitement, understood this was an opportunity to enhance his strength. The great bird continued, "Firstly, I have observed that you cannot drain it all at once. Rather, you will absorb it according to your cultivation level, gradually altering your constitution that I cannot ascertain how high this realm may be. And frankly, I cannot fathom why you, with your inferior physique, can absorb it at all. My condition is that throughout this process, you must allow me to accompany you and heed my guidance. Additionally, should you come across any rare materials that could aid in restoring my strength, you must present them to me first. Lastly, once you have fully absorbed it, you must return the stone to me." Zuinyudo was secretly overjoyed, as this arrangement felt akin to receiving a gift, along with the added benefit of having a knowledgeable avian guardian. As for those rare materials, he was unfamiliar with them, so if he stumbled upon them, he would not mind sharing with the bird. Zuinyudo readily agreed. "I accept all your terms. From this point forward, it shall belong to me." The great bird protested. "Wretched child, do you think me a fool to relinquish it so easily? There is yet another condition. After you have absorbed it, should I deem you capable of aiding me in a certain task, you must fulfill it. That if I find you inadequate, then I shall consume you to restore my strength. However, I cannot disclose this task to you now, as it would greatly impact your cultivation." Fuming, Zuinyudo retorted, "You wretched bird, do you think you can toy with me? Should you wish to devour me, dream on. Even if your words hold truth, if you do not uphold your promise, I will have become your personal human medicine. You must reveal what this task entails for me to consider." The great bird recognized that Zuinyudo was no fool. Anyone in his position would hesitate to agree without further information. The notion that Zuinyudo would not honor his word was particularly insulting, as the great bird had once been a powerful entity in its own right. "Wretched child, you dare insult the great Quinn. In times past, you would have been but a speck of dust in the void." The bird added, "I can tell you that it is not a monumental task. Simply put, I will require you to seek vengeance for me. However, their cultivation levels are beyond your current imagination. In due time, you shall become a true powerhouse. Furthermore, I analyze that you possess merely a 10% chance of fulfilling my requirements. Such a low probability, and you dare to speak so brazenly. You insolent wretch. That is already quite significant. You must understand that even those prodigies from grand clans nurtured by countless treasures and resources do not boast such a high likelihood of reaching the level I mention. Were it not for your ability to absorb this essence, you could never even dream of it. Rest assured, during this period, the trivial matters you contemplate will be sufficient for you to accomplish. Arrange them well. Here is the deal. If your tasks remain unfinished, even if you fail to meet my expectations, I shall not interfere, allowing you to complete them. You must realize that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. To obtain something, one must offer an equivalent exchange. While it is said that success is 99% derived from effort and 1% from luck and intelligence, without that 1%, the 99% is futile. With opportunity comes risk. Xin Yudao found the bird's words to be quite reasonable. His grandfather had sacrificed his life for a mere Tianhedan, and to acquire this treasure and become formidable, one must invest even greater resources to at that moment. If you were not strong enough to consume it, it would be better to let others benefit. This is an opportunity that can neither be sought nor demanded. Missing it might mean a lifetime without such a chance again. Moreover, this great bird, regardless of its age, has no reason to deceive me. For my protection and a broader horizon, I shall take the gamble." Xin Yudao declared, "Great bird, your words must hold true. I promise you." The great bird replied, "Rest assured, do you not know who I am? I, the magnificent Kuan, have no need to deceive you. With my assistance, you will soon grasp just how formidable I truly am. Hurry and escape this wretched place. The spiritual energy in this lowly realm is so sparse that I will struggle to recover if I remain here until my dying breath." Chapter 6. Breaking through the second dragon vein. Xin Yudao suggested, "Great bird, perhaps we could discuss this. I could finish absorbing here before we depart." That he contemplated that venturing out now would leave him uncertain of his destination. It might be wiser to cultivate here. Once his cultivation improved, he would have no fear of Xin Feng and the others. The great bird retorted, "Insolent brat, if you linger here, you will never become a true powerhouse, let alone absorb anything from this place. True strength is forged through countless trials and tribulations. Do you think becoming powerful is so effortless? All right then, When shall we leave? Xian Yudao ultimately acquiesced to the bird's counsel. The great bird urged. We must depart immediately. I, Cohen, have had enough of this place. If it weren't for this cursed artifact being unmovable, I would have left long ago. Xian Yudao inquired. But how is it that you can leave now? Because of you. You are the storage vessel for this stone. The great bird pointed its claw at Xian Yudao, commanding go. The black stone gradually shrank and merged into Xian Yudao's dantian. The bird murmured. As I suspected, this child can indeed absorb it. The stone settled within Xian Yudao's dantian, and he felt nothing unusual to be why now they had exited the valley and entered the Qingfeng mountain range. A month had elapsed. During this time, Xian Yudao had broken through to the second dragon vein, that he returned to the spot where he had fallen from the cliff, revisiting the old ground as if reliving a dream. A month prior, he had been uncertain if he could even cultivate, yet now he had surpassed the second dragon vein. The world is indeed wondrous. Glancing back towards the direction of the Xian family, he turned and ventured deeper into the Qingfeng mountain range alongside the great bird that this past month. They had not encountered any formidable beasts, primarily due to the presence of the great bird. An ancient behemoth. Even a mere hint of its aura was beyond the capability of current beasts to withstand. Had Xian Yudao been alone, he truly wondered if he could have traversed the Qingfeng mountain range, where powerful beasts surpassed the ninth dragon vein roamed. Simultaneously, the bond between the great bird and Xian Yudao had strengthened significantly. Xian Yudao found the great bird to be quite intriguing. The bird shared a similar sentiment. Even considering that nurturing Xian Yudao into a true powerhouse wouldn't be a bad endeavor. Xian Yudao asked, Great bird, do you have a name? If not, I could give you one. The bird responded. Of course I have a name. Why do you ask? You needn't concern yourself. You may simply call me Grandpa Xi in the future, that if that little brat were to address me in such a manner, would I not be reduced to his pet? Xian Yudao discerned the bird's thoughts and replied, From now on, I shall call you Xiao Shi, considering your lifespan is comparable to mine if you were human. In ancient times, powerful races were nearly immortal, living for eons that he wondered why they had ended up in such a state today. Creatures like the Kuin were indeed powerful anomalies, yet their numbers were exceedingly scarce. You seek death, daring to give me a ridiculous name. The bird scolded, incessantly tugging at Xian Yudao's hair with its claws, in truth, Xian Yudao had not chosen the name carelessly. It had been called Xiao Shi since its youth. You appear like a child. Isn't it fitting to call you Xiao Shi? Stop pretending to be old. Aren't you tired? While calling it Xiao, she felt appropriate. Given its history, the fact that Xian Yudao referred to it in such a manner made the bird feel slighted, leading to some reluctance. You insolent brat, I shan't stoop to your level. Xian Yudao understood that this foul bird had tacitly accepted the name, merely feigning denial. Xiao Shi, let us first head to Chioqing. I heard from my grandfather that there are Tianhe realm experts there, and in our capital, Baidi City, there are even beings of the Bayan realm. However, my grandfather mentioned that he too has never encountered a Bayan realm expert. Xiao Shi laughed heartily. You little brat. What are you saying? Just Tianhe is considered strong. You slay me with laughter. Had those ancient figures known of your so-called experts, they would surely be infuriated. Then what do you consider a true expert? You needn't try to pry my secrets. I shall not divulge them. Just know that those you deem strong are nothing but refuse. Your task is to cultivate incessantly, continuously enhancing your prowess. Very well. But do tell me your current realm. Can you transform into a human form? At this, Xiaoxi appeared somewhat embarrassed. At my peak, few could stand against me in this continent. If I wish to leave, no one could stop me with my speed. However, currently, if it weren't for you, I would still be considered a strong presence in the southwestern continent, but now I am slightly stronger than what you call Tianhe realm. Yet if I encounter a Bayan realm being, I would have to flee. Nonetheless, I possess means of self-preservation, so if you find yourself in trouble in the future, you must handle it yourself. Do not expect my assistance. What good is transforming into a human? I am quite handsome as I am. Xian Yudao could only be rendered speechless by the bird's narcissism. However, he also realized that if the bird were as formidable as claimed, he likely would not have encountered it. Yet Xian Yudao had never been one to fear. Even when he could not cultivate, he had not been afraid. Now, not only could he cultivate, but he had also acquired this extraordinary stone. Thus, in the depths of the Qingfeng mountain range, a boy and a bird pressed onward. The tranquil night was destined not to last. As a storm approached, heralding the calm before the tempest, darkness enveloped the land. Just as Xiao Shi and Xian Yudao prepared to find a place to rest, Xiao Shi suddenly exclaimed, "Brat, two individuals are approaching, and their cultivation is formidable." Yet as soon as Xian Yudao turned his head, he was knocked unconscious by a swift blow from Xiao Xi. It could not allow Xian Yudao's resolve and cultivation to be affected. He must take each step towards the pinnacle of martial arts. However, logically, there should not be such powerful beings in the southwestern region. Could I have misjudged? No, my perception is accurate. These should not be individuals from the southwest. How could they have ventured into this desolate place? Speaking of which, what am I thinking? I am the great Kuan. How could those little birds compare? At that moment, two figures clashed fiercely in the air that a woman in white stated, "You Ran, I have never liked your senior brother. This has always been his one-sided affection, that he does not fancy you. So do not bring your grievances to me. Do not think I fear you. Less chatter. Your senior brother intends to propose to you at your sect. I have also heard that many elders from your sect have agreed. Acting before me, once I slay you in this wasteland, no one will know, and your senior brother will surely come to favor me." The girl named Yu Ran replied, "Yishi, you are too naive. For years, our divine martial palace and your sect have maintained a balance of power. Now that we have the opportunity for greater mutual benefit, even if your father agrees, do not forget that the old fossils in your sect are only concerned with their own interests. Thus, your death is the only way to ensure your senior brother does not marry you. Accept your fate. That is impossible. Father will not allow it." Yishi responded, her voice quaking with fear at Yu Ran's words. In that moment of hesitation, Yu Ran unleashed the divine martial palace's top-tier combat technique. The Zixiao sword technique, that a sword was swung, and the heavens changed color. The surrounding spiritual energy instantaneously coalesced into a sword descending from above. Unprepared, Yishi hastily executed her sect's top-tier technique, the Bai Hai Chao Xingju. Raising her hands skyward as if the ocean were roaring, a continuous rumble that threatened to upheave the very heavens. Chapter 7. Rescuing the beauty in the deep mountains, the two colossal hands and the giant sword collided. Evenly matched, both Yishi and Yu Ran were daughters of destiny. This was the most powerful technique that Yu Ran could currently wield. Yishi felt no weakness in herself. She understood that this time, she could not kill Yishi. However, if she allowed Yishi to return and inform her senior brother, even if Yishi did not relay the message personally, her clever senior brother would eventually deduce that it was she who had acted. At that moment, her senior brother would undoubtedly cast her aside without a second glance. Thus, she resolved that Yishi must not be permitted to leave. She discreetly retrieved a packet of white powder from her storage ring, channeling her formidable divine essence to launch a sudden attack on Yishi. Without hesitation, Yishi swiftly drew her sword, detecting a fragrant aroma. Yet, she soon heard Yu Ran's voice. "Yishi, do not blame me. If there is blame, it lies in your allure that has captivated my senior brother. This is the Wan Hua Sangong in 3 days. Your true essence will gradually dissipate, and in a century, you will wither away. That I could end your life now, sparing you some suffering. That moment." Xian Yudao, who had just regained consciousness after being knocked out, witnessed Yu Ran's intent to kill Yishi. After much internal conflict, he ultimately dashed out from behind a large tree. Throughout their fierce battle, they had overlooked his presence. The sight of Xian Yudao startled both women. They had not anticipated encountering anyone else in this remote region. Observing their confusion, Xian Yudao calmly inquired, "What grievance do you hold against this young lady that prompts you to seek her life? It is none of your concern. Step aside, or I shall eliminate you as well." Yu Ran retorted, that moment, Xiao Shi, perched in the tree, felt a surge of anger towards Xian Yudao. "What are you thinking? What level of cultivation do you possess to confront her? In the past, I might have relished the challenge, but now, I cannot even withstand a single finger of hers. What is to be done?" Similarly, Yu Ran and Yishi were taken aback by the emergence of someone who had just broken through to the second dragon vein in such a secluded mountain. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the sky. "Little girl, if you wish to avoid further suffering, spare her. This young lady has already been afflicted by your Wan Hua San Gong San. She has but 100 years of life left and can no longer impede you." Yu Ran's heart raced. She realized that the other party had heard every word. She finally comprehended why someone who had just attained the second dragon vein could remain unharmed in this desolate region. This individual must be a formidable expert who initially intended to remain uninvolved, but intervened due to familial ties. Upon this realization, she immediately spoke respectfully. Since you have spoken, esteemed elder, I shall let it go for your sake. I hope you will not return her to me. I have no intention of returning. Begone, Yishi replied, still unaware of the severity of her affliction. The voice from above echoed again. Rest assured, I have no desire to intervene. Were it not for this young man, I would not even bother to speak. Depart quickly before I grow displeased and decide to keep you here. Yu ran, trembling with fear. Responded esteemed elder, I shall leave at once. Yishi. Consider yourself fortunate today. You shall live another 100 years, the voice concluded, and in an instant, vanished into the night sky. Such is the demeanor of a true powerhouse. Xian Yu Dao exhaled deeply, realizing that it must have been Xiao Shi who had saved them. Had it not been for her, he might have perished here today. He reflected, I was too impulsive. Such actions only lead to needless risk. Recovering from his astonishment, he turned to the pale-faced Yishi and asked, Are you all right, young lady? I should be fine for now. Thank you for your concern. Yishi replied, Being alone in this deep mountain is perilous. Would you consider traveling together for mutual protection? May I inquire about the esteemed elder we just encountered? Yishi began to realize that her divine essence was dissipating. And regardless of her resistance, the process accelerated. She secretly hoped to learn of any method to counteract the Wan Hua San Gong San's poison. Xian Yu Dao pondered, there might be a possibility. She once was a formidable being, but now she is merely a paper tiger. However, human hearts can be treacherous, and I cannot disclose my life-saving knowledge to a stranger. Yet, he replied, I can inquire on your behalf. But his temperament is peculiar, and I cannot guarantee he will meet with you. Yishi understood that such esteemed individuals often had eccentric natures, making them difficult to approach. Just then, Xiao Shi interjected. Little girl, you seek to know how to resolve your Wan Hua San Gong San affliction, that I can tell you that to counter it, you must find the Sheng Sheng Zhao Huagua. Furthermore, this Wan Hua San Gong San not only dissipates your divine essence, but it also seals your body, preventing any cultivation unless you locate the Sheng Sheng Zhao Huagua or receive assistance from a powerful being. Do not despair, though. This young man, under my guidance, should reach your level within a century. Do not place your hopes on me. He is aware of my existence. Xiao Shi, an ancient bird who had lived for countless ages, discerned that Yishi was not the type to harbor deep schemes, yet he had his own calculations. Then let us seek it, Xian Yu Dao remarked, noticing Yishi's deteriorating complexion. His tone grew stern. What do you think it is? Such treasures are rare, even in our region, let alone here in the southwestern wilderness. Xian Yu Dao's face flushed, despite his excellent memory and extensive reading in the southwestern area. Especially in a small town like Qingfeng, he had scarcely encountered any valuable text. In truth, Yishi was usually vibrant and lively, particularly within the Dao sect where she was cherished like a princess. Learning of her grim prospects of returning home stirred memories of her loving parents, casting a shadow over her spirits, causing her tone to sharpen. However, recalling Yu Rant's mention of marrying into the divine martial palace made her reconsider. Perhaps staying here was not so bad after all, as it offered opportunities for fun. I apologize for my earlier tone. Please do not take offense that my name is Yishi, with the meaning leaf and meaning dawn. It is a pleasure to meet you. You may call me Xier, she said with a playful tone. I am Xian Yu Dao, he replied, somewhat speechless. This girl had been furious moments ago, yet now she was acting coy. She was only the second girl he had interacted with in his life. Though he had encountered other girls in the Xian family, none had ever spoken to him, let alone acted so playfully. As night faded, the sun gradually rose above the treetops. Having not closely observed Yishi the night before, Xian Yu Dao now noticed her increasingly wan complexion, yet she appeared ethereally beautiful, as if a celestial being had descended, making her seem out of place in this world. That moment, Xiaoxi spoke from the sky. Little girl, if you wish to alleviate your suffering, disperse your divine essence completely. Once you find the Sheng Sheng Zhao Huagua, restoring your cultivation will be a trivial matter. Yishi contemplated this, her hands continuously shifting as she formed intricate gestures. Just as she completed the runes and directed her hands towards her dantian, Xiaoxi shouted, "Stop!" Yishi quickly retracted her hands, her complexion worsening. Chapter 8. Bestowing knowledge. Xiaoxi remarked, "You are far too impatient. Little girl, that to disperse it in such a manner is wasteful. Can you not see this poor lad beside you? Giving him your essence would not only aid him, but also benefit you. Why she considered this. But upon examining Xian Yu Dao's level of cultivation, she noted he was still at 2 dragon veins. Esteemed elder, it is not that I am unwilling. His cultivation is rather low, is it not? He might perish. Although Yishi was perplexed, she trusted the elder's intentions and ceased her protests, believing Xiaoxi to be at least on par with her father. She felt her divine essence dissipating more rapidly. Do not worry. Simply bestow it upon me. Xian Yu Dao said, sitting cross-legged nearby. He had heard Xiaoxi's words and rose to ask, will this not endanger Yi Gunyang? He knew that Xiaoxi would not harm him. Rest assured, this will not pose a danger. It is a win-win situation. This young girl is not easily deceived. Rather, you should strive to impress me. The elder responded that why she had heard of this method before. In the days leading up to this moment, Xian Yu Dao had been close to breaking through to the 3rd dragon vein. He was not one to shy away from opportunity, so he immediately seated himself, closing his eyes. She reformed the runes, then directed her hands above Xian Yu Dao's head. Xian Yu Dao felt a pure divine essence flowing into his meridians, almost overwhelming him. Blood began to seep from his body, and at that moment, a black vortex emerged from his dantian, slowly transforming his physique. Witnessing this, Xiaoxi nodded approvingly, showing no signs of surprise. This was why she had encouraged Yishi to impart her divine essence to Xian Yu Dao. It was known that the Meridian Realm, Tian He, and Bian pertained to martial cultivators who practiced true essence. How could they withstand divine essence? In a mere moment, the 3rd dragon vein was breached, followed by the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th dragon veins, which began to manifest faintly. At that point, the flow of essence into Xian Yu Dao's meridian ceased, as Yishi had already depleted most of her divine essence. Furthermore, Xian Yu Dao's body was undergoing significant changes. The break through 4 dragon veins in just a day would astound anyone. It was a feat that many would take a lifetime to achieve. With Yishi's divine essence fully dissipated, she felt utterly drained and promptly fainted. Xian Yu Dao awoke from his meditative state, rising to discover he was brimming with boundless energy. The difference between this and breaking through to the 2nd dragon vein was akin to heaven and earth. Upon a mere glance, it became evident that I had surpassed the 6th dragon vein. At that moment, I noticed Yishi, who lay unconscious on the ground. Hastily, I cradled her and gently leaned her against a tree. Xiaoxi, will Yishi be all right? Xian Yu inquired anxiously. She will be fine. In a few days, she shall recover, gradually acclimatizing to the life of an ordinary person. You rascal, have you taken a liking to her? Why not seize the moment and turn raw rice into cooked rice? Xian Yu chose to disregard the bird's comments and settled down to meditate beside her, intent on consolidating his rapidly advancing cultivation. As this was essential to ensure there would be no future setbacks in his training, in truth, Xian Yu's successful breakthrough was a result of his insights over the past few years. Although previously, there had been a scarcity of natural spiritual energy. However, without heavenly materials, the enhancement of his cultivation through natural spiritual energy would be a slow and arduous process that night gradually passed. The following day dawned, and Xian Yu awakened from his meditative state to find Yishi had regained consciousness. Her complexion slightly improved. Having solidified his cultivation, he said, we must set out today. You look unwell. Allow me to carry you. Thank you, Yishi replied weakly. Though she was comparable to an ordinary person now, she had yet to fully adapt and was even less resilient than an average individual. Xian Yu carried Yishi through the dense forests of the Qingfeng mountain range. As time elapsed, nightfall approached, and the cold winds howled. Xian Yu, now at the 6th dragon vein, had undergone a fundamental transformation, rendering the cold winds ineffective against him. However, Yishi, in her current ordinary state, could hardly withstand the chill. Periodically, Xian Yu would channel true essence to alleviate her discomfort from the cold. Nights passed one after another. And after 7 days, they were finally nearing the exit of the Qingfeng mountain range. Xiaoxi let out a long cry and soared into the sky, while Xian Yu continued to carry Yishi forward. At that moment, a massive earth demon tiger burst forth from the thicket, a beast of at least 7th grade, equivalent to the 7th dragon vein. The tiger's claw struck Xian Yu's chest, leaving 2 large paw prints. In a swift motion, Xian Yu tossed Yishi into the air, performing several somersaults before gently catching her again, then placing her beneath a large tree, removing his outer garment to cover her. Having undergone a transformation, Xian Yu's physique radiated a bronzed hue. Though he had yet to practice any martial techniques, he clenched his fists and charged at the Earth Demon Tiger, engaging in a fierce battle. Xian Yu fought with desperation, landing a punch on the tiger's paw, which resulted in a gruesome injury. Meanwhile, the tiger bared its sharp teeth and lunged at Xian Yu in a furious attempt to bite him. Caught off guard, Xian Yu's arm was caught in the tiger's jaws, that in a moment of pain-fueled determination. He struck the tiger's head with a powerful blow, shattering its skull, ignoring the agony coursing through him. Xian Yu leaped onto the tiger's head, relentlessly pounding it until it was a bloody mess. His eyes burned with a hellish fury, a sight that astonished Yi Shi, who had never witnessed such a fierce struggle. Yet, the indomitable spirit and resolve exuded by Xian Yu deeply moved her. Approaching Yi Shi, Xian Yu wrapped her in his clothing and lifted her without uttering a word, continuing onward until they reached a small river. "Stay here. I will wash away the blood," he said softly. Yi Shi slowly rose, responding, "Let me help you." Xian Yu did not refuse, extending his hand, and Yi Shi gently placed hers atop his, upon reaching the riverbank. Yi Shi retrieved a knife from her waist, handing it to Xian Yu. Upon seeing the knife, Xian Yu's expression turned to one of surprise, for it bore a delicate and unassuming elegance, unlike typical blades. It was short, perfectly suited for a woman's use. Taking the knife, Xian Yu cleaned the dried blood from his body, rinsing himself in the water. Just as Yi Shi was about to tear a piece of silk from her white dress, Xian Yu grasped her hand, saying, "There's no need to tear. I have this." He tore a strip of cloth from his outer garment, and Yi Shi took it to bandage his wounds. "May I ask, Xian Yu, do you not practice martial techniques?" Yi Shi inquired innocently. Xian Yu shook his head, pondering internally. If he had trained in martial techniques, would he have fought in such a manner? However, he realized that his previous combat style lacked finesse and was purely a brawl. It was quite a challenge for Xian Yu, having not trained in martial techniques while facing a formidable Earth Demon Tiger. For any other cultivator at the Sixth Dragon Vein, they would have been devoured by the beast. Despite having absorbed merely a trace of that dark vortex, Xian Yu's physique was unparalleled, and even a Seventh Dragon Vein cultivator would struggle to match his strength. Yi Shi mused, wondering how such an accomplished figure could lack martial training. Little did she know, Xiaoxi had rescued her and brought her along precisely because of her vast repository of martial techniques. In ancient times, beings as powerful as Kuan possessed innate abilities and had little regard for so-called martial techniques. Which is why Xiaoxi had taken an interest in Yi Shi. However, Xiaoxi's intentions seemed misguided, for while Yi Shi possessed martial techniques, her training as a little princess of the Dao sect was beyond Xian Yu's current capabilities. In such a grand sect, the emphasis was primarily on enhancing cultivation, and martial techniques typically required sufficient cultivation before one could practice them. Thus, Xian Yu had to rely on his own efforts. Due to Xian Yu's injuries, they rested for a night in the mountains. Miraculously, Xian Yu's wounds had nearly healed, a testament to the efficacy of the black stone that he marveled at its remarkable properties. For even ancient powerhouses could only speculate about its capabilities, leading to fierce competition among them, indicating that it was indeed a treasure of extraordinary significance. Through the foliage, a ray of sunlight pierced the canopy. And at that moment, Xiaoxi called out from the sky, "Hey brat, why are you so slow? I've been waiting impatiently." Just as Xian Yu was about to respond, Xiaoxi continued, "You too, hurry into the city. I must take my leave now." With that, she vanished into the horizon. Xian Yu, with Yi Shi in tow, slowly exited the Qingfeng mountain range, inhaling the fresh air, his heart brimming with excitement and curiosity. Having never seen a large city, he felt a sense of wonder towards everything around him. Yi Shi, having regained her strength to a degree, walked alongside Xian Yu, presenting a striking couple that evoked envy in onlookers. As they approached the city gate, the words Qiu City loomed above them. Just then, a soldier extended his hand towards them. Xian Yu inquired, "What do you want?" "What do you mean? What do I want?" "To enter the city, of course, you must pay a fee. 1 gold coin per person, that if you have no money, be gone, and do not obstruct the way." The soldier spoke with an air of disdain. Xian Yu was taken aback, realizing that even entry into Qiu City required payment. At present, he had no coins, having subsisted on wild game in the forest for over a month. Behind Xian Yu and Yi Shi, A dashing young man clad in white exchanged glances with the soldier, who immediately broke into an understanding grin, clearly accustomed to such exchanges. The young man surveyed Yishi's graceful figure, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Unbeknownst to Xianyu, the soldier greedily declared, "No money? That's fine. Just leave this little lady behind, and you can go." That he reached out to harass Yishi, but Xianyu would never allow that to happen. He swiftly struck the soldier's hand, causing blood to spurt forth. The soldier howled in pain, and immediately several more guards rushed over, encircling Xianyu and Yishi. Xianyu positioned himself protectively in front of Yishi, his fists clenched, ready to fight if necessary. As a cultivator at the 6th Dragon Vein, he was far superior to these soldiers, the strongest among them being only at the 4th Dragon Vein. The young man in white realized that relying on these soldiers was futile. His eyes lit up with a smug smile. What is the meaning of this? Is there no law? You are meant to guard the city, not bully the innocent. The young man reprimanded the soldiers. The soldiers thought to themselves, was it not you who instigated this? They quickly nodded in agreement. My apologies, young master. We will not dare to repeat this. The young man, adopting a righteous tone, continued, if I see this happen again, I will ensure you suffer a tragic fate. Now apologize to this young lady. They complied, repeatedly slapping their own faces in remorse. Miss, we were blind not to recognize your status. Please forgive our insolence, they begged, while Xianyu kept Yishi shielded behind him, saying nothing as they waited for the ruckus to subside. Xianyu sensed that this young man was not to be trifled with. So he cupped his fists in gratitude, saying, thank you. We have matters to attend to today, and must take our leave that we still need to find accommodation in the city. That my name is Yang Xian. If you do not mind, please stay at my residence that I see that this young lady is not in optimal health. Continued exertion may be too taxing for her. As Yang Xian gazed at Yishi, his eyes betrayed an insatiable greed. Xianyu Dao observed everything keenly, and before he could utter a word, Yishi pinched him, signaling that he should acquiesce to this individual named Yang Xian, uncertain of Yishi's intentions. Xianyu Dao nonetheless clasped his fists and addressed Yang Xian, saying, I am Xianyu Dao, and my wife and I are grateful to you, Brother Yang. Initially wishing to distance himself from the scheming Yang Xian, Xianyu Dao felt compelled to comply due to Yishi's poor health and his own incomplete recovery of martial prowess. He was not one to shy away from confrontation, and his words were also a means to gauge Yang Xian's intentions. Indeed, upon hearing Xianyu Dao refer to them as a couple, a glint of malice flickered in Yang Xian's eyes. Xianyu Dao, ever observant, noted that fleeting glimpse of murderous intent. He had already marked Yang Xian as a target for elimination. Although Xianyu Dao was currently only at the 6th Dragon Vein, he sensed he was nearing the 7th, while Yang Xian was likely at the 8th, considerably stronger than Xianyu Dao. He was indeed a prodigy in this Chiu city. However, Xianyu Dao believed that once he broke through to the 7th Dragon Vein and acquired a martial skill, he could potentially eliminate someone of the 8th Dragon Vein. What Xianyu Dao lacked most was time. By agreeing to Yang Xian's request, he hoped to buy himself some, as well as to discern the true intentions of the charming young Master Yang, that if he were sincere in his hospitality, that would be well and good. Otherwise, Xianyu Dao would not hesitate to kill him. He was no longer the defenseless child he once was. Yang Xian led Xianyu Dao and Yishi onward, and along the way, no one dared to obstruct their path. Those on the roadside whispered amongst themselves, indicating Yang Xian's considerable standing in Chiu City, yet Xianyu Dao felt no fear that if necessary, he could summon Xiaoxi. Although that little bird was not particularly formidable now, no one in Chiu City could impede them. Before long, Xianyu Dao and Yishi followed Yang Xian to an opulent estate, grandly emblazoned with the words City Lord's Mansion. This was Xianyu Dao's first encounter with such luxury. In contrast, their former home in Qingfeng Town had been little more than a beggar's dwelling. Noticing Xianyu Dao's astonishment, Yang Xian felt a surge of disdain. A naive bumpkin. Utterly enchanted by the splendor, the Yishi pinched Xianyu Dao sharply, bringing him back to reality. Chapter 10. The true form revealed upon waking, Xianyu Dao, feeling somewhat ashamed, explained to Yang Xian, you must be the son of the city lord. I apologize. It is my first time witnessing such grandeur, and I must have embarrassed you. Yang Xian feigned sincerity, replying, no worries that if you like, Xian brother, you are welcome to stay at my home for as long as you wish. Internally elated, he thought to himself how this country bumpkin had proven useful. He eagerly anticipated their time together at home. Upon entering the mansion, they were met with overwhelming opulence. Yang Xian, brimming with arrogance, incessantly introduced various luxuries to Xian Yudao. However, Yishi could hardly be bothered to glance at them, her disdainful gaze fixed upon Yang Xian's obsequious demeanor. Just as Yang Xian was about to boast about the magnificent deep-sea luminous pearl in the main seat, an object he believed would elicit gasps of admiration from any woman, he caught sight of Yishi's contemptuous expression, causing him to swallow his words, his face darkening to as the sole heir of the city lord. He had never before endured such treatment. "You wretched girl, just wait. You'll see," he seethed inwardly. Turning away, he feigned indifference, saying, "Let us conclude our visit here for today. I will arrange rooms for you both. Make sure to rest early. I will have the kitchen prepare meals for you." The butler, understanding, nodded and said, "Please follow me." Xian Yudao and Yi Shi followed the butler, while Yang Xian wore a sinister smile behind them. Xian Yudao had long suspected Yang Xian's ill intentions. As expected, he and Yi Shi were led to a secluded area of the estate, nearly impossible to find without guidance. After escorting them, the butler left, and Yi Shi scolded, "You were utterly disgraceful just now, daring to call us husband and wife that I should not have let you agree. I thought we might take the opportunity to procure something here, but seeing you now, perhaps it is for the best." Xian Yudao, pulling Yi Shi into the room, replied, "Did you truly believe I was that inept? Even if I had not seen such things before, I have read about them. What I did was merely for the sake of Yang." That why Yi Shi conceded, "That is more like it. Given how you have cared for me these past few days, I shall overlook your indiscretion in calling us husband and wife." Xian Yudao thought to himself that if he had not said that, Yang Xian would have had no reservations and would have been even more brazen. However, Xian Yudao dared not voice his thoughts that in truth, after spending so many days together, a subtle affection had begun to blossom between him and Yi Shi, though they were both oblivious to it. Perhaps a case of being too close to see. With danger looming, the priority was to enhance his strength and swiftly break through to the seventh dragon vein, which would give him the confidence to confront Yang Xian. Yet, he felt greatly troubled by the fact that he had yet to master a single martial skill. Determined to adjust his mindset and focus on leveling up, he suddenly noticed Yi Shi producing an object resembling a medicinal pill and offering it to him. "What is this? Why are you giving it to me?" he inquired. Why Yi Shi, exasperated, replied, "Do not concern yourself with what it is. It can enhance your comprehension and cultivation, though you may feel like a waste now. Refining it should allow you to break through to the eighth dragon vein with ease." As a small princess of the Dao sect, Yi Shi possessed many valuable items, but her current lack of cultivation rendered them ineffective. Overjoyed, Xian Yudao embraced Yi Shi, exclaiming, "Sure, you are too kind to me. I will not disappoint you." Yi Shi's cheeks flushed crimson at his words. Realizing his overenthusiasm, Xian Yudao quickly added, "My apologies, Shir. I was simply overwhelmed with gratitude. I will undoubtedly find a way to secure the life-creating fruit for you." Observing the object in his hand, he was astonished. Its potency was beyond that of even the renowned Tianhe pill. Yi Shi, at a loss for words, stammered, I am going to rest," before retreating to her bed. Xian Yudao, unable to contain his eagerness, sat cross-legged on the floor and swallowed the pill. That a wave of warmth surged through him as he began to refine it. The pill gradually diminished within his dantian, opening a new dragon vein within his body. Xian Yudao felt the imminent arrival of the seventh dragon vein realm and was filled with exhilaration. Moreover, he sensed a deeper clarity in his understanding, as if his intellect had sharpened, though the more pronounced effects would manifest later. To his slight disappointment, he did not achieve the breakthrough to the eighth dragon vein, as Yi Shi had suggested. He felt a faint trace of the pill entering his body, enhancing his strength several-fold. As darkness enveloped the sky, Xian Yudao emerged from his meditation to find Yi Shi seated on the bed. A spread of food laid out on the table. "Someone delivered food earlier, but I did not eat. However, Yang Xian has not come. How are you feeling?" she asked. "That I have broken through to the seventh dragon vein." Xian Yudao replied. Why Yi Shi's brow furrowed in curiosity, for she was well aware of the pill's potential. Even reaching the ninth dragon vein, transitioning to the life vein, was not out of the question. Conservatively estimating, it should have facilitated Xian Yudao's effortless breakthrough to the eighth dragon vein. Yet, the reality was that he had only just reached the seventh, indicating that he had significantly underestimated the energy he required. Despite his enhanced comprehension, he was still oblivious to the amount of energy needed. Noticing Yi Shi's look of disappointment, Xian Yudao quickly reassured her, "Though I am currently at the 7th dragon vein, I feel that my strength is at least 5 times greater than before. Even without a martial skill, I believe I can contend with Yang Xian. My combat ability has surpassed my expectations." Yi Shi was somewhat astonished. Typically, within foundational realms, the disparity between levels was at most 3 to 4 times. However, recalling that Xian Yudao had refined such a vast amount of energy to achieve even this single breakthrough, she found it understandable. Then Yi Shi added, "The circumstances in our region differ greatly from here. While I possess many martial skills, your current realm is insufficient for their cultivation." However, Xian Yudao was undeterred. He had never expected to arrive at this point and had never given up hope. This was merely a matter of martial skills, and he was confident they would come in due time. A subtle smile gracing his lips at that moment. Yi Shi produced a hairpin of an unknown material and gently inserted it into the food to Xian Yudao's horror. The pin darkened to a deep purple hue, igniting a blaze of fury within him. His foremost desire was to kill, particularly Yang Xian, that he felt an overwhelming urge to devour him whole. Xian Yudao had never sought out trouble, but if anyone harbored ill intentions toward him, they would meet their demise. Yang Xian had gone to great lengths to harm him, and now he sought to exploit Yi Shi as well, even if the King of Heaven himself intervened. Xian Yudao would not hesitate to kill, that I suspect Yang Xian will visit tonight. We should dispose of this food, ensuring he comes and goes without a trace. Once we eliminate him, we can make our escape. I was initially hesitant due to his status here, fearing that killing him might trap us. But given that Yang Xian is determined to eliminate me, it is better to take the risk. After all, we are already facing death. Xian Yudao declared ominously that in truth, if Xian Yudao were alone, he would have had fewer concerns. But now that Yi Shi was with him, he had to consider additional factors. Yet, with Yang Xian intent on killing him, it was better to strike first. Just then, Yang Xian kicked open the door and strode into the room, finding Xian Yudao and Yi Shi sprawled over the table. To dare to challenge me is tantamount to courting death. With a swift kick, I cast aside Xian Yudao and approached Yi Shi, muttering to myself, "You vile girl, weren't you quite arrogant just moments ago? Now you find yourself at my mercy, that I have entertained many women, but none quite like you. Did I wonder if you can maintain that bravado in the bedroom later?" Feigning unconsciousness, Yi Shi now yearned to consume Yang Xian. This beast, for never had anyone dared to speak to her in such a manner. Yang Xian leered as he reached out to tear away Yi Shi's garments. Just as the situation became dire, a blade was pressed against Yang Xian's back. Chapter 11. Kill. Yang Xian, being in 8th dragon vein, could not possibly be subdued so easily by Xian Yudao. He swiftly turned, launching a punch, fully aware that subduing Yang Xian would not be a simple task. Simultaneously, Xian Yudao retaliated with a fist of his own. The two punches collided with a thunderous clap, shattering their garments and forcing both Xian Yudao and Yang Xian to stagger back, though Xian Yudao's reflexes proved swifter. Seizing the moment, he pressed the blade against Yang Xian's throat. Yang Xian's heart skipped a beat, astonished that Xian Yudao, who had been merely a 6th dragon vein yesterday, had ascended to the 7th dragon vein within a day, matching his own 8th dragon vein in strength. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, Yang Xian felt a surge of defiance. This was his territory, and he believed Xian Yudao would not dare to act so boldly against him. With disdain, Yang Xian proclaimed, "Xian Yudao, you do well to remove that blade at once, and have your wife serve me properly. Perhaps, if I am in a good mood, I may let you off the hook." Hearing these words ignited a fierce desire to end Yang Xian's life. Yet Xian Yudao recognized his utility and opted to delay his demise. However, he needed to teach him a lesson before Yang Xian could react. Xian Yudao plunged the knife into his side. Having grown up as the most notorious scoundrel of Chiu City, Yang Xian had never experienced injury and cried out in agony, though no one was there to hear him, as the nearby onlookers had long since fled. Who would dare eavesdrop on the affairs of the noble young Master Yang? Xian Yudao spoke, "If you wish to avoid an untimely demise, surrender your storage bag and martial techniques." These were the items Xian Yudao prized above all else. "You dare harm me? You will never leave Chiu City alive," Yang Xian roared. Xian Yudao, finding Yang Xian's arrogance tiresome, chose not to engage in further conversation and thrust the blade deeper. As blood flowed, Yang Xian's fear began to take root. Xian Yudao remained silent, delivering another strike. This time, Yang Xian genuinely feared for his life. Xian Yudao might truly be willing to perish alongside him. What do you want? Even if you obtain the items, you will still meet your end, Yang Xian exclaimed. Without a word, Xian Yudao struck again. Stop stabbing me. I'll give you what you want. Yang Xian relented, reluctantly retrieving a bag from his person and handing it to Xian Yudao. Upon inspection, Xian Yudao discovered a plethora of items within, including a martial technique that brought him immense joy. This was his true objective. What level of power resides in the mightiest individual of Qiu City? Xian Yudao inquired. Did he not push your luck? Yang Xian bitterly replied, though the fear he felt towards Xian Yudao was palpable. Xian Yudao, disinterested in further dialogue, delivered another blow. Yang Xian's complexion paled as he boasted. In Qiu City, my father is undoubtedly the strongest, a second pulse realm expert with a lifespan of 1,000 years. Furthermore, there are the 9 great generals, each a 9th dragon vein. However, I've heard whispers of ancient beings who may have transcended the pulse realm to reach the heavenly river realm. You would do well to release me, lest you find yourself in peril as well. Xian Yudao could not help but admire Yang Xian's audacity, even in the face of death. Choosing not to waste any more breath, he swiftly slashed Yang Xian's throat. Yang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized Xian Yudao had truly killed him, and with a fierce sense of unwillingness, he collapsed to the ground. Just as Xian Yudao believed the ordeal had come to an end and prepared to depart quietly, a talisman shot forth from Yang Xian's brow. This was troublesome. It was a life talisman, intrinsically linked to one's life force, achievable only by those of the pulse realm. That it must have been implanted by his father. Yang Tian, perhaps unbeknownst to Yang Xian, though we must leave at once. Soon, this individual will be aware. Regardless of whether it is Yang Tian or not, anyone willing to sacrifice their cultivation to implant a life talisman in Yang Xian will not let us escape. Yi Shi urged. Xian Yudao understood that stealthy departure was no longer an option. He was well prepared for the worst. Knowing they could not linger, he hastened to flee, lest they become trapped like fish in a barrel when Yang Tian arrived. They had to leave immediately, as attempting to cultivate martial techniques unnoticed was now out of the question. That moment. In a hidden chamber, a middle-aged man roared in fury. Who dares to kill my son? I will annihilate his entire family and ensure his soul suffers for eternity. Butler, where is my son? The butler trembled, stammering, Young master, young master. Yang Tian, already wrought with anger, slammed his hand onto the table, shattering it into splinters. The butler dropped to his knees in terror. Young master is in the house at the rear mountain. He is. The butler hesitated, but Yang Tian knew what was transpiring, that he rushed towards the rear mountain, with the butler trailing behind in fright. Just as Xian Yudao and Yi Shi reached the crossroads, they spotted a middle-aged man accompanied by the butler heading towards the rear mountain. Xian Yudao recognized him as Yang Tian, Yang Xian's father. He swiftly covered Yi Shi's mouth and concealed them within the thicket by the roadside. Upon reaching the rear mountain, Yang Tian found his son lying on the ground and immediately cradled him in his arms, trembling with rage. Rest assured, my son, I will avenge you. I will use the blood of his entire family to honor your memory. Butler, who killed my son? Notify the 9 great generals immediately and seal the city. If the murderer escapes, I will ensure your entire family pays the price. Furthermore, provide me with a detailed account of the events. The butler, quaking in fear, hurried off to relay the message to the 9 great generals. In the meantime, Yang Tian learned of Xian Yudao's involvement in Yang Xian's death. That moment, Xian Yudao and Yi Shi, both donning conical hats, observed as the city lord's men scoured the streets, cautiously discussing the commotion. Seeking refuge, Xian Yudao led Yi Shi to an inn, which he had previously noted had already been searched and was unlikely to face further scrutiny that day. That he needed to find a place to cultivate the martial technique he had acquired from Yang Xian if he were to have any hope of evading the clutches of the 9 great generals. Xian Yudao procured some food for Yi Shi and settled onto the bed. He retrieved the martial technique from Yang Xian's storage bag, the word Shattered Star Fist emblazoned upon it, and excitement surged within him. Shattered Star Fist, an 8th grade human technique, renowned for its ability to shatter stars and shake the earth, was characterized by its ferocity and divided into 3 strikes: Star Motion, Star Break, and Star Shatter. This was the highest tier martial technique Xian Yudao had ever encountered. Previously, the most advanced technique he had seen in the Xian family was the Overlord Dragon Fist, which, like the Shattered Star Fist, emphasized raw power. The others were merely second or third-tier techniques, and at the time, Xian Yudao had yet to break through to the body refinement stage, rendering him unqualified to even observe, let alone learn. Xian Yudao began to regulate his true energy, repeatedly executing punches that Yi Shi, witnessing his method of practicing martial techniques, was both amused and exasperated. That I asked this how you have seen martial techniques practiced? Xian Yudao asked. Puzzled, isn't this the way? I recall my grandfather practicing the Overlord Dragon Fist like this, if not this way. Then how? Yi Shi responded, while this method is acceptable, it is likely unique to your region. The reason martial techniques are called techniques is due to the emphasis on battle. They cannot simply be practiced in this manner, as it lacks the necessary force that it is essential to perform actual combat drills, or even practice martial techniques during battles to unleash their full potential, which is also the fastest method. Moreover, different techniques require different conditions for practice. Show me a martial technique. That Yi Shi examined the Shattered Star Fist and remarked. The Shattered Star Fist is indeed a commendable 8th-grade human technique, but it is still somewhat lacking. Xian Yudao was left speechless. That if I am not mistaken, practicing the Shattered Star Fist beneath the starlit sky should yield different results. Try it by the window where the starlight is strongest. Xian Yudao found this reasoning sound. Rising from the bed and moving to the window, he began to practice beneath the starlight. He discovered that it flowed more smoothly than before, no longer feeling rigid. It was as if the starlight was gradually merging with his very being. Xian Yudao felt that his combat prowess had now transformed beyond recognition. As the night passed, Xian Yudao practiced the first form of star movement. Now, if he were to engage in a spar with Yang Xian, he felt confident that a single punch could incapacitate Yang Xian for several months. Xian Yudao speculated that Yang Xian's cultivation methods were undoubtedly flawed. Otherwise, it was possible that he himself could perish one day. Approaching the bedside, he gazed at the serene and lovely face of Yi Shi as she slept, a faint smile gracing his lips. Thoughts of Xian Yuxian flitted through his mind. She was also a charming little girl, and he wondered what had become of her. However, Xian Yudao quickly shook off his longing, focusing instead on Yi Shi. That he wished he could gaze at her forever, pondering the whereabouts of that old bird, Xiao Shi. Could it be true, as Xiao Shi suggested, that he had developed feelings for Yi Shi? Xian Yudao mused quietly to himself. Tranquility is always so fleeting, with behind it lurking the baptism of bloodshed and carnage. In this world, where the weak are devoured by the strong, there exist no true rules. Even the so-called rules are merely a distribution and restriction of benefits among the powerful. The weak exist solely to create profits for the strong. Xian Yudao chose to protect, a decision that destined him to confront all obstacles until no one could shatter his resolve to guard and pursue. The clamor outside roused Xian Yudao from his reverie. A ruckus erupted outside the tavern. Peering through the window, he witnessed a troop of soldiers from the city lord's manor storming into the establishment. Xian Yudao understood that the only way to escape was to fight his way out. That he approached the bedside, tearing a strip from his robe, and gently roused Yi Shi. Miss Shi, Yang Tian's men have tracked us here. We must leave at once, or we will be discovered and face even more pursuers. Give me your hand, he urged. Yi Shi extended her hand to Xian Yudao, who bound them together with the cloth strip and grasped the dagger she had provided. Yi Shi said nothing, silently observing Xian Yudao, who was so focused on the need to escape that he failed to notice her transformation. That moment, a knock resounded at the door. Xian Yudao realized there was no time to waste. Yet, rather than fear, he felt an exhilarating anticipation that he had yet to engage in a proper battle. His training alone could not forge him into a true warrior without the tempering of bloodshed and trial. With an indomitable spirit and over a decade of mental fortitude, he was destined for greatness. With a swift motion, Xian Yudao unleashed the star-shattering fist upon the door. His strike was so formidable that even Yang Xian would have struggled to withstand it. These mere lackeys stood no chance. The force of his punch rippled outward, akin to the shattering of stars, and before the assailants could react, several were struck dead. Xian Yudao recognized that Yi Shi's guidance in his cultivation had rendered him far more powerful than Yang Xian, though he had not anticipated such strength. Even if he were to face the 9th dragon vein, he would not shy away. Yi Shi watched him with a complex mix of emotions, having never experienced such feelings before. Grasping Yi Shi's hand, Xian Yu Dao fought his way out, and standing at the tavern entrance was the third general of the 9 great generals, who beheld Xian Yu Dao's punch in disbelief. The punch was remarkably skillful and powerful. Even the 8th dragon vein would struggle to match it. Yet, it was clear that Xian Yu Dao was merely at the 7th dragon vein, and the technique he employed resembled the city lord's star-shattering fist. Executed with a finesse that even Yang Tian could not replicate, that it baffled the 3rd general that this young man had apparently stolen it from Yang Xian just the day prior, and had already reached such heights. Each general commanded 3,000 troops, and today the 3rd general had brought 100 men to search. This was unnecessary unless Yang Xian had met his demise, and Yang Tian had issued an urgent command. In this hill city, such numbers were excessive, especially with all 9 generals involved in the search. As Xian Yu Dao fought his way through, bloodied from battle, yet determined to shield Yi Shi. Each strike he delivered resulted in a life extinguished. The frenzy of combat had consumed him, and the blade no longer afforded him the thrill of power. He sheathed the dagger, clenching his fists in the air, as if to crush the void itself. Slamming his fist into the ground, he sent all attackers sprawling, like kites severed from their strings, blood spraying from their wounds. Those who suffered the least were gravely injured, their bodies shattered as if pierced by stars. Xian Yu Dao's garments dripped with blood, none of it his own, and outside, the 3rd general was genuinely moved. The astonishment from the first punch had been fleeting. While he had marveled at how skillfully Xian Yu Dao wielded the star-shattering fist despite being at the 7th dragon vein, it had not instilled fear. However, the force of Xian Yu Dao's second punch would likely require significant effort to counter. From that moment, he began to take Xian Yu Dao seriously at this juncture. Xian Yu Dao had instilled fear in these small fry. Few dared to advance. Although some reckless souls sought glory and reward, their only fate was to be struck down by Xian Yu Dao's fists. I am Yang Ju, the 3rd general of Hill City. Young man, impressive that at such a young age, you possess combat prowess surpassing your peers, coupled with an indomitable spirit. However, today you shall still perish in light of your valiance. I shall grant you the courtesy of ending your life yourself. I will not lay a hand on you. Xian Yu Dao, uninterested in idle chatter, replied, If you wish to fight, then let us fight. Do not waste words. It will not be easy for you to take my life at this moment. Yi Shi interjected, Release me. Only then can you unleash your full potential in battle against him. If he seeks to kill you now, he must possess skill. We must find an opportunity to escape. Xian Yu Dao retorted, Do not speak so much. I will not let go. Trust me, I still need to find the life creation fruit for you. He refused to release Yi Shi, holding her tightly. He had already lost the only sister who had ever cared for him in this world. He could not allow such a tragedy to repeat itself. With one hand gripping Yi Shi, he engaged in combat with Yang Ju. Yang Ju, a practitioner of fist techniques, was no less than an 8-rank human-level combatant. Xian Yu Dao endured 2 strikes from Yang Ju, blood surging within him. Just then, Yang Ju launched another punch. Xian Yu Dao pulled Yi Shi behind him, countering with a fist of his own. The clash reverberated, shaking the surrounding structures, and Xian Yu Dao coughed up blood. This punch drained much of his true energy, but Yang Ju also felt the impact, as if the heavens themselves were pressing down upon him. Xian Yu Dao immediately turned to flee towards the city's exit. His body riddled with wounds, smeared with both his blood and that of others. I underestimated this boy. Yang Ju thought, coughing that I must notify the other generals to pursue Xian Yu Dao. She clung to his back. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears, she fought against the urge to weep. Stop running, kid. A burly man wielding a massive axe appeared ahead. Xian Yu Dao realized that he might meet his end here. Gently, he set Yi Shi down and declared, Enough of the chatter. If you seek my life, come and take it. Let us see if you possess the capability. The giant replied, Good lad, I like your spirit. Allow me to ensure your demise that I am Yang Wei, the 7th general. Xian Yu Dao found himself at a loss for words. First, there was Yang Ju, and now Yang Wei. With a smirk, Xian Yu Dao jested. Just dealt with Yang Ju, and now here comes Yang Wei, Yang Wei. Yang Wei was furious, incensed by the mockery. You, a mere 7 dragon vein, dare speak to me in such a manner? Watch as I cleave you in 2. He swung his colossal axe toward Xian Yu Dao. Xian Yu Dao nimbly dodged, the axe crashing down and carving a deep gash into the earth. Staring at the profound cut, Xian Yu Dao felt a sense of awe. This man was no mere weakling. However, Xin Yudao had gleaned insights into the second form of the star-shattering fist. But with darkness encroaching and the stars yet to appear, time was of the essence. His true energy reserves were dwindling. Without time to recover, he would inevitably succumb to fatigue. Yet, there was no choice but to fight. Yang Wei swung his axe again, and Xian Yudao charged at him, dodging to position himself behind Yang Wei that he struck with all his might, but Yang Wei was quick to react, blocking with his axe. Both were sent stumbling back, Xian Yudao feeling his internal organs churn. Yet, to his delight, he sensed he was drawing closer to the essence of star breaking. Star breaking, to break is to establish. Through breaking, one establishes anew. Xian Yudao appeared to grasp the true meaning of star breaking. Clenching his fists tightly, he surged toward Yang Wei, this time advancing with an unstoppable momentum. Yang Wei believed the young man was courting death. Swinging his axe once more, another collision occurred between the axe and Xian Yudao's fists, and he felt an explosive transformation within himself as the stars began to emerge. Their light enveloped Xian Yudao, who was on the cusp of fully comprehending the second form of star breaking. Yang Wei sensed the shift in Xian Yudao's aura, but could not pinpoint its source. Yang Wei's axe descended upon Xian Yudao, who gazed upward at the starry sky, eyes closed, as if he were the very core of the cosmos, the starlight merely a vessel for his brilliance. Crossing his arms, with starry light cascading around him, Xian Yudao bellowed, "Star breaking, shatter the heavens." His fist crashed into the giant axe, shattering it completely. Yang Wei spewed forth blood, and Xian Yudao understood that this was not merely a battle of life and death. Before Yang Wei could react, Xian Yudao unleashed a punch upon his head, and Yang Wei fell to the ground, disbelief etched across his face. Xian Yudao discovered a storage bag on Yang Wei and, without sparing a glance, tucked it away as he hastened out of the city with Yi Shi on his back. The soldiers, witnessing the death of their general, dared not approach and had long since fled. Today, Xian Yudao had taken advantage of Yang Wei's carelessness and unexpectedly slain him. However, Xian Yudao was acutely aware that he was still some distance from the 9th dragon vein. Not long after he set off, the 8th, 3rd, 2nd, 6th, and 4th battle generals all arrived. The 9 generals shared a bond akin to brotherhood. Upon seeing Yang Wei's lifeless body on the ground, the elder brother Yang Xiong rushed forward, embracing the fallen Yang Wei and lamenting. "Seventh brother, how could you abandon us, your brothers? That wretched scoundrel Xian, I shall ensure you meet a gruesome end." At that moment, the 3rd brother, Yang Ju, remarked, "Logically speaking, though that lad may not be comparable to the 7th dragon vein, he might even surpass the 8th, that I momentarily underestimated him and allowed him to escape towards the 7th brother. I thought he would be apprehended, yet he ended up causing the 7th brother's demise. This is all my fault. Had I followed closely, the 7th brother would not have perished." The 8th brother added, "It must have been that lad's treachery against the 7th brother." Just then, the observant 6th brother noticed the shattered axe on the ground and exclaimed, "Look, this is the 7th brother's battle axe, broken by sheer force. Even we would find it challenging to shatter such an axe. It seems this matter is quite troublesome. That lad, I know not how he is trained. But when I faced him, he was clearly at the 7th dragon vein, and his combat technique should have been the shattered star fist wielded by Yang Xian. Yet he not only possesses astonishing speed and cultivation, but also employs a far more powerful fist technique. He could rival even the city lord." It appears he gained insight into the second style, Star Break, during his battle with the 7th brother, which allowed him to catch the 7th brother off guard and ultimately slay him, explained Yang Ju. The 3rd brother. The 2nd brother then interjected, "What the 3rd brother analyzed is quite reasonable. That lad should be nearly exhausted now. You two should work together, watch each other's backs, and inform everyone immediately. We must not be careless. That lad possesses some sinister tricks, and if he has any more lethal moves, we too could meet our demise. Act swiftly. The city lord awaits our report, that I will notify the eldest brother at once." An 8th brother, "Take the 7th brother's corpse back. 3rd brother, 6th brother, you two continue the search." The atmosphere in Xiao City was fraught with anxiety, with soldiers from the city lord's residence patrolling everywhere. Xian Yudao concealed himself, and Yi Shi in a dilapidated house. After awakening from meditation, he felt his starry night energy restored and had comprehended the second style, Star Break. feeling significantly more powerful than before. Yi Shi's complexion was pale. Yet this was an improvement, considering she was now merely an ordinary person. The overwhelming energy from the battle between Xian Yudao and Yang Wei was enough to have killed an ordinary person. Fortunately, Xian Yudao had shielded Yi Shi, but the relentless jostling had taken its toll on her. Observing her pallid face, Xian Yudao felt at a loss for how to help her cheer. "How do you feel?" "I promise I won't let anything happen to you. I will find the life creation fruit to restore your cultivation and take you home," he implored, on the verge of tears. That Yi Shi replied, "Brother Yudao, you are so kind to me that I am fine. Please do not worry about me." This marked the first time Yi Shi addressed him as Brother Yudao, an unfiltered expression of her innermost feelings. From this moment, Xian Yudao and Yi Shi acknowledged each other's significance in their hearts. Upon hearing her call, Xian Yudao realized that in his life, aside from the elusive Xian Yushuan, whom he vowed to protect with his life, there was now Yi Xi in this lifetime. He was determined to safeguard these two individuals and ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts to understand the true nature of this world. He held Yi Shi tightly in his arms, and she nestled against him like a delicate bird, seeking comfort. Suddenly, Xian Yudao remembered the storage bag he had taken from Yang Wei. He hoped it contained some precious items, particularly spiritual herbs, as Yi Shi's vitality seemed to be waning. That if this continued, he feared she would not endure much longer. However, to his disappointment, the bag contained only some gold coins and a martial technique. It was evident that Yang Wei was a brute, having never concerned himself with spiritual herbs or rare treasures. Yet, the technique was intriguingly named the Heavenly Gang 36 Axes, a 9th-grade martial skill. It seemed Yang Wei had only mastered the initial few axes. Xian Yudao, however, preferred not to practice such techniques that did not suit his style, and with his mind elsewhere, he cast it aside into the storage bag. Outside, footsteps approached rapidly. Xian Yudao, carrying Yi Shi, attempted to escape through the window, but a soldier spotted them before he could intervene and shouted out. Immediately, people gathered around, led by a young man who appeared youthful, yet had already attained the 9th dragon vein, likely having recently broken through. Achieving such a level at his age in the southwest was no small feat, especially being appointed as the 6th battle general in this land where the strong held supremacy. Strength was all that mattered, regardless of age. This young man was the 6th battle general, Yang Cheng, whose swordsmanship was exquisite. That he had originally come with Yang Ju, but given his accomplishments, he was undoubtedly arrogant. Considering it an insult for 2 9th dragon vein experts to hunt down a 7th dragon vein warrior. After much persuasion, Yang Ju reluctantly agreed to act separately, promising to inform each other upon discovery of Xian Yudao. However, Yang Cheng, seeing Xian Yudao merely at the 7th dragon vein, dismissed the need to notify Yang Ju, stating, "You who killed the 7th brother, encountering me is your misfortune. Prepare to meet your end." That he drew his sword and charged at Xian Yudao with astonishing speed. Xian Yudao was no slouch either, drawing his blade to counterattack. The surroundings were thrown into chaos as the two clashed, evenly matched. Xian Yudao realized that this stalemate could not continue. It would take at least 100 exchanges to determine the victor, and he needed a swift resolution. Otherwise, the other battle generals would soon arrive, and even 10 of them would be too much for him to handle. Both of their energies surged higher and higher. But just then, Yi Shi spoke, "Brother Yudao, concentrate all your energy into your sword and strike with all your might." Though Xian Yudao was uncertain why Yi Shi instructed him so, he had no better options at the moment and complied. Channeling all his true energy into his blade, that moment, Yang Cheng had reached the pinnacle of his momentum and attacked Xian Yudao once more, significantly stronger than before. Xian Yudao raised his blade to counter. Roaring break, he could only hope that this strike would thwart Yang Cheng's attack, allowing him to devise a strategy to TO both Yang Cheng and Xian Yudao's astonishment. Xian Yudao's strike cleaved Yang Cheng's sword in two, wounding Yang Cheng severely, causing him to cough up blood. Yet Xian Yudao was not unscathed either. He felt as if he had been drained of all strength. Nevertheless, this was a significant achievement, for that blade had been gifted to him by Yi Shi. Given Yi Shi's esteemed status within the Taoist sect, it was inconceivable that it would be a mere trinket. Had Xian Yudao fully unleashed its potential, even 10 of him would not suffice to wield it, let alone his current state as a 7th dragon vein warrior. Although he had not fully activated the sword, it was still far superior to Yang Cheng's 8th grade weapon. Yang Cheng realized that despite his caution, He had underestimated Xian Yudao's hidden strength. Yet he remained arrogant, convinced that had it not been for Xian Yudao's formidable weapon, he would not be his match and could even have slain Xian Yudao in an instant. However, this world was inherently unfair. Just as Xian Yudao had once been unable to cultivate, who other than Xian Qing and Xian Yushuan had treated him equitably. Only through personal strength could one attain the right to create the so-called fairness. Xian Yudao and Yang Cheng locked gazes, neither willing to strike first. Yet, Xian Yudao understood that if this continued, the other battle generals would soon arrive, and escape would become impossible, with no other choice. Xian Yudao decided to take the initiative. Despite being nearly exhausted, he could not resign himself to capture, as that would only result in a more gruesome fate. Moreover, there was still Yi Shi to consider. Thus, even if it meant risking his life, Xian Yudao would not surrender. Without uttering a word, he charged forward with all his might. Yang Cheng wielded a broken sword, yet being at the 9th dragon vein. He held the advantaged AT that moment. Yang Cheng unleashed his final trump card, a technique known as Bloody Sword, his signature move, which even the older warriors in Xiao City regarded with caution. Xian Yudao fused his fist with the blade, embodying the essence of both. Both warriors unleashed their ultimate techniques. The difference lay in Xian Yudao's being a spontaneous realization. Ever since he consumed that item gifted by Yi Shi, his understanding of martial arts and combat techniques had become increasingly profound with each elevation of his realm. However, Xian Yudao's cultivation was still too low, and he suffered considerable injury from Yang Cheng's bloody sword. What was even more despairing was that as Xian Yudao was sent flying, the 9 battle generals, besides the deceased Yang Wei and the seldom-seen first battle general, were closing in. All had gathered. The 7 battle maniacs of the 9th dragon vein stood before him, and Xian Yudao felt his breath quickening. He was acutely aware that without a miracle, he would perish here today. That Wei Shi had never worried about Xian Yudao and her own safety before, for she had witnessed Xiao Shi repelling Yuran, thus sparing her from an early demise. Moreover, in the Qingfeng mountain range, no beast dared to approach them even a step, although they later encountered the earth demon tiger By then. Xiao Shi had certainly departed, which attested to her formidable cultivation. Yet Yi Shi was only partially correct. She remained unaware that her seemingly peerless senior relied solely on her bloodline to instill a primal fear in those beasts. Upon seeing Xian Yudao's resolute determination, Yi Shi realized she might have misjudged from the beginning. Nevertheless, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, for no one had ever treated her this way in her former life within the Dao sect. Aside from her parents, most treated her with flattery. Yet now, even if she were to perish alongside Xian Yudao, she felt a profound sense of joy. Xian Yudao stood resolutely before Yi Shi, their hands tightly clasped. Faced with 7 opponents of higher realms, he exhibited no fear, but rather an overwhelming fighting spirit. At that moment, Yang Ju remarked, "Kid, I admire you, but you've slain my 7th brother at the behest of the city lord. If you were to take your own life, I could grant you a swifter end. Otherwise, surrender to the city lord, and you shall suffer a fate worse than death. How can 3rd brother so easily spare this brat who has killed 7th brother?" Spoke Lao Ba, who had always been closest to Yang Wei. "Lao Ba, I understand your deep bond with 7th brother, but we can only blame his lack of strength. Today, a life for a life should suffice." At this juncture, the 2nd battle general chimed in. "If you immediately take your own life and surrender the blade in your hand, along with the secrets of cultivating the Shattered Star Fist, we can ensure you die painlessly." This 2nd general was indeed insatiable, seeking both the precious blade bestowed by Xiao Shi and the techniques of the Shattered Star Fist, his eyes burning with fervor as he gazed at Yi Shi. Xian Yudao swore silently that if he could escape today, he would surely seek vengeance in the days to come. Yet he knew that he and Yi Shi could only hope for a miracle. He wondered where Xiao Shi's bird had gone. It boasted of great prowess, but seemed to have vanished at a critical moment. "If you desire my life, then make your move. Stop the needless chatter." The individuals, having witnessed Xian Yudao's myriad techniques, pressed him to take his own life, wishing to avoid injuries or even death themselves. Lao Ba seized the opportunity, declaring, "2nd brother, allow me to slay him in tribute to 7th brother's spirit." The others, seeing Lao Ba and Yang Xiong taking the initiative, urged, "Be careful, Lao Ba. We stand ready to assist you." With a mighty swing, Lao Ba charged at Xian Yudao, who, undeterred, retaliated with his own blade. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Bloodied and relentless, Xian Yudao resembling a demon incarnate. Yang Xiong's prowess was slightly inferior to Yang Wei's, resulting in a fierce stalemate. The remaining individuals soon recognized that Xian Yudao had yet to unleash any ultimate techniques. The second battle general, growing impatient, urged everyone, "Let us strike together to resolve this swiftly and avoid further complications." They had already discerned their second brother's intentions. Each summoned their weapons and advanced upon Xian Yudao. But suddenly, the sky darkened, and a colossal, unknown beast descended upon them, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. With a sweeping flap of its wings, several battle generals coughed up blood, their insides churning, as two gigantic claws seized Xian Yudao and Yi Shi. Vanishing into the heavens before anyone could react, they emerged from their shock. It felt as though they had survived the apocalypse, that in the face of such power, they felt like mere ants. Even less than that. They realized they had offended a being they should not have, as the others had merely deemed them unworthy of execution. Otherwise, they would have long since met their demise. Recalling why Xian Yudao dared to kill the city lord's only son in this hill city with such impunity, they understood that he must be backed by an unfathomable master. Even the second lineage city lord had never inspired such a feeling in them. They speculated it might be a master of the Tianhe realm, yet who among them possessed such might? This was, however, to be expected. Had it been the ancient giant Kuan birthed from chaos, it would not be surprising. A scholar once described, the great Peng rises with the wind, soaring to 90,000 miles. Should the wind cease, it can still stir the depths of the ocean. The Peng was but a distant descendant of the Kuan, whose bloodline had thinned. One could envision the era of ancient supremacy, where one could leap thousands of miles, truly contending with the heavens. The moment Xian Yudao and Yi Shi were captured, he realized it was Xiao Shi, for only this great bird could possibly come to his rescue. After releasing Xian Yudao and Yi Shi, Xiao Shi swiftly shrank in size, leaving Yi Shi in astonishment. "You are the one who frightened you ran away that day, yet you appear as a mere bird?" Yi Shi asked in disbelief. "You call me a bird? I am the unique and unparalleled Kuan, a magnificent being of heaven and earth." Xiao Shi retorted, clearly displeased, "that I shall not stoop to your level, just as I will not demean myself to engage with this brat." Xiao Shi continued, "I cannot believe that after merely a few days of my absence, so many have sought to take your life. You possess quite the talent, reminiscent of my former glory, very impressive." Xian Yudao, drenched in sweat, replied, "You foolish bird, look at the state I am in, and yet you speak so lightly. Do not be ungrateful, or I shall tear your mouth apart," Xiao Shi warned. Just as Xian Yudao was about to inquire further, Xiao Shi interrupted, "I know what you wish to ask. Today, I return to my true form, albeit not entirely, and it has exhausted all my calamity essence that I shall once more enter into slumber, but this time I will forsake my physical body. However, do not fret. This may be my chance. One I have sought for countless ages. Perhaps it is finally within my grasp." That a look of joy illuminated her face, as if she were about to fulfill a long-held wish. "And as for you, little girl, did you expect me to be an ancient master with boundless cultivation? In the past, I indeed wielded great power, but now I find myself in this pitiful state. Had I known, I would not have sought that worthless stone, and I would still be the dashing giant Kuan I once was." Xian Yudao could hardly bear to witness this creature's grandiose demeanor. "Moreover, what you know is but the tip of the iceberg. This realm is vastly expansive, and countless talented individuals have perished on this path, all in pursuit of that supreme existence, yearning to attain the mastery of eternal life and break free from the shackles of fate." Xiao Shi's expression reflected the passage of time. Xiao Shi, dissatisfied, exclaimed, "Why must I share so much with you? Remember, do not deliberately reveal anything to this brat. It would only bring harm. That I once intended to scheme against you, merely wishing for you to teach him the basics of combat techniques. However, seeing you both face life and death together, perhaps it is a case of good fortune coming in pairs." Xian Yudao was astonished that the very being that once plotted against him had not only saved him today, but had also prepared for his future. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, to enter slumber again, "Have you slept before?" Xiao Shi replied, "I was gravely injured long ago and fell into a deep sleep. Upon awakening, I devoted myself to researching that object until I met you. I cannot ascertain how many years have passed since my awakening. It has been quite a long time. This time, I relinquish my physical form and remain only as soul. If I do not succeed, I shall perish, do not worry, for I believe I can at least maintain my soul. Wai Shi, astonished by Xiaoxi's words, had not anticipated that this creature, resembling a mere bird, was actually a Kuan, a name she had never heard before, yet it seemed immensely powerful. She could only guess at its realm, though the true nature of that realm would soon be revealed, a world teeming with formidable beings, boundless powers and unending slaughter. Nevertheless, she refrained from questioning further, choosing instead to listen intently. And how long will you sleep? Where shall you rest? Xin Yudao inquired. Xiaoxi replied, I do not know how long I will sleep. It could be tomorrow, or perhaps I may never awaken. That it depends on fate, that I will slumber within that stone, but once you reach my former realm, you will naturally discover a way to restore me. This is my investment in you. Do not slacken your efforts in my absence. As for that object, I have spent countless years studying it, and it is only through you that I have grasped a fragment of its secret. Perhaps one day, you will come to understand it. It is maddeningly complex. Suddenly, Xiaoxi pierced Xin Yudao's brow, and he felt something new within him. Just as he was about to inquire, Xiaoxi interjected. This is a drop of my essence blood and a divine technique called the divine breath technique. Consider this another investment in you, brat. Do not dare to perish before I awaken, or I shall suffer a great loss. Xin Yudao nearly succumbed to shock. Such a thing could transmit techniques. Was it not possible for a mere thought to lead to his demise? Cold sweat broke out over him. Xiaoxi reassured. You will understand with a mere thought. It is not particularly remarkable. You should now realize just how weak you truly are. Xin Yudao, acting upon the thoughts expressed by Xiaoxi, instantly comprehended that this technique, known as the divine breath art, allowed one to conceal their cultivation level and aura after mastering it. Even those of significantly higher realms would be unable to discern his true strength. Overjoyed, Xin Yudao recognized this as an exceptional skill of deception, reminiscent of how he had once slain Yang Wei due to a moment of his carelessness. Furthermore, the fact that one could practice it without restrictions on their cultivation level truly warranted the title of a divine art. Xin Yudao understood that Xiaoxi was a stubborn individual. Xiaoxi remarked, moreover, that drop of essence blood was my life's blood, which I painstakingly preserved for you. Once you integrate it, you will be able to comprehend my divine powers. However, that essence is not something you can utilize at your current level, that if you attempt to absorb it forcefully, I assure you, it will lead to your immediate demise due to an overwhelming surge of power. You must decide for yourself. I am left with nothing but my soul's origin now. Be cautious, for next time, I may not be able to assist you. Xin Yudao listened silently, aware of his own youth and inexperience. Xiaoxi continued, you still lack the necessary ruthlessness to achieve your ambitions. You must embrace a fiercer disposition. The stronger one becomes, the greater their ambitions grow. You will come to understand this, that if you wish to be with that girl, you must exert even more effort. That I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself, that I hope we can meet again, Xiaoxi concluded. Xin Yudao reassured him. Rest assured, Xiaoxi, I will not end up like you, a mere plaything in the hands of others. I will aid you in regaining your former strength. I shall fulfill my promise. Keep boasting, you stubborn child, that I am departing. Take care of yourselves. With that, Xiaoxi transformed into a beam of light and vanished into Xin Yudao's dantian, his voice gradually fading into the night. Xin Yudao felt no discomfort. Rather, his curiosity about the stone deepened. To that moment, Yishi inquired, Brother Yudao, what are your plans? Xin Yudao, sensing Yishi's concern, replied, Do not worry. Sure, I will surely find a life creation fruit for you. I will not allow you to wither away, that if the heavens intend to take you, I shall defy them, shatter the firmament, and keep you by my side for all eternity. Seeing Xin Yudao preparing to meditate, Yishi said, Brother Yudao, shall we not cultivate today? I wish to lay in your embrace. Xin Yudao opened his arms, and Yishi nestled against him. In that moment, she was no longer the proud daughter of heaven, but simply a tender woman. This was the quietest night since Xin Yudao and Yishi had met, a gift from Xiaoxi, free from anxiety. Xin Yudao chose not to cultivate, holding Yishi closely as they both savored the warmth of the moment, as if the world beyond them ceased to exist, leaving only each other in their shared realm. However, Xin Yudao misinterpreted Yishi's worry. For her, merely being with him, even for a single night, was profound happiness. But why she was concerned about the Dao sect. Her parents would never permit her to be with Xian Yudao, as they deemed him too insignificant. Unless her brother Yudao could display a martial prowess that moved them, there was no hope. Conversely, in that instant, Yishi found herself indifferent to the life creation fruit, for acquiring it might hasten her departure from Xian Yudao. Yet, Yishi refrained from explaining her feelings, unwilling to disrupt the precious warmth they shared. She believed in her brother Yudao, certain that one day he would rise to the pinnacle of martial arts. For he was the one she had faith in. Xian Yudao declared, "Once I restore my strength, we shall leave this place and seek clues about the life creation fruit that it appears we must return to Chiu City. For only there can we gather information. Furthermore, we will need to utilize the teleportation array in Chiu City. Otherwise, we may remain unaware of when we might reach Baidi City." At present, Xian Yudao only possessed vague knowledge of Baidi City and the southwestern territories. He also sensed that Yishi's family bore significant influence, thus he must strive to grow stronger. Even without Yishi's warnings, he understood that his current self would not gain her parents' approval. For in this world, strength spoke louder than words. Even with a prestigious background, without power, one could only bully the weak and would never attain true status. Thus, Xian Yudao and Yishi spent their final beautiful moments in that small village. For greater crises and challenges awaited them in these few days. Xian Yudao not only solidified his cultivation, but also felt an impending breakthrough. However, he recognized that continued meditation would yield little progress. Only through combat could he achieve greater breakthroughs. Yet on this particular day, Yishi suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching. At that moment, an elderly woman and a young man appeared in the sky. The old woman nearly wept upon seeing Yishi, and similarly, Yishi could not restrain her own tears. "Grandmother, I thought I would never see you again," Yishi exclaimed, rushing into the old woman's embrace. "My foolish child, you have suffered. Look how thin you have become. Has this boy bullied you?" "No, brother Yudao has been very caring towards me." The old woman turned to Xian Yudao and said, "You are the one who saved Sheer, correct? I thank you for taking care of her during these days. It was my duty." Xian Yudao replied, "I need to speak with Sheer privately now." "Please step aside," the old woman commanded, her voice carrying an undeniable authority. Making it difficult for Xian Yudao to respond, "I asked this what true strength looks like." Xian Yudao thought, feeling a surge of determination within. Meanwhile, the young man beside him remained silent, his gaze filled with disdain for Xian Yudao's earlier demeanor. To him, this resource-scarce place would never comprehend what true strength entailed. Xian Yudao was merely an insignificant insect, hardly worthy of his notice. Yishi and the old woman entered the room, leaving Xian Yudao and the young man outside. The young man kept his eyes closed, as if the very sight of this place disgusted him. "Sheer, you have endured much these past few days, but do not worry. The Yuran has been punished. Moreover, the Divine Martial Palace has promised to provide a divine pill to restore your cultivation. You will return with me and regain your strength immediately," the old woman assured her. "Grandmother, I do not wish to leave brother Yudao. Nor do I want to marry that Ouyang, and no one has treated me as sincerely as he has. Those in the Dao sect are all sycophants, unless you take brother Yudao with you. Sure, do not be foolish. You must understand that if your father learns you are fond of such a weak man, he will kill him, in the end, he will lose his life, and you would be the one to blame. As for marrying Ouyang Aoyu, we will discuss it upon our return. I will ensure you do not suffer any indignities." The old woman understood that her priority was to get Yishi to return with her. Yishi recognized the truth in her grandmother's words. If her father found out, he would indeed kill Xian Yudao. She could not be so selfish, for Xian Yudao had his own matters to attend to. At the same time, she believed that her brother Yudao would surely become a powerful figure, and then they could truly be together. For now, she needed to return and buy him some time, allowing him to cultivate to a higher level. "Let me speak with brother Yudao alone, and then I will return with you." Tears streamed down Yishi's face when Yishi and the old woman emerged. Xian Yudao noticed the redness in the corners of Yishi's eyes that he rushed forward to inquire, but the young man who had remained motionless suddenly stood in front of him, blocking his path. Xian Yudao was taken aback, as if the young man had teleported right before him, unaffected by the surrounding space. Xian Yudao's eyes blazed with fury at this moment. He cared not for anything else. All 7 of his dragon meridians erupted as he threw a punch at the young man. Yet, to Xian Yudao's astonishment, the young man remained unfazed, retaliating with a punch of his own that a powerful force surged toward Xian Yudao, making him feel as though the heavens were crashing down upon him, rendering him utterly insignificant. Nevertheless, Xian Yudao did not falter. His resolve only grew stronger as she watched her brother Yudao on the verge of being struck down. Tears flowed from her eyes as she cried out, "Stop!" It seemed she was expending all her strength to that moment. The old woman waved her hand, dissipating the attack aimed at Xian Yudao. With a stern expression, the old woman stated, "Ouyang Alfeng, this is all a consequence of your divine martial palace's actions. You have no right to intervene here." Xian Yudao remained unsure of the old woman's intentions. The young man quietly stepped aside. "You may speak inside. I will grant you half an hour," he said. Xian Yudao took Yishi's hand, leading her into the room. She immediately collapsed into his embrace. "Brother Yudao, Sheer does not want to leave you. However, you have your own matters to attend to. I cannot be so selfish. Moreover, if we dare defy them, even if grandmother spares us, my father will kill you." Xian Yudao listened intently as Yishi explained. It turned out that after Yuran returned, her peculiar behavior was noticed, and under the coercion of Ouyang Aoyu, she revealed the truth. Consequently, the Divine Martial Palace offered significant benefits to the Dao sect, leading to the current scene where Ouyang Alfeng and Yishi's grandmother found him. It is indeed a possibility that a conflict may arise. After all, Yishi is, in her own right, a princess of the Taoist sect. However, Yishi only shared a rough overview of the circumstances with Xian Yudao, without fully elucidating every detail. Xian Yudao understands that it is currently impossible for him and Yishi to be truly together. He realizes that once he becomes powerful enough, all these issues will cease to be problems. With reluctance, Yishi takes the initiative to share a deep kiss with Xian Yudao, and they part only when their breaths become labored. "Brother Yudao, do not place excessive demands upon yourself, that I will also strive to do my best, that I am still young, and I can at least delay for another 10 years after 10 years. You have yet to come for me. I will not marry Ouyang Aoyu. In my heart, I shall harbor only you, Brother Yudao. Remember, I will be waiting for you in a place called Wuyu." Xian Yudao understands that this predicament stems from his current lack of strength that moment. Yishi hands him a piece of parchment made from sheepskin, upon which the words 8 steps to swift speed are inscribed. Nothing else is written on it. "Brother Yudao, this is something I stumbled upon in a relic that I have not studied it much, but I believe it pertains to a technique for accelerating cultivation. Keep it. It may prove useful to you. Yishi. We must take our leave." Outside, Yishi's grandmother asserts her authority. Yishi stands beside her grandmother, who grasps her hand firmly, and Yishi's voice resonates in the air. She. Whether day turns to night or rivers flow backward, whether winter thunders or summer snows, through countless cycles of reincarnation, do not let our paths diverge. After 10 years of contemplation, do not forget me. In the future, beneath the tree of enlightenment, I shall pour my heart out for you. The old woman furrows her brow slightly, sensing the depth of Yishi's feelings for this young man. Xian Yudao chases after the direction they vanished, silently reciting, "After 10 years of contemplation, do not forget me. In the future, beneath the tree of enlightenment, I shall pour my heart out for you." He cries out repeatedly, "Yishi, wait for me. I shall undoubtedly honor our 10-year promise. When the time comes, I will ensure that everyone witnesses our love. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall meet their demise. If the world stands against me, I shall slay them all without hesitation." What Xian Yudao does not realize is that as Yishi and her grandmother depart, the old woman nods subtly at Ouyang Aoyu, who then retraces his steps. "To die by my hand would be a fortunate fate." The young man stands defiantly in the sky. "You dare to pursue my brother's woman?" Xian Yudao is taken aback by the nature of these so-called powerful individuals. He knows that he is destined to die here today, but having just promised Yishi a 10-year wait, how could he bear to break that promise? He imagines the sorrow that would engulf Yishi. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of unwillingness envelopes him. "You shall learn today what it means to be a true strong man, and what it is to be an ant," the young man sneers. "You will die with your eyes closed, for this is your honor." He unsheathes his sword, the world dulling around him. a blinding light sweeping across. Xian Yudao feels as though his body no longer belongs to him. Yet his indomitable will remains. The young man does not even glance back as he vanishes into the horizon. This is the absolute confidence of the strong when faced with the weak. However, one day, the young man too shall confront that feeling of helplessness in the presence of true strength. Xian Yudao has perished beyond any hope of revival. What was once a vibrant land now lies desolate. In the center of this barrenness rests a black stone, around which a childlike entity rapidly grows. This being is none other than Xian Yudao, who ultimately regains his former appearance, his skin radiant as that of an infant. Even women cannot boast such flawless skin. Xian Yudao discovers that he has transcended to the initial stage of the ninth dragon vein, feeling the surge of immense power coursing through him. His eyes blaze with fury. Ouyang Ao, foam. One day, I shall repay you tenfold, 100-fold for the grievances you have inflicted upon me. Xian Yudao realizes that it must have been the precious blood of Shao Shi that saved his life. At this moment, he feels that fate is indeed fickle. Had he not been pursued by the Xian family, he would never have met Shao Shi, nor would he have acquired this stone, nor found the partner he seeks for his entire life. Yet now, he is left utterly alone. Fortunately, his storage pouch remains intact, as it was not the primary target of the attack, merely caught in the shockwave. Xian Yudao adjusts to his newly reborn physique. Feeling even better than before, upon examining his cultivation, he discovers he has already reached the ninth dragon vein. Though still at the initial stage, he senses that even Yangju would fall easily before him. The black stone continues to hover silently within his dantian. However, the precious blood of Shao Shi has vanished. It was indeed that drop of blood that saved him, and he never anticipated that Shao Shi would save him yet again. Yet it seems he has not grasped any profound abilities. Perhaps his strength is still insufficient. Setting that aside for now, he decides to focus on the present. He believes that Shao Shi should be safe. As Xian Yudao experiences his rebirth, feeling the true essence of rising from the ashes, his understanding of the star-shattering fist deepens. That I in this desolate land, devoid of any human presence, he immerses himself in contemplation. After 2 days, Xian Yudao practices the 3 forms of the star-shattering fist and feels that, although he cannot yet unleash all 3 forms at once, his strength is multiplied several times over. The sensation of wielding such formidable power is exhilarating. Regrettably, he has squandered a drop of Shao Shi's precious blood, which he had intended to return to her. Now, just a few days later, it is gone, and Xian Yudao seethes with resentment towards Ouyang Ao foam. Amidst the boundless desolation, a figure with fair skin, exuding immense strength, stands bare before the world, slowly awakening. Xian Yudao emerges from his meditation, feeling as though the world has undergone a dramatic transformation, that he now finds himself disinterested in the remaining 8 of the 9 great generals. Instead, he yearns to discover the extent of his own strength. The 8 great generals no longer pose a challenge to him at this stage. Although Xian Yudao has just entered the 9th dragon vein, his newly enhanced body surpasses even those who specialize in physical cultivation. Casually, Xian Yudao retrieves garments from his storage pouch, outfits he acquired from Yang Cheng, who undoubtedly had a plethora of clothing, being a lavish young master who frequented the realm of indulgence. Chapter 12. The return to Chiu City. Xian Yudao knows that it is time to return to Chiu City. He must advance step by step towards his goal, and time waits for no one. Thus, he must quicken his pace. That he casts a lingering glance in the direction Yishi departed. Wai Shi, wait for me. In no more than 10 years, I shall ensure you see me again, that I will not keep you waiting for long. From this moment forth, his demeanor undergoes a profound transformation. Previously, even when bullied and unable to cultivate, Xian Yudao maintained a sense of equanimity. However, now he has become an enigma, exuding an aura that deters others from approaching him. Yet it is also this monumental change that has buried his heart. One day, when he meets Yishi again, or perhaps encounters Xian Yuxian, that heart may once more be unsealed, clad in white and with flowing black hair. The young man slowly fades into the distance. Kid, this path is under my jurisdiction, that if you wish to pass, you must either leave behind your riches or forfeit your life. This individual is none other than Xian Yudao. He cannot be bothered with such petty thieves. These ruffians, having practiced for only a few days, come to prey upon ordinary folk. The highest among them possesses merely the strength of the third dragon vein. Seeing Xian Yu Dao seemingly helpless, the burly man narrows his eyes and glares fiercely at him. The moment their eyes meet, a chill runs through the man's entire being, as if that gaze had claimed his life. Xian Yu Dao strides through their midst. The others, seeing their leader's silence, dare not act rashly, merely staring in shock at the terror etched on their leader's face. The burly man, regaining his composure, notices his underlings staring at him. Feeling humiliated, he realizes that if he does not assert himself, no one will respect him in the future, nor will they follow him. With a roar, he raises his large blade and charges forward. Kill this brat and let us see how arrogant he truly is. Yet Xian Yu Dao appears oblivious, turning around and striking the burly man's blade with a single punch, upon seeing his weapon develop cracks. The blade shatters completely. Xian Yu Dao had previously shattered Yang Wei's great axe with all his might. How much more so now? The burly man's pupils dilate, his mind blank, as he perceives a flurry of blades aimed at him. He succumbs to an incomprehensible terror and dies slowly. The burly man. A young man like Xian Yu Dao seemed an easy target. Yet he could never have imagined that his own ignorance would lead to his demise. Xian Yu Dao's thoughts are solely focused on forging ahead. Yet he understands that if he encounters obstacles along the way, he will obliterate them with absolute strength. This is the current Xian Yu Dao. The burly man's subordinates, witnessing their leader unable to withstand a single punch, are utterly terrified and lose all courage to confront Xian Yu Dao. They instinctively kneel, crying out, "Young master, please spare us. We have elderly mothers to care for, children to support, and wives to feed. We are also victims of circumstance. Killing us would only soil your hands." These men possess nothing but their words. Xian Yu Dao recognizes that they too are victims of the harsh realities of this world. Furthermore, these individuals are merely bullies. Should they truly be faced with danger, none would dare to act. Xian Yu Dao's expression darkens. Get lost. If I see you engaging in such behavior again, your mothers will have no one to care for them. Hearing this, the men's faces flush with embarrassment, yet they still offer sycophantic smiles, saying, "Thank you, sir, for your mercy." Then, in a state of panic, they stumbled and fled, just as Xian Yu Dao called out to stop them. The group quickly turned around and fell to their knees in terror, pleading, "My lord, please spare us that we are on the verge of tears today. We have truly encountered a calamity. Had I known he was a harbinger of doom, I would have rather faced death than challenge him." They murmured among themselves. Xian Yu Dao replied, "Who said I wanted your lives? I merely wish to inquire how far it is from here to Qingfeng Town." Instantly, they sighed in relief. "Young master, it is approximately 1,000 miles to Chioqing, from where you can proceed to Qingfeng Town. That we originally hail from Chioqing, but we fled here due to a lack of survival options." They spoke as if recalling a memory. However, just a few days ago, for reasons unknown, this area, which was once thriving, suddenly turned desolate as if the sun had set. Thankfully, there are few people left, though nearly 100 lost their lives in that disaster. Assuming Xian Yu Dao had just arrived and was heading to Chioqing, they began to explain. Yet, they were soon terrified into kneeling again by Xian Yu Dao's fierce demeanor, but he understood that these individuals were targets of Ouyang Alfing's wrath. Slain by a formidable sword aura, Xian Yu Dao's eyes burned with a fierce red as a powerful aura erupted from him. "Get out of my sight!" The group fled in fright, vanishing in an instant. Xian Yu Dao's fist struck the ground. Leaving 2 deep imprints, he finally regained his composure. After calming his emotions, Xian Yu Dao bowed deeply toward the desolation. "Ouyang Alfing, wait for me that I, Xian Yu Dao, shall use your blood to appease the vengeful souls who perished because of me." With that, Xian Yu Dao vanished into the wasteland. 5 days passed, and propelled by the strength of his 9th dragon vein, Xian Yu Dao rushed towards Chioqing once more. Time was his most pressing concern. 10 years seemed long. Yet it could slip away in the blink of an eye. He must find every possible means to enhance his power. Gazing at the 2 large characters adorning the entrance, Xian Yu Dao reminisced about recent memories, fleeting and warm, like flowing water that would not return, like fallen leaves that drift to the ground, never to return. Yet he believed this was a new beginning. The water has flowed away, but I shall pursue it. The leaves have fallen, yet I shall ensure they flourish anew in the coming year. Xian Yu Dao brimmed with confidence for the future. Donning a black hat and dressed in white, he made his way towards the city gates. tossing some gold coins to the gatekeeper as he entered. Upon entering the city, Xin Yudao overheard discussions about recent events concerning him, elevating him to near mythical status, but he could only manage a wry smile. Finding an inn, he resolved to locate the teleportation array within the city, aiming for Baidi City and ultimately reaching the martial domain, as described by Yi Shi. Although he did not know its location, it was his quest and obsession. Sitting alone in a corner, he listened to the conversations around him, gleaning information about the changes in Qiuqing since his departure. Following Xin Yudao's miraculous survival and the display of power by Xiao Shi, Yang Tian had withdrawn all his forces, and tranquility seemed to have returned to the city. Xin Yudao speculated that Xiao Shi's earth-shattering strength had made Yang Tian realize he had provoked someone beyond his means. Since the latter had not sought him out, it was merely a case of misfortune, albeit due to insufficient strength. Nevertheless, Yang Tian was a formidable figure. He could endure the death of his son, but such resilience was necessary to maintain his position as the lord of a city. However, Xin Yudao understood that finding the teleportation array upon his return would not be an easy task. Yet he was unafraid. If he could not overcome this minor obstacle, how could he face Yi Shi and the formidable Ouyang Alfeng? Xin Yudao chose not to dwell on these thoughts. He craved battle and would not forget Ouyang Alfeng's words. He had already devised his plans. The road to find Shir was long, and first he must return to Qingfeng town to see Yu Xian, wondering how she was faring now. Xin Yudao glanced at Qiuqing, donned his hat, and sped towards Qingfeng town. With the early strength of his ninth dragon vein, coupled with his continuously enhanced physique, the magical beast within the Qingfeng mountain sensed his powerful aura and had long since hidden away. Xin Yudao sighed. Power is everything that I in the past. I had to tread carefully here. Now, it feels like an uninhabited realm. Within merely 3 days, Xin Yudao arrived at Qingfeng town, yet his paramount concern was Yu Xian, urging him to hasten his pace. That evening, after 3 days of relentless travel, Xin Yudao returned to this sorrowful place, reminded that his grandfather was no longer there, but he felt a surge of excitement. He would soon see Yu Xian. He wondered if she was well, that as he approached the familiar door, a wave of anger surged within him. Months ago, he had slipped away from here in silence. Now, the Xian family hall was alive with festivities, hosting the annual family gathering. This day was eagerly awaited by the younger generation, a chance to showcase their year-long struggles and compete for better opportunities. Previously, none of this concerned Xian Yudao, but now that he had returned, he was determined to prove himself and reclaim all he had lost. He aimed to demonstrate that he was not the waste that Xian Qing had retrieved on the stage opposite him. A jubilant Xian Feng proclaimed loudly, "I hereby announce that this year's most outstanding disciple of the Xian family is..." Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "Wait, I haven't competed yet." All eyes turned to the young man who spoke, Xian Yudao, who had not anticipated arriving just in time for the gathering. Xian Feng glared at Xian Yudao with venomous eyes, declaring, "You are not a disciple of the Xian family. You have no right to participate in the gathering." Xian Yudao retorted mockingly, "Is the Xian family so timid that they dare not accept a challenge from a mere waste?" His words pierced through the hearts of all present. The invited guests from the Zhao and Sun families could hardly miss such a spectacle. Zhao Tianba chimed in, "Brother Xian, what are you doing? The gathering is meant to determine who is the best. How can you suppress other disciples? After all, they are also from the Xian family." Xian Feng ground his teeth in frustration, realizing Zhao Tianba was trying to provoke him. However, he believed that Xian Yudao could not possibly match him. Xian Feng coldly commanded, "Someone, go kill this little brat." Xian Yudao was taken aback by the immediate death threat aimed at him in front of the entire assembly. His murderous intent radiated like an erupting volcano. Seizing the opportunity, Xian Chen leaped onto the martial stage, exclaiming, "You waste, you are still alive. Since you've returned to die, allow me to send you on your way to reunite with that old coot Xian Qing." Xian Yudao was thoroughly enraged, letting out a roar. His garments shredded, and his eyes blazed with fury as he declared, "I offer you a chance to strike." Seeing Xian Yudao's madness, Xian Feng gasped in horror. "Xian Yudao, return. You are no match for him." Yet Xian Chen could not believe that Xian Yudao was stronger than he. He unleashed a fist aimed at Xian Yudao's face, a strike that had previously been his favored way to bully him. Xian Yudao stood still, ignoring Xian Chen. Enraged, Xian Chen released his true essence. Although his punch did not land on Xian Yudao's face, it struck his chest. Yet, fear soon gripped him as he realized it felt like hitting a stone. His true essence flowed into Xian Yudao instead. This was the result of Xian Yudao's body, transformed by that black stone, an unparalleled physique destined to dominate the universe and defy the heavens. Xian Yudao coldly remarked, "If you wish to leave, I shall escort you." He lifted Xian Chun with one hand, delivering a powerful blow upwards. Xian Chen's bones shattered, and he could not utter a sound before crashing against a pillar on the martial stage. Lifeless. Xian Feng aged visibly in that moment. Although Xian Chen was not the best disciple of the Xian family, he was still his grandson. Xian Ba, wielding a sword, lunged at Xian Yudao, shouting, "It was merely a spar." "Xian Yudao, how dare you kill my son? Today, I shall end your life." Xian Yudao met the incoming sword with his fists, shouting, "Star movement." A fierce punch landed on the sword, shattering it. "Since you all wish for my death, none shall leave alive today." Xian Yudao transformed into a demon, intent on annihilating all. The spectators from the Sun and Zhao families felt a surge of fear at Xian Yudao's invincible demeanor. Yet they also harbored murderous intent. Xian Yudao charged forward, and Xian Ba, realizing his sword was broken, retaliated with his fists. The two struck each other with a force akin to two colossal beasts colliding. Xian Ba was sent flying off the stage, while Xian Yudao seized the opportunity to leap down from the martial stage. Witnessing this, Xian Feng's soul nearly fled his body, having just lost his grandson. Now his son was in mortal peril, but he cried out, "You dare, boy." Yet Xian Yudao paid him no mind, delivering a crushing blow to Xian Ba's throat, ending his life silently. All present were left in shock. Xian Chun, with 6 dragon veins, was not a surprising loss. However, Xian Ba was a master of 9 dragon veins, and yet he had fallen to mere fists. The impact of Xian Yudao's power was overwhelming, especially for those who had grown up alongside him. In disbelief, he could hardly fathom that this was the same boy who had been bullied just months prior to that moment. The two heads of the Sun and Zhao families addressed him. Xian family head, "It appears this lad has succumbed to the path of darkness. You must eliminate him swiftly, lest the consequences be dire." Xian Yu cast a frigid glare at the two old men, who felt a chilling dread wash over them. Xian Feng icily retorted, "The affairs of the Xian family are not for you to meddle in." He leaped from the main platform to the martial arena and declared, "Brat, die. I shall not rest until you are slain." Xian Yu scoffed, "If you wish me dead, let us see if you possess the capability. Do not feign age and wisdom before me." Xian Feng proclaimed, "Come forth, and let your life serve as tribute for my son and grandson." Dragon Dominance Fist reigned supreme. Xian Yu ascended to confront him. Star-shattering fist, star break. At that moment, a shroud of dark energy enveloped Xian Yu that he charged forward, while Xian Feng's fists rained down upon him. Xian Yu's body absorbed the onslaught of power. Yet suddenly, he could withstand no more and spat out a mouthful of blood that he thought to himself, "It seems my body is still insufficiently strong. If even a trace of that stone were to merge with me, today would be exceedingly arduous. Nevertheless, in the realm of 9 dragon veins, I am invincible among my peers, though still in the early stages of the 9 dragon veins." Xian Yu brimmed with confidence. Xian Feng regarded him with quiet alarm, wondering how this lad had become so formidable in just a few months. Had he known, he would have consumed the Tiana pill earlier to ascend to the Pulse realm, thus sweeping all before him. "You little wretch, prepare to die." Dragon Dominance Fist, dominate the world. Xian Yu's fists fell like stars plummeting from the sky. Kill, as both Xian Yu and Xian Feng exchanged blows. Xian Feng, being in the later stage of the Dragon Vein realm, struck Xian Yu with immense force, sending him flying backward. Xian Feng too was affected, coughing up blood. Seizing the opportunity, Xian Yu charged at Xian Feng with all his might. Xian Feng unleashed a series of lethal moves, his true energy nearly depleted. "You dare to kill me. Yu Feng will not spare you when he returns. You likely do not know that Yu Feng has ascended to greater heights. You are no match for him." The mention of Xian Yu Feng. Xian Yu suddenly realized he had not seen his sister today. Had something happened to her? Grasping Xian Feng by the throat, Xian Yu demanded, "Speak. Where have you taken Yu Xian? What have you done to her? Tell me, or I shall make you wish for death." Xian Yu radiated a terrifying aura, his eyes blood red and dark energy swirling around him. Xian Feng laughed maniacally, You will never see Yu Xian again. Yufeng will kill you. You will always be a worthless wretch." Xian Yu's fist struck Xian Feng's chest as he roared, "Speak." The pain within him was excruciating. Xian Feng, bloodied, gasped. Yu Xian and Yu Feng were taken by the Zhao family. They said they have great potential and wish to nurture them. But this Zhao family is not the insignificant Zhao family of Qingfeng Town. They are a prominent family of Baiyun Kingdom, and even the Zhao family of Baiyun is merely a branch of a greater lineage. Xian Yu silently vowed, "The Zhao family, I shall come for you. I hope you do not provoke me into a position where I must kill you." It seemed he needed to inquire about the Zhao family, as they were surely linked to the Zhao family of Qingfeng Town. Xian Feng sneered, "You will never understand what it means to be a powerful martial artist." Xian Yu replied, "Whether I understand is not for you to decide, and you shall not have the opportunity to witness it." With that, Xian Yu delivered a decisive blow, obliterating Xian Feng's head. All present were left in a state of shock, unable to comprehend the sheer power displayed. The elder head of the Xian family and the future heir lay dead, leaving them at a loss for what to do next. Xian Yu noticed that the members of the Sun and Zhao families had already vanished from their seats, but he would deal with them in due time. Standing upon the platform, he declared, "I now take command of the Xian family, that if anyone dares to challenge me, let them speak now. Otherwise, any who harbor treachery shall find no mercy." One by one, the onlookers bowed their heads. At that moment, a youth named Xian Ling stepped forward, proclaiming, "We support Brother Yu Dao in leading the Xian family." With this show of loyalty, others quickly voiced their agreement. However, dissenters such as Xian Fu and Xian Da understood that even if they feigned support, the outcome would be grim, and they sought to rally opposition. Yet before they could utter more than a few words, Xian Ling swiftly dispatched them. "Now, who dares to oppose Brother Yu Dao shall meet the same fate," Xian Ling asserted. Xian Yu mused to himself, "This Xian Ling is quite astute, recognizing the importance of loyalty in this moment." "Excellent," Xian Yu stated. "Now, let us clear the martial arena. From this day forth, all disciples of the Xian family shall be treated equally. As long as you possess talent and show progress, you shall receive resources for cultivation. The Sun and Zhao families will surely seek to exploit this moment to encroach upon our family. So let us remain vigilant." The crowd responded in unison, for Xian Yu's authority over the Xian family had solidified, and they could only acquiesce. Such was the nature of strength. "Now, everyone return to your duties. Xian Ling, follow me." Xian Ling accompanied Xian Yu to the rear courtyard. Xian Yu produced a pill, and upon seeing it, Xian Ling was taken aback. It was the Tiana pill, a substance he had only heard of before. "Xian Ling," Xian Yu instructed, "you have performed admirably. Quickly refine this pill to enhance your strength, that I may not remain in the Xian family for long. And once I depart, the responsibility will fall upon you. Boost your power as soon as possible." Xian Ling, trembling, replied, "No, Brother Yu Dao, I cannot accept this. You should refine it yourself to better contend with the other two families." Though he put on a brave front, he feared Xian Yu would test him. After all, he had outshone others today. "You need not fear," Xian Yu reassured him. "I shall not linger in Qingfeng Town for long. The future of the Xian family depends on you, and I wish to prevent my grandfather's lineage from falling into decline." Seeing the sincerity in Xian Yu's eyes, Xian Ling recognized this was a rare opportunity. "Thank you, Brother Yu Dao," he said, accepting the Tiana pill. "From now on, Xian Ling shall follow your lead." "Good," Xian Yu replied. "You are already at the 8 Dragon Veins realm, which is no small feat. By refining this Tiana pill, you will surely break into the 9 Dragon Veins realm. Now hasten to cultivate. I suspect it will not be long before we are at war with the other two families. After I unify Qingfeng Town, I may need to depart. 10 days had passed since Xian Yu had slain Xian Feng. In this time, he had fully healed and solidified his cultivation, with his true energy now more robust than ever. Today, the surrounding atmosphere pulsed with a powerful surge of elemental energy, and the disciples of the Xian family gazed enviously at the tumultuous energy. Xian Yu thought to himself, "It seems Xian Ling has finally made a breakthrough. The time has come." Just then, a disciple rushed in with urgency, exclaiming, "Family head, this is bad. The Sun and Zhao families have attacked. They claim it is for revenge for the fallen family head." Xian Yu coldly scoffed, "I was just preparing to confront them. I did not expect them to come seeking me, that I will be there shortly. You may leave now." Today, he would unleash a bloody massacre. unifying Qingfeng Town as a way to repay his grandfather for his years of nurturing. Outside, shouts of anger echoed. Xin Yudao, come out, you treacherous wretch. We are here to avenge the fallen head of the Xian family. Xin Yu stepped forward, stating, I see you are not here for revenge, but rather to seize the assets of the Xian family. The head of the Zhao family sneered, we seek vengeance for Xian Feng. We shall certainly demand compensation. His demeanor suggested it was a given. Then let us see if you possess the capability to claim it. Xian Yu replied. Both men were aware that Xian Yu was not to be trifled with. Thus, they launched a simultaneous assault. However, Xian Yu cared not for their numbers. Everyone present today would remain here. You shameless old fools, today shall be your last, Xian Yu declared, surging into action. The flurry of his fists met theirs in a chaotic clash, each blow resonating with power as he unleashed his true energy. The two elderly men, lacking the formidable physique of Xian Yu, found themselves overwhelmed. Xian Yu soared through the air, landing a devastating blow to the chest of the Sun family head, who coughed up blood. His face pallid. Xian Yu's physical prowess was so formidable it was akin to wielding a living weapon. The Zhao family head was similarly preoccupied. They had presumed that despite Xian Yu's prowess, a mere early-stage practitioner of the Nine Dragon Veins could be easily subdued by their combined might. They had not anticipated such a turn of events. Xian Yu unleashed his full power, his extraordinary physique and dominating fist techniques proving insurmountable. The Zhao family head struck with a sword, showcasing a martial technique executed with lethal precision, a formidable art in the realm of martial prowess. Xian Yu bellowed, whether it is your sword techniques or any other, I shall charge forth. Star-shattering fist, the stars ignite. Star-shattering fist, the stars break. I need not concern myself with your myriad techniques. I shall shatter them with sheer force. With a single punch, Xian Yu obliterated the Zhao family head's sword technique. This was the essence of strength. The spectators had believed martial techniques to be the pinnacle of attack. Yet Xian Yu proved that raw power could dismantle all. The Zhao family head, having been bested, found himself injured by his own weapon, every inch of him marred. Now, consumed by fury, Xian Yu showed no signs of halting. Onlookers outside the battlefield trembled at the sight. What kind of individual could exude such murderous intent? Fearless even in the face of death, not even seasoned veterans could rival such ferocity. The members of the Zhao and Sun families remain oblivious as to whether they have come seeking trouble or courting death. In stark contrast, the young disciples of the Xian family feel a surge of fervor. Are these the same weaklings who once endured humiliation without retaliating? The answer is assuredly no. This is a genius whose extraordinary grace surpasses mere words. At present, the two old men are battered and pale, struggling to move, let alone contend with Xian Yudao. They realize that they have miscalculated. They had presumed they could easily subdue Xian Yudao, believing that no one in the Xian family could thwart them. Who could resist the allure of a family's entire fortune? Yet, they have chosen an inopportune moment to act. Had it not been for the relentless Xian Yudao, they might have succeeded, but now their regrets are in vain. Xian Yudao will not grant them the chance to survive. The two understand that their demise is inevitable and prepare for a final desperate struggle. They charge toward Xian Yudao, declaring, since we are doomed today, you shall not escape unscathed. Let us die together. Xian Yudao coldly responds, just the two of you, though both are at the late stage of the Nine Dragon Veins and possess slightly superior cultivation. Before me, Xian Yudao, you are but insignificant creatures that I end this realm. I shall slay as many as dare to challenge me. You lack the ability to bring about my demise. You are unworthy, Xian Yudao inquires. Zhao family head, I wish to know where you have taken you, Xian, that he speaks with an undeniable authority. The Zhao family head laughs heartily, saying, Xian Yudao, you will pay a price for today's events. The Zhao family is not as weak as you imagine. Though we are but a lower family, once the sect learns of this, both you and all disciples of the Xian family shall pay in blood. Xian Yudao retorts, that is not for you to concern yourself with. Now tell me where Yu Xian is, otherwise I will leave no one alive in the Zhao family. The Zhao family head gazes at Xian Yudao, whose aura radiates death and cold eyes, knowing that Xian Yudao does not jest. Furthermore, he initially intended for Xian Yudao to confront the sect, which would surely lead to his demise, should the Zhao family head discover that the annihilation of his clan began here. He would undoubtedly eliminate the head of the lower family without hesitation. The Zhao family head states, Xian Yuxian and Xian Yufeng are both favored by the sect. It is their fortune. And perhaps one day they could even become concubines of the Zhao family, transforming into phoenixes. Xian Yudao, consumed by rage, his eyes resembling those of a demon emerging from the abyss, bellows, "You shall all die." Today, anyone not from the Xian family will be mercilessly slaughtered. The two adversaries, their vital energies surging, charge at Xian Yudao. He declares, "If you wish to die, I shall grant your wish." Star movement, star break, unleash. His formidable physical strength shatters their vital energy. A single punch strikes one man's heart, sending both flying into the wall, leaving two vivid impressions as if they were real people. Xian Yudao commands, "All members of the Xian family, heed my orders. No one not of the Xian family shall leave this place alive. Slay them all." The Xian family disciples, drenched in cold sweat, realize that the combined forces of the two families number over 100. All are destined to perish within the Xian family. This moment. Xian Ling can no longer doubt Xian Yudao's earlier declaration to unify the entire Qingfeng town, for it has now become a reality. Such decisive ruthlessness is uncommon. Xian Yudao advances, lifting the nearly lifeless Zhao family head. His black hair billowing in the wind, each strand imbued with an overwhelming murderous intent. He bellows, "Go to your death, those who dare to threaten my loved ones, those who dare to bully those I protect. I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth." With a violent exertion, he tears the Zhao family head in two, causing those who witness the scene to tremble in terror. Seeing that the Xian family disciples have yet to act, he harshly admonishes, "Do you lack the courage to kill? In this world, it is either you perish or I do. Where has your audacity to bully others gone?" All present feel a wave of shame, recalling how they once tormented Xian Yudao, labeling him a waste. Now, faced with the reality of bloodshed, fear grips them. Can they only bully the weak? At this moment, Xian Ling asserts, "The head of the family speaks the truth. We have only ever bullied the weak, which is no true skill that a real man should defend and use slaughter to protect. Today, we fight for the brothers and sisters of the Xian family." Xian Ling, having already broken through to the 9 dragon veins, is the first to charge in a battle, the cries of anguish echoing around them. Blood stains the ground, and wild dogs drawn by the scent of blood appear. Retching, Xian Yudao stands atop a platform, observing the fervent spirit of the Xian family disciples, and quietly closes his eyes, saying, "Grandfather, you may rest in peace." The future Xian family will be filled with individuals as formidable as dragons and as graceful as phoenixes. Xian Yudao proclaims, "You are all the future of the Xian family. That I hope you forget your past selves and become individuals who stand tall. Use the power in your hands to protect those you love, rather than to oppress the weak. Do you understand?" Suddenly, everyone kneels in unison, proclaiming, "Thank you, head of the family, for helping us understand how we should conduct ourselves. From now on, those who offend the Xian family shall face retribution, regardless of distance or strength. May every member of the Xian family be as formidable as dragons." Their voices resonate in the heavens, becoming a solemn vow. Xian Yudao states, "Now, all of you, listen to my command. Deploy against the Zhao and Sun families. All martial practitioners shall be executed without mercy. The old, the weak, women, and children shall be driven away, and no one shall bully the weak. Should the members of the two families seek revenge, let them come find me." Xian Yudao, for a life and death duel. "Dare you?" Below, they respond in unison, "Life and death duel. Life and death duel." 2 days pass, and the entirety of Qingfeng town falls under the control of the Xian family. All members seem to have forgotten the events surrounding Xian Yudao's slaying of the Xian family head. Finally, after another 2 days, Xian Yudao reflects on the battles of the past few days. That he summons Xian Ling and states, "Xian Ling, I am preparing to leave. That I have my own matters and responsibilities. Remember to teach the other disciples well. That do not inform them of my departure. The future of the Xian family rests upon your shoulders. That I hope that when I return, I shall see a transformed Xian family. Grandfather will surely be pleased." Xian Ling respectfully replies, "I will not disappoint you, head of the family." Xian Yudao continues, "From now on, you shall be the head of the family. That if you wish, you may call me elder brother." Xian Ling responds, "Elder brother, You will forever be the head of the Xian family. I will manage it well in your stead. Xian Yudao concludes, then it is settled. Remember my words, slaughter is for the protection of those you love, not for the oppression of the weak. Hold fast to your convictions. After conveying all his instructions, he prepares to depart. As he steps outside the Xian family, all disciples kneel in unison, saying, "Thank you, head of the family, for forgiving our past, that we hope you will not forget that the members of the Xian family kill to protect. Anyone who infringes upon us shall face retribution, regardless of distance or strength." Without looking back, Xian Yudao walks away, fearing that if he turns, he may never want to return. Yet he carries his own responsibilities and promises. Xian Yudao contemplates, now that I have firmly established my foundation in the initial stage of the dragon veins. The next step is to prepare for the life vein stage, to seize fate from the heavens. That time, my physical body shall grow stronger, capable of shattering all laws with a single punch. Xian Yudao travels continuously from Qingfeng town, finally arriving at Qiu City, where he takes residence in a tavern. It is already deep into the night when he awakens from his cultivation, gazing out into the darkness. Xian Yudao vanishes into the night through the window. This moment, a figure appears outside the city lord's mansion. It is none other than Xian Yudao. His purpose for coming to Qiu City is to use the teleportation array to reach Baidi City. First, to find his sister, Xian Yushuan, and second, to continue his quest for the path to the martial domain. Yang Tian will not reveal the location of the teleportation array to Xian Yudao. Even if Xian Yudao had not killed Yang Xian, it remains an impossible task. Xian Yudao leaps onto the roof of the city lord's mansion, effortlessly entering the premises. Suddenly, he senses something amiss. How could such a grand city lord's mansion be devoid of sound? The silence is eerie. Xian Yudao realizes he has underestimated Yang Tian and been overly confident. Suddenly, flames erupt around him as a group of armed men encircles Xian Yudao. A middle-aged man steps forward. His smile devoid of warmth, he declares, "Perhaps you do not yet know me. I am Yang Tian, the lord of this Qiu City, and the father of the son you killed, Yang Xian." As he speaks, Yang Tian's eyes brim with murderous intent. Xian Yudao cannot help but admire Yang Tian. Indeed, he is a formidable figure. Were he not in this small place, he would undoubtedly be a dominant force in the martial domain. Xian Yudao understands that escaping today will not be an easy feat. He states, "Your son sought to harm me, and met his end due to his own inadequacy. That if you wish to keep me here, it will not be so simple." Xian Yudao, though newly initiated into the ninth dragon vein, harbored an unwavering confidence. He believed that the current ninth dragon vein, akin to the 9 great generals, was no longer his match. Coupled with the blade, gifted to him by Xiao Shi, he felt emboldened enough to confront even the mightiest of those in the life vein realm. Yang Tian remarked, "What a bold claim of inadequacy. It has been a long time since someone has spoken to me in such a manner. Today, I shall make you truly comprehend what it means to be lacking in strength. Do not presume that I am unaware of your existence. A mere deceased bird cannot possibly threaten me." Xian Yudao's heart sank. He realized that ever since he had slain Yang Xian, every one of his actions had been under Yang Tian's watchful eye. Had it not been for Xiao Shi's timely intervention, showcasing her formidable prowess, he might have already been a lifeless corpse. Everything that followed, including Ouyang Ao Feng's abduction of Xian Yudao and the subsequent attempts on his life, had not escaped Yang Tian's scrutiny. How foolish he felt, believing he had entered this city undetected. He was still too young and naive. "You little brat, I never expected you to survive until now. You truly astonish me. Regardless of how you have managed to endure, today you shall not leave my residence alive," Yang Tian declared. The 8 great generals stood beside him, ready to strike at a mere command. Xian Yudao understood that escaping today would be a perilous endeavor. Yet his fighting spirit surged, since his breakthrough into the 9th dragon vein. He had yet to engage in a true battle, and he yearned to ascertain the extent of his current combat prowess. With a wave of Yang Tian's hand, the 8 great generals brandished their weapons and advanced upon Xian Yudao. Undeterred, Xian Yudao unleashed the first form of his star-shattering fist, sending forth a powerful force that repelled the 8 generals. Their expressions were filled with disbelief, for they knew Xian Yudao had recently been an easy target. And now, one careless move could lead to their demise. Such rapid progress was astounding. A level of cultivation that others might toil their entire lives to achieve, he had accomplished in mere days. Yang Tian was equally astonished, eager to discover the true extent of Xian Yu Dao's strength. The 8 great generals charged at him once more. Xian Yu Dao recognized that although he had made remarkable strides, defeating all 8 simultaneously was an impossible feat. Even those in the life vein realm would struggle in such a short time frame. Under the starlit sky, Xian Yu Dao moved with incredible speed, intent on taking them down one by one. Otherwise, he would be overwhelmed and left defenseless. That he maneuvered behind the 8th general, Yang Xiong, and unleashed his most potent attack, Star Shatter, aiming to minimize the enemy's combat capabilities. With one hand gripping the blade and the other channeling all his strength, Xian Yu Dao's fist surged toward Yang Xiong with explosive force. Yang Xiong raised his sword to counter the blow. The collision of fist and blade echoed through the air, yet in the next instant, Yang Xiong's 8th grade weapon was shattered by Xian Yu Dao's fist, which continued its relentless advance. Yang Xiong staggered back, blood spewing forth, his expression a mix of disbelief and horror. Around him, the destruction was evident, with marks of blades and fists etched into the surrounding structures. That be why now 2 of the 9 great generals had perished, and the remaining ones were eager to tear Xian Yu Dao apart. Without granting him a moment's respite, the 7 remaining generals swiftly surrounded Xian Yu Dao, fueled by an even greater fighting spirit. He swept his blade, engaging in a fierce battle with them. Each swing left deep gashes on their weapons. Xian Yu Dao sensed the starlight above continuously infusing energy into his being, surrounded by 7 assailants. He faced a barrage of attacks that he felt on the brink of breaking through to the pinnacle of the 9th dragon vein. Xian Yu Dao understood that he needed but a single opportunity to advance further. He allowed the 7 to press him relentlessly, seeking to shatter his limits under the mounting pressure. Suddenly, he felt a door within himself begin to open, and as the 7 sensed his impending collapse, they unleashed their full strength upon him. Xian Yu Dao knew that if he survived this onslaught, the 7 would no longer be his match. That as the overwhelming assault descended upon him, Xian Yu Dao swiftly sheathed his blade. The others, confused but focused on the fight, could not fathom his intentions. He was preparing for a breakthrough. The pressure intensified, and Xian Yu Dao's true essence surged through his dantian. That he knew the moment had arrived. He soared upward, charging at the 7, but the mounting stress culminated in a cacophony as his body erupted with energy. The surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him, and the starlight seemed to flock to him, filling him with power. That a fierce determination sparkled in his eyes. That in an instant, Xian Yu Dao broke through to the mid-stage of the 9th dragon vein, feeling a surge of strength course through his body. Yang Tian sensed something was amiss. Xian Yu Dao was far too extraordinary, and he needed to be eliminated before he became a threat. However, he refrained from acting, uncertain of Xian Yu Dao's capabilities. The 7 generals were left in shock. What manner of prodigy was this? Not only had he survived, but he had also advanced. The memory of their earlier encounter sent a chill down their spines. Xian Yu Dao ascended, striking out with a cry of Star Shatter. Launching a fist toward the 7, they too unleashed their full might in retaliation, but it felt as though they had collided with an unyielding wall. Xian Yu Dao felt the strain, but his fighting spirit only intensified as he roared, "Break for me." Channeling all his strength into a single blow, he sent the 7 generals hurtling backward, each spitting blood upon impact. While he too was knocked back, though to a lesser extent, Yang Tian seized this moment as the perfect opportunity and leapt toward Xian Yu Dao, realizing capture would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Xian Yu Dao refused to succumb. He had promised to find Yi Shi, as well as Xian Yu Xian, and he had vowed to assist Xiao Shi with her avian companion. As he was propelled backward, Xian Yu Dao drew forth the blade, gifted by Xiao Shi, channeling his true essence into it with fervor. Had he not been injured earlier, he would have relished the chance to gauge the extent of his disparity with those in the life vein realm. Just as Yang Tian approached, believing Xian Yu Dao to be an easy target, Xian Yu Dao swung his blade, as if to cleave the very fabric of reality. This was the moment he had awaited. Striking when Yang Tian was at his most relaxed, Yang Tian, a master of the life vein realm, swiftly summoned his weapon to block Xian Yu Dao's strike. Yet, he underestimated the power of that blade. At the moment of contact, Yang Tian's sword shattered into 2 pieces. This was a treasured ninth-grade weapon he had acquired at great expense, and few possessed such weaponry in this city. Xian Yudao's blade was undoubtedly of a superior grade. As Yang Tian stood there, astonished, Xian Yudao swung his blade toward him. Yang Tian deftly evaded, unafraid of Xian Yudao, but wary of the weapon that in that instant, Xian Yudao recognized it was his sole chance for survival. He dashed through the wall. Yang Tian, sensing danger, pursued him, his subordinates following suit, leaving the grievously wounded 7 generals behind, barely clinging to life. However, Yang Tian's fury escalated when he discovered that Xian Yudao had vanished without a trace. Enraged, he barked orders to his subordinates, "Search for him. Dead or alive, I want him found." In truth, Xian Yudao had not fled. He had circled back into the Lord's residence, slipping away once Yang Tian had chased him out. He understood that the most perilous locations often provided the greatest safety. Yet, over the course of that night, Xian Yudao gleaned that Yang Tian was undoubtedly a top-tier strategist, having failed to capture him. Yang Tian would quickly deduce that Xian Yudao had exploited the blind spots of human instinct, prompting Xian Yudao to hastily leave once he saw that everyone had departed. Xian Yudao's decision proved prudent. After issuing his orders, Yang Tian soon realized something was amiss and no, he is only at the 9th dragon vein. Even with such speed, he cannot simply vanish that I have not sensed any experts nearby. Yang Tian pondered. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. What a cunning little brat. However, he was acutely aware that it was too late, for if Xian Yudao could think to use such a tactic, he had undoubtedly already escaped. Upon returning to his residence, he found disheveled footprints and traces of blood at the back door. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, Xian Yudao constantly shifted his whereabouts, sometimes resting in taverns and at other times mingling with beggars. Such places provided the quickest means to learn of the movements within the Lord's residence, and he had nearly restored his strength to its former glory. Yang Tian, having failed to capture Xian Yudao over the past 2 days, was growing increasingly restless. He had concluded that Xian Yudao did not possess any significant backing, emboldening him to conduct widespread searches. "Bring me news. Spread the word that a young man named Xian Yudao possesses a weapon surpassing human grade. Exaggerate as much as you can. Let us see if those old fools are tempted." "Yes, my lord, and I will make the arrangements immediately." News, once set in motion, spread like wildfire throughout the city. Now, among cultivators and even the common merchants, whispers of Xian Yudao circulated widely. Numerous cultivators of the 8th dragon vein and above flocked to the small city of Chio. Drawn by the tales surrounding him, it is a rare sight to witness masters congregating in the bustling taverns. One cannot help but ponder the formidable prowess of Xian Yudao, who has managed to slay Yang Xian. It seems inevitable that he will meet his demise. After all, the victim was none other than the sole heir of the city lord. From what I gather, Yang Xian had taken a fancy to Xian Yudao's wife, prompting Xian Yudao to feign compliance and accompany him to the city lord's estate, where he ultimately met his end. Xian Yudao even made a gesture across his throat as he recounted the tale. "I find Xian Yudao to be a man of integrity. Just consider how Yang Xian had been allowed to rampage for years, leaving a trail of beautiful maidens in his wake, and yet no one dared to speak out against him." A few nearby nodded in agreement. However, these were merely ordinary individuals lacking cultivation, while those truly perceptive were awaiting Xian Yudao's appearance. Some sought his blade, others his life, while a few were simply there for the spectacle. Such opportunities seldom come their way, yet a handful clung to the hope of chance. Xian Yudao, seated in a corner, listened intently to the conversations around him. To his surprise, so many had gathered in just 2 days. The allure of treasure was indeed potent. Suddenly, 2 individuals entered, an elder and a youth. The elder appeared to be at the pinnacle of the 9th dragon vein, perhaps even a master of the life vein, while the youth was a genius of the 8th dragon vein. Xian Yudao raised his cup and prepared to leave. "How about sharing a drink, young brother?" He offered. "Apologies, but I must take my leave." "Please enjoy your drink, elder." Just as Xian Yudao stepped outside, the youth blocked his path, the very same who had entered with the elder. "That my master has summoned you. It would be wise for you to remain seated, lest you provoke conflict." Though the youth could not discern Xian Yudao's full strength, he assumed they were of similar cultivation levels. Xian Yudao chose not to respond but deftly evaded the youth, swiftly finding himself behind him, catching the youth off guard. Feeling humiliated, the youth shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" and lunged to seize Xian Yudao. However, Xian Yudao was not one to be easily captured. As the youth's grasp fell short, a voice rang out. "Ha! How amusing, and oh wonder you could infiltrate the city lord's estate and remain unscathed. I propose a transaction, young brother. Hand over your weapon, and I shall ensure your safe departure from this city. I am unaware of the nature of your proposition, nor do I wish to engage in any transactions that I intend to leave that I end this city. I know of no one else possessing your level of cultivation at such a young age." Realizing his earlier actions had betrayed him, Xian Yudao asserted, "I refuse to engage in any transactions. If you desire something, it will depend on your own capabilities. Enough of this nonsense. Even if that blade were merely a hunk of iron, I would never part with it, let alone engage in trade. That IT is a gift from Yi Shi, and if I cannot even protect my blade, what right do I have to seek out Yi Shi? You would do well to reconsider your stance before you find yourself in dire straits." The elder finally revealed his true colors, having initially hoped to secure the blade without causing a stir. Aware that many of similar strength had come to target Xian Yudao. Fortunately, he had noticed Xian Yudao first. However, Xian Yudao remained resolute, knowing that the elder possessed a weapon capable of cleaving through the defenses of a ninth-grade swordsman. "Since you lack the sense to back down, I shall take it upon myself to eliminate you and seize your treasure." The elder struck toward Xian Yudao's head with a powerful palm. Taken aback by the elder's ruthlessness, Xian Yudao realized that human nature is laid bare in the face of overwhelming temptation. Had he acquiesced earlier, he would surely have met his end. "That if you wish for my life, let us see who shall perish first." Xian Yudao countered with a punch aimed at the elder's palm, shattering nearby tables in the process. The elder spat blood, staggering back several meters, astonished by Xian Yudao's strength, far beyond what rumors had suggested. While the elder had just broken through to the life vein, he was still no match for the dragon vein, and yet Xian Yudao had managed to injure him. Now uncertain if he could defeat Xian Yudao, the elder resolved that since he had already offended him, he could not allow Xian Yudao to leave alive. Otherwise, he himself would soon face death. This elder was Xian Yudao's most formidable opponent to date, aside from Yang Tian. Yet, Xian Yudao was acutely aware that the elder was no match for Yang Tian. "To claim my possessions without the strength to kill me is to invite your own demise." Xian Yudao unleashed his most powerful attack against the elder, but to his disbelief, the previously arrogant youth stood in his way, bracing himself to absorb the blow. Witnessing his disciple being hurled against the wall, the elder, disregarding his own injuries, rushed forward, exclaiming, "Changfeng, why are you so foolish? This is all my greed's fault." Xian Yudao was taken aback by the depth of their bond that he retrieved a pill from his storage bag and offered it to the youth. "You may leave now. In light of your disciple's plea, I shall spare your life today. Should we meet again, do not blame me for my cruelty." The youth consumed the pill, his complexion gradually improving. The elder and his disciple supported each other as they exited the tavern. The youth turned back, expressing, "I am deeply grateful for your mercy today. That I, Ji Changfeng, shall repay this kindness in the future. Many skilled individuals in Xiu City are here for you. It would be wise for you to depart swiftly." Xian Yudao glanced outside the tavern and noted several individuals lurking, ready to strike. He was convinced that news of the earlier events had reached Yang Tian, who would soon arrive. His prospects were grim, that he needed to leave without delay. Xian Yudao lamented, "Alas, my strength is still insufficient." As he donned his hat and prepared to exit, he spotted Yang Tian and a large entourage arriving at the tavern entrance. Xian Yudao was astonished by their rapid arrival, and he recognized many cultivators among them. Xian Yudao had not anticipated that a ground-level blade would wield such immense allure. However, he was mistaken. While everyone believed the blade to be of ground level, it was far more than that. Even in the center of martial prowess, it was a coveted treasure among the strongest. "Hand over your treasure, and I will ensure you remain intact, free from torment," a middle-aged man shouted. Xian Yudao retaliated with a punch aimed at the man, who suddenly found a hole where his heart had been, his expression one of disbelief as he crumpled to the ground, unaware of how swiftly he had met his end. The man had reached the pinnacle of the ninth dragon vein, and he had assumed he could easily overpower Xian Yudao, who appeared to be merely at the initial stages. The onlookers, previously eager to act, now hesitated, while Yang Tian furrowed his brow. "That I in just a few days. This brat has grown exponentially stronger. He shall not escape today," Xian Yudao coldly declared, If you wish to take my belongings, you must prove your worth. Do not underestimate the life vein. It is not something the dragon vein can withstand. Lu Qing, a life vein cultivator at the initial stage, suddenly launched a surprise attack on Xian Yudao. Many admired Lu Qing's audacity, for he was attacking someone whose cultivation was beneath him, yet few dared to voice their discontent. Despite his wise demeanor, Lu Qing was a ruthless figure, unflinching in his pursuit of wealth and willing to kill without hesitation. However, Xian Yudao was unafraid, responding with swift reflexes as he unleashed a barrage of punches against the elder. With a single strike, Lu Qing was sent flying several meters, blood spewing from his mouth. The surrounding crowd regarded Xian Yudao with newfound apprehension, murmuring among themselves, "This young man is not to be trifled with." Even Lu Qing, a fierce character, could not withstand a single blow that I suspect even mid-level life vein cultivators would struggle against such strength. Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd. Undeterred, Xian Yudao seized Lu Qing's storage bag. Knowing he had to find a way to escape quickly, with so many skilled individuals present, his chances of survival were slim. He cursed his own carelessness for underestimating others, which had led him into this life-threatening predicament. Standing firm amidst the chaos, he proclaimed, "Whoever has slain Yang Tian shall receive their desired treasures from my hands. Otherwise, how will you decide how to share among so many?" Xian Yudao understood that Yang Tian was the most formidable opponent present, and he needed to turn the others against him to create an opportunity for his escape, though it would be a daunting task. Many skilled individuals were on the brink of action, yet no one wished to take the lead. Yang Tian declared, "You may attempt to sow discord, but today you shall meet your end, and none shall hinder me. Indeed, this young man is far more powerful than he appears. We must capture him, strip him of his cultivation, and gradually obtain what we desire." A mid-level life vein cultivator stepped forward in agreement. Xian Yudao had intended to utilize the drop of essence blood given to him by Xiaoxi, but it proved unresponsive, remaining dormant within his dantian. Realizing the dire situation, Xian Yudao cursed under his breath that he had hoped that by utilizing the essence blood, he could carve a bloody path through the crowd. At that moment, many individuals drew their weapons, encircling Xian Yudao. Xian Yudao lamented that today was indeed a day of dire peril, where survival seemed nearly impossible. Currently, Xian Yudao was merely at the nascent stage of the 9th Dragon Vein realm, while the assailants were predominantly at the Pulse realm, with Yang Tian being a formidable adversary at the 2nd tier of that realm, were Xian Yudao to possess the same prowess. None of these intruders would leave today unscathed, yet he found himself lacking in time. Ever since that ominous black stone had entered his dantian, even though only a wisp of grayish energy had seeped into his body, he sensed a profound metamorphosis within himself. Xian Yudao declared, "If you covet my possessions, prepare your minds for death." He took the initiative, wielding his blade with the conviction that the world was his. With an indomitable spirit, he navigated through the onslaught of foes, harvesting lives with relentless precision. The blade felt as if it were a ravenous demon, thirsting for blood after eons of hunger. Almost all below the Pulse realm had been dispatched. Yet Xian Yudao was not without his own tribulations, as his body bore the marks of numerous wounds that a shiver coursed through the crowd. They pondered the immense willpower required to sustain such a fight. "Let us all attack together. He is now but a spent force that if we capture him, we shall divide the spoils." This world, after all, thrived on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Observing Xian Yudao's faltering state, the multitude began to covet his possessions. "That if I, Xian Yudao, do not perish today, then prepare your coffins for the morrow. You shall not leave here alive, boy. Surrender your treasures and meet a swift end. Desire my belongings? Then you shall meet your demise first." Xian Yudao surged forward, cleaving down at one of his attackers, the blade descending like a demon from the depths of hell, its maw wide open as it bore down upon him. The adversary's eyes bulged in terror, as if witnessing the unfathomable, and he succumbed to fright. Little did he expect Xian Yudao to harbor such wrath. Despite his injuries, he retaliated with lethal force, cleaving his opponent in twain. Chapter 13. Farewell, Xiaoxi. The others, witnessing this once vigilant mid-tier Pulse realm master being bisected, were left in disbelief that in truth, many of the Pulse realm experts had not exerted their full strength. Each one feared that any loss would diminish their share of the spoils, and thus they conserved their energies for later contention. However, none anticipated Xian Yudao's overwhelming strength. Those of the Dragon Vein realm were as children against a titan, continually reaped until none remained alive. Fear gripped them. Should Xian Yudao escape today, given time, their own lives would be forfeit. Thus, the throng pressed on, disregarding all caution as they closed in on Xian Yudao, driven not only by the allure of treasures, but also by the desperate stakes of their own survival. Yet just as the elite Pulse Realm warriors surged toward him, Xian Yudao felt his blade tremble violently. As if it sought to escape his grasp, that he could not allow it to slip away. It was the sole remnant left to him by Yi Shi. Unaware of the source of strength surging within him, he gripped the sword tightly, his hair billowing as he roared to the heavens, "Die!" The blade swept across the crowd, its energy cleaving the very air itself. None anticipated such a sudden eruption of power from Xian Yudao. And before they could react, the blade's energy pierced through them, cleaving those at the forefront in half. Before he could fully comprehend the aftermath, Xian Yudao sheathed his now quiet weapon, that I end the chaos. He summoned every ounce of strength to flee toward the city's outskirts, to be by the time the others regained their senses, they beheld their comrades gravely wounded, some likely never to recover. Yang Tian's rage boiled within him. How could so many masters allow a mere Dragon Vein boy to escape, and in such a battered state? The thought was laughable, yet he could not afford to care for his pride at that moment. Soon, he gathered his remaining elite warriors to pursue Xian Yudao both inside and outside the city. Xian Yudao felt a profound sense of desperation, as if trapped with no escape. With pursuers at his back and no path ahead, his injuries weighed heavily upon him, and soon he would be caught. Before him lay the precipice of Luoxia Abyss, where it was said that none who fell within ever emerged alive. Hand over all your treasures, boy. Ahead lies Luoxia Abyss. Surrender your possessions and forsake your cultivation, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, you shall face certain death. Ha! Yang Tian, do you think me a fool? I killed your son. And today I nearly perished. You dare speak of mercy? It is either your demise or mine. Nearby, several ancient figures urged, boy, relinquish your treasures, and we shall guarantee your survival. They feared that Xian Yudao might leap into the abyss. For none among them dared to descend into its depths, aware of the peril it harbored. Though treasures were tempting, life itself took precedence. Yet in their current state of desperation, having achieved nothing, they felt a deep-seated unwillingness. Even if it meant incurring Yang Tian's wrath, they were resolved to seize something today, though they had gravely underestimated Xian Yudao's capabilities. Yang Tian's frustration mounted. He had gained nothing, and his son was dead. The world operated on principles of profit. After all, what was the loss of a son compared to one's own survival? Xian Yudao realized he was truly at an impasse. Submission would lead to death. Should he fall into the hands of these men today, death would be inevitable. Suddenly, he leaped backward off the cliff of Luoxia Abyss. Ha! Those who covet my treasures, follow me into the abyss, if I, Xian Yudao, survive this day. Then prepare your funeral arrangements. The echo of his voice sent chills down the spines of all who heard it. They could envision a future where, should Xian Yudao return, none among them would be left alive. The weight of such a curse was unimaginable. Though they were willing to risk their lives for treasures, Luoxia Abyss was no mere gamble. It was a death sentence. Rumor had it that beneath the abyss lay an unspeakable true demon, consuming all who fell within. Even the sun itself could be plucked from the sky by this malevolent being, confined here by a legendary true martial expert. Originally, Luoxia Abyss was the peak of Qixia Mountain, where the true martial expert had battled the supreme demon in a cataclysmic clash that shattered the heavens and darkened the sun and moon. Ultimately, the mountain was cleaved in two, yet the demon remained unvanquished, imprisoned within the mountain range. Though it was restrained, any who drew near would be devoured, shaping what had now become the dreaded Luoxia Abyss. Is this how I, Xian Yudao, am to meet my end? No, I cannot perish like this. What will become of Shaoxi? And of you, Xian? I cannot accept this fate. Suddenly, a powerful force enveloped Xian Yudao. His consciousness began to blur, slipping into a chaotic void, adrift in an ethereal realm. He yearned to break free from this chaos, yet each attempt met with new waves of obscurity. Exhaustion washed over him, and he lost track of time until a familiar voice roused him from his stupor. It was Shaoxi. Boy, How did you end up here? Did someone destroy your physical form? Xiaoxi muttered. Puzzled that no, that cannot be. Your cultivation is too low for that. How could you be conscious as a soul? Xianyu Dao recognized her. Turning back, he saw Xiaoxi floating in the void, seemingly at ease. What do you mean, Xiaoxi? Am I merely a spirit now? Have I truly perished? No, there must be a way. I cannot accept this fate. Tell me, Xiaoxi, is there hope? There is always hope, Xiaoxi assured. Even if your soul lingers here, as long as a trace of consciousness remains, rebirth is possible. However, I too am in a weakened state, merely a spirit myself. Then where are we? Have we descended to the underworld? The underworld? What a joke! Do you think they would welcome me? Xiaoxi snapped, indignation evident in her tone. But how did you end up here? You should be in the underworld. Xianyu Dao nearly collapsed upon hearing that. Astonished by her nonchalance, Xiaoxi, curious, asked, How did you arrive here? You are far too weak to be here. Xianyu Dao recounted the events leading to his pursuit, his grievous injuries, and his leap into Luoxiao Abyss. Then I felt a powerful force pulling me here. Also, I may have wasted a drop of your precious blood. He admitted sheepishly that, of course, you would squander it. Xiaoxi retorted. Did you think to refine it and perish in the process? Then, Xianyu Dao detailed Yixi's departure and the fatal confrontation with Ouyang Ao Feng. Upon learning this, Xiaoxi remarked, Yet, you have inadvertently gained from your misfortunes. Now that you possess my blood. Once you grow stronger, you will be able to grasp my divine powers, that we are currently within the stone in your dantian, that I now have an inkling of what this material is. How is it that all the good fortune seems to fall upon you? I have suffered greatly, yet you reap all the benefits. Xiaoxi appeared to be quite despondent. Xianyu, drenched in sweat, remarked that he almost met his demise each time. Curiously, he inquired, What treasure is this? You seem so distressed, why not take it back? Xiaoxi retorted, Don't act all innocent after reaping the benefits. If I could take it, would I need your suggestion? Xianyu, feeling a chill run down his spine, thought that if she could indeed take it, this foul bird might very well end his life. That don't underestimate me. He protested that I have no ill thoughts. I simply wish to understand what this is, whether it poses any danger, and how we can exit. Xiaoxi reassured him. Rest assured, this thing brings only benefits, no harm. You will soon recognize its advantages. For now, you are too weak to appreciate them. You should focus on enhancing your cultivation. Why are you still so feeble? Xianyu fell silent, reflecting that in just a few months he had progressed from having no cultivation to the 9th Dragon Vein realm. Others might spend their entire lives without achieving such heights. If anyone overheard, they would surely be left speechless. His expectations were indeed extraordinarily high. As for what this object was, knowing now would serve no purpose but to hinder your cultivation, offering no advantages whatsoever. However, I can tell you that according to my ancestral memories, it is called the Heart of Chaos. That in the ancient times, when myriad races thrived and countless powerful beings reigned, it was a supreme existence, said to grant dominion over all. Yet, no one has ever truly acquired it. Even if one were to obtain it, it would merely be a treasure, yielding no benefits. Xianyu was astonished to learn that this seemingly random stone held such significant origins. Suddenly, Xiaoxi erupted with joy, exclaiming, I never imagined I would reach such heights, akin to our ancient ancestors. Xianyu had never seen Xiaoxi so jubilant before. Hurry and cultivate. If you can merge the heart of chaos with your body, you will attain a physique that transcends all, potentially achieving true dominion over everything. To that point, I shall accompany you to conquer the world, and your beloved shall seem no more than a slightly larger ant in comparison. Hearing this, Xianyu was filled with excitement. If he were to name his greatest desire at this moment, it would undoubtedly be Yi Shi and his sister Xianyu Xian. However, Xiaoxi's next words felt like a plunge from heaven to hell. Embarrassed, she said, But right now, your soul is too weak that don't even think about returning to your body. If you venture outside, you might immediately disintegrate. Xianyu felt an urge to strike this fellow. Just moments ago, she spoke so grandly, yet now her words echoed the proverb. Without substance, what is there to say? But, recalling that she mentioned a force had drawn her here, he realized that the heart of chaos had begun to merge with him. It must have been his unwillingness to perish that drew his soul into this place for protection. Otherwise, even 10 of him would not suffice to survive. However, This object lacked a spirit like other treasures. The chaotic energy within greatly benefits a strong soul. Gradually, his soul should grow stronger, enabling him to exit and be reborn, that he'll not be so ungrateful. After this experience, this object will undoubtedly merge more with you. Once you are reborn, your cultivation will surely ascend, and your physique will undergo a significant transformation. When you have fully merged with it, as long as you do not encounter someone vastly superior in cultivation who can obliterate you instantly, all attacks will be rendered null. Xianyu's expression was one of disbelief. He had not anticipated that this object possessed such extraordinary capabilities that if that were the case, wouldn't he be invincible? Just imagine, when someone strikes him, the force of their attack would be completely neutralized, leaving him unharmed. You have indeed stumbled upon a tremendous fortune, yet do not be too pleased, should word get out about your extraordinary potential. Some ancient relics might swiftly come for you, annihilate you, and absorb all your essence. Then you will truly have cause to lament. Xiaoxi's mix of exasperation and secret satisfaction left Xianyu in a state of bemusement. Noticing Xiaoxi, who seemed unfazed, Xianyu timidly asked, "Xiaoxi, may I pose a question? Would you consider absorbing me for your gain?" Xiaoxi erupted in fury. "You brat, do you truly wish for death?" Xianyu knew that Xiaoxi would never harm him. Although this world operated on the principle of the strong preying on the weak, something about Xiaoxi felt akin to an old friend. Despite her seemingly ancient demeanor, she sometimes appeared even more childlike than he did in truth. Xianyu realized it was not unfounded. The Kuan clan, to which Xiaoxi belonged, naturally possessed extended lifespans, unlike humans, who lived merely a century. Only those who relentlessly pursued martial arts could prolong their lives, that if one were to consider it, Xiaoxi was but a child within her clan. Though the Kuan clan was immensely powerful, reproduction was exceedingly challenging, even rarer than that of divine dragons. That it was evident that her parents cared deeply for her, remaining unaware of the darkness, yet she retained a sincere heart, coupled with Xianyu's own innocence. They shared a bond. Yet this world remained unchanged, and there was little room for alteration, especially for the weak. "Xiaoxi, may I inquire about something?" Xianyu, aware that his previous question had angered her, approached cautiously. Xiaoxi replied, "I know what you wish to ask. When will you be able to leave?" Xianyu was surprised that she anticipated his question. "Originally, I intended to inform you and even devise a method to assist you. However, since you have proven ungrateful, it now depends on my mood," Xiaoxi replied with a peculiar tone. Then she added, "If someone were to call me Xiaoyi, perhaps I would be inclined to share." Xianyu felt a cold sweat break out. Was there truly a second person here? It appeared to be just the two of them. Yet under the eaves, one must bow. Moreover, he had indeed erred earlier. Xianyu understood that if he could not manage this creature, it would be wiser to offend a lesser character than to provoke her. Thus, Xianyu feigned a humble demeanor, bowing slightly, and said, "Xianyu seeks guidance from Xiaoyi." Xiaoxi beamed with delight, adopting a lofty demeanor, exclaiming, "Ah, a teachable child." Seeing that Xiaoxi was sufficiently entertained, Xianyu seized the opportunity to grasp her ear, exclaiming, "Have you had your fill of this charade? Now, tell me, you brat, are you even listening? Let go of me." However, being souls, Xiaoxi swiftly slipped away. Having vented his frustration, he was ready to hear what she had to say, which she had intended to convey from the start. Xiaoxi stated, "If this continues, it seems you will require decades to escape." Xianyu's heart sank. He had promised Yishi that he would return within 10 years. Now, being trapped here for decades felt akin to death. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, confident that Xiaoxi surely had a solution. Xiaoxi, brimming with pride, declared, "You are correct. I do possess a method that will allow you to exit within a short time. And it will be swift. However, it all depends on you." Xianyu urgently pressed, "What is this method? Speak quickly, do not dawdle." Xiaoxi adopted a serious expression and replied, "I will teach you a magical technique. By devouring other souls, you can strengthen your own, enabling you to escape. Moreover, I sense a powerful soul nearby. However, it is weak in comparison to me that it seems to have the ability to consume other souls. So be cautious that if you can successfully devour it, you will undoubtedly be able to leave that do not fear. It appears to be bound by some force." Xianyu could hardly believe that this fellow was still boasting about herself at such a critical moment. Suddenly, Xiaoxi tapped his forehead, and a technique called Devour materialized in his memory. Xianyu was astonished. He had only ever seen techniques recorded in books. Never had he imagined they could be passed down in such a manner. Noticing Xianyu's astonishment, Xiaoxi sighed. This is merely a basic technique. There is nothing remarkable about it. Have you never seen such things before? This technique is a legacy from an ancient powerhouse that I obtained. Divided into 3 parts: soul devouring, soul capturing, and soul seizing. You must quickly cultivate the first part, which is the simplest. That if you can eventually reach the soul seizing stage, you will be able to split the soul and seize the body, gaining all its cultivation. Xianyu was taken aback. This seemed incredibly formidable. Could one continuously seize souls in this manner? How powerful would that make him? Xiaoxi cautioned, "Brat, do not get ahead of yourself. You must focus on finding a way out. However, let me tell you that the final step is not an endless cycle of soul seizing. While it can indeed amplify your strength, should you encounter a soul with formidable power or possess secret techniques, you may find yourself on the receiving end of a soul seizure. There was once a predecessor who perished alongside the one he attempted to seize." Xianyu shivered at the thought. 2 souls vying for dominance within a single body was a terrifying prospect. Immersed in his cultivation, he focused on the soul techniques, an opportunity that was rare to encounter. However, he recognized that his current cultivation was too low, and his understanding of martial arts remained insufficient. Humans are born of yin and yang, the yang being the physical body and the yin the soul. The intersection of yin and yang constitutes humanity. Neither yin alone nor yang can thrive on its own. They must harmonize to sustain one another, and all that is void can be nurtured. Xianyu felt a flicker of enlightenment. Every person is made up of both soul and body. Though some possess stronger souls while others have more robust bodies, that a person's strong soul can profoundly impact their thoughts, comprehension, and willpower, that a corporeal powerhouse may possess immense strength, each with their own peculiarities. However, the disparity between the soul and the body is not insurmountable. For if the soul is excessively potent while the body falters, it cannot withstand such formidable spiritual force, resulting in the soul's departure from the body, rendering the fortunate into fools and the unfortunate into the realm of the dead. This phenomenon perhaps illustrates the intricate interplay of yin and yang, wherein they mutually embrace. Only through their harmonious balance can one attain optimality. Generally, the soul tends to be weaker than the body, which is why this ancient being crafted this secret technique. To compensate for the soul's frailty, the corporeal form is more amenable to enhancement, thus the creation of this soul-devouring method, relying on the consumption of other souls to amplify one's own. Xianyu Dao held deep admiration for this formidable being, capable of devising such a defiant technique. Immersed in the cultivation of the soul-devouring grand method within the heart of chaos, Xianyu Dao lost track of time until his soul suddenly became more substantial. Xiaoxi, observing beside him, expressed her astonishment, murmuring, "I didn't expect such rapid progress. This fellow has quite the comprehension," Xiaoxi remarked. "Your cultivation is impressive." Awakened from his meditative state, Xianyu Dao addressed Xiaoxi. "I believe my initial stage of the soul-devouring technique has reached minor success. How do we proceed to consume that spiritual entity you mentioned? Surely it won't simply present itself for me to devour." Xiaoxi reassured him, "You needn't worry about that. Shortly, I will release a fragment of my soul, and that entity will undoubtedly emerge, extending its soul in an attempt to devour you. At that moment, be ready to invoke the soul-devouring secret technique and draw it in for consumption." With a commanding shout, Xiaoxi declared, "Soul separation." A wisp of soul materialized in her hand. Xianyu Dao discerned that Xiaoxi must have once been an unparalleled powerhouse, perhaps even surpassing the true martial realm, akin to Ouyang Alfeng, capable of annihilating worlds with a mere gesture. Yet he also recognized that, even if he were to inquire, Xiaoxi would remain reticent about her past. He aspired to evolve into such a formidable being himself, and his current priority was to return to his corporeal form and expedite his own strength. Meanwhile, outside, a formidable soul was steadily advancing toward Xianyu Dao's nearly restored corporeal body. This soul exclaimed with delight, "Chirp, chirp! I never anticipated encountering such a powerful and pure soul in this desolate place. Once I consume this soul, I should be able to shatter that great bell and then seek a suitable body to restore my cultivation." Ascending to new heights, I shall eradicate that Zhang Tian fellow and seize his so-called imperial dynasty. Avenging the annihilation of my own dynasty all those years ago. Xian Yudao was taken aback. This being was indeed unfortunate, having been vanquished by one named Zhang Tian, now suppressed in this state. Reduced to a pitiful existence that was neither human nor ghost. Perplexed, he pondered, how could such a magnificent and powerful body possibly meet its end? Upon witnessing Xian Yudao's body, the soul, despite its doubts, drew closer, realizing that this was pivotal for its future. Once it confirmed that Xian Yudao was indeed deceased, it proclaimed with excitement, "Heaven has truly favored me. Such an exquisite soul, combined with this exceptional body. It would be impossible for me not to ascend further. Zhang Tian would merely be a collection of dust and debris before me, while I, the true Demon Emperor, unify this realm, challenging anyone who dares to oppose me." Even striving for that legendary domain, IT envisioned effortlessly annihilating Zhang Tian and reigning supreme as an unparalleled emperor. Xiaoxi scoffed, "What an ignorant fool." Xian Yudao, filled with impatience, wondered why this entity had yet to act. He was eager to consume it and experience rebirth, that he was no mere innocent. The soul called out, "Kid, do not blame this demon emperor. Being chosen by me is your fortune. Once I ascend as the supreme, true demon emperor, ruling over the world, you shall be but a vessel for my power." In a swift motion, a wisp of soul entered Xian Yudao's sea of consciousness, that is the being longed for Xiaoxi's separated soul. Xian Yudao seized the opportunity, conjuring a massive hand to grasp the entity. The demon felt an irresistible force gripping it, despite sensing that this soul appeared weaker than itself. Indeed, Xian Yudao was weaker. Yet he had cultivated the specialized soul-devouring secret method, that he then manifested a large mouth, intent on consuming the entity whole. Upon witnessing this gaping maw, the demon felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness and began to experience profound terror. In a panic, it exclaimed, "Who are you? Release me! How dare you attempt to devour this demon emperor?" Yet, Xian Yudao was unconcerned with its pleas. He was determined to eliminate this foe, "That I have come to end you. Your greed for my essence and desire to occupy my body will lead to your demise. You have brought this upon yourself. Now submit and allow me to consume you." With a fierce bite, Xian Yudao devoured the demon. Swiftly, he activated the soul-devouring technique, feeling the demon's essence weaken as his own soul grew in strength. However, at that moment, Xian Yudao sensed an uncontrollable surge of soul power within him, expanding uncontrollably, as if his very essence threatened to explode. Xiaoxi rapidly employed soul suppression on Xian Yudao's internal soul force, urging, "Quickly, enter your corporeal form. Control your body and retrieve that bell which suppresses souls. This being intends to self-destruct and take you with it." The demon shouted, "Kid, so you have allies, but to think you would dare conspire against me. You shall all perish." It unleashed a soul storm, declaring, "I refuse to accept this." However, it did not anticipate that just as it prepared to self-destruct, a powerful soul would descend to subdue it. The demon, now filled with dread, stammered, "No, how can there be such a powerful soul? Who exactly are you?" Xiaoxi boasted, "With your limited abilities, you dare threaten to self-destruct before me. Had I merely blown a breath back in the day, you would have been reduced to ashes." At that moment, Xian Yudao began to regain mastery over his corporeal form. Upon opening his eyes, he was nearly startled by the sight of a massive bell before him, looming like a mountain. "Xiaoxi, it's enormous. How am I to claim it?" he inquired. Xiaoxi replied, "First, drip a drop of your blood upon it, then merge your soul within. Only then can you gain control." Xian Yudao swiftly obliged, dripping his blood onto the bell, then merging his soul. Indeed, his blood was instantly absorbed by the bell, granting him dominion over it. He received a surge of information, realizing that this bell was known as the soul-suppressing bell, a formidable artifact of the heavenly grade, 9th rank. Xian Yudao was astonished to discover such a powerful soul artifact. After assuming control of the soul-suppressing bell, Xiaoxi instructed, "Prepare yourself. I will withdraw my soul momentarily, and you must immediately use that bell to suppress it, then gradually refine it." Xian Yudao asked Xiaoxi, "Are you all right?" Xiaoxi, visibly irritated, retorted, You underestimate me far too much. Spare me your trivialities that I am ready. Swiftly withdraw your soul. As Xian Yu Dao observed Xiao, she withdrawing her soul, the massive bell soared towards a sea of consciousness, enveloping the demon within. The demon's anguished cries echoed, "I refuse to accept this." Yet, no amount of resistance could alter the circumstances. Having already lost a significant portion of its soul to Xian Yu Dao, it would find escape from the soul-suppressing bell impossible. Thus, the once mighty true demon emperor was subdued, awaiting Xian Yu Dao's complete refinement. Now, Xian Yu Dao could project his soul, commanding the soul-suppressing bell, which transformed into a small bell, quietly suspended in his sea of consciousness. However, this bell likely belonged to Jiang Tian. There was a possibility of encountering him again, but now that it was in Xian Yu Dao's possession, there was no chance of relinquishing it. Turning his gaze inward to inspect his Dantian, Xian Yu Dao was taken aback. The chaos heart still rested within, albeit seemingly diminished in size. However, his meridians and Dantian had expanded several times over. His physique had also grown considerably stronger, his bronze skin reflecting a latent, world-shattering power, embodying the essence of a superlative male figure. Such is the might of chaos. It is said that in ancient times, there existed no world, only a vast expanse of chaos. After an indeterminate period, life began to emerge from this chaos, each being a formidable entity. Gradually, they proliferated, leading to the diverse array of life forms we now recognize. Having undergone this primordial awakening, it embodied a beauty that was entirely unrefined and harmonious in its essence. Xian Yu Dao had now reached the mid-stage of the first pulse realm, his corporeal form immensely powerful. The only deficiency lay in the lack of substantial energy to fill his robust meridians and Dantian. He pondered how much energy would be required to integrate fully with the chaos heart as he ascended through each realm. Yet, he decided to defer that concern for the moment, focusing instead on breaking through to the pulse realm. Having traversed the 9 great dragon meridians and the 2 primary pulses, Xian Yu Dao had now connected all 9 dragon meridians and breached the Ruin and Du meridians that he believed it would not be long before he could break through to the heavenly pulse. At which point he could truly embark on the path of martial arts. That as he moved each part of his body, an unprecedented sense of comfort enveloped him. His soul returned to his corporeal form, and breathing in the air, Xian Yu Dao could not help but exclaim, "What a wonderful feeling it is to be alive." Gazing around, he noticed numerous white bones scattered about, and suddenly, his attention was captured by a striking black lotus blooming amidst the skeletal remains, exuding an otherworldly allure. Xian Yu was aware that this must be a treasure, yet he could not discern its nature. Xiao Shi, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Youngster, this is a shadow demon lotus. While it may not be an exceptionally rare treasure, it is indeed quite difficult to encounter. It must have been prepared for that fellow, but unexpectedly, it has fallen into your hands. This item must be harvested and consumed immediately, otherwise its demonic essence will dissipate swiftly, rendering it useless." Xiaoxi continued, "Moreover, the shadow demon lotus contains pure demonic energy, which serves as a tremendous boon for those who cultivate demonic arts, but for others, it is exceedingly toxic." Xian Yu was taken aback, pondering the precariousness of his situation. Just after narrowly escaping death, could he truly face another demise here? However, Xiaoxi reassured him, "Yet you now possess a trace of chaotic constitution that do not underestimate this mere shadow demon lotus. Even the most formidable treasures can be absorbed by you now." Xian Yu, undaunted, recognized that what he lacked was energy, especially considering the abundant vitality contained within the lotus. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. He inquired, "How should I go about harvesting this lotus?" Xiaoxi replied, "The best way is to pluck it and consume it in one swift motion. And remember, my soul has little use within this heart of chaos. I cannot alter my physical form. Henceforth, I shall reside within that soul-settling bell. You must hasten to refine this lotus and elevate your cultivation level, so I can guide you into broader horizons." Xian Yu was filled with anticipation, envisioning the flourishing world of martial arts, where power reigns supreme, myriad races coexist, and countless geniuses abound, an Eden for those who aspire to greatness. Furthermore, he yearned to reunite with Yi Shi. Contemplating the formidable strength of Ouyang Ao Feng, A TOB with Yishi for a lifetime would undoubtedly bring trials he must overcome. Thus he resolved to grow stronger. Fortunately, he had the heart of chaos. And once he fully merged with it to become the supreme chaotic body, he would trample over all geniuses, including Ouyang Ao Feng. Xianyu would not forget the words Ouyang Ao Feng had spoken to him. Xianyu did not truly understand the essence of martial arts. One day, he would return those words to him, and with this thought, he clenched his fists tightly. Listen here, youngster, you must rely on yourself from now on. I truly need to rest, so don't disturb me even if you perish. Xianyu understood that Xiao Shi had surely sacrificed part of his essence to assist him, despite her seemingly harmless demeanor. Xiao Shi, thank you. Rest assured I will strengthen myself rapidly, and in due time, I will find a worthy vessel for your rebirth. Xiao Shi, with a hint of exasperation, retorted, youngster, do not address me in such a manner. You shall refer to me as Master Shi. Remember your words, that a voice echoed from afar, leaving Xianyu alone once more. He recognized that this journey was destined to be solitary, yet his heart was not lonely. For he held on to his aspirations and guardianship. It could be said that Xianyu had begun to carve his own path. Seated before the demon lotus, Xianyu extended a hand to touch it. Sensing that the lotus seemed to pulsate with life, he concentrated his energy. He swiftly plucked the lotus from its stem and consumed it whole without hesitation. A corrosive fluid surged through his body, threatening to dissolve him. Xianyu was astonished by the lotus's ferocity, realizing its corrosive nature. His blood simmered, but soon he discovered a primordial, powerful current coursing through his veins. He silently praised his fortune. Had he not possessed the heart of chaos, he might have been reduced to a mere puddle of blood. This primordial energy felt like an elder brother, calming the chaotic blood that surged within him, preventing it from violently erupting from his body. Xianyu entered a profound state of comprehension, experiencing the might of the life meridian realm and the essence of martial arts. In stark contrast, Yang Tian was fraught with frustration. Ever since Xianyu had leaped into the falling sunset abyss, those insufferable old-timers had not only remained but had made themselves at home on his territory, as if it were their own abode. These individuals were filled with resentment. Having failed to capture the fox, they sought compensation from Yang Tian instead. This was the nature of the martial world. One moment allies and brothers, the next adversaries driven by greed. Yang Tian sequestered himself in his training chamber, reflecting on the profound impression Xianyu's blade had left on them. The weapon's power was immense. Had Xianyu not been at a low cultivation level, few would have emerged alive from that encounter. Yet that day, Yang Tian had not been at the forefront of the battle and had sustained only minor injuries. Now, he was not only mourning the loss of his son, but was also left in a pitiable state. The mere thought of it made him seethe with rage, desiring nothing less than to drink Xianyu's blood and devour his flesh. And as he considered the predatory gazes of those lurking outside, he struck the ground with his fist, leaving an indented mark. Just you wait. Do you truly believe that I, Yang Tian, can be so easily manipulated? Once I advance further in my cultivation and possess Xianyu's treasures, I will turn my sights on you old codgers, he vowed. After regaining his composure, Yang Tian began his seclusion to cultivate, aiming to break through to the mid-stage of the life meridian realm. At that point, none among those old-timers would stand a chance against him, and he would settle the score. Meanwhile, Xianyu was still immersed in a deeper understanding. The power of the lotus had permeated every particle of his being, and the gray-black essence of chaos had begun to reshape him once more. Xianyu had not anticipated that the lotus would facilitate his leap from the mid-stage of the 9 dragon meridians directly to the life meridian realm, while also awakening the heart of chaos, which had further integrated into his body, that he estimated that he had now merged a billionth part of it. Though it was still minuscule, the benefits he reaped were boundless. Xianyu not only advanced to the life meridian realm, but also truly grasped its essence. The life meridian signifies the complete mastery over every aspect of one's body, enabling a profound understanding of oneself while striving against fate. Martial cultivation is inherently a battle against the heavens, a relentless pursuit to seize one's destiny. However, the life meridian realm does not equate to absolute control over one's life or the attainment of immortality. Such notions are unattainable. Even ancient powers continuously cultivate and strive against heaven, never reaching the pinnacle of eternal existence. Yet Xianyu was unconcerned with such matters. What he sought was power, absolute power. He longed for Yi Shi to stand proudly by his side, to protect what he cherished, and to extinguish all who looked down upon him, that if he could not be with the one he loved, if he could not safeguard his affection, then what significance did eternal life hold? To be alone in solitude was not the path he sought. The life meridian realm was indeed distinct, although he could once contend with it to some degree. Had it not been for their unpreparedness and complacency, he would never have been able to slay a powerful being of that realm. Those in the life meridian can fully command every part of their bodies with remarkable agility. Their souls imbued with strength and an enhanced ability to sense danger. Now, Shen Yu truly felt the power of self-mastery. This mastery was not merely the manipulation of one's physical form, as seen in the Dragon Meridian realm. That was but a primitive level, that if the Dragon Meridian realm is akin to a dragon skimming the shallows, then the Life Meridian realm is like a dragon soaring through the heavens. Should Shen Yu face an average practitioner of the Life Meridian realm now, he could effortlessly crush them. The power coursing through his body now vastly exceeded that of an ordinary Life Meridian practitioner. And the breadth of his meridians and dantian was unparalleled, enhanced by his formidable physique. With each punch he threw, a tremendous force accompanied it. Particularly when practicing the Shattering Star Fist, his strikes descended like stars from the heavens, carrying the potential to obliterate all. Shen Yu had not anticipated the sheer power of the Shattering Star Fist. This was indeed a ninth-grade martial technique, and its strength was astonishing. What then could be said of Earth-grade or Heaven-grade techniques? Or even those of higher tiers? Truly, a martial master could devastate the heavens and seas with a mere gesture. What was impossible about that? Currently, Shen Yu possessed only the Shattering Star Fist, while formidable. He felt a lack of means. However, he had the soul-settling bell suppressing his consciousness, ensuring that ordinary individuals could not harm his soul. In the Life Meridian realm, formidable beings could begin to employ their souls in attacks. Yet in this place, no one seemed capable of doing so, as there were no secret techniques for soul attacks available here. Nonetheless, a powerful soul could exert an invisible pressure on opponents during an attack. Though this did not constitute a true soul attack, it was merely the oppressive aura of a stronger being over a weaker one that suddenly, Shen Yu recalled the day Xiao she had bestowed upon him the blade that had unleashed a surge of power, granting him a fleeting moment to escape danger. Now, as he reminisced about that formidable force, he recognized that despite having mastered the Shattering Star Fist, he still felt a sense of helplessness in the face of that power. Shen Yu drew forth the blade, observing the significant transformation it had undergone. While it had once been distinct from ordinary blades, it now appeared entirely black, seemingly enveloped by a layer of dark energy. Suddenly, he noticed two characters etched into the hilt. God Slayer. Shen Yu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. God Slayer. This is truly remarkable. Could there really be gods in this world? What a formidable being it is. Wielding the god-slaying blade, mercilessly exterminating countless deities, nurturing the demonic blade with the blood of the divine. With each swing of the blade, even the gods must bleed. Shen Yu Dao was utterly astonished by the immense power of this weapon. He sighed, this is the epitome of a divine weapon. Presently, although he possesses this demonic blade, he cannot wield it. It must remain untouched until the direst moments of life and death, should any ancient monster discover the true might of this blade. It would surely lead to murder and treasure theft. That he recalled a time when he merely considered it a lowly, earthly-grade treasure, a misconception that nearly cost him his life. Yet, it is clear that this blade transcends mere earthly classification. In the past, his ignorance of such treasures led him to reveal the blade, igniting the covetous hearts of others. As the saying goes, fortune should not be flaunted. Fortunately, his luck has been exceptionally strong. Otherwise, he would have perished countless times. Additionally, he possesses the soul-settling bell and the soul-devouring secret technique, although he cannot cultivate them for the time being. That he also has Xiao Shi's divine breath technique and the 8 steps of rapid movement given by Yi Shi. Shen Yu Dao pondered, I can now cultivate the divine breath technique, but I am uncertain of the level of the 8 steps of rapid movement, and whether I can even practice it. At this moment, everything Shen Yu Dao possesses is something others would risk their lives to obtain, a testament to his extraordinary fortune. However, whether this fortune can reach its zenith remains in his hands. To his dismay, despite having so many incredible treasures, he is unable to utilize any of them. That he lamented, it seems my cultivation is still too insufficient. he decided to examine the divine breath technique. As its name suggests, it allows one to conceal their divine essence, akin to a turtle entering a state of hibernation, a form of pseudo-death. However, this technique merely serves as a means of concealment, not a true state of death. Yet at present, Xin Yu Dao possesses no divine essence. If this technique can hide even divine essence, what of true essence? Martial artists cultivate true essence, martial essence, divine essence, and calamity essence within their bodies. Therefore, if a calamity realm expert were to appear, the divine breath technique would prove ineffective. The sole requirement of the divine breath technique is perfect mastery over one's own vital energy, allowing it to be concealed. As long as one's cultivation level does not far exceed his own, they will be unable to perceive him. Following the prescribed method, Xin Yu Dao began his cultivation step by step that he became completely engrossed. And 3 days and nights passed before he finally awoke, exhaling a breath of stale air that if someone were to see him now, they would be utterly astonished, for he now appeared as if he possessed no cultivation whatsoever. This is the astounding aspect of the divine breath technique. It completely masks one's martial aura. Xin Yu Dao shook off the dust from his clothing, feeling rejuvenated. Currently, he cannot wield the god-slaying blade. He must find a suitable weapon that he retrieved his storage bag and was taken aback by its contents, which were filled with a plethora of items. Among them, he discovered women's clothing from the storage bag of that old fool. Lu Qing, surprising him with the realization that even in his old age, that man still knew how to indulge. Ultimately, Xin Yu Dao selected a sword. Having previously wielded the god-slaying blade, he found it fitting to adopt a different weapon. In truth, he preferred using a sword, for it is the king of weapons. After choosing a sword, he contemplated retrieving the sheepskin scroll to examine it. Upon gazing at the parchment, he was reminded of Yi Shi, who had left him. It has already been 3 months since she departed, and he had progressed from the 8th Dragon Vein realm to the current Life Vein realm. He recalled her words that drifted from afar as she left. Winter thunder rolls. Summer snowflakes dance. Reincarnations abound. Do not let our paths diverge. After 10 years of contemplation, do not forget, beneath the tree of enlightenment, I shall pour my heart out for you. Xiao Er, how could I ever forget you? Even in reincarnation, I shall defy fate and reverse time to rescue you. It is evident how profound Xin Yu Dao's love for her is. How could he betray Yi Shi? He clenched his fists tightly. Yearning for power, after steadying his emotions, he began to study the 8 steps of rapid movement. However, after a long while, he could not discern any meaning from it. The scroll seemed to depict a void, and nothing could be seen within that emptiness. There was nothing remarkable about it. What a useless thing this is. How am I supposed to cultivate it? I let my blood absorb it, yet there was no response. There is no recognition of a master either. I should have consulted Xiao Shi. He would surely know. But now, that fellow is likely sleeping as soundly as a pig. Perhaps I should continue my own research. He hesitated, contemplating whether to try infusing his soul into it. Oh, his dismay. This attempt nearly cost him his life. As he slowly infused his soul, a pressure surged forth, shattering the void, and he envisioned a figure stepping forth, causing the entire expanse of space to collapse, as if the end of days had arrived. Fortunately, Xin Yu Dao reacted swiftly, retracting his soul, just in time, that if such power could be unleashed with a single step. What would happen if 8 steps were taken? It would indeed be cataclysmic. This is undoubtedly a treasure, and Xin Yu Dao recognized that each of his possessions was extraordinary, but each was acquired through near-death experiences. He tirelessly refined his true essence while attempting to cultivate the 8 steps of rapid movement. Yet no matter what he did, he could not even take a single step forward. He had never encountered such difficulty in cultivation before. Regardless of whether it was the shattering star fist or the soul-devouring technique, he had never felt so powerless. Could it be that this is even more challenging than the soul-devouring technique? That seems unlikely, he thought, refusing to give up. Days passed without progress, and Xin Yu Dao, losing patience, infused a sliver of his soul into the scroll once more. This time, however, he encountered no obstructions or pressure. Xin Yu Dao was unaware that the scroll required the viewing of its contents through the lens of the soul. Previously, Yi Shi had never attempted this, likely because she lacked the need to study it seriously. Having everything she desired at the Tao Gate, She merely speculated that it was a technique for accelerating cultivation, especially given the 4 characters inscribed. 8 steps of rapid movement. This relic had existed for countless years, and the soul imprint within had long since faded. When Xian Yudao first released his soul, he inadvertently unsealed the soul imprint. Thus, the subsequent attempt was markedly different from the first. Suddenly, a figure appeared. Seemingly a soul, the soul spoke, "You awakened this sealed soul, but you are so weak." Xian Yudao quickly replied, "I stumbled upon this sheepskin scroll by chance and, out of curiosity, infused my soul into it. I did not mean to disturb you, esteemed elder. I shall take my leave now." The already ethereal soul replied, "Do not fear, young one, that I harbor no intention of harming you, that I have been dead for countless ages. In my time, I did not wish for my unparalleled ultimate technique to be lost to the world, so I sealed this fragment of my soul within, entrusting it to find a worthy successor." Xian Yudao understood that such opportunities do not simply present themselves. Every treasure he had obtained thus far had come at a grave cost. Why was this occasion so fortuitous? The old man continued. "Young one, I have had countless individuals kneel before me, seeking to become my disciple. Over 1 billion, perhaps even 10 million, that how could you let such a golden opportunity slip through your fingers? It seems my ultimate technique may indeed be lost." He spoke as if genuinely pained by the thought. Xian Yudao felt a stir of interest and asked, "Esteemed elder, what must I do to inherit your technique?" He firmly believed that in this world, there are no free lunches, and if there were, it would not be for him. Sensing Xian Yudao's interest, the old man replied nonchalantly, "I have been dead for so many years. What more could I ask for? As long as you can carry on the legacy of my technique, I shall rest in peace." He seemed genuinely focused on passing down his knowledge. Xian Yudao inquired, "Then, esteemed elder, how can I inherit your technique?" "Rest assured, I will surely revive the glory of your divine methods." The old man, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Excellent. Now, open your consciousness, and I shall impart my supreme technique to you." This moment, Xian Yudao fully realized that the old man intended to seize his soul and use his body to be reborn. After all, if it were merely to transmit a technique, there would be no need to enter his consciousness. Moreover, after the previous encounter with the demon emperor's soul, he was even more vigilant. The aura of this soul was distinctly different from the one he had encountered before. A wave of alarm washed over Xian Yudao, and he was grateful for his caution, refusing to be swayed by the allure of profit. Indeed, there are no free lunches in this world. However, now armed with the soul-settling bell and aware that this fellow had likely grown weak over the ages, he decided to suppress him within the bell alongside the demon emperor, assessing whether she would require his assistance. If not, he would devour his soul to strengthen his own. Xian Yudao declared, "I shall now release my soul, esteemed elder. Please impart your technique, and do not attack my consciousness, that my consciousness is still quite fragile." He feigned a semblance of disbelief. The old man, now convinced that Xian Yudao trusted him, let down his guard at that moment. Xian Yudao covertly activated the soul-settling bell and continued, "Now, esteemed elder, please proceed. I have opened my consciousness and am prepared." As soon as the old man entered, Xian Yudao erupted into laughter. "Thank you, young one. Being chosen by me is your fortune," the old man rejoiced. Xian Yudao replied darkly, "Is it? Your being devoured by me will also be your fortune." As he activated the soul-settling bell, he swiftly suppressed the old man. The old man let out a piercing scream. "Release me at once, or I shall shatter your bell, leaving you in eternal torment. Old fellow, you are not worthy to devour me. Youngster, it seems you have been plotting against me from the very beginning. I never imagined that a great emperor like myself would fall victim to a mere child." Xin Yu said, "You are not the true master of this parchment. You merely wish to cultivate this technique, only to be sealed within it. Were it not for me, you would find it exceedingly difficult to escape, and yet you still scheme against me." The young man inquired, "How do you know this?" "I did not see you upon my initial entry. Instead, I encountered a supreme being walking upon the void. The do not claim you possess his aura. Yours is entirely different. The moment you suggested entering my consciousness, I discerned your treachery. Had you not harbored intentions of occupying my body, perhaps you could have prolonged your existence, but you brought this upon yourself." The other soul replied, "Let us converse, young man. Release me, and the parchment shall belong to you." Now, Xian Yu's soul suppression bell restrained the two souls, each proclaiming themselves as a great emperor. These two fellows are indeed unfortunate. Xian Yu found it odd that she had not been roused. But there was nothing to be done about it now that he decided to leave these two to Shi. Surely, after absorbing their essence, he would regain some strength, and in due time, Xian Yu would seek better resources to aid him in his recovery. Disregarding these two, Xian Yu turned his attention to the parchment. This time, he examined it thoroughly. The revelations were truly terrifying. Should one execute the 8 steps in unison, they could traverse the void, nearly achieving the essence of teleportation. After fully comprehending the 8 steps, Xian Yu, expending all his true energy, managed to take a single step forward, but he realized with some dismay that his true energy was comparable to that of Yang Tian's second level of the Pulse Realm, if not exceeding it. Yet he could only barely manage to step forward, leaving others unable to even take a half step. While cultivating in the Wanxia Abyss, Xian Yu encountered various beasts and magical creatures. He recalled slaying a formidable earth demon tiger in the Qingfeng mountain range, but the magical beasts here were of a caliber that dwarfed those of the Qingfeng mountain range, some even having reached the Pulse Realm. Xian Yu incessantly hunted magical beasts to hone his skills. Initially, he only targeted those at the peak of the 9th dragon vein, occasionally encountering beings of the Pulse Realm, and he found that not a single one could withstand his strikes. Requiring neither sword nor weapon, just the sheer force of his fists. Eventually, wielding a sword and executing the 8 steps at great speed, he became a harbinger of death within the Wanxia Abyss. In his hands, opponents perished before they even had a chance to retaliate, and his mastery of the 8 steps became remarkably refined. After 10 days had passed, Xian Yu felt it was time to exit. He reflected on how exhausting the 8 steps was, leaving him utterly drained after each half step, akin to a deflated balloon. Fortunately, he possessed an abundance of demon cores. Each half step he took felt like a sword unsheathed, relentlessly advancing and tearing apart magical beasts. After a month of relentless slaughter, his true energy became increasingly profound, solidifying his mid-stage in the first level of the Pulse Realm, with an indistinct tendency towards a breakthrough. In the realm beyond the Pulse Realm, magical beasts were referred to as demon beasts, possessing a degree of intelligence and containing demon cores, while magical beasts lack such cores. Xian Yu's hunt for demon beasts yielded an impressive haul of demon cores, which could be utilized for alchemy or to enhance one's true energy. However, there was not a single alchemist in the entire Qiu city. Alchemists were a highly esteemed profession, demanding exceptional skill. Now, with an entire storage bag filled with demon cores, Xian Yu had systematically exterminated nearly all the formidable demon beasts within the abyss. Although most were at the 1st or 2nd level of the Pulse Realm, this still constituted a significant fortune in Qiu City, where even seasoned veterans possessed only a few demon cores. Xian Yu, on the other hand, boasted over 1,000 that as he traversed the depths of the abyss, a pervasive dampness enveloped him. Were a mere practitioner of the Dragon Vein realm to enter, hope of escape would be non-existent, for not only were there powerful demon beasts, but also various venomous insects and toxic flora. Xian Yu no longer sought to hunt demon beasts intentionally, should any foolish enough to approach appear. He would not hesitate to collect a few more demon cores in exchange for precious cultivation resources that as dusk descended and the evening glow enveloped the land. Xian Yu sat quietly atop a tree, cultivating. The sun dipped below the horizon, obscured by the pervasive moisture, while various demon beasts emitted their cries at that moment. Xian Yu sensed a growing sense of danger. Ever since advancing to the Pulse Realm, his spirit had strengthened, rendering him more attuned to peril. This heightened awareness was one reason why survival rates increased within this realm, allowing him to perceive danger before it struck. The feeling of danger intensified, and suddenly, a massive maw lunged toward him. Xian Yu swiftly executed the 8 steps at breakneck speed, leaping dozens of meters away. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his sword and charged towards the gaping maw. Achieving unparalleled speed in his assault, one strike connected with the creature. Yet to his astonishment, despite lacking any sword techniques, that blow, capable of overcoming even the pinnacle of the 1st level of the Pulse Realm, seemed to impact a solid metal surface. The force rebounded, drawing blood from his palms. Xian Yu had not anticipated the creature's resilience. Resolved, he thought, I shall see whose strength prevails. Yours or mine, as he charged once more. Xian Yu eschewed weapons. opting instead for a direct brawl with his fists. "Let me see if I can shatter your skull with a single punch. Stellar shattering fist." He bellowed, and as his fist made contact with the creature's massive head, it resonated like a meteor colliding with a planet. Yet the impact felt surprisingly weak. The beast seemed incensed by Xian Yu's strength, prompting it to recoil. Turning, Xian Yu beheld a colossal serpent, its blue-green eyes glistening like sapphires, fixated upon him. Its sinuous body coiled around a massive tree, adorned with 2 crowns, a clear indication of having reached the peak of the second level of the Pulse Realm. Xian Yu could hardly believe he had encountered such a fearsome entity. It was a black water mysterious serpent, explaining why his sword could not pierce its hide. The creature, now thoroughly enraged, hissed menacingly, as if to declare, "You have thoroughly provoked me. Prepare to die." Chapter 14. 8 steps at breakneck speed. The beast's tail lashed out toward Xian Yu with astonishing speed. Yet he was not to be outdone. "Let us see who is swifter." 8 steps at breakneck speed. Xian Yu stepped forward, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. With the world momentarily frozen, he unleashed the stellar shattering fist, commanding, "Break through all." As his fist collided with the serpent's tail, it resembled a drill attempting to pierce the stars. Yet it was evident that while the stars were sturdy, the drill was no slouch either. Their forces were evenly matched. Xian Yu believed that through the combination of the 8 steps and the second form of the stellar shattering fist, he could vanquish the black water mysterious serpent. Indeed, this beast was among the foremost dominators of the demon realm. Though merely at the Pulse Realm, its power far surpassed that of an average pinnacle Pulse Realm demon beast. Xian Yu's true energy dwindled, prompting him to consume several demon cores in one gulp, an act that would terrify ordinary observers, for these cores contained the essence of demon beasts, potent and violent. Most people approached such cores with caution, preferring to refine them for alchemical purposes. Yet Xian Yu, with his chaotic heart, was not bound by conventional standards, as it gradually transformed his body into that of a chaotic entity, feeling the strain. Xian Yu sensed the demon beast's fury escalating. Before he could react, a massive tail lashed out, ensnaring him tightly, as if to constrict his very breath. The black water mysterious serpent raised its head, its gaping maw directed at Xian Yu. Cursing under his breath, Xian Yu realized he had been ensnared. He raised his fists, channeling his true energy, which surged within him like a great whirlpool. Stellar shattering fist. Shatter the stars. With the power of the stars, obliterate everything. Though the stars were obscured overhead, a faint starlight enveloped Xian Yu, as if he were one with the cosmos. His fist struck the serpent's head, eliciting a spray of blood and a howl of pain, but it only fueled the creature's rage, tightening its grip around Xian Yu. Breathless, Xian Yu thought, "I never imagined this creature could withstand such punishment." With nearly half of his demon cores depleted, he understood the urgency of vanquishing this foe, lest he be consumed by exhaustion. Drawing upon his remaining true energy, the demon cores continued to merge with the energy reservoir within him. "This time, I shall ensure your demise." Stellar shattering fist in motion, shatter the stars, unleash the power of the cosmos, and break apart. Numerous fist shadows rained down upon the black water mysterious serpent's body. The black water serpent emitted a roar filled with terror and unwillingness. The surrounding beasts, upon hearing this cry, fled in panic. Amusingly, 2 tiger demons engaged in their reproductive endeavors heard the sound. The female tiger promptly kicked the male tiger aside and desperately ran away, leaving the male to yowl in pain on the ground. Had he known that this was the doing of Zunyudo, the tiger would surely have harbored a fierce desire to devour him. At that moment, despite his resentment, the black water serpent, being the tyrant of this generation, would typically command respect from all beast kind. However, encountering Zunyudo was evidently his misfortune. Zunyudo exerted immense effort to free the serpent from its bindings, finally managing to extract himself from its body. That he marveled, "This creature is remarkably tough. How can I break through? It seems I must resort to the god-slaying blade." Drawing forth the blade, Zunyudo sliced open the serpent's head, and to his astonishment, he found that it was surprisingly easy to cut through. Inside the serpent's cranium lay a newly formed head, and at its core, a drop of primal essence. This creature was on the verge of growing a second head, having transformed its core into primal blood. No wonder it was so formidable. Zuinyudo recalled a book he had read in his youth about extraordinary beings, which claimed that black water serpents could possess 3, 6, or even 9 heads, with the legendary 10-headed serpent being the ancestor of their kind, surpassing the pinnacle of 9 heads that to ascend to a higher realm from the pulse realm. One must be able to grow all heads and convert their cores into primal essence. This grants access to memories from ancestral legacies, allowing for greater knowledge as one advances. Yet, only those with formidable lineage can achieve this. Ordinary beasts that cannot devour powerful ones will forever remain stagnant. It seemed that this black water serpent was destined to grow a second head soon and ascend to an even higher existence. An unexpected encounter indeed. One must not underestimate the significance of each head, as each represents a life, and within each head resides a drop of primal legacy blood, unlike ordinary beasts that possess only a single drop. Thus, the implications were terrifying. Should the black water serpent sprout a second head, Zuinyudo could only flee. Engaging in close combat with such a creature was unthinkable, but he had only observed the serpent's formidable defenses, using the encounter to hone his own physical prowess. Otherwise, he could have simply unleashed the god-slaying blade and, with his incredible speed, swiftly dispatched the creature, sending it to meet its ancestors that as Zuinyudo prepared to collect the essence with a jade vessel. He watched in disbelief as the drop of essence was instantly absorbed by the blade. Stunned, he thought, how can this blade be more ruthless than a human? Without a word, it had consumed the essence. Yet after the absorption, Zuinyudo discerned no change whatsoever. After much contemplation, he reluctantly put the blade away. Watching as the newly formed head withered and died due to the absence of energy after the black water serpent's demise, Zuinyudo skinned the serpent, placing the hide into his storage pouch, and extracted the serpent's gallbladder from its 7-inch mark, an item of great nourishment, capable of enhancing yang energy, a true treasure for vitality. This was the principle of yin giving rise to yang. From extreme, yin must emerge extreme yang. After spending half the night processing his spoils, Zuinyudo found that the area around him had become devoid of beasts. He continued to meditate atop a tree, swallowing the gallbladder in one bite, only to grimace at its bitterness. Quickly refining it, he felt a surge of heat coursing through his body. Astonished by its potency, he hastily contained the overwhelming yang energy within himself. Finally breathing a sigh of relief, as the day approached dusk, Zuinyudo emerged from the abyss, standing at the very spot where he had once leaped into the depths, gazing at the sunset within the chasm. He felt as if the land itself were opening its maw to devour the evening glow. He couldn't help but exclaim, truly deserving of its name, Sunset Abyss. It seems even the twilight must be swallowed whole. While the sunset cascaded down, Zuinyudo resolved that from this day forth, he would rise like the dawn from this very place. That a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he thought, it is time to fulfill my promise. Those who sought my demise shall find no respite. With determination, Zuinyudo began his journey back to the location from whence he came. He had become unrecognizable as a human, resembling a wild man instead, his features obscured by a wild beard. Yet his resolute demeanor and profound gaze remained undiminished. Having devoted nearly 2 months entirely to cultivation without grooming, it was no wonder he appeared this way. He resolved to find a place to clean himself up. Otherwise, he would surely be mistaken for a savage. As he walked onward, he finally spotted a dwelling. At last, some signs of civilization, but I shall freshen up before heading into town. This time, I will see who dares to wish for my death. Knocking on the door, he inquired, is anyone home? I seek to borrow something, that a middle-aged woman answered, glancing at Zuinyudo and then at his disheveled appearance. Her brow furrowed deeply. Taken aback by his unkempt state, she hesitated before speaking. What do you need, sir? We don't have much of value here. Perhaps it would be better if you went to the city. Zuinyudo sensed her apprehension about allowing him inside, yet he held no interest in prying into her affairs. However, in his current state, entering the city was indeed inappropriate. As she began to close the door, Zuinyudo swiftly placed his hand against it, saying, Sister, I truly am not fit to enter the city in this condition. I only wish to borrow a place to wash up before departing. The middle-aged woman, seeing his plight, relented. Very well, follow me. Just wash up quickly and be on your way. As Zuinyudo followed her inside, he was taken aback. The humble exterior belied a magnificent interior. The decor was meticulously arranged, resembling that of a wealthy household. Far from ordinary, Moreover, he sensed subtle traces of protective enchantments within, leaving him astonished at how a simple household could harbor such extraordinary secrets at that moment. The woman said, "Please wait here. I will fetch you some washing supplies." "Thank you, sister." "I will wait," Zunyudo replied, retrieving a gold coin from his storage pouch. This coin was a common currency, sufficient for a typical family's sustenance for an entire year. He offered it to her, saying, "Sister, this is a token of my gratitude." The middle-aged woman did not extend her hand, nor did she turn around, replying, "There is no need for that. Just wash up and leave promptly." Since she refused, Zunyudo thought nothing of it and put the coin away. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed a fierce sword energy surging towards him. Swiftly sidestepping, he evaded the strike, countering with a flick of his finger to deflect the blade. Though devoid of lethal intent, had it not been for Zunyudo's quick reflexes, any other would have been wounded by the sword energy. In an instant, he grasped the assailant's throat to his surprise. The figure dressed in masculine attire was actually a girl. He noticed the absence of an Adam's apple as he seized her. Yet, Zunyudo felt no pity for one who had attacked him. With an icy stare, he demanded, "Who are you, and why did you attack me?" His eyes brimmed with a deadly intensity, and he appeared transformed into a relentless killing machine, ready to unleash havoc at any moment. In that moment, he regarded the girl not as a person, but merely as a life, indistinguishable from a beast. The girl, gazing into his fierce eyes, felt as if she might lose herself. His piercing gaze seemed capable of ending her life with a mere glance. Yet it was also captivating. Tears began to well in her eyes as she sensed her impending doom. Just then, unanticipatedly, a middle-aged man struck Zunyudo with a palm, sending him flying backward. Zunyudo regained his footing after stumbling back a couple of paces. This young man possesses remarkable physical strength and an astonishing reservoir of true energy. How could he be merely at the 9th level of the Dragon Pulse realm? He had not anticipated Zunyudo's prowess. Even among his peers, that last strike would have been difficult to deflect. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could he be stronger than I? Zunyudo also felt a sense of alarm within, realizing that such a formidable expert existed here. Seemingly surpassing even Yang Tian from that day, it appeared that every location harbored hidden masters. The middle-aged man introduced himself. "I am Yang Di. My daughter has been rude. I apologize on her behalf." Zunyudo's suspicions were confirmed. This household, seemingly ordinary from the outside, was far from typical. The middle-aged woman, although appearing unremarkable, emanated an air of dignity and grace that was not characteristic of common folk. Zunyudo pondered why they would reside in such a place. Why dwell on such matters, he thought to himself, resolving to make his exit soon. Yang Di continued to call out, Sir, are you all right?" It was then that Zunyudo realized he had momentarily spaced out. "My apologies, Senior. I was lost in thought and failed to hear you speak," he replied, ruffling his tousled hair sheepishly. Zunyudo had initially intended to reveal his true name. However, this person is named Yang Di. Could he possibly be in league with Yang Tian? Although my cultivation has improved, rendering me unafraid of them, it is still unwise to expose myself. Thus, Xianyu clasped his fists and said, "I am Yiyu. I sincerely apologize for using too much force earlier and nearly injuring your daughter." Xianyu, contemplating, combined the surname of Shao Shi with his own name. The young girl, seemingly dissatisfied, huffed. However, she did not expect this wild-looking fellow to be so formidable. She found herself completely powerless against him, as if he were merely catching a chick. She had no strength to retaliate, in her heart, she mused. After all, she was the 9th dragon vein, and confident among the younger generation. She had considered herself a master. Could it be that this fellow is a master of the life vein realm? At this thought, her mouth fell open in astonishment. That moment, Yang Di remarked, "I did not anticipate that young Master Yi possesses such remarkable martial prowess. I am truly impressed at Cheer. Why don't you apologize to this young hero?" The girl named Cheer said reluctantly, "I'm sorry." Yang Di chuckled, "This is my daughter, Yang Ziki. I hope young Master Yi will not take offense. She has been spoiled by me and behaves less than ladylike." Xianyu chose not to hold it against her. As he was soon to freshen up and leave, he smiled and said, "It's quite all right. I wasn't injured, but I must apologize for my earlier ignorance, and I hope the young lady can forgive me." The girl snorted coldly and swept away her sleeve. Though the young lady felt discomfort, she could not deny that this wild-looking man was indeed powerful, having captured her with a single move. At this time, Yang Di continued, "If the young master does not mind, please come inside. I shall have my family prepare some food and share a few drinks with me." Although Xian Yu was unsure of Yang Di's intentions, particularly given his apparent connection to Yang Tian, he politely declined. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I have already disturbed your family. I shall be on my way after freshening up." Yang Di responded. "Then, young Master Yi, please freshen up first, and we shall converse further afterward." Just then, a middle-aged woman who had gone to fetch Xian Yu's belongings finally arrived. In a swift motion, Xian Yu tidied himself. Revealing his handsome face, once more he began to suspect that the middle-aged woman had taken an unusually long time, and her delay seemed intricately linked to the previous events at this moment. Yang Di reappeared in the courtyard, saying, "I did not expect young Master Yi to be so dashing." Xian Yu smiled and replied, "You flatter me, esteemed sir. I have merely tidied myself that I apologize for the earlier disturbance. And I hope you hold no ill will." Yang Di, undeterred, insisted, "I have prepared some refreshments. I hope you will grant me the honor of your company for a while longer." Xian Yu frowned slightly, pondering Yang Di's overly enthusiastic demeanor. Nevertheless, he courteously replied, "Then I thank you for your hospitality." Uncertain of Yang Di's intentions, he decided to observe the situation carefully, believing it wise to remain cautious. Yang Di, appearing pleased, said, "Now that's more like it. But do not address me as esteemed sir. With your cultivation level, you are not beneath me that I cannot bear such a title that if you do not mind, you may call me Brother Yang. How does that sound?" Xian Yu, not one to dither, replied, "Then I thank Brother Yang for your kindness today." Yang Di, seemingly vexed, remarked, "Since you have called me brother, let us dispense with the formalities. Just call me by my name." "Yi Yu." Yang Di said, "Brother Yi Yu, I see you are no older than Cheer, yet your martial cultivation is truly impressive. It leaves one in awe." Yang Di wore an expression that seemed to lament. "How unlike my daughter. I had thought that being the 9th dragon vein at her age was commendable, yet she could not withstand even a single move from you." Xian Yu realized that Yang Di was probing for information about his cultivation level. But he cleverly masked his aura, concealing himself at the early stage of the 9th dragon vein. Not even a mid-stage life vein realm master like Yang Di, let alone a powerful figure from the Tianhe realm, would likely perceive this. Xian Yu chuckled and said, "Brother Yang is jesting. I merely possess a bit of strength." Yang Di recognized that Xian Yu was intentionally withholding the truth and refrained from pressing further. Instead, shifting the topic, "I have heard that you plan to enter the city. I wonder what brings you here, and if there is any way I might assist you." Feigning ignorance, Xian Yu asked, "I have heard that the Lord of Chiu City is named Yang Tian. Given that you are Yang Di, do you know him?" Upon hearing the name Yang Tian, Yang Di's previously cheerful demeanor darkened with a cloud of discontent. Could it be that this fellow harbors a grudge against Yang Tian? The two indeed seemed to share an inexplicable connection. Observing Yang Di's reaction, Xian Yu understood that he had unwittingly touched upon a sensitive subject. "Brother Yang, I apologize if I have pried where I ought not. I should take my leave now. Thank you for your hospitality today, and if there is ever a way I can assist you in the future, I shall certainly do my utmost." Yang Di thought to himself, "This young man is no ordinary individual. His mind is sharp and his actions meticulous. In moments of coldness, he is like a demonic god, unstoppable, yet in calmness, he is deeply emotional. Though I have merely entertained him today, without any significant favor to offer, should I require assistance from him in the future, he will undoubtedly find it difficult to refuse. Conversely, if I were to express a need now, it would seem petty and insincere. If I claimed to have no requests, he would surely not come seeking me again." Thus, Yang Di concluded that Xian Yu was undoubtedly a person of significance. Even if he lacks a substantial background now, his principles will surely lead him to greatness in time. For a person without principles may achieve fleeting success, but will not endure. Conversely, a person who upholds their principles in life and work is destined for eventual triumph. Yang Di smiled and said, "If I told you that Yang Tian and I are brothers, and indeed, blood brothers, would you believe me, Brother Yi Yu?" Xian Yu was taken aback by Yang Di's directness. He had already suspected as much. Given the strikingly similar names, that he responded politely, "Whether I believe it or not is irrelevant. Your brotherhood does not concern me." However, such matters were of no consequence to Xian Yu. He could only say this, for any other response would seem hypocritical to AT this moment. Yang Di felt as though he were being manipulated, as if he were the one who had been called out so heartily moments before. He wanted to retort, "You were so adamant." How could I not respond enthusiastically, confronted with Xianyu? Yang Di felt utterly powerless, realizing that his schemes had backfired, leaving him exposed and vulnerable. Yang Di resolved to speak plainly. Regardless of whether Brother Yi Yu believes me, I truly am blood-related to Yang Tian. However, we are also arch-enemies. Does this not seem absurd to you? Two blood brothers turned bitter foes. Xianyu remained silent. And Yang Di interpreted his silence as skepticism, that I in truth. Xianyu had come to believe him to a significant extent. Having witnessed the fratricidal strife within the Xian family, he understood all too well that blood ties could be frail. Yang Di, not one to be easily deterred, inquired, "I presume you have come for the decennial competition, yes? Who wouldn't he wish to excel in such an event?" Xianyu, taken aback by the mention of a decennial competition, asked, "Might I trouble you to enlighten me about this competition, Brother Yang? I confess I am unaware of it." Yang Di, exasperated, replied, "I find it increasingly difficult to see through you, brother. Are you truly not here for the decennial competition?" Xianyu chuckled. "Is it not the case that not everyone is privy to such matters?" Yang Di responded, "While not everyone knows, I doubt there is anyone like you, who has never heard of it at all." However, Xianyu understood that he had little knowledge of the outside world. Had he still been the Navi youth who viewed cultivation as a distant dream, knowing would have served him no purpose, only adding to his troubles. Xianyu then asked, "Is it possible that you, Brother Yang, are also here for this decennial competition? Could you explain its significance?" Yang Di replied, "The decennial competition is divided into two categories. One for masters under the age of 20. The top 3 will be taken by representatives of the Baiyun Kingdom. That I have lost that opportunity, but I brought Cheer along to broaden her horizons. That my aim is to secure a place in the top 3 of the decennial competition, which should allow us to head to the White Emperor City." Yang Di continued, "The other competition is the election of the city lord, held once every decade." Xianyu interjected, "ISN Tichio City, governed by hereditary means, or overseen by the Baiyun Kingdom? Does he not fear rebellion from these individuals?" Yang Di replied, "Who would dare to rebel? A single expert from the Baiyun Kingdom could easily sweep through Chiu City. Yet the Baiyun Kingdom has never interfered in the management of the lower realms. As long as the annual tributes are paid, they care little for the rest." Xianyu, feigning ignorance, asked, "So, Brother Yang, are you here to vie for the position of City Lord?" Yang Di said with resentment, "During the last decade's grand competition, Yang Tian threatened my family, compelling me to relinquish my pursuit of the lordship of the city, or else he would kill Chier and her mother. Left with no choice, I pretended to concede to him. Otherwise, the lordship would have been mine. Today, I have come to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. Once he ascended to the lordship, I knew he would not spare me. So I sent Chier and the others away. Indeed, my suspicions were correct, for that very night, he sent assassins to kill us at AT that time. I was alone, but I fought my way out. That IT has taken me 2 years to return. Living incognito here, waiting for this day to reclaim my rightful possessions." Xianyu feigned realization and said, "Thank you, Brother Yang, for sharing everything. That I will indeed consider attending." Yang Di continued, "Now that I have explained everything to you, can you not say something in return, brother? I know you did not come to Chiu City without a purpose." Xianyu, recognizing that this fellow would not relent until he uncovered something, replied, "I originally intended to use the teleportation array to travel to Baidi City. But now with the upcoming decade's grand competition, I also wish to witness it." Xianyu chose not to disclose to Yang Di that his intent was to seek Yang Tian's life, as the treachery of men is perilous. This man might still be an ally of Yang Tian, merely probing the participants of the competition. Yang Di remarked, "What you may not know, brother, is that the teleportation array is under the Lord's control. Unless someone from above arrives, no one can pass through without their permission. However, if you can secure a position in the top 3, you will be escorted by the envoy from Baidi City." Xianyu replied, "I share your sentiment. Initially, I intended to borrow from the Lord's mansion, but with this opportunity, I shall wait a few days and observe the talented youths." Yang Di said, "I wish you luck. But do exercise caution. That I have heard that several formidable experts participating this time are at the Life Vein realm. In his view, although Xianyu was impressive, he was merely at the Dragon Vein realm." Yang Di suggested, "I have a proposal. What if you assist me in seizing the lordship? If you are not selected, I will control the teleportation array and discreetly send you through. No one would be the wiser. Xin Yu finally comprehended Yang Di's intentions. Perceiving that he sought to use him as a pawn, that he replied, "Brother Yang, you overestimate my capabilities, that I am merely at the Dragon Vein realm. How can I be of assistance against experts of the Life Vein realm?" Yang Di chuckled. "You jest, brother. I am aware of Chier's prowess. Even an average newcomer to the Life Vein realm might struggle against her. Although she was merely testing you that day, I genuinely admire your cultivation." Xin Yu was taken aback by Yang Ziqi's formidable strength. Nevertheless, he dismissed it, knowing he could slay even peak Life Vein experts, albeit with some difficulty. Xin Yu contemplated the potential of collaborating with this man. Lamenting inwardly, if only I could successfully cultivate the soul capture technique, I could control him, and Qiu City would become my personal territory. However, he recognized his current weakness and that such aspirations were premature. Unfazed by Yang Di's schemes, Xin Yu believed that in the face of absolute power, all plots would appear feeble. He stated, "To be candid, I have only recently advanced to the Life Vein realm. Collaborating with Brother Yang is feasible, but should you become the Lord, I require 50% of the treasures from the Lord's mansion that I trust you will not allow Yang Tian to escape justice." Yang Di was taken aback by Xin Yu's animosity and immediate demand for 50%. Yang Di replied, "Certainly, I will not let him off the hook. Although he is my brother, he has plotted against me. However, do you not think 50% is a bit excessive? If I control Qiu City, I will still have tributes to pay and various matters to manage. How about 20%? Xin Yu was surprised that Yang Di harbored such animosity. But he recognized the art of negotiation at play. Xin Yu countered, "In light of your assistance today, I will settle for 20% and the opportunity to select 3 items of my choice from the Lord's mansion. This is my final offer, and I assure you, I will make it worthwhile." Yang Di was left speechless. It felt as though he had been tricked and had repaid a favor in full. He understood that Xin Yu was not easily deceived. In fact, he was quite astute, though he hadn't anticipated his cleverness to such an extent. Yang Di thought to himself, "When the time comes and you are dead, I wonder what you will use to claim your rewards." Yet, he could not voice such thoughts. Yang Di said, "Let us proceed as you suggested. Do you have any other demands? You must exert your utmost effort. Yang Tian is no pushover. Let us not find ourselves in a position of losing more than we gain." At that moment, Xin Yu suddenly recalled that Yang Ziqi wielded a sword and must possess sword techniques. Xin Yu inquired, "I noticed that Qier uses a sword. Did I have harbored a passion for swordsmanship since childhood, but lack sword techniques? Might I request Brother Yang to share some insight? It would enhance my strength and aid in our endeavors." Xin Yu was aware of his possession of the extraordinary chaos heart, but he could not rely solely on his formidable physique each time that he cherished swordsmanship, the most commonly used weapon, and saw this as an opportunity to extract further advantages from this Yang Di. Yang Di, feeling disdainful, thought, so young and yet with such high cultivation, lacking sword techniques? What a ruse! Yet, this time Xin Yu was indeed truthful. Although he had acquired several swords, he lacked any sword techniques in his storage bag. Leaving him quite frustrated, he possessed swords but no techniques, which was precisely why he sought to leverage Yang Di. Disdainful as he was, Yang Di would not lose his composure over such trivial matters. He smiled and said, "Of course, as long as you do not mind that the techniques are of a lower grade." Xin Yu responded, "Thank you, Brother Yang, did I assure you, I will not let you suffer a loss." He then produced a martial technique from his storage bag, tossing it to Yang Di without so much as a glance. This was acquired from those who had pursued him, and he had no fondness for it. Considering it merely a transaction, simultaneously, Xin Yu obtained a sword technique, eagerly preparing to study it. Xin Yu said to Yang Di, "This 8th-tier fist technique is for you, Brother Yang, as part of our exchange of martial techniques. Both are of the 8th tier, and I assure you, I have not shortchanged you." Yang Di was astonished that Xin Yu could casually present an 8th-tier, human-level martial technique, that he knew the rarity of 8th-tier techniques. There were likely very few in Qiu City as for 9th-tier techniques. They were even scarcer, though not entirely absent, as every newly appointed lord had opportunities to obtain them. Yang Di dared to come here because he had encountered a fortuitous event and acquired a 9th-tier human-level technique, which he had also obtained alongside the technique given to Xin Yu. Yang Di was elated. Although he had given Xian Yu an 8th-tier human-level technique, it was clearly inferior to this fist technique. Xian Yu said, "Brother Yang, you may study this fist technique, but I must take my leave now. I wonder how long until the decade's grand competition begins, so I can prepare accordingly." Yang Di feigned enthusiasm, saying, "Brother Yu, why not stay with me? We can attend together and discuss martial arts." Xian Yu immediately detected the insincerity in his demeanor, but had no intention of lingering. Xian Yu replied, "I appreciate your kindness, Brother Yang, but I am accustomed to my freedom and dislike staying in one place for too long. Thank you for your hospitality." Yang Di pretended to express regret, saying, "What a pity. I shall not keep you. The decade's grand competition begins in 5 days." However, he thought to himself that he hoped Xian Yu would leave quickly, as he wished to study the fist technique. Xian Yu strode out confidently, contemplating the decade's grand competition. I had not anticipated such an event. After this competition concludes, I shall return to the Xian family to clear all obstacles for Yushuan, and then promptly head to Baidi City. I am certain I will inch closer to Xiaoxi with each step. Meanwhile, Yang Di returned to his martial arts chamber, excited to study the technique he had acquired. However, on his way back, someone awaited him, none other than Yang Ziki. Yang Ziki exclaimed angrily, "Father, why were you so courteous to that young man? You should have taught him a lesson." Yang Di chuckled ruefully. This Xian Yu possesses unfathomable strength, although he appears to be merely at the 9th Dragon Vein realm. He claims to have advanced to the Life Vein realm, that he may be concealing his true power. Or perhaps he is even stronger than it is unwise to provoke him, that my collaboration with him is under my control. Just do not complicate matters. Humph. Yang Ziki huffed, her anger unabated. The my daughter has been wronged. Yang Di replied, all right. Do not be upset, Xia. Once I succeed, I will ensure you get your revenge." Yang Ziki's demeanor brightened as she said, "That is more like it. I knew father would treat me the best." Yang Ziki scolded with a hint of resentment. "Next time you see me dealing with you like this, how dare you touch my neck?" As her delicate fingers gently caressed her own neck, memories of those piercing eyes flooded back, causing a twinge of fear within her. That moment, Yang Di remarked, "Today, I exchanged a set of martial arts techniques with that brat Yu. I must delve into my studies that if you wish to participate in the grand competition, you must hasten your training. Otherwise, opportunities will be scarce. This year's competition boasts a plethora of formidable experts." Yang Di retreated to his quarters, engaging in conversation with his wife, before he commenced his training. Meanwhile, Xian Yudao found himself in a secluded forest outside the city that he initially intended to venture into the town, but upon considering his collaboration with Yang Di, a partnership fraught with peril, he recognized the necessity of possessing formidable strength. Otherwise, he would be devoured without a trace. At this juncture, Xian Yudao lacked a suitable weapon, so he resolved to train in the sword arts within this uninhabited wilderness. Though he could have sought a training space in the city, he reasoned that in this desolate area, any disturbances would go unnoticed. With his collaboration with Yang Di in mind, he decided to wait a few more days. Perched atop a massive tree, Xian Yudao sat cross-legged, his keen eyes radiating an intensity that seemed to pierce through the darkness. After a brief period of familiarizing himself with the sword techniques, he leapt from the treetop, soaring like a great rock, landing gracefully as if gliding like a swallow, that a sword materialized in his hand. It was a weapon of the 8th rank, a commendable blade indeed. Following the prescribed techniques, he swung the sword repeatedly. Soon drenched in sweat, he had not anticipated the arduousness of sword training, having once believed that wielding a sword was a trivial endeavor. His astonishment. It proved to be exceedingly challenging, indicating that relentless practice was essential. Having trained tirelessly through the night, Xian Yudao still felt he had yet to grasp the essence of the techniques, unable to articulate what was amiss. He could only persist in his training, hoping for a moment of enlightenment. Though such moments were rare, fatigue began to set in, yet he remained patient, aware that haste could hinder progress. Xian Yudao leapt once more, the brilliance of his sword illuminating the surroundings. Though his strikes were not yet precise, his profound inner strength allowed him to execute them with remarkable vigor, surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary swordsman. At that moment, Xian Yudao wielded the sword with one hand while the other executed intricate sword techniques, his white attire billowing and his dark hair flowing in the breeze. Each thrust of his sword seemed to defy gravity. And had Yang Ziki witnessed him, she would scarcely believe that this was the same wild-looking individual. The sky sparkled with stars, and as he gracefully descended, it resembled a red leaf drifting to the ground, embodying harmony and nature that a gentle breeze stirred, causing pages of a book to flutter. The starlight illuminated the pages, and Xian Yudao's eyes widened in astonishment, for he beheld a figure practicing sword techniques amidst the pages, the starlight merging with the blade. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The starry sword technique must be connected to the stars, akin to the shattered star fist. An impulse to laugh heartily surged within him at the thought that Yang Di, believing he had gained an advantage from their exchange, would be infuriated to learn of such profound secrets that as the starlight continued to be absorbed, the figure persistently practiced. It dawned on Xian Yudao that the surface of this martial technique merely concealed the true starry sword technique, which was a first-tier earth-level martial art divided into 6 forms. The first form, Great Peace; the second form, Friend's Call; the third form, Early Victory; the fourth form, Red Mouth; the fifth form, Early Defeat; and the sixth form, Buddha's Destruction. Elated, Xian Yudao resumed his training of the starry sword technique, and coupled with his earlier rigorous practice, success seemed imminent. Standing beneath the starry sky, Xian Yudao assumed a poised stance, his sword held behind him, embodying stillness akin to ice and motion akin to a tempest. That he called out, "Great Peace," sword of majestic aura. A surge of formidable energy erupted, stirring the dust around him as sword chi danced chaotically, merging the power of the stars with his swordsmanship. Were Yang Di to witness Xian Yudao at this moment, he would undoubtedly rue his earlier decisions. For this was a technique of earth-level caliber, a treasure even in the White Cloud Kingdom, where most could only aspire to train in 7th or 8th rank human-level martial arts. Now, Xian Yudao stood at the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the Earth-Vein realm, on the brink of advancing to the later stages, potentially achieving the peak. Yet, resources posed a challenge. It appeared that after the grand competition, only by acquiring treasures from Yang Tian could he hope to further his progress. As his cultivation deepened, he became increasingly aware of his own limitations. Perched atop the treetop, under the luminous moonlight and twinkling stars, Xian Yudao found himself reminiscing about It had been several months since they had parted, and he wondered how she fared, as well as Yu Xian, who must be facing hardships alone at the Xian family residence. Resolving to set aside these concerns, he reassured himself that she would be fine. His immediate priority was to enhance his cultivation, that he was determined to reclaim the treasures from those old monsters and bolster his strength to ensure their protection. Once more, he unsheathed his sword. Having mastered the first form, Great Peace, a mere introductory technique, true mastery of swordsmanship transcended mere movements. It was about embodying the essence of the blade, overcoming all techniques. Had he possessed this swordsmanship during the encounter at the falling sunset abyss, he would have surely triumphed over the Blackwater Serpent. Though he could have defeated it with brute force, lacking martial technique was a significant drawback. It would have been more effective to engage in close combat using the Shattered Star Fist. Now, Xian Yudao possessed the confidence to pierce through the defenses of the Blackwater Serpent with a single strike. He executed a thrust, his form continuously shifting, and declared, "Friend's Call, the Sword of Gentlemen." A sword can slay or save. The distinction lies within the mind. Enemies strike down, friends extend the sword in camaraderie. That he marveled. Indeed, this is a remarkable sword. Xian Yudao's sword remained hidden until unleashed, each stroke a lethal promise. The starlight merged with his every strike, and now he danced like a sprite amidst the luminous stars, reigning supreme in this realm. As he practiced the sword techniques, an epiphany struck him. The Shattered Star Fist was also refined from the power of the stars. Although one was a sword technique and the other a fist technique, all forms of martial arts were interconnected. Xian Yudao plunged into a profound state of comprehension, and at that moment, starlight began to gather around him, forming a vast vortex centered on him. The whirlpool expanded, growing ever larger. Yet dawn was approaching, and the starlight began to fade. As the vortex gradually dissipated, Xian Yudao awoke from his deep realization, feeling a tinge of regret. "I am still a step away, but I have glimpsed its essence. That I believe that given another opportunity, I can surely develop the fourth form of the Shattered Star Fist, potentially elevating it to the 9th rank of martial arts. Although I am not quite there yet, this technique is a product of my own training and understanding of the starry sword technique, making it uniquely suited to me." Should anyone discover that Xian Yudao had begun to create martial techniques, They would undoubtedly be astonished. After all, the ability to forge martial arts was typically reserved for the extraordinarily gifted or those of exceptional talent. Yet, Xian Yudao was indeed endowed with such potential. His physique was formidable, and his comprehension unmatched. He had not only a powerful soul, but also partaken of the enlightenment fruit that as he grew stronger, so too would his potential. Xian Yudao had successfully refined the first form, while the second form remained a work in progress. Nevertheless, this was an extraordinary feat. Even the most skilled practitioners typically required at least a month to master a single earth-level technique that as dawn broke. Xian Yudao emerged from the forest. He contemplated. For days remained that I shall first venture to Chiu City to gather information and see if there are valuable items to exchange, preparing for future advancements in my cultivation. After a morning's journey, he finally reached the gates of Chiu City, observing a familiar sight. Though he had left only a trace of himself here, memories of the past stirred within him, evoking a sense of nostalgia. The guards at the city gate called out, "Halt! Who goes there? Pay the entrance fee first." Xian Yudao, in a fit of defiance, retorted, "You dare demand my money? Do you wish to perish?" Upon hearing his words, bystanders murmured, "This fellow is quite brazen. Does he not know the gates are heavily guarded these days?" Another replied, "With the grand competition approaching, all sorts of individuals are present, including extraordinary talents. Who would he fear? As long as he secures a top 3 finish, even the city lord might hesitate to confront him." Many lamented their own lack of prowess. Xian Yudao could not help but smile knowingly. Indeed, he was resolute in his martial pursuits, forging ahead with unwavering determination. Though circumstances sometimes compelled him to endure humiliation, those of great strength were bound to charge forth relentlessly. After all, who among the strong did not advance with unwavering conviction? As Xian Yudao stepped once more into this small city, a sense of reflection washed over him. Each visit had been marked by peril, with avenues of escape narrowing. Observing the city, he noted significant changes. Where he once encountered the occasional 9th rank of the Dragon Vein realm, now even those at the Life Vein realm were plentiful. Xian Yudao mused to himself, the grand competition truly attracts attention. Even the old-timers have emerged. The older generation may vie for the position of city lord, though they cannot hope to develop as well as the younger prodigies. However, for them, possessing a domain from which to plunder resources is not entirely devoid of hope for advancement. Suddenly, Xian Yudao spotted several old foes who had previously conspired against him. Their eyes glinted with a crimson hue, as if they were transforming into ravenous wolves, stripped of their humanity. Instinctively, Xian Yudao sensed an approach from behind. The assailant, underestimating his vigilance, had yet to mount a defense when Xian Yudao swiftly seized their throat. However, upon facing a pair of seething eyes, he felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Had that gaze possessed lethal intent, he would have perished countless times over, for the individual before him was none other than Yang Ziki. Today, this young lady still donned her male disguise, presenting herself as a delicate young gentleman. Awakening from his earlier alertness, Xian Yudao sheepishly remarked, "Miss Yang, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware it was you." Yang Ziki, irate, retorted, "This scoundrel has already taken liberties with me twice. Why am I so unfortunate? Always bullied whenever I encounter him. Yet, I cannot best him in combat, which leaves me infuriated." She touched her slightly reddened neck, fighting back tears. Observing her distress, Xian Yudao, despite his lack of fondness for her, felt it was excessive to reduce her to tears in the public square, especially while she was disguised as a man. Yang Ziki's gaze intensified as she regarded him, further fueling her desire to weep. Xian Yudao hastily added, "Miss Yang, I truly apologize that I was momentarily distracted, and as you approached from behind, I mistook you for an attacker, resulting in this unfortunate incident." Hearing his apology, Yang Ziki felt considerably more at ease. Compared to the previous bullying she had endured, this acknowledgement made her feel far better. Relieved that she had ceased her outburst, Xian Yudao inquired, "By the way, Miss Yang, what brings you to the city? Has my elder brother Yang arrived yet?" He feigned warmth, eager to ascertain whether Yang Di had indeed made an appearance, as he needed to plan accordingly. Upon hearing him address her as if he were her elder, Yang Ziki felt a surge of annoyance. However, recalling her father's warning to avoid provoking him, she restrained her irritation. "My father has also arrived," she replied. "That I hear there is an auction at the auction house today, so he came to see if there are any valuable items. Xian Yudao had been contemplating a visit to the auction house, especially since he was currently burdened with a collection of monster cores. Though he could refine them directly, the effectiveness was limited. Eagerly, he queried, "Miss Yang, do you happen to know how the auction house operates? What items are needed for exchange?" Yang Ziki explained, "At this auction house, transactions are typically conducted using gold coins. However, if you possess Tianadan, that is also acceptable in more advanced cities. Tianadan is often utilized as a universal currency, as gold coins are of little use to practitioners of martial arts." Xian Yudao mused to himself, recalling how his grandfather had once faced dire consequences over a single Tianadan. Now, it was merely a form of currency. He quickly inquired, "How does the auction house conduct the sale of other people's items, such as monster cores?" Yang Ziki informed him, "The auction house usually charges a 1% service fee for their sales. However, if you are a Supreme member, they will waive this fee entirely. This auction house is the only one in this city, owned by a prominent family from Baidi City." Xian Yudao was taken aback by the numerous rules and regulations. Yang Ziki then asked, "Are you planning to exchange something? My father is already gone. I am heading there now. If you wish to join me, feel free." Xian Yudao was surprised by her invitation. While he had previously had some conflicts with her, he understood that Yang Di had likely instructed her to test him. However, he was taken aback by the realization that he was not at a disadvantage against Yang Ziki. Smiling, he replied, "There is no need. I have some matters to attend to. Please proceed, Miss Yang, and I shall visit later when time permits." In truth, Xian Yudao was eager to go immediately, not only due to his interest in the auction house, but also because he needed to sell his items. Although he had amassed some gold coins from recent exploits, the amount was dwindling, and he needed to convert his monster cores into gold before attending the auction. If he accompanied Yang Ziki, he would inevitably encounter Yang Di, and his plans to exchange monster cores would be laid bare. Xian Yudao wished to keep his auction intentions discreet, as wealth often attracts unwanted attention. While he was unafraid of complications, it was better to avoid them when possible. Yang Ziki sensed his reluctance to join her and decided not to press the issue in her mind. She thought, "I kindly offer to take you along. If you refuse, so be it." Bidding her farewell, Xian Yudao said, "Then I shall take my leave. Miss Yang, travel safely." He chose an alternate route and casually inquired about the direction to the auction house, then hastened towards it. Along the way, he encountered numerous individuals heading to the auction house, some bringing their items to sell, others seeking to purchase, while some were merely spectators. Yet, there were those lurking in the shadows, waiting to see who would acquire valuable items, preparing to strike. Upon reaching the auction house, Xian Yudao found the event had yet to commence. Outside, a cacophony of chatter filled the air. A young man remarked, "Have you heard? This auction seems to feature numerous valuable items, with the second son of the Zhao family, Zhao Wuji, personally overseeing it." The mention of the Zhao family ignited a flame of rage within Xian Yudao, pushing him to the brink of uncontrolled murderous intent. This Zhao family was likely the same one responsible for abducting Yushuan. He had not anticipated that the auction house belonged to them, indicating their considerable influence and status. Another individual chimed in, "I have heard as well that it is said that Zhao Wuji is a genius, currently at the pinnacle of the Tianmai realm, preparing to break into the Tianhe realm." Others lamented, "Such prominent families, those with connections, are indeed extraordinary. With abundant resources at their disposal, it is difficult not to excel, unlike us, who struggle at every step." Xian Yudao quietly contemplated, "I did not expect this auction to be so grand. Seemingly more significant than previous ones, it appears something noteworthy is about to unfold." Xian Yudao entered the auction house, where a stunning young woman approached him, seemingly in her 20s, with an alluring figure clad in revealing attire, her smile captivating every passerby. When she smiled at Xian Yudao, he felt as though he were enveloped in a gentle spring breeze. He thought to himself, "Indeed, she is exceptional. Her cultivation is evidently formidable, and she practices a beguiling technique. Fortunately, my spirit is resilient, bolstered by the soul-settling bell. Otherwise, I might have fallen under her spell." Noticing that Xian Yudao had only been momentarily entranced before regaining his composure, the young woman was taken aback. It was rare for someone of such youth to resist her allure. Acknowledging that she had been seen through, she smiled and inquired, "Esteemed guest, it is not yet time for the auction. Please proceed to the rest area, as entry is restricted here." Xian Yudao refrained from exposing her and replied, I have items I wish to auction. May I inquire if you accept such items? The young woman maintained her gentle smile as she responded, Might I ask what you intend to auction? We would like to assess it beforehand, that it was known that the auction house was cautious about certain items, particularly those of greater power, as auctioning such items could lead to perilous consequences. Xian Yudao replied with a smile, It is nothing of great value, merely a collection of monster cores. Rest assured, they are all my own, and there will be no disputes. The woman was momentarily taken aback. Monster cores were typically only possessed by creatures at the life vein realm. Yet before her stood a remarkably handsome youth, appearing to be merely at the 9th dragon vein realm. However, she was no stranger to the world and quickly composed herself that of course, that is acceptable. Allow me to escort you to our manager. Before long, Xian Yudao followed the woman through a series of corridors, ultimately entering a room where an elderly man awaited. Xian Yudao realized he could not discern the elder's cultivation level, that he thought to himself, The Zhao family is indeed formidable. I must proceed with caution. The elderly man, exuding an aura of authority despite his gentle demeanor, greeted him with a warm smile. I have heard that the young brother wishes to auction items. May I inquire what they are? Xian Yudao replied, I wish to auction monster cores. May I ask about your auction procedures? The elder explained, Our auction house has a policy against auctioning items with potential disputes. Additionally, we take a 10% commission on sales. Should the total of a single auction reach 500,000 gold coins, you will become a supreme member, allowing future auctions to be conducted free of charge. That we also have silver, gold, diamond, and then supreme memberships, with thresholds of 100,000, 300,000, and 400,000 gold coins, respectively. Xian Yudao responded, Understood that I plan to auction 20 primary stage Earth Vein Monster Cores, 10 late stage Earth Vein Monster Cores, and 1 initial stage Heaven Vein Monster Core. The young woman's mouth fell open in astonishment, her expression one of disbelief. She had not anticipated that Xian Yudao would present such an impressive array of monster cores. Having initially assumed he could only produce 1 or 2. Currently, Xian Yudao has not only produced an extraordinary array of demon cores, but has even managed to present those of the celestial vein realm. The old man remarked, My young lord, I estimate that your treasures could be valued at 450,000 gold coins. Here is our diamond level membership card, he continued. The auction will commence shortly. I shall have the demoness escort you to the diamond level private room. As the demoness led Xian Yudao through a small door towards the auction stage, the old man muttered to himself, What is this little fellow's background? He appears merely to be a novice of the 9th dragon vein. Yet he can produce such an impressive quantity of demon cores. Truly remarkable. This situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. Meanwhile, the demoness teased, Little brother, what sort of prominent figure are you to possess so many demon cores? You seem merely to be at the 9th dragon vein level. Tell your sister, and she shall reward you. Her voice was enchantingly seductive, sending chills down Xian Yudao's spine, igniting the beastly blood within him, as the suppressed power of the black water profound serpent threatened to erupt. However, just as Xian Yudao struggled to contain this overwhelming force, an even more distressing event unfolded. Before he could react, the demoness' delicate hands had already made contact with his lower regions, leaving him utterly speechless and wide-eyed in disbelief. She released her grip, giggling to herself, while Xian Yudao stood there, utterly flabbergasted. The demoness chuckled. Now do you understand your sister's prowess? With that, she departed, her alluring laughter echoing as she moved away. Xian Yudao desperately wished to find a corner to hide, feeling utterly humiliated. He could only lament, what a true enchantress she is. Gradually, Xian Yudao managed to calm the tumultuous blood coursing through him, reflecting, It seems I must hasten to refine this overwhelming power, lest I lose my composure upon encountering her again. If I were to act rashly, what would become of Xier? At this moment, the auction commenced in earnest, with various seasoned experts of the vein realm taking their seats, alongside numerous young prodigies, many boasting 7 or 8 dragon veins. Not only from Chiu City, but many from other equivalent cities also attended the auction, and as the lord of Chiu City, Yang Tian had long since arrived. Xian Yudao spotted Yang Tian, who was surprisingly low-key, seated in an inconspicuous corner, his black hat obscuring his features completely, with Yang Ziki standing behind him. Chapter 15. The Fierce Auction. As Xian Yudao gazed at Yang Tian, He was astonished to realize that Yang Tian had risen to the mid-peak of the celestial vein realm. It was remarkable, considering that Yang Tian had only recently been at the mid-level of the celestial vein. Clearly, he needed to exercise caution. Yang Tian noticed Xian Yu Dao, but with the latter's hat concealing his face and the recent changes to his physique, Yang Tian found him familiar, yet could not place him. Surely it cannot be him. He should have perished back there. Moreover, this brat practices the sword. As Xian Yu Dao made his way towards the diamond membership seating, a figure obstructed his path, dismissing the individual with indifference. He brushed aside the hand blocking his way and continued forward. That moment, a sword was thrust before him by a young man, who appeared to be of a similar age, exuding an air of arrogance. Two late-stage ninth dragon vein experts flanked him. The arrogant young man declared, "Kid, this is not a place for someone like you to sit. Take advantage of my good mood and bow 3 times before scuttling off. Seeing a penniless, deluded fool like you is simply annoying." Xian Yu Dao paid no heed to such a fool. Engaging with him would be a waste of time. With a single step, he appeared before the youth, unleashing an overwhelming aura that drained the color from the young man's face. As he raised his sword sheath, the young man's blade slipped from his grasp, embedding itself silently into the wall, creating a sizable hole. The spectators gasped in astonishment, murmuring about the incredible strength displayed. Realizing he was no match, the young man retreated behind the 2 ninth dragon vein experts, humiliated by the scornful glances from onlookers. The young man seethed with rage. How dare they mock me? I must kill Xian Yu Dao. Otherwise, I will never be able to show my face again, he bellowed. The 2 ninth dragon vein experts sprang into action. But Xian Yu Dao exuded a terrifying killing intent. With a single swing of his sword, a flash of white light illuminated the air, and crimson blood rained down in 2 graceful arcs, devoid of any cries or sounds. Just like that, the 2 experts met their demise. Xian Yu Dao sheathed his sword as if nothing had transpired and stepped forward to confront the young man, whose face was now ashen. That he had not anticipated that a youth of similar age could possess such strength. So formidable it was beyond belief. Xian Yu Dao's icy gaze fixed upon the young man. "If you wish to kill me, be prepared to face death yourself." The young man cried out in desperation, "No, you cannot kill me. My father is the Lord of Qian City, that if you slay me, you will meet the same fate." Just then, a low voice echoed from outside. "I dare you to harm my son." Upon hearing his father's voice, the young man felt a surge of relief and shouted, "Father, quickly kill him! Kill him!" Xian Yu Dao frowned. This fool truly seemed intent on courting his own demise. With a swift motion, Xian Yu Dao unleashed another strike, creating yet another beautiful arc of red, this time accompanied by a severed head soaring toward the entrance. The head's eyes were wide open, an expression of shock and disbelief frozen upon its visage. The onlookers, equally incredulous, marveled at the audacity of Xian Yu Dao, who dared to kill so brazenly, seemingly just a novice of the 9th dragon vein. They lamented, to slay 2 late-stage experts at the initial level of the 9th dragon vein is a talent indeed. It is a pity he has met his end. Suddenly, an elderly figure burst through the door. It was Lu Jingsheng, the Lord of Qian City, who, having gained a son in his old age, was fiercely protective. However, today, his protective instincts would prove futile, for he was up against Xian Yu Dao. Lu Jingsheng cradled his son's head, gazing at the headless corpse on the ground. He was driven to madness, a sword materializing in his hand as he charged at Xian Yu Dao, who likewise drew his sword, declaring, "Sword of great peace." The 2 blades clashed, neither gaining the upper hand. Xian Yu Dao had not anticipated the elder's formidable prowess. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. While the old man was left astonished, his sword had the power to slay an initial-level expert, yet this young man remained only slightly injured, and the fight had taken its toll on him as well. However, the desire for vengeance was insatiable, and Lu Jingsheng lunged forward once more, determined to kill Xian Yu Dao. Xian Yu Dao charged back, confident that he could slay even a mid-level celestial vein expert. After all, he had previously vanquished the Black Water Profound Serpent. Yet at that moment, a figure interposed itself between the 2 combatants. It was the old man Xian Yu Dao had encountered earlier. The old man declared, "No bloodshed is permitted within my auction house. Any grievances must be settled outside. Otherwise, do not blame me for lacking mercy." Lu Jingsheng roared, "No bloodshed? This brat has killed my son. Why did you not intervene earlier?" Now no one can prevent me from avenging my son." The old man frowned, stating, "We did not notice the earlier incident. Now, any disputes must be resolved outside my auction house." He had initially sought to gauge Xian Yudao's true strength, but had not anticipated such decisiveness. Before he could intervene, Lu Jingxing's son had already been slain. Lu Jingxing saw the old man's words as mere excuses and disregarded him, charging at Xian Yudao with his sword. The old man, taken aback by the lack of respect for his authority, felt his anger rise. That as Lu Jingxing's sword approached, he coldly retorted, "If you disregard the rules of my auction house, be prepared to face the consequences." With a mere flick of his sleeve, Lu Jingxing's attack crumbled to dust, failing to penetrate. However, a deep scar marred the adjacent wall, leaving the onlookers agape, some even gasping in disbelief. "Is this the Celestial River Realm?" One whispered that I doubted. "Achieving the Celestial River Realm is no simple feat. I have heard that between the Vein Realm and the Celestial River Realm lies a minor stage known as the Perfect Vein, which is possessed by those capable of breaking into the Celestial River Realm. Rumor has it that a prodigy from the Zhao family, a once-in-a-century talent, has already reached this perfection." This was the first time Xian Yudao had heard of such a concept. He pondered, the black water-profound serpent I defeated was likely only at the peak of the Vein Realm, if not merely late stage, and its strength greatly diminished due to evolutionary regression. The aura I sensed earlier was indeed powerful enough to redirect an opponent's attack. Lu Jingxing's face turned pale. He understood that today would be his downfall. There was nothing he could do, for his strength paled in comparison to others. Just then, Xian Yudao stepped forward, saying, "I thank you for your intervention, Elder, but this matter is between myself and Lord Lu. If he wishes for my death, I cannot allow him to live." Xian Yudao thought to himself, "You captured my sister and believe that by assisting me, you can resolve this? One day, when I ascend to the Zhao family, we shall be enemies. Will you still wish to aid me then?" The old man's expression darkened. He had initially seen potential in Xian Yudao and aimed to cultivate a relationship, but he had not expected such ingratitude. Xian Yudao paid little heed to the old man, knowing well that this elder would not assist him without ulterior motives. However, Xian Yudao was not mistaken. With an air of indifference, he addressed Lu Jingxing. "Since you desire my demise, let us engage in combat. The victor shall live, while the vanquished shall perish." Upon hearing these words, everyone was taken aback. Was he courting death? Such audacity in offering his head? Lu Jingxing, elated, responded, "Well, you certainly possess some guts." Xian Yudao understood that merely relying on swordsmanship would not suffice to defeat Lu Jingxing. He would have to exert every ounce of his strength. Yet, this was not without its advantages, as it would help him avoid trivial troubles in the future. Stepping forward, he seemed to cause the very void to tremble, employing the technique known as the 8 steps of swift movement. Before Lu Jingxing could react, a punch struck him squarely in the chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Not only he, but everyone present was left in utter shock. Only Yang Di, seated in a corner, furrowed his brow slightly. Such prowess was astounding. With a sword technique that was not to be underestimated, a punch that was exquisite, an indomitable physique, and astonishing speed, who among his peers could rival him? It appeared he had only just reached the 9th level of dragon veins. Xian Yudao's black hair billowed. His eyes glowed crimson with fury as he bellowed kill. Xian Yudao resembled a peerless demon as he charged forth. Meanwhile, Lu Jingxing, his blood boiling with rage, unleashed a counterattack. Great Annihilation Sword. A radiant white light enveloped the sword, illuminating the arena like the sun, completely shrouding Xian Yudao within. Everyone assumed Xian Yudao was doomed. A voice lamented, "What a shame. Yet another genius meets his end." At that moment, Yang Ziki felt a wave of despondency wash over her, grappling with the thought, how could he simply perish like this? However, just when all believed Xian Yudao had succumbed, a voice echoed, "Many have sought my life, yet they all lie dead. You shall be no exception. Allow me to demonstrate my annihilation. What do the myriad laws of the world matter? I, Xian Yudao, shall break them with sheer force. My strength will shatter all laws, and they shall not encroach upon me." With a mighty punch, everyone was left astounded. Such formidable physical power shattered Lu Jingxing's great Annihilation Sword, which belonged to the late stage of the dragon veins, that if they were of equal standing, would a single punch not obliterate him. Xian Yudao refrained from revealing his true identity. choosing not to employ the star-shattering fist. If combined with his powerful physique, even Lu Zhengsheng would meet his end. Xian Yudao mused. The higher the realm, the greater the disparity. Yet today, even if the King of Heaven were to descend, I would still seek to slay him. He roared with brute force, I shall annihilate, kill. Yang Tian in fear exclaimed, so it is this brat. How is it possible he remains unscathed? Time passed, and Lu Zhengsheng was nearing his limit, prompting everyone to gasp in astonishment. Lu Zhengsheng cried out, brat, you have forced my hand. Prepare to die. Blood sacrifice of the soul. In an instant, his aura surged, reaching its peak in the late stage. Now, Lu Zhengsheng resembled a demon, his entire being awash with demonic energy, far surpassing the late stage. Xian Yudao, witnessing this scene, was equally stunned. Such a martial technique could instantaneously elevate one's realm. Yet the next moment, everyone was left dumbfounded as Lu Zhengsheng turned to flee. It seemed this old fox was quite cunning. Xian Yudao, feeling somewhat exhausted from deploying such a powerful move, declared, next time, I shall ensure your demise. He secretly circulated his true essence, hoping to further integrate the heart of chaos into his body. However, success eluded him. Xian Yudao reflected, this matter is not something I can control, it requires patience. Nonetheless, many admired Xian Yudao's decisiveness and ruthlessness. Yang Di, watching the spectacle, did not expect Xian Yudao to be so formidable. Having improved significantly since 2 days ago, that he had contemplated aiding Xian Yudao, but desired to see just how strong he had truly become, that he realized he had overestimated Xian Yudao's capabilities. Yet ultimately, he had underestimated him, that he understood that Xian Yudao had yet to exert himself fully, for in the past 2 days, he had not witnessed this youth wield a sword. The sword technique he had just displayed was far more profound than his own. What astonished him even more was the sheer strength of Xian Yudao's physique. Yang Di, feeling a twinge of fear, thought, in merely 2 days, he has mastered sword technique to such a degree. It seems I must re-evaluate this lad. Behind him, Yang Ziki was so stunned she had yet to process the situation, thinking, so he is this powerful that I had previously held him in slight contempt. Recalling their first encounter, with his piercing, radiant and enchanting eyes, her cheeks flushed and her heart raced, resembling a bashful young girl. To that moment, the first item was brought forth. The auctioneer was none other than the alluring demoness who had escorted Xian Yudao in. The enchantress kept winking at him, and recalling her formidable prowess from not long ago, Xian Yudao felt a shiver of trepidation. What perplexed him was the nature of this demoness. Logically, she should not be treating him kindly today, given his earlier disregard for the Zhao family's auction house. Yet, she continued to flirt with him. Observing this scene, Yang Ziki was no longer composed, her temper flaring. Every man is a scoundrel. You claim to have matters to attend to. Yet it seems you were merely chasing after trifles. Humph. Upon hearing this, Yang Di could only offer a bitter smile, casting a deep glance at his daughter. Yang Ziki, caught in her father's gaze, felt her face flush crimson. In her heart, she thought, why am I reacting this way? His affairs concern me not. After all, men are all unreliable. Xian Yudao had long since established enmity with the Zhao family, that if Yu Xian were indeed unharmed, he would likely not take action against them. However, should the Zhao family commit any egregious acts to harm Yu Xian, they would all meet their demise. Yet, through this woman, he could gather information regarding Yu Xian's whereabouts. The auction had officially commenced. The demoness' sultry voice rang out. Welcome, everyone, to the Zhao family's auction house. Now, let us proceed to the main event. Point 2. Maidservants unveiled a cloth, revealing a sword placed upon the pedestal. The demoness proclaimed, ladies and gentlemen, this is a top-tier, human-grade, 8th-level sword, with a starting bid of 10,000 gold coins. Bidding begins now. I bid 10, 0, 0, 0, 11, 0, 0, 0, 15, 0, 0, 0. The auctioneer's calls echoed as the bidding intensified. The first item, the human-grade 8th-level sword, was claimed by an elderly gentleman. Gradually, more valuable items began to surface, including rare herbs and martial techniques. Even 2 Tiana pills were auctioned off. The crowd murmured in awe. This year's competition promised to be filled with suspense. Recalling the last competition a decade prior, when virtually no one participated, Yang Tian had claimed victory at the mid-level of the Dragon Veins, and even the Zhao family had made an appearance. Next up was a Tianxin grass. While it contained abundant energy, it was otherwise unremarkable. Xian Yudao swept up the entire lot. Few dared to contest him for such a prize, as not everyone could withstand such immense energy. What Xian Yudao saw was precisely that energy that as the auction neared its conclusion, the demoness announced. Next up is a human-grade 8th-level cultivation technique. This proclamation, an uproar ensued. Many discussed excitedly. A cultivation technique? Such a precious item has found its way here. In essence, cultivation techniques and martial skills were not fundamentally different. However, cultivation techniques not only provided offensive capabilities, but also offered significant benefits to one's realm. With each level gained in cultivation techniques, one's prowess would likewise increase. In contrast, martial skills were limited to offensive means, and without a certain level of cultivation, their full power could not be unleashed. Many possessed martial skills, yet few ever acquired cultivation techniques, each of which was exceedingly valuable. This was the first time Xian Yudao had heard of such a thing. Previously, neither Yi Shi nor Xiao Shi had mentioned it to him, and he had not anticipated that there was more to martial skills than met the eye. Nonetheless, the divine breath technique he practiced could be considered a form of cultivation technique. Yang Tian, unable to contain himself, was eager to participate as a supreme level member. Before the demoness could announce the starting price, he stood upon the platform, declaring, "I offer 200,000 gold coins for this technique." The crowd gasped in astonishment. How brazen! He had not even waited for the bidding to commence. Having money is not enough. When I have wealth, I shall crush you with it. Yet the next words from the demoness left everyone speechless. With a slight smile, the demoness captivated the audience with her allure, leaving many breathless and even drooling, as if entranced by her beauty. However, the demoness was indeed beguiling. She said, "I apologize, but Lord Yang, you will be disappointed. The seller has set a minimum price of 300,000 gold coins, that if not, it will not be sold." With this declaration, some began to revel in Yang Tian's misfortune. Had he not just been so boastful? Now, the minimum bid was set at 300,000. Some even taunted, "Lord Yang, if you lack funds, do not pretend to be affluent. If you cannot afford it, do not make reckless bids." Upon hearing this, Yang Tian's face turned a shade of green with anger. He, after all, was the local tyrant of this region, and yet he faced ridicule on his own turf. Seething, Yang Tian retorted, "Then I bid 400,000. Who dares to contest me?" Many participants felt disheartened, though they boasted. Their pockets were not as deep as their words suggested. Xian Yudao was astonished at the exorbitant price. Possessing the heart of chaos and having consumed the enlightenment fruit, the difference between cultivation techniques and martial skills held little significance for him. In fact, martial skills were more suited to him, as he aimed to transform his physique and shatter the heavens. His own strength was paramount. Regardless of how impressive the martial skill, it ultimately belonged to someone else. Witnessing Yang Tian's arrogance, Xian Yudao could not remain passive while his enemies strutted about. Just as the demoness was about to bring down the auction hammer, Xian Yudao calmly interjected, "I bid 400,001. Is that acceptable?" All eyes converged upon Xian Yudao. Many in attendance sensed the excitement brewing. In the background, the elderly gentleman pondered in confusion. Where did this lad come from? He had just offended Lu Jingsheng and was now crossing swords with Yang Tian. Should the old man discover that Xian Yu had offended Yang Tian long ago, one can only imagine the expression that would grace his face that moment. The enchanting demoness smiled gently and remarked, "My dear little brother, that is simply out of the question. At the very least, it must be a sum of 10,000 gold coins." Upon hearing the term little brother, Xian Yu reflected on his previous actions and the demeanor of this beguiling creature. Leaving him at a loss for words, that he finally responded, "Then I shall offer 410,000. But Yang Ziki was taken aback, astonished by Xian Yu's wealth, considering he had already spent nearly 400,000 just moments before. Similarly, Yang Di and the others shared the same sentiment. It was rare for someone so young to possess such vast riches. Although he had intended for Yang Di to take the lead, the latter remained silent, compelling Xian Yu to make his move. Yet he was confident that Yang Di was observing him closely. Xian Yu sought to make Yang Tian spit blood in frustration. Although he had no need for this item, Yang Tian declared, "You're courting death, kid. Remember, if you purchase but cannot produce the gold, your demise will be quite unpleasant. That I bid 500,000. This technique was one Yang Tian must acquire today, for it would secure him the upper hand in the upcoming competition." Hearing the word death, Xian Yu's eyes burned with fury as he coldly retorted, "If you wish for my demise, you won't live much longer either. Do you recall my previous words? Once I, Xian Yu, return, none of you old geezers will escape." This time, Xian Yu refrained from raising his bid, leading others to believe he was merely taunting Yang Tian. However, just as the deal seemed to be closing, a voice emerged. It was Yang Di, precisely the outcome Xian Yu had anticipated. Yang Di would never allow his elder brother to easily obtain such a valuable item. From beneath his dark hat, a voice declared, "I bid 600,000 to." Xian Yu was equally astonished, realizing that Yang Di was also quite affluent. At that moment, Yang Tian felt a wave of nausea. He had assumed the absence of Xian Yu's voice indicated an easy victory, only to be interrupted by this unexpected rival. Xian Yu lit the fuse to chaos, preparing to unleash turmoil upon Yang Tian and Yang Di. He mused inwardly, "Let the two of you gnaw at each other. You seek to conspire against me, and now I shall relish watching you tear each other apart." Yang Tian, unaware that this individual was his close ally, looked down from the high platform, addressing Yang Di, "Brother, you must stand by your words. Otherwise, this auction house is not a place for reckless declarations." His tone dripped with sarcasm. Yang Di's lips curled into a faint, cold smile, recognizing Yang Tian's warning. An unyielding force emanated from his voice, bearing down on Yang Di. Yet, Yang Di remained composed, responding with a voice equally laced with menace, "I do not require your guidance in my endeavors." Yang Tian's expression darkened. He had not anticipated encountering so many adversaries today, each one opposing him. With a disdainful snort, Yang Tian was met with the greatest delight from the demoness. The more discord there was, the higher the bids would soar, and she wished for everyone to join the fray. "Is there anyone willing to raise their bid beyond 600,000? She inquired. Unwilling to concede, Yang Tian declared, "If I cannot have it, you shan't have it so easily either." "Did I bid 700,000? The Yang Di quickly followed suit with 750,000 at the back and forth ensued. 800,000, your turn. Yang Tian, since you desire it so much, I shall refrain from snatching it away from you. Congratulations. I hope you can successfully leave Chiu City." Yang Tian's voice was laced with a veiled threat. Xian Yu had not anticipated Yang Di's wealth. He realized he had miscalculated, for Yang Di must have known all along and was fully prepared to seize this cultivation technique. Thus, a fierce bidding war concluded. The demoness announced, "Now, let us unveil our final treasure." As the covering was lifted, a blood-red stone was revealed, seemingly pulsating with a life of its own. Suddenly, the soul-calming bell within Xian Yu's consciousness began to resonate, a wave of dread causing it to tremble. He recognized this was undoubtedly a treasure. Seeing the crowd's puzzled gazes, the demoness smiled alluringly and explained, "This item was not entrusted to us by another. It was acquired by a senior from our auction house during an expedition. It remains unbroken, and its true nature is unknown. However, our esteemed predecessor assured us that though its essence is a mystery, it is indeed a treasure." Xian Yu was taken aback to learn that even the one who had obtained it was unaware of its nature. He understood he must remain calm. If everyone believed it was worthless, no one would contest him for it. Let the bidding commence at 1 million gold coins, given our uncertainty regarding its nature. This announcement stirred a commotion among the attendees. How can you charge so much for something whose value is unknown? Are you attempting to swindle us? Many voiced their agreement. Xian Yu felt compelled to tread carefully. The auction house was indeed cunning. Setting such a high price indicated they had discerned something valuable. Even if no one bid in the end, their losses would be minimal. Nevertheless, Xian Yu was resolute. This was indeed a treasure. Furthermore, he would eventually confront the Zhao family, and it made little difference whether he offended them once or multiple times. However, if he secured this item, he must remain vigilant of the Zhao family, for they would undoubtedly take note of him. An elder with white hair in the late stage of the life-vain realm declared, "I, an old collector of peculiar items, bid 1 million. Xian Yu had not expected anyone else to desire this item. He certainly did not believe the old man would spend 1 million gold coins merely to add to his collection. Xian Yu waited, observing for any further bids, planning to make his move once he sensed the bidding had plateaued. To his astonishment, each of these elderly gentlemen turned out to be quite affluent. After a vigorous round of bidding, the price soared to 5 million, leaving all present in disbelief. Who would have thought this unknown item would become the highlight of the event? Seeing no further bids, Xianyu stated, "I bid 550,000. As soon as he spoke, all eyes turned to him. The elder who had initially bid 5 million remarked, "You have guts, kid, that I shall concede this time. I hope you can discern what this item truly is." Xianyu replied respectfully, "Thank you, esteemed elder. I merely have an affinity for collecting peculiar objects." They exchanged knowing smiles. Xianyu successfully acquired the blood-red stone for 550,000. Yet he found himself lacking even 55,000, but he turned to the demoness. "I do not possess that amount of gold." Upon hearing this, others could not help but view Xianyu's audacity with skepticism. The demoness smiled gently. "If you lack gold coins, any equivalent item that our auction house can appraise at 550,000 will suffice." Thus, Xianyu obtained the blood-red stone at a lofty price of 550,000. The auction concluded, leaving everyone with a lasting impression of shock. As the crowd began to disperse, it was clear that no one could truly know what others were thinking. After all, those who attended had all come with wealth, even if only a small amount. The fear of others coveting their possessions loomed large, particularly for those of lesser means, who hurriedly departed to preserve their lives. Incidents of murder and treasure theft were not uncommon at auction events. Xianyu glanced at Yang Di, who, along with Yang Ziki, was preparing to leave. Yang Ziki cast a lingering gaze at Xianyu, her eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance, though Xianyu remained oblivious. As he approached the backstage area to retrieve his belongings, he noticed the demoness walking towards him, her body swaying enticingly. Xianyu fixed his gaze upon her, uncertain of her intentions. The demoness approached, leaning in to whisper in his ear, "Are you harboring any ill thoughts about me, dear brother, staring at me like that?" Upon hearing her soft, fragrant words, a surge of desire ignited within Xianyu. He contemplated taking immediate action against this enchantress. He pushed her away, stating, "I am here to collect my items. Where is your manager?" He swiftly diverted the conversation, fearing he might lose control. The demoness giggled. "Oh, dear brother, why are you so wary of me? Did I eat your heart or something? Is my sister truly that unappealing?" Xianyu replied earnestly, "If you continue like this, I fear I might genuinely lose my composure. After all, I am a man of passion." The demoness feigned irritation. "Can you please refrain from calling me demoness? Call me sister instead. Are you perhaps interested in that young lady?" Xianyu understood that failing to comply with this request would likely lead to a troublesome day ahead. "Then could you escort me to collect my items now?" he inquired. The demoness, elated, exclaimed, "Now that's the spirit. Come, let me take you, but have you prepared your gold coins?" Xianyu assured her, "Rest assured, I would not be foolish enough to come here unprepared." Together, Xianyu and the demoness returned to the auction house's rear hall, where the same elderly man awaited them, though he was far less courteous towards Xianyu this time. Ignoring the old man's demeanor, Xianyu laid out 200 mid-stage life, vein demon cores neatly on the table that he inquired, "I wonder if this is sufficient to cover the price." If the last encounter left one astounded. Then this time, the sight of the demoness rendered them utterly speechless, as if gazing upon a monstrous apparition. They stared at Zunyudo, attempting to discern any clues, yet after a prolonged observation, they remained baffled as to how he could possibly possess such a multitude of demon cores, all belonging to mid-stage vitality realm beasts. To the casual observer, Zunyudo appeared merely as a martial practitioner of the Dragon Vein realm. It was only now that they comprehended why Zunyudo dared to provoke Yang Tian and Lu Zhengsheng. For he not only forced Lu Zhengsheng to flee in a desperate blood sacrifice, but also wielded astonishing wealth, having hunted down such a plethora of vitality demon beasts. What a tremendous aura of slaughter that must entail. The old man no longer underestimated Zunyudo. Previously, he had merely perceived him as someone adept at concealing his cultivation and perhaps practicing a unique technique, thus not particularly remarkable. Nodding, the old man remarked, "This is certainly sufficient, though I wonder if the young friend possesses anything even more advanced. We would be more than willing to procure it at a fair price." Zunyudo recognized that the old fellow was testing him. He replied, "Acquiring these has cost me dearly. As for anything of a higher grade, I possess none. It is well known that higher grade cores belong to the late vitality stage, approaching the point where demon cores are transformed into essence blood." At that moment, The old man handed Zuinudo a blood-colored stone along with the Tianxin grass he had previously auctioned, but there was an additional card. The old man stated, "This is our Supreme membership card. We hope that should you have more valuable items, you may consider our auction house." Zuinudo accepted it with gratitude, saying, "I am most appreciative. Now I must take my leave." Unbeknownst to him, two factions were already scheming against him. After Zuinudo departed, the old man appeared in a dimly lit chamber that a calm voice inquired, "What transpired? How is that young man?" The old man respectfully responded, "This lad possesses profound cultivation and a haughty demeanor. He may prove difficult to recruit, though I am uncertain if he has formidable backing." The man's voice echoed again, "Understood. You may leave, dispatch a few individuals to covertly monitor him and observe any movements, paying particular attention to that stone." Meanwhile, Zuinudo was in his room, toying with the stone, yet after much contemplation, he was still unable to unravel its mysteries. He muttered to himself, "Stone, do not betray me. I nearly sacrificed half my life to acquire you." However, the stone offered no response. Zuinudo thought, "It seems this night will not be tranquil. A group of fools seek their own demise that I have yet to pursue you. But you are already so eager to meet your end." Suddenly, a sword burst through the window, aimed directly at Zuinudo. With a cold snort, he exclaimed, "A mere gathering of insignificant pests seeking their own death. I shall first collect some interest tonight, and tomorrow I will hunt down the rest of you." Zuinudo unleashed a powerful punch towards the sword, a thunderous roar echoing as his fist surged forth with the might of a mountain, instantly shattering the sword's momentum. That a human-grade 8th-tier sword was crushed in an instant. Outside, a group of masked figures, numbering 7 or 8, shouted "Kill!" They rushed towards Zuinudo, whose gaze was as sharp as a blade. A sword materialized in his hand as he executed the 8-step rapid movement, merging his body with the sword, engaging in fierce combat with all of them. Zuinudo struck out with his sword, its brilliance radiating forth that he bellowed, "Great peace sword, let the blade kill." Blood splattered as one fell beneath Zuinudo's sword, instilling fear in the hearts of the remaining assailants. This was an overwhelming display of power. Only moments prior, they had not witnessed such strength, and now they began to tremble with trepidation. The assailants were the same individuals who had previously beset Zuinudo, leaving him on the brink of death. Though fear gripped them, they were resolved to fight. One among them shouted, "You insolent brat! Do not be so arrogant. Witness my dominant blade as I strike you down, awakening the heavens and earth." A blade surged towards Zuinudo, who countered with his sword, only to feel a terrifying force assail him from another direction. Another ambush. Zuinudo roared in indignation, "Despicable and shameless!" One of the attackers retorted, "Any means necessary to kill you shall be employed." Zuinudo coldly replied, "Since you all are intent on dying, do not expect to return." Once more, he struck out with his sword, tearing apart the might of the dominant blade, and charged towards its wielder. The dominant blade, now injured by Zuinudo's great piece sword aura, bellowed, "Heaven and earth shall be cleaved by my dominant blade." Zuinudo felt his sword slipping from his grasp, realizing that the dominant blade was indeed formidable. As Zuinudo's sword was knocked away, his blood surged with fury. Intent on slaughter, he laughed maniacally, "Witness my power breaking all laws." He let out a furious roar that echoed through the night, his hair billowing wildly, his eyes blood red, resembling a demonic fiend bent on annihilation. Unbeknownst to Zuinudo, each time he was engulfed in murderous intent, he transformed into a different being entirely. His fist struck out with the force to obliterate eternity. Kill! Not a single adversary could withstand Zuinudo's relentless onslaught. This was absolute power, rendering all schemes as mere child's play, easily crushed. Zuinudo roared, 8-step rapid movement, stars in motion across eternity. Let them be strangled with a single punch. He obliterated one foe's skull, blood spraying across Zuinudo's face, and he appeared to revel in the ecstasy of slaughter. Yet at that moment, he felt a punch connect with his back, and blood erupted from his mouth. Igniting his fury, Zuinudo seemed to go mad, seemingly impervious to pain. Though that was impossible, he unleashed his 8-step rapid movement. Although it was merely half a step, none could match him, but he retaliated with a punch that pierced the heart of the ambusher, whose life flickered away in despair. Thus far, 2 had fallen beneath Zuinudo's might, leaving 5 remaining. They gazed upon the gruesome scene, a sight they had never before encountered in their long lives. Even onlookers in the distance were left in shock, some retching from the horror that a graceful figure watched Zuinyudo from afar, her complexion pale, nails digging into her palms. Though Zuinyudo remained oblivious to her presence today as he darted about with his 8-step rapid movement. He continued to consume demon cores, for this was not merely a battle to him, but a form of cultivation. With each rapid step, his fists reverberated through the air. Another punch landed on an opponent. With no hint of suspense, their flesh erupted in a gruesome explosion, blood staining Zuinyudo from head to toe, as if he were a Shura from hell, truly bathed in blood. Only 4 remained, paralyzed by fear, as Zuinyudo resembled a relentless killing machine, harvesting their lives without mercy. Suddenly, one shouted, "Retreat!" Zuinyudo surged forth, declaring, "I have stated it clearly. None shall leave today, that if you seek my life, you shall all perish." Stars shatter, heavens tremble, let the slaughter commence with a single punch. He obliterated another, leaving only 3 trembling before him. Zuinyudo seemed to possess infinite strength, unyielding and tireless. The 3 pleaded, "Zuinyudo, let us leave a line of retreat. We may meet again in the future." With an icy snort, Zuinyudo replied, "On that day, you pursued me without mercy, and I vowed that none would escape." The trio fell silent, for they had sought both Zuinyudo's treasures and his life, yet failed to achieve either. In their silence, they could only threaten, "If you push us further, we will reveal your treasures to the world." Zuinyudo retorted, "I had assumed you had already betrayed me. It seems you still covet my possessions. Then perish, for you shall never have the chance." With a single step forward, his fists descended upon them, shattering their weapons effortlessly. Zuinyudo bellowed, "Stars in motion, stars shatter. Infinite slaughter." In disbelief, the trio was annihilated, devoid of any chance of survival. While Zuinyudo continued to gather his spoils, the aura of slaughter still enveloped him. No one dared to provoke him at that moment, for they all understood that stepping outside now would be akin to seeking death. 7 late-stage Earth Vein warriors had just been obliterated without a trace. Zuinyudo consumed 10 mid-vitality demon cores in total that he discovered that a trace of the Heart of Chaos had once again integrated into his being. Although he felt somewhat fatigued from the fierce battle, his physique had grown considerably stronger. Xianyudao pondered within his heart, "I wonder if this will lead to my body continuously becoming increasingly powerful. Or if there will be other transformations." His bloodshot eyes, filled with murderous intent, surveyed everyone present, sending chills through them as if they were trapped in an icy dungeon, unable to muster even a hint of resistance. With a cold snort, Xianyudao vanished from the slaughterhouse, while a waiter hidden in the corner discreetly peeked out, only to faint immediately afterward, overwhelmed by the mingled scene of blood and dismembered flesh. Unable to find a single intact piece at this moment, Xianyudao sat quietly in his room, incessantly recalling the battle that had just transpired. Through this conflict, he had gained immensely, not only integrating another fragment of the Heart of Chaos, but also swallowing several demon cores, significantly deepening his combat experience, but he could already sense a hint of a breakthrough. Immersed in his insights, it was as if the world around him had become irrelevant. Should a formidable figure witness this, they would undoubtedly be astonished, for this was a state of forgetting oneself, a realm of cultivation that many yearn for yet few can attain. Yet Xianyudao could effortlessly enter such a state, which was truly remarkable. No one dared approach Xianyudao's room, for it was known to be a den of slaughter. However, while he was lost in this transcendental state, a figure silently slipped away into the night, followed by a shadow. The shadow emitted a sigh, though it was not one of sorrow. Rather, it contained a hint of joy. The figure departing was none other than Yangziki, who found her heart in turmoil. Constantly battling her own thoughts, she lamented, "Why am I worried about that scoundrel? Why do I shed tears for him? That rogue has always bullied me, harassing me at every encounter. How could I possibly care for him?" Yet, each time she attempted to leave, she found herself unwilling to part, glancing back at the distant tavern, recalling those blood-red eyes and that unwavering aura. Her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. She felt herself sinking deeper into this quagmire. Unable to extricate herself, as a young maiden on the cusp of her emotions, this was her first experience of such feelings. Thus, she stood there in a daze, quietly gazing at the distant room, yearning to rush over and confess to that person. I like you. Just as she was lost in her reverie, a voice pulled her from her stupor. It was Yongdi, who said, Ziki, why are you out here so late all alone? It's unsafe. Let us hurry back. However, to Yongdi's surprise, Yang Ziki suddenly inquired, Father, what kind of person do you think Yu is? Yongdi replied, Yu is an extraordinary genius. At least, I have yet to encounter anyone with his level of talent. Though his cultivation is still quite low, that is merely temporary. Such individuals harbor many secrets. I misjudged him before. After this grand competition, I shall alter my strategy. Yang Ziki, unable to contain her excitement, said, Father, if we succeed this time, why not recruit Yu under your banner? Yongdi chuckled. Oh, cheer, you are too naive that Yu is not someone who can be contained by a mere small city. For him, this place is likely just a stopover. No one can retain him unless he wishes to stay. As he spoke, Yongdi discreetly cast a glance at Yang Ziki. Yang Ziki felt a pang of disappointment, but maintained a facade of indifference before her father. She pressed on. But is he not heading to Baidi City? Moreover, after killing so many tonight, he is bound to attract trouble. He will be in danger. Yongdi replied, Ziki, why are you suddenly so concerned about that boy? Just a few days ago, you were saying he bullied you and that I should teach him a lesson. How is it that you now care for him? Yet, at that moment, Yongdi felt a sense of secret delight. As long as Chier had feelings for him, things would be manageable. Yu possessed boundless potential. If he could be made to serve him, this small hill city would merely be a stepping stone to have someone who appeared to be in the Dragon Vein realm, yet could defeat Lu Zhengsheng of the Heavenly Vein realm and slay several late-stage Earth Vein experts, suggested he was likely hiding his true cultivation, but his combat style seemed to indicate he was merely at the Life Vein realm. Unbeknownst to Yang Ziki, her father had already plotted her into his schemes. Her face flushed crimson as she hastily defended herself. I'm not worried about him. I merely fear for his life. If he were to be killed, your collaboration would be jeopardized. Yongdi shrugged. Do as you wish. But that boy Yu is indeed remarkable that if you fancy him, I shall arrange your marriage. Yang Ziki felt a surge of joy within, though she still retorted with feigned annoyance. Father, what are you saying? How could I like him? He bullies me every time we meet. At that moment, Yongdi had already devised his plans. He was determined to draw Yu to his side. Although they were currently allies, that was merely a temporary arrangement, that if he could ensure Yu and his daughter became intimately involved, Xian Yu Dao's character would not allow him to abandon his family. And surely he would assist Yongdi when the time came. However, Yongdi did not comprehend Xian Yu Dao, as he had unwittingly stated. This was merely a transient journey for Xian Yu Dao, and everyone else was but a passerby. Yang Ziki, feeling a swell of excitement, urged, Father, let us return. The grand competition is imminent. You must hasten to elevate your cultivation. She implored Yongdi to leave, but he said nothing. Merely smiling inwardly, as Yang Ziki departed, she turned to glance at the distance, seemingly reluctant, her hand already stained with blood. She murmured, Why do you care so little for me? You bully me every time we meet. Yet I am so concerned about you. Have I truly developed feelings for you? But do you feel the same? While Yang Ziki wrestled with her emotions, Xian Yu Dao remained immersed in his training. As if the entirety of his being was laid bare before him, he perceived the essence of his body, finally grasping the concept of the life vein, which was to break free from one's constraints, allowing the entirety of his being to connect, harmonizing all veins, with true essence continually circulating within, refining his body in the process. This was merely the first step in martial cultivation. Xian Yu Dao felt that although he had yet to break through to the Earth Vein realm, every vein in his body seemed to possess its own vitality, teeming with life and expanding at every moment. The heart of chaos integrated into him, constantly transforming his constitution, with every sinew brimming with strength. For 3 consecutive days, no one sought trouble with Xian Yu Dao, that he understood that it was not due to their fear, but rather their preparations for the upcoming grand competition, for endeavors without certainty. Some might take risks. However, those fully aware of their demise would hesitate to in this grand competition. Xian Yu Dao was determined to secure a position among the top 3, so he could swiftly journey to Baidi City and find Xian Yu Xuan. His greatest concern was for Xian Yu Xuan, as she was alone and likely to be bullied. Over the span of 3 days, Xian Yudao not only sensed a potential breakthrough in his cultivation, but also continuously summarized his combat experiences, doubling his fighting capabilities. What he sought now was power, for only through strength could he inch closer to his goals. Tio Xian Yudao at this moment, the utility of demon cores had diminished greatly. After all, consuming a single item repeatedly leads to monotony. Yet, despite their reduced effectiveness, they still provided some energy during battles that as 3 days passed. The Hill City was bustling like never before, filled with experts. The Life Vein realm was no longer shrouded in mystery. They were visible everywhere. The training grounds of the City Lord's mansion were packed with attendees for this grand competition and the change of leadership. Strangely enough, this year saw an unusually high turnout, with countless experts present that in previous years. Any one of them could have assumed the title of City Lord, but that was no longer the case. The spotlight of the City Lord's mansion gradually shifted from Yang Tian to the envoy sent from Baidi City. Yang Tian merely handled various administrative matters. If he failed to secure the City Lord position this time, he would have to relocate. Xian Yudao arrived last, as the venue was already overflowing. Among the crowd, he spotted Yang Di, unchanged from before, and O1 recognized him as the one who had narrowly lost the City Lord position years ago. Xian Yudao gazed at the envoy, who appeared to be about 30 years of age, radiating an aura of righteousness that made him seem like a symbol of justice and fairness. Furthermore, he was at the pinnacle of the Life Vein realm, slightly stronger than Yang Tian. However, they both belonged to the same peak of the Life Vein realm, yet neither had reached perfection. That he was undoubtedly a genius. After all, Yang Tian was already nearing 80 and still remained in the Life Vein realm. Xian Yudao mused, no wonder the Baiyun Kingdom dispatched such a person. They clearly placed great importance on this grand competition. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but marvel at the abundance of strong individuals in this world, for even a single one of them could easily dominate the arena. The envoy stood before the main seat and declared, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai Qing, a member of the royal family of Baiyun Kingdom." Continuing, Bai Qing proclaimed, "This year, I shall preside over the grand competition and the election of the City Lord. I hope all talented warriors will participate enthusiastically in this year's election for those under 20. The top 3 not only have the opportunity to access superior cultivation resources in Baidi City, but they will also be rewarded with a precious artifact. I now announce the rules. This grand competition will feature participants under 20 divided into 8 arenas. Points will be awarded based on victories, and the 8 individuals with the highest scores will advance to the finals. Each challenger who defeats the arena master shall claim their points, and defeated participants may challenge other arenas, but they cannot return to the arena where they were defeated until only 8 remain for the elimination matches. Moreover, those who reach the top 8 will receive rewards even if they do not qualify for Baidi City. As for the selection of the City Lord, it follows the same principle. But ultimately, only one individual will be chosen. Furthermore, all battles are to the death, unless one party concedes. I hereby declare the decade-long grand competition to commence, as my voice echoes throughout the City Lord's estate. The 8 arenas have been constructed, and at the moment Bai Qing announces the start of the competition, 8 individuals soar into the air, standing atop the arenas. Xian Yudao has yet to ascend. Those who initially took to the stage are not formidable fighters. Hardly meeting his standards, he seeks to continually engage in life and death battles to gain insight through combat. As anticipated, those who ascended earlier now find themselves either dead or severely injured. Half a day has passed, and the competition has begun to heat up, gradually attracting skilled fighters. This moment, a genius of the late Earth Vein realm steps onto arena number 8. Xian Yudao follows suit, leaping onto the stage before his opponent. Upon seeing Xian Yudao, the youth scoffed disdainfully, noting his mid-Earth Vein realm status. "You are no match for me. The gap in our realms is beyond your comprehension. If you do not withdraw, I will show no mercy." Unperturbed, Xian Yudao replied, "Who shall perish first remains uncertain. We shall see through this contest. Everyone can boast, but if you wish for my death, you must be prepared for your own." His words were laden with a palpable sense of murderous intent. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce shout erupted as the youth lunged at him. "Since you seek death, do not blame me, great shockwave sword. Unleash your deadly force. You are merely an ignorant child." The spectators sighed in admiration. Truly, these talents under 20 possess formidable offensive capabilities. Even they might struggle to evade such an onslaught. Xian Yu Dao thinks he is impressive for having defeated a few ordinary late Earth vein fighters, but I fear he is courting his own demise. Suddenly, a voice resonated from afar, none other than Xian Yu Dao himself. Though the youth's swordsmanship was impressive, Xian Yu Dao evaded the attack with astonishing speed, a feat undetectable even to the most adept observers here, save for the rumored Celestial River Realm experts. Such is the extraordinary nature of his 8-step speed. With a tone of contempt, Xian Yu Dao remarked, "Despicable and shameless, you believe yourself worthy to bring about my demise. Today, I shall demonstrate what true swordsmanship entails." The audience was left in stunned silence. None had witnessed how Xian Yu Dao had evaded that deadly strike. They presumed he had perished beneath the blade. Standing on the elevated platform, Xian Yu Dao exuded an air of arrogance, devoid of fear, embodying a tempestuous spirit, as if declaring, "None shall rival me." The youth's face turned ashen, embarrassment etched across his features. He bellowed in anger, "Boy, do not think that evading my sword means you escape death. State your name. I do not slay nameless wretches." He lunged again, sword raised toward Xian Yu Dao. Xian Yu Dao shook his head. A petty individual remains a petty individual, forever unable to rise above mediocrity. Remember the name of the one who will slay you. Xian Yu Dao. With a surge of true essence flowing through him, Xian Yu Dao's eyes glowed an ominous red as he unleashed a descending sword strike, reminiscent of a divine being's descent. Yet the aura of his sword was pure and majestic. Xian Yu Dao proclaimed, "Witness my sword as it cleaves you. Great peace sword, crush and annihilate." As their swords collided, the energy reverberated through the heavens and earth, sending spectators scattering from the arena, while those with lesser cultivation were struck by the shockwave. Xian Yu Dao hovered in the air, his sword bearing down upon the youth's shoulder. He shouted, "Friend-calling sword, execute," as Xian Yu Dao's command echoed. The spectators felt their own swords disobey their will, as if drawn toward Xian Yu Dao. He himself was astonished at the power of the friend-calling sword, capable of summoning swords from all around. With renewed vigor, Xian Yu Dao's true essence surged wildly, his form becoming increasingly indistinct. He roared, "Friend-calling sword, gentleman's sword, all swords return to their source. Execute," in an instant. Every sword in the vicinity became uncontrollable, flying toward Xian Yu Dao. Withdrawing his sword, he harnessed the power of 1,000 blades, charging once more the youth, as if he were one with the sword itself. The youth, witnessing the onslaught of blades, turned pale. Having previously been subdued by Xian Yu Dao's sword, he now faced an overwhelming assault. He could not fathom where Xian Yu Dao found the true essence to command such a multitude of swords. Fury ignited within the youth, as he had been pressed down time and again without a chance to retaliate. He shouted, "Xian Yu Dao, you have forced my hand. Do not think that only you possess Earth-grade martial techniques. I have my own." Unaware that the starry radiant sword technique was an Earth-grade martial skill, Xian Yu Dao believed that martial techniques held no rank, only the merit of fitting one's style. The youth raised his sword to the heavens, devoid of any visible aura, yet suddenly cried out, "Azure sword, shattering strike." Xian Yu Dao felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, leaving the audience in awe. A colossal sword appeared in the sky, as if to rend the very earth asunder. As the giant sword clashed with Xian Yu Dao's myriad blades, the once murderous sword shattered upon impact, crumbling under the might of the attack. The ground bore a deep scar, and Xian Yu Dao's main sword splintered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The youth's arrogant smile emerged before the crowd, disdain radiating from him as he proclaimed, "Those who overestimate themselves meet this fate." A profound silence enveloped the arena, shattered only by the sound of leaves falling. Bai Qing, atop the platform, wore a subtle smile, leaving everyone to ponder his thoughts. All eyes turned to Xian Yu Dao, questioning whether he had truly met his end. Some even contemplated seizing his belongings. Yet ultimately, none dared approach. The arena lay in ruins, the youth standing at one end, gazing at the seemingly defeated Xian Yu Dao. Not only was he astonished, but so too was the entire audience. Such an onslaught had failed to extinguish Xian Yu Dao's life force, a power rivaling that of an early celestial vein realm fighter. The youth was in dire straits. Earth-grade martial techniques were not accessible to everyone, and many would never have the chance to witness them in their lifetime. Xian Yu Dao spoke slowly. "Many here desire my life. Yet you are not the only one among them. However, You lack the ability to slay me. Now it is my turn. Xin Yu Dao threw his head back and bellowed, his upper body fully exposed. His bronze skin radiated strength, as if his very essence were on the verge of explosion. Clenching his fists, a crackling sound filled the air. With a single punch, Xin Yu Dao unleashed his fury. His blood-red eyes glowing with an eerie light that none dared to gaze upon, he roared, "Star motion, execute!" Though the youth was exhausted, as a genius, he could not concede defeat. He charged forward, but compared to Xin Yu Dao, his momentum was clearly waning despite his higher realm. Their sword and fist clashed. Xin Yu Dao shouted, "Kill, star break, shatter all laws, annihilate all paths." The youth, refusing to show weakness, retaliated with another strike. Snowfall. Execute. Heavenly snowflakes cascaded down. Those present felt an icy chill seep into their bones, as if their very spirits were freezing. Xin Yu Dao felt as though he were encased in ice, his body turning cold, as if he had become a frozen statue. Enraged, he shouted, "Shatter, kill, kill!" The ice fragmented and shot outward, embedding itself into the walls. That a wave of fear swept through the crowd, if struck by such an attack. Who could survive? The youth finally displayed emotion. Xin Yu Dao was like an indomitable cockroach, his vitality too tenacious. Each of his lethal moves was countered effortlessly, now invigorated by the thrill of battle. Xin Yu Dao could not allow this opportunity to slip away. He charged forward, the broken arena echoing with the sounds of combat. Xin Yu Dao engaged in a purely brawling style of attack. He declared, "You are too weak. You are not worthy to be my opponent." I end defiance. Xin Yu Dao roared, "Break." Chapter 16. The emergence of the Elite Eight. However, the onlookers felt as though they were losing their sight. For Zenyado's punch did not land upon his adversary, but rather upon himself. Yet, in the next moment, all present were compelled to acknowledge the audacity of this individual. Indeed, Zenyado harnessed the force from his own strike to catalyze his breakthrough. Only by shattering one's own shackles could true advancement be achieved. Zenyado realized that with the integration of the Heart of Chaos, although his physical form had grown formidable and his combat prowess soared, each attempt at transcending became increasingly arduous. Initially, he had intended to leverage the youth's strength, but ultimately he had to rely on his own power. With a mouthful of blood expelled, Zenyado felt as though he were a deflated balloon. However, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the surrounding spiritual energy began to whirl frantically around him as its epicenter. Zenyado sensed a transformation coursing through his entire being. It was his first breakthrough into the realm of the Destiny Pulse. His meridians expanded once more, yet this time, the Heart of Chaos did not assimilate into his body. Zenyado's hands thundered skyward, causing the void to tremble. Observing this moment, those who harbored intentions toward Zenyado were once again gripped by fear. At this juncture, Zenyado was fully capable of obliterating an opponent at the late stage of the Destiny Pulse. Among his peers, who could rival him? Feeling the surge of newfound strength, Zenyado murmured to himself, "At last I have broken through to the late stage of the Destiny Pulse, advancing one step closer to my goal. Upon arriving at Baidi City, I shall exhaust every resource to achieve my next breakthrough and traverse the Celestial River. Only in this manner can I safeguard Yushuan and seek out Sierra. From this moment forth, my fate shall be dictated by me, Zenyado, defying the heavens and challenging destiny." Zenyado's gaze shifted once more to the youth on the ground, who was barely clinging to life after being mercilessly battered. Despite the boy's innate talent, his pride crumbled in the face of Zenyado's overwhelming might. Fear had taken root within him. In combat, Zenyado transcended human limitations, appearing impervious to pain. Even the toughest of beings could not withstand such brutality. As Zenyado approached, the youth's eyes widened in terror as he implored, "You cannot kill me. Do you know who I am?" Yet, Zenyado paid him no heed, advancing step by step. The youth, now desperate, cried out, "I concede. I concede. You cannot violate the rules of the competition. At that moment, a voice grew nearer, pleading, "Zenyado, he has already surrendered. Spare his life. You cannot breach the regulations." Zenyado remained unfazed, delivering a punch to the youth's heart. Before the boy could disclose his lineage, he perished on the spot. Zenyado remarked calmly, "To wish to kill me, believing that surrendering would absolve him. is naive that if I, Zuinyudo, could simply die by such means, then I would have long since perished. Rules are constructed for the weak. He was never afforded the opportunity to concede. The individual in question was Bai Qing, who, observing Zuinyudo's receding figure, sighed mournfully, while said, "Rules are indeed designed for the weak. I look forward to seeing you reach that pinnacle that as Zuinyudo vanished amidst the ruins, memories of his formidable swordsmanship and the sheer power of his fists, coupled with his unparalleled physique, instilled fear in the hearts of all. They marveled, this cannot be human. To advance in such a manner is sheer madness." Now, he had blatantly disregarded the competition's rules by slaying a surrendering opponent. And even Bai Qing offered no further commentary, merely questioning before relinquishing his concern. Such was the privilege of the gifted, the prerogative of the strong, to overlook regulations. Whispers circulated. I did not expect him to be the Zuinyudo pursued by Yang Tian and numerous formidable figures. Yet, after plummeting into the Luoxiao abyss, he miraculously survived. This promises to be a spectacle. Who would have guessed he is Zuinyudo? I had my suspicions that his true name was not Yi Yu, but I never imagined it was Xin Yidao. And no wonder he allied with me. Thought Yang Di I in a secluded corner. Yang Di observed the battle from beginning to end, initially believing that even if Zuinyudo were formidable, he would merely reach a stalemate with the youth, who was no ordinary genius. Yet, he was astounded to witness Zuinyudo effortlessly dispatch the boy. What vexed Yang Di most was that he had exchanged a grade-level martial technique with Zuinyudo, mistakenly believing he had gained an advantage. That was a grade-level technique, which he still lacked, and now he had unwittingly bestowed it upon another. Nonetheless, he dared not provoke Zuinyudo, for he was merely at the mid-stage of the Destiny Pulse. And he had no confidence in defeating Zuinyudo, especially considering their ongoing collaboration, which promised future opportunities. The stronger Zuinyudo became, the more advantageous it was for him. Given Zuinyudo's previous strength, Yang Di had no assurance of victory, let alone now that Zuinyudo had once again broken through, his power multiplying exponentially. Standing behind him, Yang Ziki beheld Zuinyudo's resolute visage, exuding an aura of lethal intent and explosive strength, his eyes deep and ghostly. A wave of melancholy washed over her. She had once deemed Zuinyudo unremarkable, but gradually, her perception began to shift. Initially, she thought he was merely slightly stronger than herself, yet time and again, he shattered her expectations, leaving her increasingly perplexed by this young man, that Zuinyudo's unrelenting pursuit of power and his decisive ruthlessness continually altered her understanding of him. He seemed not merely a youth, but a demon king forged through countless slaughters, with the capacity to make mountains tremble and oceans roar with a mere thought. She realized she was growing ever more distant from him, as if they were no longer on the same path. She silently vowed to become stronger, to align herself with his pace, for she understood that such a person as Zuinyudo would not pause for her. To see him, she must ceaselessly chase after his footsteps. If Yang Di's emotions were a tumultuous blend of regret and surprise, Yang Tian was now consumed by an overwhelming intent to kill. The Zuinyudo's might left him increasingly unsettled, and he was not alone in his discomfort. Many others felt similarly anxious. Yang Tian stood beside the high platform, scrutinizing Zuinyudo, then casting a glance at the impassive Bai Qing that he felt on the verge of eruption. Yet, he understood that should he unleash his fury, Bai Qing would undoubtedly quell him with sheer force. For those like him, the weak, there would be no opportunities whatsoever, unless they possessed immense potential akin to the genius that was Zuinyudo. During the brief interlude of Zuinyudo's absence, each platform witnessed the emergence of numerous experts. This year's decade-long competition astounded all, as not a single weakling could be found. It was unclear where these prodigious talents had arisen. Some even surpassed the previous generation in strength. While fierce battles raged on other platforms, brimming with martial techniques and lethal moves, none of these concerns pertained to Zuinyudo, but he donned his attire and returned to his own platform, quietly sitting in meditation upon the dilapidated half of the stage. To the casual observer, his slender frame belied the ferocity of a hidden tiger, a veritable demon of slaughter. In this tranquil state of cultivation, a voice shattered the silence. "You brat, stand up and face your death. Do not think that by slaying that boy, you are invincible. Watch as I, Yang Qian, dispatch you." Yang Qian, a late-stage expert of the Destiny Pulse, bore the same cultivation level as the youth from before. Zhuan Yudo replied slowly, I wonder what benefits Yang Tian has bestowed upon you to grant you the courage to wager your life. However, since you bear the surname Yang, do not even think of escaping. Zhuan Yudo declared, 8 steps of ultimate speed, kill. All that could be seen was a fleeting shadow, followed by a piercing scream as a sword pierced Yang Qian's throat. Zhuan Yudo's hand trembled, and the blade, along with its hilt, drove straight through Yang Qian's throat, blood gushing forth. Standing upon the city tower, Yang Tian witnessed this scene and nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This was Zhuan Yudo's brazen show of force. Those who beheld this spectacle nearly retched at the sheer brutality. Some who had gone to observe the martial duels on other platforms, upon hearing of this event, lamented their absence. Yet those present could only remark that Yang Qian was a fool. After all, Zhuan Yudo had yet to fully break through and had ruthlessly dominated a late-stage expert of the Destiny Pulse. Now, with Yang Qian still embroiled in his own breakthrough, was he not courting death? Zhuan Yudo's overwhelming dominance left all in astonishment, but as time passed, Zhuan Yudo's platform seemed to transform into a forbidden ground, with none daring to issue a challenge as the competitions on all platforms approached their conclusion. Zhuan Yudo approached Yang Ziki, saying, You shall challenge me. Both Yang Ziki and Yang Di stood in stunned silence, bewildered by Zhuan Yudo's intentions. Zhuan Yudo then revealed a long-missed smile, stating, This is my sincerity in our collaboration. I hope that Brother Yang Di will not disappoint me, that if Yang Di did not grasp the implications of this, he would have lived in vain, that he had not anticipated that Zhuan Yudo would so generously offer Yang Ziki an opportunity for transformation. Initially, he had brought Yang Ziki along with the intention of having her participate in the competition, having heard whispers of numerous formidable contenders, some even at the Destiny Pulse level. However, he had not foreseen such an overwhelming presence. It was evident that none present fell below the Destiny Pulse tier. Given this scenario, to allow Yang Ziki to compete was tantamount to seeking death. Although Yang Ziki had recently pushed into the late stage of the Dragon Pulse realm, the Destiny Pulse remained a formidable threshold. Even Zhuan Yudo had found it exceedingly challenging to contend with opponents at this level, let alone Yang Ziki, who was merely posing as a boy. Yang Di wasted no time. With Zhuan Yudo as his ally, he was more than willing. Glancing at Yang Ziki's eyes, filled with longing and joy, he found it impossible to refuse. Yang Di declared, Then I thank you, brother. I, Yang Di, shall remember this kindness. Yang Di seemed to have acknowledged the collaboration with Xian Yu Dao, which was indeed a genuine partnership, characterized by mutual benefit and strength. However, Yang Ziki appeared somewhat troubled, questioning whether such actions might violate the established rules. Wondering if Bai City's envoy, Bai Qing, would permit it. Xian Yu Dao scoffed, asserting that in this world, strength reigns supreme. They had not contravened any rules that if one were to defeat him, he would naturally relinquish his title as champion. And if he chose to challenge others for their titles, it would merely reflect their inadequacy. Xian Yu Dao's words astonished not only Yang Ziki, but also Yang Di, exuding a confidence that resonated with the indomitable spirit of a warrior. Yang Di, unpretentious, urged Cheer, seize this opportunity, winking at Yang Ziki, who immediately felt a rush of crimson to her cheeks. Despite this, she recognized the gravity of the moment as a chance to pursue Xian Yu Dao, albeit perplexed by her own feelings towards him. With Xian Yu Dao seated on one half of the arena, Yang Ziki leapt forward, her sword poised toward him as she declared, I challenge your title as champion. Let us battle. Xian Yu Dao was taken aback by her performance, which was surprisingly convincing. However, he was the only one who thought so, as the onlookers were left dumbfounded. How could someone who had been vanquished with a single blow now challenge those of a higher realm? Just as the crowd was processing this bewildering scene, Xian Yu Dao gradually rose and uttered a statement that left all present speechless. With a smile, Xian Yu Dao remarked, This young man possesses remarkable prowess. I am utterly in awe that I, Xian Yu Dao, willingly bestow the title of champion upon him. One individual, clearly unsettled, collapsed onto the ground, while everyone who heard this proclamation stood in stunned silence. Someone exclaimed, Could it be that this pretty boy is truly a master? If even Xian Yu Dao cannot withstand him, how formidable must he be? Who could possibly stand against him? Xian Yu Dao then descended from the platform, stating to those who wished to challenge next, Tread carefully. I shall be moving on to other arenas. Ironically, he let out a resigned sigh, as if to suggest he had been compelled to relinquish the stage. Many were convinced, though some remained skeptical, shouting that such actions were a breach of rules, insisting on a contest to determine who was stronger rather than allowing the champion to concede so easily. Others anticipated Xian Yudao would express gratitude for their defense of justice. However, the next scene rendered all voices mute. With a single punch, Xian Yudao struck down the leading boy, leaving him bloodied and battered. It became clear to all that it was not a case of Xian Yudao being overpowered, but rather that he had intended to let this pretty boy assume the title of champion, and now no one dared to challenge him to this moment. Yang Tian, standing on the high platform, saw an opportunity and hurriedly addressed Bai Qing. Envoy Bai, Xian Yudao has openly defied your specified rules. He ought to be executed as a warning to others. Bai Qing regarded Yang Tian with a penetrating gaze, his brow furrowing slightly. Yang Tian felt an invisible weight pressing down upon him, causing him to struggle for breath, but he immediately knelt, pleading, "Envoy, spare my life. I shall not dare again." Bai Qing coldly retorted, "I am present. It is not your place to remind me of his transgressions that I have not decreed that one cannot concede. Should there be a next time, beware for your life." Yang Tian felt foolish. Bai Qing had said nothing, and he had allowed his hatred to cloud his judgment. Xian Yudao was equally surprised that Bai Qing had not intervened. It seemed that as long as one possessed strength, privileges were omnipresent, rendering rules mere illusions. Thus, Xian Yudao proceeded to another arena, where the champion promptly conceded, transferring both their title and points to him. Meanwhile, at Xian Yudao's previous arena, it was as if he still lingered, and no one dared to issue a challenge, leading to the successful emergence of the top 8 contenders for the upcoming battle. Xian Yudao's dominance left everyone astounded. He disregarded the rules, and those who dared question him were swiftly silenced by his overwhelming might. This was the essence of Xian Yudao. However, within their hearts, many understood that had they possessed such strength and talent, they would have likely acted even more brazenly. Xian Yudao merely exploited a loophole in the rules. Everyone comprehended that even the most flawless regulations harbor vulnerabilities, and if one has strength, they can manipulate these gaps. Yet without strength, those who attempt to exploit such loopholes are merely courting death. Curiosity swirled around Yang Ziqi's true identity, with some daringly speculating that this pretty boy might have profound connections, with Xian Yudao merely acting as his pawn. Bai Qing, clad in green robes, reappeared before the crowd, declaring, "Now that the top 8 have been established, we shall proceed to the battle for the top 3. Those who reach the top 3 will receive the support of the Baiyun Kingdom. However, do not lose hope, for you are all talented individuals. With diligent training, you shall eventually soar to greatness." Bai Qing's booming voice resonated with everyone. "I hereby announce the rules for the top 3 battle. It will be a free-for-all. Within half an hour, the last 3 standing will ascend to the top 3, that each participant must engage, with life and death on the line, until no one can continue fighting. That I now declare the battle for the top 3 begins." Upon hearing this, Yang Di nearly toppled from his seat, realizing that the rules were specifically aimed at Xian Yudao and Yang Ziqi. Yet, there was nothing he could do. It was a gamble. They had previously exploited the loophole in the rules, wagering that Bai Qing would not intervene, and now Bai Qing had set the rules, leaving it to them to navigate the situation. This was a gamble where victory would grant them a place among the top 3, while defeat could potentially cost them their lives, effectively betting their very existence. Upon hearing this, Yang Ziqi's face paled. She had not anticipated Bai Qing would establish such rules, which left them with no escape. Previously, Xian Yudao had utilized a loophole, and while Bai Qing had remained silent, everyone had taken note. This time, the rules were clearly designed to silence dissent. However, Xian Yudao felt no fear. He simply did not expect Bai Qing to take action in this round. His primary concern was for Yang Ziqi. Although he had good intentions, he was nonetheless the source of the danger she now faced. Xian Yudao glanced at Yang Di and nodded slightly. Yang Di could only respond with a nod in return, realizing there was no alternative, regretting not having considered the implications earlier. Others watched with glee, anticipating how Xian Yudao would navigate this challenge. If the other skilled warriors banded together to attack him, the fate of someone at the Pulse Realm would be sealed. Xian Yudao gently tapped Yang Ziqi's shoulder, signaling her not to be afraid. Bai Qing, maintaining his calm demeanor, announced, "The free-for-all begins." Life and death are predetermined, that if you cannot overcome this level of adversity, you cannot be considered a true genius, let alone discuss martial arts. The 8 contenders swiftly ascended the arena. With Yang Ziki standing quietly beside Xian Udao claim, she felt no fear would be disingenuous, as she faced opponents of a significantly higher realm, and not just one. At that moment, 6 individuals gathered together, one stating, "Time is of the essence. If we join forces against the 2 of them, victory will be effortless. Then we can battle amongst ourselves, and the last 3 standing will be the top contenders. What say you?" The others nodded in agreement. Xian Udao understood that it was a matter of survival. Either he would triumph or perish, that he not only had to face 6 opponents, but also protect Yang Ziki. One of the opponents declared, "With our combined strength, you stand no chance. You 2 should forfeit your cultivation. We will not waste time." Xian Udao stepped forward, his formidable aura overwhelming them, causing the young man's complexion to pale. He slowly proclaimed, "You lot are not even worthy of my time. Do not assume you are exceptional. You are merely insignificant, that if you wish for me, Xian Udao, to concede, you are sorely mistaken." The young man, enraged, retorted, "Today if I, Zhao Feng, do not slay you, I shall no longer bear the Zhao surname." Xian Udao chuckled, remarking on the prevalence of Zhao family members everywhere, suggesting this clan was indeed noteworthy, that if you wish to abandon your surname in favor of mine, I have no objection. However, associating with someone as weak as you would tarnish my name. Let us discuss this again once you have grown stronger. Zhao Feng could no longer contain himself, furious as he declared, "Xian Udao, you seek death." Being a practitioner of sword techniques, he lunged at Xian Udao with an exceptionally sharp sword, its tip gleaming ominously. Yet, just as the blade was about to strike, Zhao Feng redirected his attack toward Yang Ziki. Xian Udao bellowed, "You seek your own demise. Dawn sword kill." With a single sword, he intercepted Zhao Feng's assault. However, Zhao Feng was not to be underestimated. Realizing his initial attack had been thwarted, he knew he had to unveil his ultimate technique to stand a chance. Phantom 7 kills. Killing stab. Xian Udao witnessed countless swords aimed at him, and with a swift motion, he unleashed friend-inviting sword, executing a flurry of strikes that obliterated Zhao Feng's assault. The sheer force of his sword energy swept through the arena, compelling everyone to feel their own blades tremble in response. In an instant, Xian Udao reemerged with the overwhelming might of 1,000 swords converging into one. Zhao Feng, along with his sword, was sent flying, his hair disheveled, the arrogance he once held now a distant memory. In a moment of suspended disbelief, Zhao Feng finally steadied himself in midair. With a resounding roar, he declared, "Phantom 7 kills, second kill. Draw the sword and slay." The blade vibrated incessantly, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the sky intensified. Xian Udao felt his true essence being drawn forth. Just as he was lost in a daze, Zhao Feng spoke again. "Xian Udao, prepare to meet your demise with Phantom 7 kills, third kill." Shock kill. Xian Udao realized that with each kill Zhao Feng unleashed, his speed more than doubled. Xian Udao bellowed, "Then receive my sword, the third form of the Starry Sword technique, Victory Sword Slay." His sword swept across the entire arena, as if the very fabric of space was being cleaved in twain by its might. Zhao Feng was struck by the blade, his upper garments shredded in an instant as he fell to one hand. Blood spurting forth, the others shouted, "Everyone attack together. Let us first eliminate Xian Udao. The Dragon Pulse realm poses no threat." 6 individuals surged toward Xian Udao, who laughed heartily. "Let me indulge in a fierce battle today. Show me what you can do." With a tremor in his fists and his hair billowing, his eyes turned blood red, shooting forth a gaze imbued with boundless demonic energy, akin to a dark abyss. Everyone was astonished. He was a madman, eschewing the use of his sword to rely solely on his physical prowess. Some remarked on his audacity, while others marveled at the strength of Xian Udao's physique. Yang Ziki gazed at Xian Udao, tears welling in her eyes, lamenting her own hindrance to him. Xian Udao charged forward, his fist striking with the force of the heavens themselves, causing the 6 to tremble with numbness in their hands. He bellowed, "Is this all the power you possess? Can you not allow me a satisfying kill? Do not be so arrogant, for my unseen leg shall shatter you." Countless leg shadows rained down, one after another, as the unseen legs suppressed all. Xian Yudao responded with a punch that soared skyward. Come forth. Allow me to break your unseen legs. His fist collided with the myriad leg shadows. And Xian Yudao felt a surge of energy coursing through him. Laughing, he declared, Good, truly worthy of the name Unseen Legs, but still insufficient. Back you go, Star Motion Strangle. Suddenly, countless leg shadows collapsed, with one leg exploding upon impact. On my leg. You dare to shatter my Earth grade. First tier martial technique, Unseen Legs. I shall have your life. Yet any movement brought forth a cry of agony. Everyone was astounded. Xian Yudao was too formidable, having obliterated an Earth-grade martial technique with a single punch. However, greater confusion arose regarding the origins of these individuals. Each possessed Earth-grade techniques, a rarity even among the seasoned veterans. Now, with 2 of the 6 injured, the remaining 4 abandoned any notions of luck and began to regard Xian Yudao with seriousness. Xian Yudao shouted, Come at me together. Do not squander time. The 4 gritted their teeth in fury. Never had they been so looked down upon. They surged forth, unleashing their most potent techniques. Heavenly Spear. Kill! A divine spear hurtled toward Xian Yudao, who countered. This day, I shall obliterate even the heavens. Your trifling spear, begone! His fist struck the spear, which not only failed to harm him, but was instead sent flying. Blood oozing from his palm. At that moment, a cacophony of attacks ensued. Blood Sword, Strangle, 8 trigrams palm, Annihilate, Overlord Fist, Overlord S-Kill. Xian Yudao unleashed his fist with a thunderous cry. Star Motion Strangle, Star Shatter. Star Fragment be shattered. The arena instantly collapsed, dust swirling around. Everyone was caught in a powerful wave of true energy, stumbling backward. Yet, even so, 2 fists could not withstand 4 hands. Despite Xian Yudao's prowess, he was still struck in the chest by the Overlord Fist. Feeling as though he had collided with a solid meteorite, his fists vibrating with numbness that in a fit of rage, Xian Yudao roared. A kill! Like a raging lion, he unleashed a flurry of kicks upon the fist that had struck him. Bellowing, All of you shall die. A sword emerged, swift as lightning, as he stepped forth, vanishing from sight, only to reappear, piercing a skull in a single thrust. Another punch followed, sending a figure plummeting from the sky, leaving behind a gaping hole in its chest. Xian Yudao was drenched in blood, both his own and that of his foes. Everyone felt their minds racing to comprehend the scene. 2 prodigies had perished in an instant. Were prodigies truly so expendable? The remaining 4 were now gravely injured, their true essence faltering, rendering them incapable of further combat. Xian Yudao advanced, his murderous aura suffocating them. They finally recognized that they were but powerful ants in the presence of a genuine genius like Xian Yudao. With a swift kick, he dispatched another, leaving only 3 remaining. Fear engulfed them. This man asked no questions, only slayed mercilessly. Zhao Feng cried out, Xian Yudao, you cannot kill me. Do you know who I am? If you slay me, you shall meet your own end. Xian Yudao replied slowly, Is the Zhao family truly so formidable? Why do so many claim to be from the Zhao family? I do not seek you out. Yet you come to me, then die. A sword pierced Zhao Feng's heart. Xian Yudao proceeded to eliminate the remaining 2, none daring to intervene. Those who witnessed this were left in a stupor, especially at the declaration of targeting the Zhao family. Bai Qing furrowed his brow deeply, and no one had anticipated such an outcome. Xian Yudao had shattered the 6 renowned young prodigies with sheer force. Yang Ziki stood frozen in a corner, struck dumb by Xian Yudao's overwhelming prowess. Thus, the top 3 contenders had dwindled to 2. Bai Qing appeared pleased, thinking to himself, My journey here was not in vain. Though I could not select 3 geniuses, I unexpectedly acquired Xian Yudao. A true prodigy. Such talents are exceedingly rare, Bai Qing announced. The decade-long contest of geniuses has concluded. Upon our return to the White Emperor City, His Majesty shall bestow treasures that ask for the reduction of the top 3 to 2. I shall explain it to His Majesty upon my return. The decade-long contest for City Lord shall commence next. All were filled with anticipation. Would this year's contest for City Lord mirror the thrilling contest of geniuses? It was a prospect that stirred excitement, as this year saw an influx of skilled individuals, their origins shrouded in mystery, yet seemingly possessing substantial backing. Many pondered why so many had gathered in this small town to vie for the top 3 spots, which seemed of little consequence. Meanwhile, Xian Yudao had completed his task and sat quietly in a resting place, recuperating from his injuries. The impact had been immense. 6 young masters, each comparable to him, each with their own deadly techniques. Especially the final punch. Had it not been for Xian Yudao's formidable physique, akin to a defensive treasure of the 9th tier, he would have perished. Yet, he felt fortunate that none of them wielded defensive treasures. Otherwise, slaying them would not have been so effortless. Defensive treasures, like weapons and techniques, were categorized into various tiers. Xian Yudao was currently reflecting on the lessons learned from this battle. Each encounter served as the finest form of training. His mind replayed the enemy's every move. Snowfall, Phantom 7 kills, Overlord Fist. All of these techniques had been thoroughly assimilated during his slaughter of the 6, and now counted among his spoils. Xian Yudao's storage bag brimmed with wealth. Even a formidable figure of the Tianhe realm could scarcely possess so much, especially the earth-grade techniques, which, though all of the 1st tier, were incomparable to human-grade techniques. He continued to circulate the true essence within him, striving to reintegrate the heart of chaos into his being, which would not only heal his wounds, but also enhance his physique. Yet, no matter what he attempted, the heart of chaos remained dormant. Xian Yudao sighed inwardly. It seems I must first break through my realm before I can reintegrate the heart of chaos. That a night passed, and Xian Yudao returned to the inn where he was resting. Though this time he was not alone. Yang Di had also taken residence there. Having witnessed Xian Yudao's might, he abandoned any notions of exploiting him. After all, his daughter had shown interest in Xian Yudao. What could he possibly do about it? Throughout the night, Xian Yudao's injuries gradually healed. While his aura remained somewhat weak, his true essence had become denser and purer. Outside his door stood Irun, none other than Yang Ziki, who had vigilantly guarded the entrance since Xian Yudao's return. Fearing for his safety, to fall in love with someone is to remain unaware of their true nature or whether they care for you in return. Yet the desire to protect them becomes irresistible, leading one to quietly stand by their side, simply to catch a glimpse of them within their line of sight. As Xian Yudao opened the door, he startled Yang Ziki, who had been dozing outside, prompting her to inquire anxiously, "Is your injury better?" She scrutinized him closely. Xian Yudao, puzzled, replied, "Miss Yang, are you all right? I am nearly recovered." Yang Ziki then realized her earlier anxiety. I'm fine as long as you are well." Curiously, Xian Yudao asked, "Miss Yang, did you not sleep well last night? You seem rather fatigued." Yang Ziki, seething with indignation, felt a sense of grievance swelling within her. "I have already reached the pinnacle of the dragon vein realm. Although I may not be as formidable as you, do you not realize that for martial artists, rest has become inconsequential? I am merely concerned for your well-being." Having not slept a wink, she spotted Yang Ziki lost in thought. Xian Yudao called out, "Miss Yang, the contest for the city lord is about to commence. Brother Yang will undoubtedly participate. Shall we go and take a look?" It was then that Yang Ziki recollected that her father was to compete today. "Let us go at once. It may have already begun," she replied. Xian Yudao nodded in agreement. Before long, they arrived at the city lord's mansion, where the contest was already underway. Each arena was ablaze with earth-shattering battles. Xian Yudao mused to himself, "Truly, these are individuals of the Tianhe realm. Their true essence is beyond my reach. Were it not for my formidable physique and unparalleled speed, I would feel utterly powerless against such masters." It seems Lu Zhengxing realized that he could not kill me in one fell swoop, especially with the Zhao family having fled. As Xian Yudao entered the scene, many began to take notice of him. Some even speculated whether he would participate in the contest for the city lord, for his demonstrated prowess was already comparable to that of the older generation. However, Xian Yudao understood that while he could muster his full strength to contend with the Tianhe realm expert, he still fell short. Yet he remained confident, believing that none among the Dizzy realm could stand against him. Once he fully integrated the heart of chaos, challenging those above his rank would no longer be a mere jest. He recognized many familiar faces, all of whom were the old adversaries that had once pursued him. To his surprise, he realized that the individuals he had slain that night were all from the Dizzy realm. While these formidable Tianhe experts had gathered here, among them stood a mid-stage Tianhe expert, Clenching his fists, Xian Yudao's eyes instantly turned crimson, but a nearby Dragon Vein Realm practitioner felt as though he had been pierced by a frigid blade and hastily retreated. Witnessing this, Yang Ziki quickly grasped Xian Yudao's arm, fearing he might lose control. The older adversaries glanced at him, their faces darkened with murderous intent. Yet, none dared to strike Xian Yudao, for he had already risen to become the foremost contender in this grand tournament. To slay him would be tantamount to declaring war against the royal family of Baiyun Kingdom. While they may be powerful here, in the eyes of the royal family, they were but formidable grasshoppers. With Yang Ziki's assistance, Xian Yudao regained a semblance of clarity at this moment. Each arena had established a long-standing champion, leaving little opportunity for others. However, it was tacitly understood that neither Yang Tian nor Yang Di had yet taken the stage. Finally, Yang Tian ascended the platform, facing an opponent of similar age. The man chuckled, "City Lord Yang, I did not expect you to compete this year, that I have heard that 10 years ago, you employed some method to ensure your brother's deliberate loss, allowing you to become City Lord for the past decade. This year, however, your luck may not be as favorable." Yang Tian's teeth ground in anger at these words. "Spare me your nonsense. Let us see your true capabilities," he retorted. The opponent scoffed. "Today, let me, Chihu, witness your star-shattering fist and see how it compares to that of Xian Yudao that I have heard your son was killed." Could it be that he fell to Xian Yudao, who then appropriated your star-shattering fist for himself? "It seems your son is just like you." Fury ignited within Yang Tian, for it was well known throughout Xiu City that his son, Yang Xian, had been slain by Xian Yudao. Yet, others refrained from mentioning it out of deference to him. Clearly, Chihu sought to provoke him. "Chihu, you are courting death, star-shattering fist, unleash." Yang Tian roared. Chihu was no pushover. Retorting with a mighty shout, 9 tiger forces, obliterate. A thunderous roar of a tiger echoed through the sky as a spectral tiger surged forth with Chihu's assault. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. This was the White Tiger Force, said to be one of the 4 ancient sacred beasts known for their unparalleled ferocity and ability to shatter all defenses. It was shocking that Chihu had mastered such an aggressive technique. Though it was a human-level 9th-tier skill, it was not inferior to Earth-level techniques. Yang Tian was astonished, yet he was no slouch either. Chihu was merely at the initial stage of the Tianmai realm, while he had already reached the peak of the mid-stage. Had he still been at the initial stage, the outcome might have been uncertain. Yang Tian charged forth, his true essence surging as he bellowed. "Watch how I dismantle your White Tiger assault technique. Starbreak, shatter." With a formidable attack, he wielded his immense true essence to obliterate Chihu's 9th-tier technique, causing the spectral tiger to fade. The spectral tiger dissipated. Chihu was sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth as he was thrown off the stage. Yang Tian dashed forth, intent on finishing Chi. "Who did I concede?" Chihu cried out. However, Yang Tian was unwilling to let the opportunity to kill Chihu slip by. Disregarding his words as he lunged forward with a sword aimed at him, that moment, a figure intervened. "By Qing, that he has conceded," Bai Qing stated. Yang Tian shouted, "Yesterday, Xian Yudao killed a conceding opponent. Today, I shall do the same." Bai Qing's expression darkened as he retorted, "I said he has conceded. My word is law here. Are you questioning my authority?" With those words, Yang Tian coughed up blood, his body being violently forced back several paces. The crowd watched in awe at Bai Qing's overwhelming presence. Those who dared defy him met only one fate: death. Bai Qing coldly declared, "This match is concluded. Yang Tian is victorious. Chihu concedes and forfeits all points." It was as if nothing had transpired. Just moments before, Chihu, known for his loyalty, had a few friends present. They, seeing Yang Tian's wrath, approached to help Chihu to a resting area. One spoke, "Brother Chihu." Chihu, aware of their intentions, interrupted, "I understand your difficulties. I hold no grievances against anyone." Yet he recognized that these individuals were merely fair-weather friends, and when true peril arose, none would stand by him. A sense of disappointment washed over him. That moment, Yang Di took the stage, dominating with overwhelming strength. Xian Yudao observed the fierce battles quietly. His greatest desire was to enhance his own power. Before departing from Xiu City, he needed to eliminate all threats, ensuring the safety of the Xian family after his departure. Seeing Chihu's White Tiger assault technique filled him with excitement. It felt as if it were destined for him. If he could execute the White Tiger assault with his perfect physique and a significantly enhanced true essence, he would undoubtedly achieve overwhelming victory in a single strike. Awakening from his meditative state, Xian Yu Dao found the arena still engaged in fierce combat. Many spectators were engrossed, as if they were partaking in the battles themselves. Xian Yu Dao made his way to where Qi Hu was resting. The individuals assisting Qi Hu immediately tensed, aware of Xian Yu Dao's formidable reputation as a merciless killer, possessing unparalleled martial arts and an indomitable physique. They understood that he could break through all techniques with ease. Unless one were several realms above him, they would be crushed without mercy. Disregarding all rules, one of them spoke. Xian Yu Dao, what brings you here? This is not a place for you to rampage at will. We acknowledge that none in the same tier can match you, but do not underestimate us. We are not mere ants of the dizzy realm, the Qi, who shook his head in resignation, admiring Xian Yu Dao not only for his youth and extraordinary cultivation, but also for his unwavering determination and willingness to shoulder responsibility. It was more than mere admiration. It was profound respect that Qi Hu quickly interjected, "Brothers, I believe Brother Xian means no trouble." There is no need for such hostility, that he understood that Xian Yu Dao embodied the principle of treat others with respect. If they offend me, I shall retaliate. Should these men provoke Xian Yu Dao, even the King of Heaven would not save them from his wrath. Upon hearing Qi Hu's words, the others fell silent. Realizing their earlier behavior had been somewhat disrespectful to Qi Hu inquired, "Might I ask what brings you to my presence, Brother Xian?" "Feel free to speak plainly." Without hesitation, Xian Yu Dao replied, "I wish to exchange your White Tiger assault technique for one of the 6 Earth-level first-tier martial techniques I possess." "What say you?" Qi Hu responded, "What do you think of my White Tiger assault technique? From what I understand, Brother Xian, you have not only mastered Earth-level techniques, but possess formidable skills that it is said that one can only begin to cultivate Earth-level techniques at the Tian'er realm. Why would you seek to exchange for my 9th-tier human-level technique?" Xian Yu Dao simply stated, "I believe that martial techniques are not defined by rank. What matters is their suitability for oneself. I feel that the White Tiger assault technique aligns with my abilities. Would you be willing to exchange?" Upon hearing those words, the others scoffed in disdain. Martial skills possess no rank. How can one speak so eloquently? How could human-tier martial arts possibly compare to Earth-tier techniques? Xian Yu Dao merely smiled knowingly, for his own opinions were his own affair, and he deemed it unnecessary to heed the words of others. Qi Hu, upon hearing this, lamented inwardly. Truly a prodigious genius, possessing an understanding of martial arts that diverges from the ordinary. This man is destined to become a dragon among men, worthy of befriending. Qi Hu spoke up, given Brother Xian's words, "I, Qi Hu, shall lend you the White Tiger killing technique for your perusal. As for any exchange, there is no need. As you mentioned, what suits oneself is the best. The Earth-tier martial arts are not yet suitable for me. Merely observing them would disrupt my state of mind." He then produced a small booklet from his pocket and handed it to Xian Yu Dao. The others looked on, incredulous, internally berating Qi Hu for being such a fool, rejecting Earth-tier martial arts, and offering his own techniques for free. One person remarked, "Kid, present your Earth-tier martial arts. Don't think Qi Hu is easily swayed." Xian Yu Dao coldly retorted, "You have no place to speak here. I, Xian Yu Dao, do not require your guidance in my affairs." In that instant, a terrifying killing intent enveloped him, making the other feel as though they were being watched by a demon. Their body drenched in cold sweat, fearing for their very life, Qi Hu was utterly astonished by this display. Experiencing Xian Yu Dao's killing aura up close revealed just how much stronger he was than Qi Hu had imagined. Quickly, Qi Hu sought to smooth things over. "Brother Xian, this White Tiger killing technique is a treasure I acquired through a fortuitous encounter. Allowing you to study it for a couple of days is of no consequence. Let us not prolong this discussion. I know you all mean well, and I hope we can remain friends moving forward." Qi Hu's intent was clear. He wished to keep the situation from escalating. Xian Yu Dao spoke, "Brother Qi's generosity is appreciated. Yet I cannot accept the White Tiger killing technique without offering something in return. I possess the Earth-tier technique, the Heavenly One Spear, which I shall place in Brother Qi's hands today. And we shall exchange it 3 days hence. I extend my gratitude in advance." Eagerly, Xian Yu Dao departed to study the White Tiger killing technique, hoping to elevate his combat prowess. He found it increasingly challenging to break through his current limitations. As the days swiftly passed, It left everyone incredulous that the City Lords competition would conclude with only the top 8 determined in a single day, with the final battle of the strongest set for the following day. Throughout the night, Xianyu Dao immersed himself in the study of the white tiger killing technique that he was astonished by its might, although it was a human-tier technique of the 9th rank. Its ferocity far surpassed that of any Earth-tier martial arts. Xianyu Dao sensed that the white tiger killing technique was not as straightforward as it appeared. It seemed merely an echo of the true art. However, he had no time to ponder these complexities, yearning only to glimpse the complete form of the white tiger assault technique. After examining the technique, he felt a flicker of understanding, yet it bore little distinction from other martial skills, causing him to furrow his brow. Initially, he believed this martial art was perfectly suited for him, yet now he sensed a disconnection that as dawn broke. Casting light upon the remnants of night, Xianyu Dao set aside his training. For today marked the final day of the decade-long tournament, a day when Yang Tian and Yang Di would face one another in a battle of life and death. Yang Di had yet to reveal his shattering star fist, relying solely on his other techniques to reach the top 8, that with his training in powerful techniques, he should be able to contend with Yang Tian. The outcome remained uncertain. It was worth noting that Xianyu Dao had also trained in the Shattering Star Fist, a human-tier 8th rank martial art known for its innate combat prowess. Upon seeing Yang Ziki, Xianyu Dao noted her significantly improved demeanor compared to the previous day. Arriving at the arena of the City Lord's estate, he surveyed the 8 contenders on the platform, recognizing several as old acquaintances. Clenching his fists tightly, just as the event was about to commence, Bai Qing interjected. Bai Qing addressed the assembly. You are all seasoned veterans. I propose we alter the competition rules, transforming the free-for-all into a challenge format, where the 8 may challenge one another until there remains a victor with no further challengers. This way, the essence of your martial prowess can be fully displayed. The 8 pondered this change, acknowledging that as battle-hardened warriors, a free-for-all would inevitably lead to treachery. This new format would allow them to focus solely on combat, and thus they unanimously agreed. Yang Di was particularly in favor, recognizing that should Yang Tian align with others, his chances would diminish. The 4 battles commenced simultaneously, with the seasoned fighters exhibiting not only refined martial skills, but also a ruthless disposition, delivering lethal blows with every strike. A mere oversight could result in death. After more than an hour of combat, the first round concluded with 4 victors emerging. Both Yang Tian and Yang Di were among them, proceeding to the next round of challenges. The remaining 4, having been defeated, tacitly refrained from challenging the victors. Yang Di directed his sword at Yang Tian, stating coldly, I challenge you. Yang Tian, taken aback by the audacity of someone daring to confront him despite his formidable prowess, recognized that this challenger bore a personal grudge. Nevertheless, Yang Di displayed no reaction, treating this confrontation as he would any other. All eyes were on the platform where Yang Tian faced Yang Di, both known for their strength. Yet to this day, Yang Di's true identity had remained a mystery, perceived only as a reclusive old enigma. Yang Tian inquired, Might I know your name, esteemed challenger? I beseech you to enlighten me. Yang Di's voice seethed with anger. Spare me the pleasantries. I have come to take the life of a dog. Yang Tian, with a malicious glint in his eye, retorted, If that is the case, do not blame Yang for being merciless. He lunged at Yang Di with a swift sword strike. Yang Di did not falter. Although he had only grasped the surface of the starry sword technique, it was still formidable. The 2 clashed, evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Yang Di bellowed, I will merge my being with my sword, and charged at Yang Tian like an arrow released from a bow. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, for this was the realm of sword and man united. Yang Tian narrowed his brow and bellowed, Shattering Star Fist. Star fragments scatter in all directions. Begone! At that moment, Yang Di responded, The Shattering Star Fist is not solely yours to wield. Stars shift, stars shatter, clear the way. The audience was left in shock. Was this a competition of shattering star fists? Why was everyone invoking this technique, which was merely a human-tier 8th rank martial art? Speculation arose that perhaps Xianyu Dao had exchanged the sword techniques with Yang Di. The resemblance between Yang Di's swordplay and Xianyu Dao's was uncanny. Yet then, Yang Tian proclaimed, So it is you. I did not expect your return. Yang Di removed his hat, revealing his identity. Indeed, it is that I aim to reclaim all that belongs to me. The crowd was taken aback, for this was Yang Di, the younger brother who had once been bested by Yang Tian in a single strike. Yang Di's fury ignited. Flame sword, annihilate. The onlookers recognized this as a technique, one Yang Di had acquired during an auction. Channeling it through his sword, the terrifying aura emanating from him sent shockwaves through the arena, causing it to crumble. Yang Tian's resolve hardened. You are not the only one who has mastered a technique. Blood magic surges. Yang Tian's blood roiled with fury. Enveloped in a dark mist, as the inferno of flames clashed with the black magic, the atmosphere surged. Bai Qing warned, those with weaker cultivation should leave immediately. As everyone retreated, a colossal explosion erupted, rendering them momentarily deaf. Flames erupted, creating a gaping hole in the ground. The spectators stood in shock, pondering the consequences of lingering any longer. Their attention then shifted to the depths of the arena, where Yang Di lay prostrate, while Yang Tian stood before him, charred and unyielding. You are no match for me. Allow me to send you on your way, Yang Tian intoned coldly. You should have perished 10 years ago. He aimed his sword at Yang Di. Yang Ziki, witnessing this, rushed onto the platform, crying out, "No, please don't. I cannot lose you." Desperation tinged her voice, now hoarse. The crowd had mixed reactions. Some sneered, others sighed, while many remained indifferent. Xian Yu Dao grasped Yang Ziki's arm, recognizing that her attempt to intervene would only lead to her demise. She clung to him, tears streaming down her face. "Young Master Xian, I beg you, save my father." Overwhelmed by despair, she felt powerless, unable to rescue her father. Xian Yu Dao's heart ached. He understood this pain all too well, having faced the loss of his beloved grandfather and the helplessness that ensued. The pain was ineffable, only comprehensible through personal experience. From that moment, he had vowed never to allow such tragedy to befall him again. Yet today, though it was not his own plight, he bore witness to it. Was he to simply stand by? Yang Ziki was no longer the naive girl she once was. In this moment, she had matured. Seeing the emptiness in Yang Ziki's eyes filled Xian Yu Dao with sorrow. Not long ago, he had been in her position. With determination, Xian Yu Dao advanced with lightning speed, shouting, "Yang Tian, you old wretch, today I shall end your life." The crowd was astounded. Xian Yu Dao was intent on saving Yang Di. Yang Tian scoffed, "Boy, you are courting death." Xian Yu Dao swiftly executed the 8 steps of extreme speed, seizing Yang Di in a single grasp. Once again, he activated the 8 steps, and all onlookers could only see a shadow darting forth from the ruins. Unable to comprehend how Xian Yu Dao had entered or evaded Yang Tian's assault, he gently laid Yang Di on the ground, and Yang Ziki rushed into her father's embrace, exclaiming, "Father, are you all right? I cannot bear the thought of losing you. I promise to behave and will diligently cultivate from now on." Yang Di struggled to speak, his injuries grave. His lips moved feebly as he uttered a mere, "Thank you," before succumbing to unconsciousness that moment. Yang Tian charged forth, and Xian Yu Dao glanced at Yang Ziki, reassuring her he should be fine. It's merely the severity of his injuries. Take good care of your father. With that, Xian Yu Dao leaped into the air, confronting the oncoming Yang Tian. Both exuded an aura of murderous intent. Yang Tian was enveloped in a tempest of demonic energy, appearing as a demon god, while Xian Yu Dao stood resolute, akin to a harbinger of slaughter. His eyes a blood-red hue, exuding an eerie allure. Bai Qing, observing the scene, felt compelled to refrain from intervening. Although Xian Yu Dao was a prodigy of his selection, he repeatedly defied the rules he had established. Moreover, he was curious to discover the hidden cards that Xian Yu Dao possessed, which emboldened him so. Yang Tian roared, "Xian Yu Dao, you have sought your own demise today. Do not blame me. I shall slay you to avenge my son, making you aware of the consequences of offending me." Yang Tun. Xian Yu Dao calmly responded, "Yang Tun, do not feign righteousness. Your son brought this upon himself. Today, I will end you, allowing you and your son to reunite." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Such arrogance was astonishing. How could Xian Yu Dao, merely at the late stage of the Earth Vein realm, audaciously claim he would kill a peak mid-stage heavenly Vein Master? Had the heavens truly turned upside down, Xian Yu Dao declared, "There is no rule against challenging you. Today, I shall contest for the position of City Lord. Any who are dissatisfied may step forward." He found himself in a predicament. Initially, he had collaborated with Yang Di, trusting him to become the city lord, thus allowing Xian Yudao to depart with peace of mind. Yet now, with Yang Di incapacitated, he had no choice but to step up. Yang Tian's fury erupted. "You insolent brat, I shall slay you first, then seek out my dear brother." The star-shattering fist surged forth, aimed at Xian Yudao. Though the spectators had witnessed the star-shattering fist before, its immense power was unparalleled, surpassing even ninth-grade martial techniques. What kind of eighth-grade martial skill could wield such might? Xian Yudao laughed heartily. "Yang Tian, it takes more than talent to master the star-shattering fist. Let me see if your technique is superior or if mine is stronger." With that, he unleashed his own fist, and an ominous feeling washed over the onlookers. It was akin to throwing an egg against a stone. Despite sharing the same technique, Xian Yudao was at a lower realm, and it was all but certain he would be obliterated. But in the next instant, everyone was left in shock as the two fists collided midair, causing the sky to erupt as if two stars had collided. Neither combatant held the upper hand. Xian Yudao relied on his formidable physique to withstand the force, feeling as though his body might shatter. His hair and beard whipped about, and in that moment he sensed the chaos heart stirring to life. Xian Yudao roared. 8 steps of extreme speed, star movement, star break, and the annihilation of heaven and earth. Let my might shatter all. He propelled himself towards Yang Tian like a meteorite. Yang Tian, taken aback, thought to himself, Xian Yudao's progress is astonishing. He improves with each battle, as if he were a relentless combat machine, growing stronger with every fight. The spectators stood agape, initially dismissing Xian Yudao's audacity, yet now witnessing his vigorous combat prowess. Yang Tian, determined to eliminate Xian Yudao today, knew there would be no second chance. Star movement, star break, be gone. However, Xian Yudao's speed was unparalleled, leaving Yang Tian unable to contend with him, forcing him to rely on brute strength. Xian Yudao took a direct hit to the chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Propelled back by the impact, faced with an opponent of a much higher realm, to have fought to such an extent was a source of pride for him, evoking awe from the onlookers. Yang Ziki, witnessing the scene, clenched her fists, feeling utterly powerless, as she had always been the weaker one to Xian Yudao crashed to the ground, leaving deep impressions in the earth, propping himself up with one hand, as if even the weight of the heavens could not topple him. Bai Qing found himself torn over whether to intervene. Ultimately, he decided to bide his time. Xian Yudao, nearly depleted of his true essence, had forcefully executed the 8 steps multiple times, in addition to withstanding Yang Tian's 2 devastating techniques. The crowd was astounded as they watched Xian Yudao consume 2 demon cores. Was he courting death? The volatile energy from the cores could easily lead to his own destruction. Someone remarked, "You should not be surprised. I witnessed this madman consume over 10 demon cores that night. You are behind the times." The observer felt as though his worldview had been shattered. Yet, considering Xian Yudao's relentless pursuit of breakthroughs, engaging in direct combat without utilizing techniques, only to ultimately injure himself, he shook his head, feeling a sense of lost faith in the future. Xian Yudao was equally exasperated. When Yang Tian first attacked, he had sensed the stirring of the chaos heart, spurring him to recklessly surge forward in hopes of harnessing that power and merging with the chaos heart. Yet now, in this state, it remained dormant, leaving him in despair. Frantically channeling his true essence, Xian Yudao refined the demon cores as Yang Tian advanced. With a sword in hand, he unleashed a torrent of techniques: the Great Annihilation Sword, the Summoning Sword, the Strangulation Sword, and the First Victory Sword, sending countless blades flying towards Yang Tian. Chapter 17. Seizing dual crowns, Yang Tian roared, "Star shatter, break apart," as the clash of sword energy persisted. Xian Yudao felt the demon cores had been nearly refined. With a booming voice, he called out, "Star movement, star break, star shatter, unleash destruction." This time, Yang Tian was struck by a powerful blow, sent reeling as sword energy surged through the air. Though he emerged unscathed, albeit in a state of disarray, the onlookers were left in awe. Xian Yudao's sword energy was astoundingly strong. Generally, those at the Meridian Realm could wield sword energy, but none could match Xian Yudao's vigor. Even those at the Heavenly River Realm paled in comparison. Speculation arose among the crowd. Sword energy was typically the domain of Heavenly River Masters. Those at the Heavenly River realm could only unleash a portion of their power through exceptional techniques or innate talents. Yet Xian Yudao's prowess was truly rare, in truth. Xian Yudao relied on the Starry Sword technique, which inherently contained momentum, a technique exclusive to formidable masters. Below the Heavenly River realm, most were still focused on foundational energy cultivation. Xian Yudao realized that half of the demon core's power remained. He mused, "These cores may not hold great significance, but they do replenish my energy adequately." He turned to Yang Tian and taunted, "City Lord Yang, is this all you have? After all these years, it seems you have merely raised a pig." Yang Tian's face flushed with rage. The crowd felt as though they had been slapped across the face. If Yang Tian at the peak of the mid-stage heavenly vein was a pig, what did that make them? Yet, they could do nothing, for Xian Yudao was simply too monstrous. Yang Tian, infuriated by Xian Yudao's repeated insults, howled, "Xian Yudao, you have forced my hand. Let the blood of demons boil." Witnessing Yang Tian invoke this technique, the crowd grew anxious for Xian Yudao. This was a formidable skill. Even Yang Di, at the same tier, had been rendered unconscious. How could Xian Yudao, at the Earth Vein realm, withstand such an onslaught? Filled with surging demonic energy, Yang Tian proclaimed, "Demonic blood boil. Unleash destruction." Unlike before, he did not engage Xian Yudao directly. Instead, from within the tempest of demonic energy, a spear materialized, hurtling towards Xian Yudao. Xian Yudao leaped skyward, shouting, "White Tiger Assault! Nothing can withstand my might." A phantom of a white tiger manifested above him. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Someone exclaimed, "How did Xian Yudao learn the White Tiger Assault technique from Qihu?" However, the most astonished of all was Qihu himself, despite their exchange of techniques lasting only a night. Xian Yudao had already mastered it, and the White Tiger's phantom appeared more solid than his own. Yet the disparity in realms was insurmountable. The demonic spear surged towards the White Tiger's claw, and in an instant, the phantom shattered. Xian Yudao was struck by the spear, sent flying backward as blood erupted from his mouth. As he soared through the air, Xian Yudao's mind replayed the star-shattering fist, the Starry Sword technique, and the White Tiger Assault. Suddenly, he recalled the fleeting insight he had experienced in the woods, igniting an inexplicable excitement within him. In a flash, his eyes turned blood-red. Xian Yudao steadied himself mid-air, gazing at Yang Tian, his hands morphing through various techniques. The audience noticed his aura steadily climbing, and the White Tiger Phantom reappeared above him. With a thunderous voice, Xian Yudao declared, "Yang Tian, receive my fusion of all techniques in one devastating assault." Star kill. The crowd was left in disbelief. The near-defeated Xian Yudao had seized the opportunity to merge his techniques, creating his own lethal move. They were on the verge of fainting, thinking, "Can we even play this game anymore?" Some even felt the urge to curse, "My friends, can we still have fun together?" Seeing Xian Yudao's newfound strength, Yang Tian bellowed, "Unleash the tempest of demonic energy." The overwhelming energy surged forth, aimed directly at Xian Yudao. As Xian Yudao faced the roaring white tiger behind him, a colossal paw descended upon Yang Tian, resulting in a thunderous explosion in the air. All eyes were fixated on the impending outcome. And as the demonic aura dissipated, it became evident that a hand had pierced through Yang Tian's heart. Yang Tian's gaze reflected disbelief, yet he was already lifeless. Xian Yudao collapsed to the ground, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, as though he had been utterly drained of vitality. Nevertheless, he persevered, gathering all of Yang Tian's possessions. Xian Yudao hastily collected everything, feeling as if he had been completely siphoned of his strength. On the verge of collapse, that he knew that if he closed his eyes even for a moment, he might not awaken again. That moment, Yang Ziki rushed over, supporting Xian Yudao, tears streaming from her eyes as if a dam had burst. Unstoppable in their flow, she cried out, "You cannot be harmed. If you see Xian Yudao, you will faint." Without hesitation, Yang Ziki lifted Xian Yudao, her palms striking his chest, continuously channeling her true essence into him. Gradually, Xian Yudao's complexion improved, yet Yang Ziki appeared as if she had lost all her blood, her pallor resembling a flower on the brink of wilting, fragile enough to vanish with the slightest touch. Xian Yudao sensed the stagnant blood within him begin to circulate again. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, startling those who were approaching, causing them to retreat several paces. Although Xian Yudao felt somewhat revitalized, his body remained weak. Gazing at the delicate and pale figure before him, he couldn't help but recall Yi Shi. Yang Ziki weakly uttered, "It is a relief that you are unharmed," before collapsing into Xian Yudao's embrace. He quickly supported her, exclaiming, "Miss Yang, are you all right?" Yet, Yang Ziki had already exhausted her true essence and fainted to that moment. Bai Qing stood before Xian Yudao, saying, "Have her take this." After a period of rest, "She should be fine." Bai Qing produced a pill, the nature of which Xian Yudao was unaware. Having only encountered the Tiana pill on 2 occasions at this juncture, he did not bother with pleasantries. Snatching the pill from Bai Qing's hand, he gently lifted Yang Ziki's chin, pressing the pill in her abdomen. Xian Yudao clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you. I shall remember this favor." Bai Qing replied, "No need for thanks. You are now a candidate of my Baiyun kingdom. Serve us well in the future." Xian Yudao said nothing in response. Gently laying Yang Ziki down, he slowly rose to his feet and, with a swift motion, consumed 2 demon cores. Those nearby swallowed hard, contemplating, is he a man or a demon beast, consuming demon cores incessantly like this? Even a demon beast would not dare to do so. Such explosive power could easily shatter a human body. Xian Yudao walked to the arena, surveying the crowd with a calm demeanor, inquiring, "Is there anyone else who wishes to step forward?" Many were tempted to seize the opportunity. Yet uncertainty loomed over them regarding Xian Yudao's true state. Was he genuinely incapacitated or merely feigning weakness? They knew all too well that whenever they deemed him defeated, he would reverse the tides, unleashing formidable strength to quell all opposition. Each of his outbursts, increasingly potent, had rendered them numb to fear. However, greed was a persistent motivator, and in the face of Xian Yudao's astonishing wealth and the alluring position of city lord, many were willing to take the risk. Taking advantage of another's misfortune has forever been the opportune moment to snatch treasures, a timeless pursuit in the realm of self-interest at a brash youth, already at the end of his tether. Dared to boast, Xian Yudao. "I shall kill you." Clad in green with pale hair, wielding a 3-foot sword, he exuded the aura of a nascent expert, yet all recognized him as nothing more than a common bandit. A murderer of the innocent. With a swift strike, he lunged forward like a gust of wind, yet the malice was palpable. "Do you truly believe that I, Xian Yudao, lack the means to slay you? Old man, do not think I have forgotten your face, for you were among those who pursued me that day. Yang Tian and the 7 from the previous night are already dead. Now I shall cut you down before seeking the others. None shall escape." The elder laughed boisterously. I did not expect you to recognize me. Since you have unveiled my identity, I shall not conceal my intentions. Today marks your demise." Xian Yudao scoffed. "Let us see whose sword is sharper. Yours or mine? Sword of great peace, kill." Despite his grievous injuries, the true essence Yang Ziki had infused within him was of pinnacle dragon vein realm, and though the heart of chaos had yet to merge with his body, it was persistently mending his wounds. The clash of swords filled the air as their blades intertwined. The elder, an expert of the nascent stage, exhibited a level of swordsmanship that was formidable, albeit still immature. In an instant, the pillars surrounding the arena bore the scars of their fierce engagement. Xian Yudao was inwardly alarmed. This old man was indeed formidable. Although he did not possess Yang Tian's mid-stage prowess, his mastery of the sword was commendable. The spectators could not help but marvel at Xian Yudao's capabilities. They had expected him to be on the brink of collapse, yet he remained astonishingly powerful. Seemingly unscathed, some within the crowd felt a wave of relief wash over them, grateful they had not succumbed to greed, for they could have easily found themselves on the wrong end of a sword. The elder called out, "Indeed impressive, boy, but today you shall perish. Your death shall grant us peace." Xian Yudao countered, "Then let us see who meets their end first. Enough of your prattle. It is my turn now. Receive my strike, sword of friendship. All swords return to their origins. Kill." The elder's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness as he realized Xian Yudao's swordsmanship had deepened significantly since their last encounter. Below the arena, all martial artists beneath the nascent stage felt their swords leap from their sheaths. It was as though a rain of swords fell from the heavens, with Xian Yudao commanding the multitude in a fierce assault against the elder. "Kill!" The elder, witnessing this onslaught, swiftly drew his sword, shouting, "100 swords kill, go!" In an instant, one sword transformed into 100, colliding violently with Xian Yudao's strike. Both combatants continuously adapted their techniques, Xian Yudao soaring into the air, unleashing a flurry of attacks with the White Tiger and Star Kill techniques, proclaiming, "Perish!" The crowd watched in awe as Xian Yudao charged into the tempest of sword energy that a powerful punch erupted from him. And a resounding roar echoed through the sky as the White Tiger descended, its paw crashing down. The elder felt as if the very heavens had conspired against him, struggling even to breathe. Xian Yudao's overwhelming aura fused with the sword energy, crushing downwards relentlessly, while the elder's 100 steps killing sword shattered before his eyes at an alarming rate. In that moment, his sole thought was to flee. The arrogance he had once held was utterly obliterated, replaced by a profound terror. Yet under Xian Yudao's might, escape was an impossibility. To everyone's astonishment, the elder, rather than launching a full-scale attack, disregarded the injury inflicted by the sword energy and desperately tried to flee towards the edge of the arena. "Umph," Xian Yudao coldly scoffed, fleeing. "Not so easily done." 8 steps of swift movement, the ultimate speed. A gust of wind swept through, and a fleeting shadow pursued relentlessly. Xian Yudao bellowed, "Swords, return to the heavens." Instantly, a torrent of swords surged through the air, accompanied by a chorus of sword cries that ignited the blood of all sword practitioners present. The elder sensed the terrifying sword energy closing in behind him, a fellow practitioner of the sword. He could not help but glance back to discern the nature of this formidable onslaught, astonished by the overwhelming aura emanating from the blades. Upon turning to see the multitude of swords racing towards him, his eyes widened in shock, yet this would be the last moment he ever opened his eyes. The crowd beheld Xian Yudao standing triumphantly upon the swords, as if he were the arbiter of fate, watching as countless blades tore through the elder's form. Observing this scene, Bai Qing's face broke into a smile, though a hint of concern lingered. What thoughts occupied his mind remained unknown to all, perhaps even to himself. Applause followed. Silence enveloped the arena. Xian Yudao had indelibly etched a name into the hearts of all present. He was undoubtedly a harbinger of death, an unequivocal demon. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Return." The swords instantly resheathed, as if nothing had transpired, yet none dared to believe that today had been devoid of significance. This would be an unforgettable competition for all, a tale to be recounted for years to come, tinged with an air of wistfulness for what had transpired. Xian Yudao, standing resolutely with his sword, spoke softly, "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me?" The remaining few exchanged glances, understanding that if they did not act now, their chances would vanish forever. Did they dare test their fates? Upon hearing his words, many felt blood rush to their throats, thinking, "Must you belittle us so? With your overwhelming strength, who among us would dare to court death?" Yet, amidst the crowd, 3 individuals exchanged glances and discreetly slipped away. That moment, Bai Qing stepped forward, smiling, "I extend my gratitude to all the masters and young prodigies for supporting our Baiyun Kingdom in this grand competition. The results have been unexpected. Since no one dares to challenge further, I hereby announce that the champion of this contest is Xian Yudao, who will also serve as the next Lord of Qiuqing. However, this time, Xuan Yudao will accompany me to Baidi City, and the selection of the next city lord will also be entrusted to Xuan Yudao, rendering these matters no longer my concern." Xuan Yudao did not anticipate that Bai Qing would extend such a favor. Xuan Yudao clasped his hands in gratitude and said, "Thank you, Messenger. I shall select a successor before my departure to manage affairs until the next grand competition in 10 years. Bai Qing replied with a smile. "That would be best. I do not wish for the Emperor to send someone to oversee matters then, as long as you manage well and fulfill your annual tributes, no one in Baiyun Kingdom will trouble you." Bai Qing spoke in a casual tone. "Now that all competitions have concluded, everyone may depart at their leisure. I shall not entertain you further. However, I do not wish to witness any unpleasantness in the city. Otherwise, do not blame me, Bai Qing, for lacking compassion. In an instant, the expressions of all present soured. Bai Qing was making it clear to everyone that although Xuan Yudao was the city lord for now, the Bai clan was behind him. Anyone seeking to trouble Xuan Yudao would be opposing the Bai imperial family. Thus, Xuan Yudao swept through the realm with overwhelming force, eliminating all obstacles to ascend to dual supremacy. Upon arriving at the city lord's residence, Xuan Yu Dao felt a swell of emotion as he gazed upon the place where he and she had once been ruthlessly hunted, fleeing for their lives. At that moment, Bai Qing remarked, "There is no need for pretense in my presence that if I wish to act against you, you are no match for me in your current state." Xuan Yu Dao was taken aback by Bai Qing's perceptiveness, realizing that he had sustained grave injuries. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood erupted from Xuan Yu Dao, and he grew visibly pale. Bai Qing smiled slightly. "How do you feel now?" "I am fine. Thank you for your concern." Messenger Bai, "May I inquire what business you have summoned me for? If there is nothing pressing, I shall return to address some matters and aim to join you in Baidi City as soon as possible." Bai Qing replied, "I am not concerned about your relationship with Yang Di, nor do I care whom you appoint to govern this city. What I require is the stability of Chiu City and the annual tributes. The rest is up to you. It is of no concern to me. Furthermore, Baidi City is not as peaceful as you might imagine. For now, you are considered one of my faction. Once you arrive in Baidi City, there will undoubtedly be those who seek to recruit you to that time. You may choose anew. However, I hope you will stand by my side, for your potential is vast." Xuan Yu Dao clasped his hands in appreciation. "Thank you for your words, Messenger Bai. I will consider them carefully." Xuan Yu Dao had not expected Yang Tian to share such information with him. Truth be told, he held a favorable impression of Bai Qing, yet he remained uncertain about Bai Qing's true stance. Xuan Yu Dao wondered if the factions Bai Qing mentioned referred to the various factions within the imperial family, or if there were other forces opposing the royal house. A pill appeared in Bai Qing's hand, identical to the one he had given to the woman earlier. It was a Lingyuan pill beneficial for your injuries. You might not be aware that aside from Tiana pills, there are other types of pills in this world. Strictly speaking, Tiana pills do not qualify as true pills, as they can be refined by any martial artist who has reached the Tiana realm. They are merely a product of powerful true essence. Only genuine alchemists can produce true pills. While Lingyuan pills may not rival Tiana pills, they can only be refined by mid-level yellow-grade alchemists. As for how alchemists are graded, I can enlighten you. They are distinct from the grading of martial cultivation. There exists a specialized grading system, of which I know of yellow, blue, green, and even the legendary black-grade alchemists. Each alchemist becomes a target for all factions. As the number of individuals who can become alchemists is exceedingly rare, in Baidi City, we can only afford to hire a mid-level yellow-grade alchemist. While in larger cities like Qian City, they might manage to secure the services of a beginner yellow-grade alchemist, one who has only just begun to refine pills. Xuan Yu Dao was taken aback by the complexity of this system and was eager to learn how one might become an alchemist. He found the profession quite appealing, as it seemed highly sought after. Bai Qing stated, "To become an alchemist, one must possess not only high comprehension, but, more importantly, a powerful soul. Only then does one have the opportunity to become an alchemist. I advise you to focus on martial arts. Everything else is merely supplementary. You possess great potential, but becoming an alchemist is no easy feat. It is better to wholeheartedly pursue martial arts." Xuan Yu Dao felt a shudder of realization. Becoming an alchemist was indeed a daunting task. Yet at this moment, his primary focus remained martial cultivation, with everything else being secondary. Furthermore, from this day forth, you shall take charge of Chiu City until we depart. Xuan Yu Dao contemplated whether to relocate the Su family members to Chiu City, considering the current low cultivation levels of the Su family disciples, that if he did not appoint someone from the Su family to the position of city lord, he would have to let Yang Di take the role. However, despite having saved Yang Di, the latter was not a benevolent individual. Xuan Yu Dao mused, "It seems I can only appoint Su Ling as the city lord. I will assist him in raising his cultivation level, hoping he can advance significantly. Moreover, with many of those ancient figures having perished this time, the deterrence of Baiyun Kingdom should afford sufficient time for development that I believe that it will not be long before the majority of the disciples improve their cultivation, allowing us to establish a firm foothold in Chiu City without fear." Yang Di and Yang Ziki had already been sent back to the inn by Qing's attendants. Yang Ziki, having recovered from her exhaustion, was now taking care of Yang Di, who lay heavily injured with demonic energy coursing through him, remaining in a state of unconsciousness. Upon Xuan Yu Dao's return, Yang Ziki gazed at him with joy, as if she had much to say but was unsure how to articulate it. She softly asked, "You have returned. How is your injury?" "I am largely unharmed." "How is your true essence recovery?" "I have improved significantly, and will be completely restored shortly. Returning to his room, Xuan Dao retrieved the Lingyuan pill. Marveling at the immense true essence within it, he marveled at the wonders of alchemy, capable of condensing such powerful true essence into a refined form. Xuan Dao swallowed the Lingyuan pill, and an invigorating surge of true essence filled his meridians and dantian, causing them to expand. All the true essence flowed into Xuan Dao, gradually transforming into his own, becoming even purer as all impurities were expelled from his body alongside his sweat. Xuan Dao realized that he had nearly healed his injuries, feeling considerably lighter. Just then, a sword crashed through the window. Its fierce sword energy matching Xuan Dao's own. He had no time to draw his sword and could only evade the sword energy, shouting, "Strike!" As his fist collided with the sword's body, the powerful punch and sword energy clashed, creating a cacophony of explosions. Xuan Dao's hair flew wildly, and his garments were torn apart in an instant that a hand reached out toward Xuan Dao with astonishing speed. Xuan Dao executed the 8 steps of extreme speed. His eyes blood-red as he clashed with the hand, resulting in a series of deafening explosions. "Who are you, and why do you attack me? Have I offended you in any way, esteemed guest? Haha, indeed a genius. You live up to your dual crown title. To withstand my sword, even though I used only 30% of my strength, is commendable. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Wujie, often referred to as Young Master Wujie." Xuan Dao was astonished to discover that this was the Zhao family's prodigy, Zhao Wujie, and he had not anticipated such an encounter. It seemed Zhao Wujie had been testing him, yet his intentions remained unclear. "I wonder what brings young Master Wujie to seek me out. I believe we have no enmity between us. In fact, I am a supreme member of your Zhao family's auction house." Zhao Wujie laughed. "Indeed, I am well aware of that I have come to invite you to join our Zhao family. The benefits you will receive will far exceed those of a mere supreme member." Xuan Dao was taken aback by the unexpected recruitment attempt. "Thank you for considering me, young Master Wujie. Might I inquire about the situation in Baidi City? I plan to travel there in a few days. That is no trouble. Allow me to enlighten you. In Baidi City, the Bai family is the royal family, supported by 4 major clans: Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li. While these 4 clans are somewhat weaker than the Bai family, the difference is slight. In contrast, the royal family is facing a decline in talent, whereas the 4 clans are flourishing with gifted individuals. Among these clans, the Zhao family is the strongest, and it is uncertain which family will dominate Baiyun Kingdom in the future. Finally, Xuan Dao understood what Bai Qing meant by his faction. It likely referred to the royal lineage, which was currently at a disadvantage, hence the urgency to recruit talent. Xuan Dao had no desire to participate in their conflicts, as long as they did not provoke him. He would remain uninvolved. However, Zhao's family had indeed sought him out, attempting to draw him into their schemes, which was nothing short of a foolish fantasy that he would eventually confront the Zhao family. Xuan Dao expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, young Master Wujie, for your high regard. However, I cherish my freedom and do not wish to be constrained by others for joining your ranks. I must decline." Zhao Wujie's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Xuan Dao would refuse, especially given that it was the esteemed young Master Wujie himself who extended the invitation. Many sought his favor, but were dismissed, and had it not been for Xuan Dao's undeniable talent, he would not have given him a second glance, considering his current level of cultivation. He coldly remarked, "You must think carefully. Not joining us will be your loss." In truth, he suspected that Xuan Dao, if he were to decline their offer, would inevitably align himself with the Bai family, especially since the grand competition was being hosted by them, and he would undoubtedly receive rewards. Yet, he was mistaken. Xuan Dao had not yet contemplated joining any faction, for in this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch point. One must pay a corresponding price for what one receives. "Thank you for your kindness, young Master Wujie, but I am not inclined to join any forces at this time. I will certainly visit the Zhao family when I have the opportunity." The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as Zhao Wujie departed with a flick of his sleeve, pondering the audacity of one who considered himself a genius, that if he cannot be of use to me, then he must perish. There are many talents in this world, yet few survive. The Zhao family would indeed prove to be a formidable adversary, and Zhao Wujie would surely harbor resentment towards him. Xuan Dao realized he must tread carefully. hastening to conclude his affairs and expedite his journey to Baidi City to claim his rewards and enhance his strength. For that was the true path to power. I shall take over Chioqing tomorrow and then return to Qingfeng town to bring Xian Ling and the others. Only then can I venture to Baidi City with peace of mind. I wonder how Xian Ling and the disciples of the Xian family are faring in their cultivation. It would be unwise to bring too many people along. Most of them should remain in Qingfeng town, where the resources can be funneled to cultivate the disciples, ensuring our continuous growth. After Zhao Wuji's departure, Xian Yudao entered a state of cultivation, eager to restore his strength and attain peak condition. For he believed that the transition to Chioqing would not be without challenges. The night of cultivation passed, and as the sun pierced through the darkness, a new day dawned. Xian Yudao exhaled a breath of stale air. Feeling invigorated, he stepped out of his room, basking in the sunlight, filled with confidence for the future. He noticed Yang Ziki approaching. "Miss Yang, in 5 days, the envoy from Bai will escort us to Baidi City. Please prepare yourself. Brother Yang should awaken soon. I have matters to attend to, so take care of yourselves and stay safe. That I understand. You focus on your duties. I will look after my father." With that, Xian Yudao turned and descended from the inn. Watching his figure fade, Yang Ziki encouraged herself. Arriving at the gate of the Lord's mansion, he was halted by a soldier. "Halt. You must pay 2 gold coins to enter." Xian Yudao was taken aback. He had never heard of such a toll for entering the Lord's mansion. "That I have business to attend to. That I've never heard of anyone charging gold coins to enter the Lord's mansion. Are you implying that you collect the Lord's gold? Kid, you talk too much. Let me inform you that this is our new Lord's rule. Anyone entering the Lord's mansion, apart from those affiliated with it, must pay gold coins. It's the regulation. Our Lord is a genius, not someone just anyone can meet." Xian Yudao chuckled, bemused that these guards considered themselves a tourist attraction, demanding gold for entry. And who established such a rule? His expression turned increasingly cold, his gaze fierce enough to intimidate. "That I said it's our new Lord's decree, and I'm just following orders." Xian Yudao was astonished at how quickly news of his arrival had spread. It seemed that even before he officially took office, someone was already exploiting his name for profit. This was clearly not an act of these soldiers alone. There must be someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. A slight smile crept upon his face, though it sent chills down the spines of those who beheld. "Do you know who I am? You dare collect my gold? Has the Lord not informed you that you cannot charge me?" Though frightened, the soldier mustered his courage and retorted, "I don't care who you are. Are you claiming to be our Lord?" Xian Yudao laughed, surprised by the soldier's audacity. "Indeed, I am the Lord you speak of. I was just preparing to assume my position, only to find that my subordinates are collecting my gold. That I truly wish to know who has granted you such audacity." His tone was frigid, and he did not restrain his imposing aura. The soldier trembled, his legs giving way as he knelt, begging, "My lord, I am blind to your greatness. That I deserve to die. Please spare my life." Xian Yudao furrowed his brow. "Tell me, who instructed you to do this?" The soldier, sensing the gravity of his predicament, found no courage to withhold the truth. "That I'll tell you. It was the first war general who ordered us to act this way. He stated that this is the new Lord's rule and that everyone must comply." Xian Yudao was taken aback. It seemed the proverbial tiger was absent from the mountain, allowing the monkey to claim dominance. He had not even assumed command, and yet someone had already stepped forward, clearly too eager. "What about the other war generals? How many are left?" The soldier hesitated. I ask you a question. What is there that cannot be said?" The soldier turned pale under Xian Yudao's intense scrutiny. "And no, I mean, after you fled last time, the other war generals suffered severe injuries. Upon their return, the Lord— No, it was Yang Tian, practiced dark arts and killed the others, leaving only the first war general to manage us." "And what is the name of this first war general? And where is he now?" The soldier, trembling, replied, "The first war general is named Yang Tong, but I do not know where he is." Xian Yudao spoke slowly. "Remember, do not bully the weak, or you may find yourself like this sword." With a swift motion, the sword in the soldier's hand shattered into 2 pieces. "I will never dare again. I was only following the first war general's orders. Please spare me," he pleaded, repeatedly bowing his head to the ground. Xian Yudao took a step forward and exited, leaving the soldier still kneeling, head bowed. Those who witnessed the scene whispered among themselves, "It seems this new lord is not like Yang Tian. Life in Chioqing may improve for us common folk." Unbeknownst to Xian Yudao, Many had already been unable to resist taking a bite of this lucrative opportunity. "I will see just how capable you all are of biting into my piece of flesh," he mused as he entered the Lord's mansion. Bai Qing had departed, informing him that he would return in 5 days to escort him away. Leaving Qiuqing in his hands, Xian Yudao settled into his seat, surveying those responsible for the daily affairs within the mansion, but he felt a surge of authority wash over him, intoxicated by the feeling of looking down upon everything. Suddenly, he was struck by a realization. It seems my mindset is lacking. Such a modest position has shaken my resolve. Yet, it is no surprise that so many pursue heights of power, even at the cost of their lives. Observing the trembling subordinates below, he sighed, "In this world, the weak can only bow to the strong. You will notify all officers, great and small, that I will officially assume control of Qiuqing in half an hour. Those who do not attend will face the consequences." His voice carried an undeniable weight, compelling those present to kneel, exclaiming, "Thank you, Lord, for your mercy. We shall go at once." Xian Yudao remained seated in silence. And as half an hour passed, individuals gradually entered the hall, yet not a single word was spoken. None dared to speculate on the Lord's temperament, fearing to become the first victim of his ire. At that moment, a familiar figure emerged, Yang Tong. Upon seeing him, the others flocked to him, as if he were their anchor. Xian Yudao was surprised by Yang Tong's influence. Nearly all the vice-generals gravitated toward him. With only a few remaining in their positions, Yang Tong stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect, and proclaimed, "I, Yang Tong, pay my respects to the new lord." The others followed suit, bowing deeply. Xian Yudao rose, turning to the individuals he had previously instructed to notify everyone. "Did you not inform Lord Yang that I wish to see everyone in half an hour?" The group froze, realizing that they had failed in their task. That it was evident that Yang Tong had deliberately come to assert his presence. Yet the piercing gaze he cast at them left them too intimidated to speak. One individual knelt, pleading, "My lord, this was my oversight. Perhaps when I notified him, Lord Yang did not understand." Yang Tong regarded Xian Yudao with a smug smile. Xian Yudao noted the palpable fear of Yang Tong among the crowd. That it appeared that seizing control of Qiuqing would not be a simple task. Extraordinary measures would be required. Yang Tong smiled and said, "Lord Xian, I have heard that you will soon depart. I wonder who you intend to appoint as the lord in your absence. That I, Yang Tong, would like to offer my services to assist you in managing Qiuqing. What are your thoughts on this?" Xian Yudao was astonished by Yang Tong's audacity. Did he not understand the extent of his own power, daring to challenge him? Xian Yudao spoke slowly, and what did the others think of the war general's proposal? He sought to gauge how many would oppose him. The city lord is urged to transfer the authority of governance to Lord Yang. Those standing behind Yang Tong spoke in unison. Xian Yudao, weary of engaging in trivial discourse with them, rose from his seat, his piercing gaze fixed upon Yang Tong. "Yang Tong, I demand to know whether you have been collecting gold coins in my name," he asserted. Yang Tong's expression darkened as he retorted, "I am merely alleviating the burdens of the city lord." All present listened intently as Yang Tong exploited my name to amass wealth. I now decree his death sentence. Who among you will apprehend him? Yet no one dared to act. Xian Yudao, his voice laden with menace, declared, "You are all quite impressive. Thus I shall take matters into my own hands. That if Xian Yudao was to act, he would demand Yang Tong's life." With a swift leap, he stood before Yang Tong, who paled in shock at Xian Yudao's overwhelming strength. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You cannot kill me. I am under the protection of Wu Ji Gongzi. That if you slay me, your own demise will follow." Xian Yudao seethed with rage, realizing that Zhao Wuji had begun to plot against him. "I, Xian Yudao, have not yet sought retribution from the Zhao clan, yet you persist in challenging my limits. Are you mere lapdogs of the Zhao family? I have the audacity to eliminate your master. Do you think I fear a mere pup like you?" In an instant, a flash of white light illuminated the room, and a head fell to the ground, leaving the others in a state of horror. What a swift blade! What immense killing intent! The onlookers were left utterly astounded. Xian Yudao turned to the wavering individuals. "You will all be dealt with. I shall pardon your earlier neutrality, but should I discover any treachery among you, today shall be your end." His intention was to leave them with no path of retreat. At that moment, one individual stepped forward, proclaiming, "I shall obey the city lord's command. Let us kill them all." The hall erupted in cries for bloodshed, as both sides suffered heavy casualties. Some recognized the futility of escape and chose to flee desperately, while others remained resolute in battle. Seated, Xian Yu Dao scoffed. "Before me, none shall escape today." With a swift motion, his sword surged forth, claiming the life of one who sought to flee. He descended into the fray, his blade harvesting lives with lethal efficiency. With Xian Yu Dao's involvement, the conflict was swiftly resolved. That he commanded, "Now, those who remain, attend to your own affairs. Upon my departure, someone will come to assume the role of city lord and manage all matters. Your sole duty is to obey. Should I uncover any disloyalty, today's event shall be your fate." "Very well. Everyone, depart now and clear the area," he ordered. None dared defy Xian Yu Dao's words, as apprehension lingered among them. Had they faltered in their neutrality, they might have found themselves among the fallen. Xian Yu Dao had now left Qiu City. Journeying towards Qingfeng Town, as he departed, he established a series of regulations, abolishing the inhumane decrees previously set forth by Yang Tian. From now on, impoverished individuals would no longer be required to pay gold coins to enter or exit Qiu City, while martial artists would face doubled fees. The destitute possessed little wealth. Relentless exploitation would not stimulate trade in Qiu City, whereas martial artists already held considerable riches. Thus a slight increase in tolls would go unnoticed. Upon announcement of this news, shock reverberated through all. It was unprecedented for any city lord to enact such policies. Only Xian Yu Dao would dare to defy convention in this manner. With an urgent heart, Xian Yu Dao continued his journey, driven not only by the constraint of time, but also by a desire to ascertain the current state of the Xian family. Having been away for nearly a month, he was eager to witness the progress of Qingfeng Town, which now housed only the Xian family, the others having vanished. With proper management and development, resurgence was imminent. After a day and night of travel, Xian Yu Dao finally reached Qingfeng Town. Yet joy eluded him. A sharp pang of anguish gripped his heart, as if it were being torn asunder. The town was shrouded in an atmosphere of desolation. Resembling a graveyard, a chilling wind swept across Xian Yu Dao's figure, his long black hair billowing, revealing a handsome, yet resolute visage. The streets lay deserted, devoid of life, pushing open the doors of the Xian estate. He was immediately assaulted by the stench of blood. Gaze falling upon the bodies strewn across the ground, Xian Yu Dao's true essence erupted forth, enveloping him in an aura of malevolence. Who did this? He roared, his fists flailing wildly in rage, his eyes glowing crimson, exuding a terrifying intensity. Why? Why target the innocent and vulnerable? What do you gain from slaying the weak? With a thunderous punch, he struck the earth, causing the ground to tremble. That he gathered the lifeless forms, a total of 180 souls, yet he found no trace of Xian Ling, convinced that Xian Ling must still be alive. He felt a flicker of solace. Once he located Xian Ling, he would uncover the identity of the perpetrator. Surveying the desolate estate, Xian Yu Dao closed his eyes momentarily, tears escaping from the corners as he hurled a fireball, which inexplicably hesitated to consume the remnants before him. Turning away, he resolved to uncover the truth behind this atrocity. He would ensure that blood was repaid with blood, that he needed to find Xian Ling. Only in the absence of his body could he hope to unveil the entire truth. Walking through the streets, he noticed a few souls wandering aimlessly, as if their spirits had fled. That a sense of despair enveloped him. "I have failed you, grandfathered, I have failed you, Yu Xian. Now, there is nothing left." Whispers arose among the remaining townsfolk. Alas, a once thriving estate, with hundreds of lives extinguished without reason. Who could commit such an atrocity? Someone replied, it must be the Zhao family or the Sun family seeking revenge. After all, the Xian family obliterated both clans and seized control of Qingfeng Town. However, it seems the Xian family has a new head, a young one at that. Yet, I believe the Xian family is far more stable now than when the three families were at odds, and our lives have improved considerably upon hearing the names Zhao and Sun. A wave of killing intent enveloped Xian Yu Dao. No, I still have Yu Xian to care for, that I must find Yi Shi and avenge everyone. Zhao family, Sun family, should it be proven that you are responsible, I, Xian Yu Dao, will ensure the annihilation of your entire lineage. I shall not rest until you are eradicated. Suddenly, Xian Yu Dao sensed a pair of eyes fixated upon him from behind. In an instant, He vanished from his spot, leaving the pursuers searching frantically for him. Are you seeking me? Speak. Why are you tailing me? You know who destroyed the Xian family, don't you? Tell me, or I shall end you. Xin Yudao's grip nearly suffocated the boy, a ragged child of 7 or 8, his body filthy. Xin Yudao retracted his killing intent and released the boy, demanding, Why were you following me? The child rubbed his neck, indignantly retorting, Why are you so rude? I haven't even eaten yet. Xin Yudao was taken aback by the audacity of the child. Seizing the boy, Xin Yudao led him to a nearby food stall, which had just opened for business, that he ordered several portions for the little one. And as they ate, he inquired, Now, will you tell me why you followed me? The child produced a blood-stained piece of cloth from his ragged clothing. Upon seeing the blood, Xian Yudao snatched it from him, his eyes widening in rage as he discerned the bloodied character Zhao inscribed upon it. The child cowered beneath the table, trembling as he clutched his food. Xian Yudao's demeanor shifted. The fear began to dissipate. The boy emerged from his hiding place, his gaze fixed intently on Xian Yudao. Xian Yudao grasped the boy's hand firmly. Tell me, where did you find this? Is it yours? He retrieved 10 gold coins from his storage bag. The child's eyes widened at the sight of the gleaming coins, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth as he clutched the coins tightly, as though fearing Xian Yudao might recant that I am a street urchin here. Yesterday, I intended to sneak into the Xian estate to steal food, but as I entered the kitchen, I heard a commotion outside. Peering through a crack in the door, I saw 3 figures clad in black battling the Xian family's experts. They were far too powerful. The Xian family's people stood no chance against them. They ruthlessly slaughtered everyone that I was terrified and hid in the fireplace. When dawn broke and silence reigned, I quietly emerged, bolting into the woods, only to discover this cloth that I in the morning. I sneaked to the Xian estate's entrance and saw you setting fire to the place. Zhao family, you schemed and plotted, yet you never anticipated that I, Xian Yudao, would uncover your misdeeds. Prepare for the annihilation of your entire clan. With a single punch, he demolished the house. Zhao Wuji. You are ruthless. Simply because I refused to align with you, you annihilated the Xian family. The child stared at Xian Yudao in awe, as if gazing upon a mythical beast. Suddenly, he knelt before Xian Yudao. Taken aback, Xian Yudao felt uncertain. Master, please allow me to pay my respects to I am not your master, nor do I possess the ability to take on disciples. You have mistaken me for someone else. Master, I sincerely wish to become your disciple, that I recognize your strength, and I aspire to be as powerful as you, so that no one will dare to bully me again. Xin Yu, in a moment of self-deprecation, remarked, This world is vast. You see me now as formidable, yet in truth, I am quite weak. Otherwise, I would be able to protect my own kin, that if such is the case, when you encounter someone stronger than I, will you not bow to him as your master? The little one, realizing he had misspoken, lowered his head in contemplation. Xin Yu tossed a gold coin onto the vendor's stall and departed, observing Xian Yu's departure. The child hurriedly pursued him, though Xian Yu's pace quickened, leaving the little one panting and exhausted in his wake. Xian Yu was taken aback by the child's tenacity, as he continued to follow closely. Listen, lad, he declared, if you can keep up with me before the sun sets, I shall take you with me. However, I will not accept you as my disciple, but I can teach you the ways of cultivation. When the day comes that you truly wish to be my student, I may consider it. The little one suddenly seemed invigorated, brimming with energy. You have my word. Indeed, my word is my bond, Xian Yu replied. It all hinges on your perseverance. Should you falter, you may as well return. Otherwise, the meal you just had will soon be forgotten. Glancing at the sky, Xian Yu estimated he could reach the Qingfeng Mountains before sunset. If the child truly managed to keep pace, he would not mind taking him to Chiu City. However, it appeared that Yang Di would have to assume the role of city lord, hoping he would not resort to trickery. As the sun gradually descended, Xian Yu arrived at the outskirts of the Qingfeng Mountains, his aura radiating an ominous intensity as he gazed at a distant town. Upon my return, I must strive to break through to the heavenly vein realm. Then, even Zhao Wuji shall fall before me, that as long as one is not at the heavenly river realm. Who can contend with me? My sword energy has reached a modest level of mastery. Even if it has yet to solidify, that moment, a small figure tumbled down the mountainside like a rock, startling Xian Yu. for it was the little one that he helped the injured child to his feet. Inquiring, "How did you fall from up there?" The child, brimming with pride, replied, "Master, you may not know, but I discovered a hidden path that I was chasing you relentlessly, but you kept getting farther away, that I recalled the path I found recently. I thought I could take my time descending, but upon seeing you had arrived, I feared you would leave, so I rolled down." Xianyu was astonished by the child's reckless abandon. "That aren't you afraid of falling to your demise?" He queried. "Did I know I won't die from a fall? I've fallen once before, at worst. I would only suffer minor injuries. Besides, as long as I can descend and accompany my master, it is worth it." Xianyu was surprised by the child's pragmatic reasoning and realized he had taken to calling him master quite naturally. "Child, I have yet to agree to take you as my disciple. Though I will honor my promise to teach you cultivation," Xianyu stated, "as long as you continue to address me as master, I may reconsider. Otherwise, you may call me Brother Xian from now on." The little one promptly closed his mouth, fearing Xianyu would abandon him there. With the child in tow, Xianyu vanished into the Qingfeng Mountains. As they traversed the mountains, the child clutched Xianyu's hand tightly. Terrified of the beasts they encountered, unwilling to glance in their direction, Xianyu smiled faintly, channeling his true essence to project an imposing aura, causing the entire mountain range to erupt with the cries of the beasts. "What is your name, little one?" Xianyu inquired. "That I cannot keep referring to you as little one." "What of your parents?" The child replied, "I do not know who my parents are. I have no name. The other beggars mockingly call him the little bastard." The child's grip tightened on Xianyu's hand, his entire being suffused with a palpable aura of malice. Xianyu recognized the mention of the child's sorrowful past. Reflecting on his own situation, he too was unaware of his parents, fortunate only to have found his grandfather, which spared him from the dire struggles of childhood. Upon observing the child, Xianyu was startled by the overwhelming malevolence emanating from him. How could such a young child possess such a formidable aura? It was as if he bore the weight of ancient sorrows, having witnessed the rise and fall of countless lives. Xianyu hastily reassured him, "Fear not, for I shall be by your side. No one shall dare to bully you again." The child's hands continued to tremble, his body curling tightly against Xianyu. Xianyu felt the dark energy encroaching upon him and discreetly circulated his true essence to resist it. Gently stroking the child's head, the little one placed an object into Xianyu's palm, revealing it to be a blood-red jade pendant. The pendant bore an inscription, "Song," radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance. Each stroke of the character seemed imbued with boundless strength. As Xianyu caressed the character, a wave of immense will surge forth, pressing down upon him, causing his chaotic heart to stir as if provoked. A surge of chaotic energy erupted from Xianyu, striking towards the jade pendant, which appeared to recoil in fear. It swiftly detached from him, flying back to the child. Xianyu hurriedly suppressed the energy. Finally regaining calm, that he inhaled sharply, realizing how perilous the situation had been. Had the two energies clashed, the outcome would have been unpredictable. Xianyu sensed that the jade pendant was no ordinary artifact. He had never encountered such a peculiar item before, nor had he seen a character like Song. He contemplated the child's background, pondering how he possessed such a remarkable object. Perhaps he had stumbled upon either a treasure or a ticking time bomb. At that moment, the child began to regain composure, the malevolent aura gradually dissipating. "This jade is the only memento my parents left me that I know not its purpose, but in moments of hunger, I have contemplated trading it for bread. Yet I cannot bear to part with it, for it is all I have from my parents. However, it has always brought me fortune in times of peril." The child played with the jade pendant before suddenly asking, "So, brother, what of your parents? Were they slain by the wicked men from that fateful night?" Xianyu gazed skyward, lost in thought, a melancholic expression gracing his features. "Like you, I know not the identity of my parents. I was raised by my grandfather, who has since passed. Yet, I have much yet to accomplish. I must grow stronger to be by the way. How old are you?" "I am 10 years old, no longer a little one," he declared proudly. "Very well. If you are no longer a little one, then since your parents bestowed upon you a jade pendant inscribed with Song, you shall henceforth be known as Sangtian. What do you think?" "Sangtian! Sangtian!" the child exclaimed joyously, bouncing up and down, as though he had just received a feast after days of hunger. His innocence and unburdened spirit shone through as he declared, "I finally have a name. From now on, I shall be known as Sangtian. My fate is determined by myself. Not by the heavens. His voice echoed throughout the Qingfeng Mountains, as if declaring war on the skies themselves. Upon hearing this proclamation, a horde of beasts prostrated themselves in fear, their bodies trembling as they buried their heads into the earth. Suddenly, Xianyu noticed that the blood-red jade pendant seemed to resonate with something, emanating a crimson glow before swiftly embedding itself into the child's forehead. The child's voice abruptly ceased, and his body fell limp. Xianyu was taken aback, quickly stepping forward to catch the collapsing Sangtian. What is happening? Why is this occurring? What kind of entity is this jade? He pondered anxiously. Sangtian, awaken! Please, wake up! Xianyu's heart raced. Despite having known the child for less than a day, Sangtian had stirred within him a sense of familiarity, perhaps stemming from their shared experiences as orphans, both having endured the scorn of the world. Brother, what troubles you? Why do you hold me so tightly? Are you unwell? Sangtian inquired, his voice returning. Child, if you are in trouble, I shall not be unscathed, Xianyu replied. You fainted suddenly, and I feared the worst. How do you feel now? I'm fine. I feel nothing, Sangtian responded. Xianyu was perplexed. How could the child recover so swiftly? He channeled his true essence into Sangtian, but suddenly, he coughed up blood as his energy spiraled out of control, leading to an unsettling turbulence within his chaotic heart. Sangtian writhed on the ground, howling in anguish as if besieged by unseen forces. Xianyu chastised himself for his curiosity, watching helplessly as Sangtian suffered, feeling as though they were adversaries. Abruptly, Sangtian fell silent, and Xianyu felt a sense of relief wash over him. At that moment, a character Ta materialized on Sangtian's forehead, blood-red and vibrant, pulsating with an aura of life, radiating an unparalleled authority. Xianyu had spent considerable time questioning Sangtian, but had gleaned no substantial clues. Thus he decided to let it be. As Sangtian began to recover, his expression turned serious. Speak your mind. Do not hesitate, Xianyu encouraged. Sangtian, adopting a serious demeanor, proposed, how about we become sworn brothers? What do you think? Xianyu was taken aback, astonished that this little child, so young, already understood the concept of brotherhood. Are today, as children, truly so precocious? With an air of solemnity, Xianyu remarked, Littleton, are you not still intending to take me as your master? How can you contemplate such treachery before you've even sworn allegiance? Sangtian, perceiving Xianyu's irritation, quickly clarified, No, I've just realized that you're not much older than I am. Since you have no desire to accept me as your disciple, wouldn't it be better for us to become sworn brothers instead? Xianyu was utterly bewildered. It seemed that this child was more worldly than he himself. Tell me, little Tian, how old are you? Do you truly comprehend what it means to be brothers? Do you understand the significance of brotherhood? Sangtian, with an expression of unyielding confidence, waved his hand grandiosely and declared, Of course I know. Even those who beg for food younger than me can swear brotherhood. Why should I not? Brotherhood entails sharing both fortune and adversity. Xianyu could only smile wryly at the child's naivety. You certainly have a point, but certain things are not permissible. Then am I not correct? All those who beg are like that, Sangtian insisted, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Xianyu, feeling a lump in his throat, was at a loss for words. Very well, little Tian. From this moment forth, we shall be brothers. You need not call me master anymore. Together, we shall traverse this world, and I hope that one day, our names will be etched into the annals of this continent. Big Brother Xian shall forever be my master and my elder brother. An elder brother is akin to a father, Sangtian replied earnestly. Xianyu proceeded to recount the circumstances concerning Yi Shi and Yu Xian to Sangtian, primarily to prepare him for the life-threatening crises that Xianyu might frequently encounter. However, the child responded as if it were his own plight, even suggesting that he would use Ouyang Alfing's head as a chamber pot. After a night of arduous travel, Xianyu finally arrived at Xiu City with Sangtian, his heart filled with nostalgia. This place was unforgettable to him. Noticing the character etched on Sangtian's forehead, Xianyu tore a piece of cloth to cover it. Little Tian, let me cover this mark on your forehead. It might help avoid some trouble. What do you think? I shall heed my elder brother's advice. I want to be a source of trouble for you, Sangtian promised. Xianyu gazed skyward, exhaling slowly to calm the tempest of his emotions, fearful of unleashing the overwhelming fury within him. Upon entering the city gate, he handed 2 gold coins to the guards, who immediately allowed him passage, and ordinary citizens were no longer required to pay a toll. Indeed, conditions had improved significantly. It seemed that before long, Chiu City would flourish once more, its population increasing. Regrettably, the Xian family had dwindled to just a few members, and he wondered whether Xianling was still alive. This blood debt shall first be repaid to the Zhao family auction house. And once I reach Baidi City, I will eradicate your Zhao clan, Xian Yu vowed, his fists clenched tightly, an aura of lethal intent radiating from him. Accompanying Song Tian into a tavern, Xian Yu arranged for a room for the child before making his way to Yang Di's residence. Upon finding Yang Di awake and lost in thought, Xian Yu entered, and Yang Di immediately clasped his hands in gratitude. "Brother, I am indebted to you for saving my life. Otherwise, I might not have the fortune to see you again. I heard that you triumphed in the grand tournament and secured the position of City Lord. Truly, you are a young genius. Brother Yang is too kind. I merely had a stroke of luck." Xian Yu replied, unsure of what Yang Di was truly implying, choosing instead to observe his demeanor. Having been absent from Chiu City for several days, Xian Yu wondered if someone had assumed his role as City Lord. However, he hesitated to bring it up, considering Yang Di had just rescued him and did not wish to appear greedy. Observing Yang Di's silence, Xian Yu surmised that the man was likely preoccupied with thoughts of the City Lord position. Xian Yu decided to observe whether Yang Di would broach the subject himself, that if he did, Xian Yu would prefer to send a representative from Baiqing instead. After all, if Yang Di proved to be insatiably greedy, he would sever ties with such a person altogether. To Xian Yu's surprise, Yang Di did not mention it. This indicated to Xian Yu that Yang Di possessed a measure of understanding, despite his occasional penchant for cunning, which Xian Yu found somewhat distasteful. "Brother Yang, to be frank, I have been seeking someone to temporarily take on the role of City Lord in my absence," but Xian Yu's voice darkened with a palpable killing intent, causing Yang Di to instinctively step back several paces, feeling as though he were suffocating under that terrifying aura. "Are you all right, Brother Yang?" "I apologize. I failed to control myself just now," Xian Yu said, slightly embarrassed. Yang Di sighed, taken aback by how quickly Xian Yu had surpassed him in strength. While he may not have attained a higher realm, the aura Xian Yu had just exuded was not something he could hope to match. It was simply too extraordinary. "Brother Xian, your cultivation is indeed profound. I find myself feeling inadequate. However, why did you lose control just now?" Though Xian Yu attempted to rein in his murderous aura, the hatred simmering within him could not be so easily subdued. He recounted the plight of the Xian family to Yang Di, who was visibly alarmed and furrowed his brow in concern. He had not anticipated that Xian Yu had offended the Zhao family. A powerful clan he was all too aware of, that he felt fortunate that he had not acted rashly moments ago. Yet Xian Yu was not oblivious to Yang Di's thoughts, stating, "The reason I have come today is to request that you manage Chiu City on my behalf. I will not seek any rewards. All profits will belong to you, that I simply wish to avoid having people sent from above," that he had deliberately allowed his murderous intent to surface, not just due to his uncontrollable anger, but also as a calculated move to gauge whether Yang Di would dare to ask for the City Lord position after he had offended the Zhao family. Yang Di, however, was caught in a dilemma. "What if I am unable to manage it effectively?" he replied with a wry smile. Seeing the troubled expression on Yang Di's face, Xian Yu's heart grew colder. "Brother, you underestimate your own talent. Managing a mere Chiu City should be a trivial matter. However, if you are unwilling, I shall not insist." That as Xian Yu turned to leave, Yang Di felt conflicted that he knew he could not afford to offend either Xian Yu or the Zhao family. The moment he assumed the position of City Lord, he would undoubtedly be viewed as an ally of Xian Yu by the Zhao clan. However, if he refused, it would mean severing all ties with Xian Yu in the future. Considering the terrifying presence of Xian Yu and the fate of his daughter, Yang Di could only shake his head in resignation. "Brother Xian, I will take on the role of City Lord. However, I have a small request. Once you reach Baidi City, please take care of Chi'er for me." The implication was clear. He understood that such matters were best left to the young to handle. Xian Yu, however, misunderstood Yang Di's intent and simply nodded that "I will take good care of her, as long as I, Xian Yu, am present." Yang Di furrowed his brow deeply, wondering why this young man was so oblivious. "Let us leave it at that for now. I have matters to attend to today. Tomorrow, I shall pass on the City Lord position to you, and I will depart with Miss Physique, that I hope you will treat the citizens of Chiu City kindly. Rest assured, I will manage according to your wishes, Yang Di promised, and Xian Yu sensed that Yang Di had finally relented as Xian Yu exited the tavern. The sky had turned a gloomy gray. Under the cloak of night, he found himself standing before the Zhao family auction house, recalling the first time he had been teased by that enchanting woman, unable to suppress a smile. However, the moment quickly passed, and Xian Yu's demeanor shifted to one of lethal intent as he smashed the door open with a single punch, causing a throng of people to spill out. Summon Zhao Wujie. Today I, Xian Yu, demand justice for the lives of my family. If you are not of the Zhao family, leave at once. No one shall depart unharmed. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward, smiling, that it seems our Zhao family has no grievances with you. Lord Xian, such blatant arrogance in our domain is quite unacceptable. You are too noisy. Bring Zhao Wujie to me. Xian Yu retorted, striking the middle-aged man with a fist, despite being a mid-level practitioner of the Earth Vein realm. The man felt his body crumble under the force, spitting blood as he collapsed to the ground. Everyone was taken aback. To dispatch a practitioner of the Earth Vein realm with a single blow was a testament to Xian Yu's strength. Many who were not affiliated with the Zhao family fled in terror. You are declaring war against my Zhao family. You will not meet a good end. Xian Yu's eyes turned crimson, his hatred threatening to pierce the heavens. He seized the throat of one of the fleeing individuals and demanded, "Where is Zhao Wujie?" The man struggled for breath, his legs kicking helplessly as if Xian Yu were merely clutching a helpless chick. Defenseless against the impending doom, I will tell you. Young Master Wujie has already left with Zhao Bo and the enchanting lady. They seem to have gone to Qian City. Please, spare my life, so they have already departed. Xian Yu thought, realizing he had arrived too late. Yet this was fortuitous. He was not yet a match for Zhao Wujie. They had likely used the teleportation array from Qian City, indicating that the Zhao clan and the imperial family had entered a phase of intense conflict. He would have to wait until he reached Baidi City to settle matters. However, he resolved to extract a measure of interest from the auction house today. Xian Yu Dao gently moved his palm, causing the man to roll his eyes back. Xian Yu Dao released his grip, and the man slowly collapsed to the ground, but a sword materialized in Xian Yu Dao's hand, all of which were of the Dragon Vein realm. And not a single one was a match for his blade. The entire auction house was drenched in blood, yet there were no cries of anguish. Xian Yu Dao swept through the auction house, leaving not a single hair behind. The following day, the entire Qiu City trembled, for the Zhao family's auction house had been annihilated overnight. Though many refrained from speaking, it was widely acknowledged that such formidable power could only be attributed to the city lord's mansion. On this day, Yang Ziki and Xian Yu Dao arrived at the city lord's mansion, accompanied by Yang Di and Bai Qing. Upon seeing Xian Yu Dao, Bai Qing merely smiled faintly that he was aware of Xian Yu Dao's massacre of the Zhao family auction house, but feigned ignorance. Bai Qing inquired, "Is this the person you recommended? He certainly appears capable, but you haven't been seeking him out in recent days, have you?" Xian Yu Dao remained silent, his entire being radiating an uncontrollable aura of murderous intent at the mention of this topic. Bai Qing, oblivious to the reason behind Xian Yu Dao's demeanor, understood it was related to the slaughter of the Zhao family auction house, but chose not to pry further. "Very well. We shall prepare to depart from here today." Leaving the management to Yang Di. "Yang Di, regardless of how you manage, remember to supply me with the appropriate wealth annually on time." Bai Qing instructed that I understand. Yang Di replied dutifully that I will ensure timely remittances. "I hope the envoy will take good care of my little girl in Baidi City." Yang Di expressed his gratitude. He retrieved a box from his storage pouch and handed it to Bai Qing, who declined the offering. There is no need for such gestures. Although her cultivation is still lacking, she possesses exceptional talent. With proper guidance in Baidi City, she will undoubtedly flourish in no time. Yang Di blushed slightly, yet being worldly wise, he quickly retracted the item. "Then I sincerely thank you, Bai Envoy." Xian Yu Dao waved his hand, producing a large seal. "Brother Yang, this is the city lord's seal. From now on, Qiu City is entrusted to you." Yang Di accepted the seal, a gleam of joy illuminating his face. After 10 years of pursuit, his dream had finally been realized. His hands trembled slightly as he hastily secured the seal. "Thank you, Brother Xian, that I will not fail in my duties." Bai Qing spoke in a calm tone. "Let us take our leave." He raised his hand, producing a Tianhedan, which he subsequently cast into the void. The entire hall was infused with vibrant energy. and intricate patterns of formation and prohibition emerged in the air, gradually forming a grand doorway. This was the first time Xian Yudao had witnessed such an impressive formation. As a vortex of light materialized within the doorway, shimmering with flashing formation patterns, leaving Xian Yudao and the others in awe. Observing their astonished expressions, Bai Qing said, "Prepare yourselves. We shall soon pass through the teleportation array to Bai Di City. Do not be surprised. This is merely a basic teleportation array with limited capacity for passengers." To Xian Yudao, this already seemed remarkably powerful. He had not anticipated it to be so simplistic that it appeared that this world was indeed home to countless formidable beings. "Let us proceed into the passage. We shall soon arrive at Bai Di City." That moment, a voice interrupted. "Brother, why can't I go with you? We are brothers." The arrival of Song Tian astonished everyone. But only Yang Di turned to Xian Yudao with an innocent expression, for the others had never heard of Xian Yudao having a younger brother. "Xiao Tian, I have matters to attend to this time. Once I am done, I will come to retrieve you." It turned out that Xian Yudao had previously instructed Yang Di to look after Song Tian and teach him martial arts. To his surprise, Song Tian had learned of Xian Yudao's departure and rushed over. "Brother, I know this trip may be dangerous, and you fear I will hinder you. I understand. I want to go. Take care of yourself." Hearing this, Xian Yudao felt a pang of guilt. He had once vowed to venture through the world with his brother, and now he was about to break that promise. Although it was out of goodwill, it still felt wrong. Why not let Xiao Tian accompany him? Was this still brotherhood? Xian Yudao looked to Bai Qing, silently asking if Song Tian could join. Bai Qing replied, "In light of this special circumstance, I will make an exception and allow one additional person who is not part of the competition to accompany us. Besides, he has not yet cultivated martial arts, so it does not violate the rules." Upon hearing this, Xian Yudao expressed, "Thank you, Bai Envoy. I shall remember this kindness." "Xiao Tian, come here." Song Tian, filled with elation, dashed to Xian Yudao's side, but he had not anticipated being able to go, having heard that only the top 3 from the competition could attend. Determined to train diligently for the next opportunity, he was overjoyed to realize he could go now, leaving him speechless and grinning foolishly. Seeing this, many people were envious, for reaching Bai Di City, even without resources for cultivation, would provide invaluable experiences. They sighed deeply, acknowledging they might never have such an opportunity. "Little brother, why not come over here?" Yang Ziki extended her delicate, smooth hand, akin to white jade, while a brilliant smile graced her lips. Since Yang Tian's death, Yang Di had recovered, and Yang Ziki had returned to her lively and mischievous self. "I don't know you," Song Tian retorted, exuding an aura of hostility towards Yang Ziki. The pressure of this aura affected Yang Ziki's countenance, nearly causing her to lose her balance. Everyone was taken aback by the child's temper. However, Yang Ziki chose not to retaliate, given his youth, though her face paled slightly. Bai Qing also displayed surprise, having sensed the formidable aura moments earlier, and he pondered how this child, lacking martial cultivation, could exude such a powerful presence. Xian Yudao, slightly angered, admonished Xiao Tian, "How can you act this way? This is Sister Yang. You mustn't be so rude." "Oh, I understand," he replied reluctantly. With that little interlude behind them, Bai Qing urged, "Prepare yourselves. We shall depart shortly." The formation patterns began to envelop Xian Yudao and the others. And Yang Ziki glanced at Yang Di. Despite her attempts to appear strong, tears streamed down her cheeks, for it was her first time leaving her parents. Yang Di smiled gently, though he too was suppressing his emotions. "Brother Xian, please take good care of Chi-Chi." "Thank you." As they watched the disappearing figures, a flash of light erupted, and the energy of the hall converged towards the vanishing brilliance. The hall fell silent. This was Xian Yudao's first experience traversing a teleportation array, and within it, he felt an extraordinary sense of comfort, akin to soaring through the heavens. Half an hour passed, and Bai Qing remarked, "We will soon arrive at Bai Di City. I will arrange accommodations for you upon arrival. Then I will report to the sovereign before bringing you into the palace. The sovereign will personally bestow gifts upon you. Furthermore, many others from cities like yours will also be present. They are the top 3 from their respective regions, so be attentive. This time, I must witness the talents from various cities and discern their true prowess," Xian Yudao thought, his entire being radiating a fierce battle intent. Bai Qing, slightly astonished, noted the intensity of Xian Yudao's fighting spirit, Realizing that his assertion about the gathering of talented individuals from various cities had indeed ignited Xian Yudao's fervor. Ready yourselves. We shall soon arrive at Baidi City. Xian Yudao tightly grasped Song Tian's hand, for the latter lacked any cultivation and was vulnerable to harm. Suddenly, Xian Yudao was caught off guard as he stumbled to the ground, having lost his balance. He managed to hold on at Song Tian, yet a weight pressed down on him. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find Yang Ziki sprawled atop him, her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. Faced with this awkward situation, Xian Yudao was at a loss for words. Yang Ziki could no longer contain herself. This was far too undignified, expecting a girl to initiate conversation after such an incident, especially as she had never encountered something like this before. She sprang to her feet, hastily arranging her disheveled attire. "Miss Yang, I apologize. It was unintentional," as soon as he spoke, Yang Ziki's face became even redder. Seeing her reaction, Xian Yudao dared not utter another word. That moment, Bai Qing approached, and Song Tian had also regained consciousness, though he seemed to harbor an inexplicable hostility towards Yang Ziki. "Let us proceed. I will guide you to an endot. We have not landed in the center." Xian Yudao inquired, "Is the endpoint not as fixed as the starting point?" Bai Qing replied, "Indeed, the starting point is fixed for teleportation. But the landing point is not. It merely appears in a random corner within a certain range." Xian Yu was taken aback, realizing the atmosphere around him was imbued with an abundance of spiritual energy, far surpassing that of Chiao City. The disparity was staggering. No wonder so many formidable warriors resided here. Even without a plethora of resources, the cultivation speed in this locale was unparalleled compared to smaller places. This was an innate advantage. In this realm, the strong thrived while the weak succumbed. Offspring of powerful lineages could bask in this superiority. However, Xian Yu was not disheartened. It was precisely this environment that presented challenges, allowing him to grow stronger through constant trials. That a true king only became mightier when faced with formidable opponents. Not far from the city center, as Xian Yu traversed the bustling streets, he was astounded by the towering edifices and the harmonious arrangement of pavilions and towers, with traffic interweaving and pedestrians flowing ceaselessly, that he had never encountered such a thriving metropolis. Each building was adorned with intricate carvings of formidable beasts, exuding an aura of ferocity, as though they were alive. He was astonished by the opulence of Baidi City. Even the residences exuded luxury, especially when he beheld the majestic palace, shrouded in drifting clouds and encircled by divine dragons. It appeared as though it were inhaling and exhaling the very essence of the heavens. Despite having reached the earth vein realm, Xian Yu felt an overwhelming regal presence emanating from the grand palace, an aura of undeniable dominance. There was no need for astonishment. These were merely the aspirations of ordinary individuals. Such luxuries were readily accessible to martial artists, so long as one was a genius capable of growth to them. These treasures were ephemeral. Only formidable strength constituted the essence of competition in this world. Xian Yu understood Bai Qing's unspoken thoughts. While the world was not devoid of geniuses, few could endure to the end. Without a robust backing and unwavering resolve, even prodigies could be cast aside in this merciless jungle of a world, ultimately becoming stepping stones for others. That it seemed that Baidi City was indeed extraordinary. Xian Yu felt a surge of excitement, a sense of anticipation stirring within him. Please rest well at Tianyu Tower and await His Majesty's summons, Bai Qing stated before departing. Gazing at the ornate characters of Tianyu before him, Xian Yu maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no hint of emotion. Upon entering the tavern, a server quickly approached with a smile, inquiring, "Are you three here for lodging or to enjoy a meal? We offer delicacies from the skies, waters, and lands, all in abundance." The server enthusiastically extolled the tavern's specialties. "That we will take a room and some food." "Please lead us to our quarters," Xian Yu instructed. Without hesitation, the server guided them to their room. Once inside, Xian Yu requested provisions, knowing that while he could forego sustenance, Xiao Tian had yet to embark on his martial journey and needed nourishment. Xian Yu was poised to begin instructing Xiao Tian in the ways of cultivation. After all, the path of martial arts was fraught with challenges, and he was merely guiding Xiao Tian through the threshold. "Xiao Tian, I shall commence your martial training now. Remember, the pursuit of martial arts is for the purpose of protection, not to bully the weak. Do you understand?" Xiao Tian nodded earnestly, brimming with excitement. realizing that from this day forth, he would no longer be an ordinary person, but a cultivator of martial arts. Xian Yu recognized that Xiao Tian was no ordinary individual. The blood jade alone was a testament to that. Not to mention the charactered song embedded in Xiao Tian's brow. Thus, he was uncertain how to impart his knowledge to Xiao Tian, that I may not have much to teach you, but I will share some fundamental principles of cultivation. You possess an extraordinary lineage to I in the future. We shall explore together to discover what suits you best, and I understand, brother, that we will grow stronger together, and we must seek out Sister Yi Shi, Xiao Tian responded, his voice filled with unwavering confidence. Despite Xian Yu's own rapid ascension through various challenges and fortuitous encounters, he acknowledged that he had little experience to impart, knowing that his own progress would likely slow in the future. Consequently, he shared only the basics of cultivation with Xiao Tian. Conversely, Yang Ziki had imparted numerous insights to Xiao Tian, which led to a shift in Xiao Tian's perception of her during Xiao Tian's training. Both Xian Yu and Yang Ziki were taken aback as he absorbed spiritual energy. The surrounding spiritual essence surged toward him as if he were its sovereign, responding to his call. They exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by his remarkable prowess in his first attempt at cultivation. Outside, the onlookers grew restless, sensing the influx of spiritual energy into Xian Yu's room, even feeling a slight impact on their own true essence. The crowd hesitated to intrude, aware that such extraordinary feats might belong to an ancient being. Disturbing a creature of such caliber would be folly. Unknown to them, the source of this grand spectacle was merely a novice in the early stages of cultivation. Finally, as Xiao Tian completed his absorption of spiritual energy, he felt invigorated, as though infused with vitality. How does it feel, Xiao Tian? The spiritual energy refines the body. Once your meridians are fully connected, and your physical strength can contain the energy transformed into true energy, you will break through to the dragon vein realm. Xian Yu stepped outside, acutely aware of the multitude of eyes upon him, an aura of menace radiating from his being. All who beheld him felt a strange impression. Could this be the individual responsible for the earlier commotion? Yet, he appeared no different from an unremarkable person who had yet to cultivate martial arts. Nevertheless, the murderous intent emanating from him was palpably distinct from that of others. Should anyone discern Xian Yu's true prowess, he would surely unleash his wrath upon the likes of Xiao Shi. Esteemed young master, your cultivation is remarkable. Might I inquire as to your origins? Today, we are all talented individuals gathered from various cities. Perhaps we could introduce ourselves? A young man in white, wielding a folding fan, presented himself with an air of elegance, resembling a delicate scholar, to an untrained eye. He would hardly be considered a martial arts master. No need that if you have no pressing matters, kindly take your leave. Standing at someone else's doorstep seems rather impolite. Xian Yu replied, his voice tinged with irritation that he recognized that these individuals had gathered due to the earlier disturbance. And he preferred to keep his identity concealed, especially with several enemies still lurking. Hearing Xian Yu's words, some were displeased. They were renowned geniuses from various cities, and though they may not rival the prodigies of prominent families within by D City, they were still noteworthy figures. The man before them seemed no different from themselves, and after being overshadowed since their arrival, they felt it was time to assert themselves. The young man in white furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback by Xian Yu's blatant disrespect. However, the others were less composed. You arrogant brat, don't think you're so special just because you're here. What makes you think you can look down on us? Xian Yu chuckled, finding the young man's words amusing. They seemed to reflect his own sentiments back at him. The young man's face flushed crimson with indignation, though he could not discern Xian Yu's cultivation level. He certainly did not perceive him as an ancient being. Given Xian Yu's youthful appearance, with a swift strike, the young man lunged at Xian Yu. You think you're so tough? Let us see how you fare against my sword. Xian Yu was taken aback by the young man's lack of decorum. He had not wronged him, yet the man was eager to resort to violence. Observing the incoming strike, Xian Yu remained unfazed, recognizing it as mere posturing rather than a genuine attack. With a flick of his fingers, he effortlessly intercepted the sword, redirecting its energy and shattering it against the wall. The young man staggered back, and Xian Yu chose not to pursue the matter further, regarding it as a mere bout of sparring. The onlookers, however, were left in awe. Such formidable physical prowess. That sword, presumably of the 9th rank, had been effortlessly broken. This individual was undoubtedly exceptional. Feeling the disdainful gazes of the crowd, the young man grew increasingly agitated. His initial intent was merely to test Xian Yu and not to engage in a serious confrontation. What gave these spectators the right to mock him? Xian Yu, uninterested in engaging with such trivialities, was eager to resume his cultivation, having no time to entertain the young man. Yet, as he turned to leave, the young man, desperate to reclaim his dignity, leaped forward to strike at Xian Yu once more. Sensing the murderous intent behind him, Xian Yu's patience waned. How many more times must this continue, he thought. And he swiftly turned, delivering a punch imbued with overwhelming lethal energy. The crowd was left in shock. How could such a potent aura emanate from someone so young? They wondered how many lives would be required to amass such a formidable presence. Some among them had encountered various seasoned fighters, yet none radiated the same intensity of malice as Xian Yu'd. As the realization dawned upon them, their previous assumptions about Xian Yu began to shift dramatically. While everyone was enveloped in shock, this individual had already been sent flying by Xian Yudao's punch, hurtling through the air like a kite with severed strings, crashing violently against the wall, blood spurting from his mouth. Observing the calm demeanor of Xian Yudao, he realized that he had indeed kicked against an iron plate today. This formidable figure was not someone he could provoke, although the other appeared to possess little cultivation. He was undoubtedly superior to him. With a roar, Xian Yudao unleashed a surge of true essence, and the man's complexion turned ashen, that he understood that today he was utterly defeated. If he did not flee, Xian Yudao would not hesitate to kill him. Given the palpable killing intent emanating from Xian Yudao, it was clear he was no gentle character. That moment, several individuals appeared at the entrance. Upon seeing Zhao Wuji among them, Xian Yudao felt an uncontrollable surge of emotions. Zhao Wuji, I never expected you, the foremost among the 6 young masters of the Baiyun Kingdom, to arrive here as well. It seems I, Sun Xing, have indeed arrived a step too late. Sun Xing, did you not come as well? Why should I not be here? This place is filled with talents from various cities. This remark elicited a wave of embarrassment among those present, who simultaneously regarded Zhao Wuji as shamelessness with disdain. How could we, hailing from the countryside, compare to you, a grand young master? Yet, no one dared to voice their thoughts. At this juncture, 3 more individuals entered. Xian Yudao turned to face them, astonished to find that all 3 were at the celestial vein realm, and in the mid to late stages at that he was taken aback, wondering where these formidable experts had emerged from. Even one of them could easily dominate Xiao City. Now everyone is here, except for one, by Yishue, Zhao Wuji remarked with evident delight, as if everything unfolded according to his expectations. Xian Yudao had not anticipated such a gathering today. He struggled to suppress his own murderous intent. The Bai family is part of the royal lineage. Naturally, they must maintain an air of authority. One of the newcomers was none other than Wu Ming, who countered, "Your argument is flawed. Having low cultivation is no excuse." Zhao Wuji appeared somewhat irritated. The others felt a wave of frustration. How could 2 unrelated matters be forcibly intertwined? Wu Ming responded, "Brother, I acknowledge my mistake. I will certainly strive to cultivate diligently henceforth." Observing the 2 brothers play their roles, it was clear to everyone that Zhao Wuji was addressing the crowd, reminding them that among the 6 young masters of the Zhao family, 2 were present, and they should carefully consider which faction to join. A warning indeed. The other individuals grew somewhat displeased as members of renowned families. Even Zhao Wuji, no matter how formidable, should not overlook their presence. Xian Yudao finally comprehended the implications of Zhao Wuji's earlier words. Indeed, the Zhao family was at the zenith of power now, with 2 prominent figures among the 6 young masters, one of whom held the title of the foremost. It seemed the Bai family, being royal, had sensed a crisis, which explained their heightened focus on this grand competition, attracting many undiscovered talents to emerge. Tianyu, why don't we engage in a friendly spar at your establishment today? It would be fascinating to observe the talents from various places. Xian Yudao realized that this establishment actually belonged to the Li family, and was even named after a son of the Li family. Brother Zhao, since you propose such a delightful idea, I naturally cannot refuse your hospitality. All eyes shifted towards the 6 young masters, and Xian Yudao was nearly forgotten. No one paid him any heed. Xian Yudao directed his gaze towards the Li family's young master, who was dressed quite plainly, hardly resembling a distinguished individual. His hair was tousled, his brows sharp as swords, and his eyes radiated an air of arrogance, an emblem of one who had mastered the sword. Xian Yudao was certain that this individual was someone who viewed the sword as a lifeline. Da Wu Ming, go and experience the prowess of the various talents. Zhao Wuji immediately sought to establish a show of dominance. Wu Ming, being one of the 6 young masters, although ranked lower, was still a mid-stage celestial vein cultivator. Among them were others at the same stage, yet their foundations appeared unstable, that I shall witness firsthand how formidable the 6 young masters truly are. The one who stepped forward exuded an aura of a martial savant, his physique brimming with power, clearly a master of body refinement, unconcerned with schemes. Today I, Zhao Wu Ming, shall ascertain your skills that I hope you do not disappoint me. His tone was steeped in arrogance that a punch was thrown, and an explosive sound echoed in the void, a testament to pure strength. Immensely powerful, that a sinister smile appeared on Zhao Wu Ming's face as he drew his sword, causing the crowd to gasp. A scream pierced the air, and it was evident that a hand had been severed, and no one had anticipated Zhao Wu Ming's ruthlessness. He had struck mercilessly, severing an arm in an instant. It seems the so-called talents here are not impressive at all. I asked there anyone else willing to step forward. The crowd was filled with indignation, but dared not voice it, as a living example lay before them. Who would dare seek death? At this juncture, Xian Yudao stepped forward, pointing his sword at Zhao Wu Ming, declaring a life-and-death battle. No retreat, no mercy that do you dare to fight. The declaration of a life-and-death battle left everyone in disbelief. This brother was extraordinarily bold, even catching the attention of the other young masters. Despite his youth, when they scrutinized Xian Yudao closely, they were unable to discern his true cultivation level, which only heightened their anticipation for this duel. Zhao Wuji chuckled. So it is Brother Xian. I trust you have been well of late. Upon seeing Zhao Wuji, Xian Yudao gripped his sword even tighter. Thanks to the favor of young Master Wuji, I have been well and shall not forget your kindness. I shall certainly pay a visit one day. The assembly was taken aback. They had not expected Xian Yudao to be acquainted with Zhao Wuji, and their interaction hinted at a familiarity laced with tension. Splendid. I shall await your visit. Brother Xian Wu Ming, ensure that Brother Xian enjoys himself in this duel. He is not as weak as he appears. Zhao Wuji urged. Rest assured, brother, I will make certain to host him well, given his long journey, that I reiterate, a life-and-death battle. No retreat, no mercy. Accept my challenge, and we shall fight. All present were perplexed by Xian Yudao's confidence. If not for confidence, he must be foolishly courting death. Yet they could not believe that a fool could ascend to the position of the foremost in a city. You seek death, and I shall grant it to you. We shall see how stubborn you remain. Enough with the frivolities. Today, I wish to witness the might of the Wu family's unparalleled sword. Do not disappoint me. Xian Yudao unleashed his sword, executing the first move of the Xingyao sword technique. The great peace sword SA practitioner at the late stage of the Earth Vein realm, the resurgence of the Xingyao sword technique rendered him even more formidable. Zhao Wu Ming, a true genius of the mid-stage celestial vein realm. Though slightly inferior to Yang Tian's earlier display of demonic prowess, wielded the Wu family's unparalleled sword technique with remarkable finesse. With a single stroke, he conjured sword energy that surged forth, embodying an essence of perpetual vitality. The two were evenly matched, leaving the onlookers astounded, and no wonder Xian Yudao was so assertive. It turned out he truly possessed the ability. Those who previously thought he was merely posturing now understood a crucial truth. A capable individual's bravado is admirable, whereas that of an incompetent one is contemptible. Sun Xing remarked with a grin. It appears one of our 6 young masters may soon face elimination. The question is, who will it be? He seemed to revel in the unfolding drama. Zhao Wuji, taken aback by Xian Yudao's prowess, recalled that although he had previously heard of Xian Yudao slaying a mid-stage celestial vein cultivator, he had come perilously close to death in that encounter. Wu Ming, you must take this seriously. Brother Xian is known to have slain a mid-stage celestial vein expert while at the peak of the Earth Vein realm. You cannot afford to disappoint him, for he is a guest who has traveled far. Everyone was rendered speechless. Zhao Wuji, could you be any more shameless? It seemed fitting to refer to you as Zhao Wushamless. Yet, even more astonishing was Xian Yudao's audacity in challenging a mid-stage celestial vein cultivator while still at the Earth Vein realm. They felt that the so-called talents among them were utterly lacking, and that Xian Yudao was undoubtedly a madman, truly insane. Zhao Wuming began to regard Xian Yudao with newfound seriousness. After all, one who could slay a mid-stage celestial vein expert while still at the earth vein realm could indeed contend with him, and oh wonder Xian Yudao possessed such audacity to engage in a life-and-death duel. However, he wielded the unparalleled sword. The unparalleled sword, born from nothingness, unleashed its lethal sword energy, which surged toward Xian Yudao like a strangling force, embodying an overwhelming sharpness. Zhao Wuji turned to Li Tianyu, asking, "Tianyu, what do you think of this unparalleled sword? It is adequate, but lacks substance despite its form. It is no match for my skills that I am curious to see when young Master Wu will allow me a glimpse of its true potential." Zhao Wuming's sword had yet to reach the pinnacle of mastery. "Before long, you shall know, as I am equally eager to witness your Qinglian sword technique." At this moment, Xian Yudao and Zhao Wuming were locked in an intense confrontation. Zhao Wuming, indeed a genius of the mid-stage celestial vein realm, wielded the unparalleled sword with seamless coordination. Great Peace Sword, Friend's Summoning Sword, First Victory Sword, all swords returning to the sect. The crowd was astonished as Xian Yudao unleashed 3 swords in rapid succession, a feat requiring immense true essence. Boundless sword energy coalesced into a colossal sword descending from the heavens, exuding an aura of annihilation. Zhao Wuming, gazing up at the giant sword, felt a growing sense of dread. With his long black hair billowing, he constantly shifted his stance, unleashing the unparalleled sword, born from nothingness, the ultimate sword, striking with equal might. The sword light clashed, and Zhao Wuming found himself ensnared, sinking into the ground. The entire person seemed to age significantly in an instant. However, Xian Yudao was not faring any better. His clothes were tattered, and a gaping wound had been torn into him by the sword energy of Wujijian. The surging sword force pierced through Xian Yudao's body, causing him to feel as if he were about to be torn apart, with small wounds continuously oozing blood. The onlookers were astonished. It was already remarkable that Xian Yudao, a practitioner of the earth vein realm, could fight to such an extent, but alas, the heaven vein realm was truly formidable. Just as everyone believed Xian Yudao was on the verge of defeat, he bellowed in fury, "Kill!" Without regard for his injuries, he charged upwards, the wounds on his body expanding, yet he appeared oblivious to the pain. Zhao Wuming panicked. He felt his own strength waning, yet Xian Yudao fought with increasing ferocity. This was the shared sentiment of all present. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Wujing was also alarmed. No one had anticipated Xian Yudao's extraordinary strength. "Brother Xian, please show mercy." Xian Yudao cast a scornful smile at Zhao Wujing before plunging toward Zhao Wuming, showing no intention of stopping. "You dare to harm my brother Zhao Wuming? Prepare to die." Zhao Wujing had lost all reason, recklessly charging at Xian Yudao, unable to fathom his audacity in confronting him so boldly. Xian Yudao seemed to see nothing, striking with his sword. A spray of blood showered the sky, landing squarely on Zhao Wujing's face. Zhao Wujing struck Xian Yudao's chest with a powerful palm, causing Xian Yudao to spit forth blood, his body soaring into the air like a kite with its string cut. Zhao Wujing, undeterred, ascended with fervor, brandishing his sword towards the already battered Xian Yudao, that a collective sigh of regret echoed among the crowd. Such a prodigy, to perish at the hands of Zhao Wujing, was indeed a great pity. Zhao Wujing's sword was met with a fierce counter, and both men staggered back. "Zhao Wujing, do you truly think so little of my royal family? This is a person summoned by my family. Yet before he has even received my royal family's commendation, you seek to slay him. Do you genuinely believe that your Zhao family, with merely 2 of the 6 great young masters, is formidable?" Sun Xing shamelessly chuckled. "Now this is going to be entertaining. Zhao Wujing was driven to the brink of madness that he killed my brother Zhao Wuming. I must kill him today. If you wish to avoid war, by Yixue, I advise you to step aside." "Zhao Wujing, are you implying that your Zhao family intends to wage war against my royal family? Does that mean your Zhao family is rebelling against the royal family?" "Qianba, Sun Xing, Li Tianyu, are you 3 in agreement?" Bai Yixue declared. "Today, I wish to ascertain the stance of the 4 great families." The first to speak was Li Tianyu. "Our Li family will certainly not partake." Bai Yixue, do not speak recklessly. Qian Ba and Sun Xing echoed their dissent. Such matters could not be openly declared. Zhao Wujing was driven to madness that in recent years, the Zhao family has been too domineering. It seems the Bai family intends to take action against the Zhao family. Seeing the shameless trio below, Zhao Wujing felt a surge of insanity. Bai Yixue, are you suggesting that the Bai royal family would allow a mere subordinate from a small city to create discord between us Zhao family? His tone had softened considerably. Bai Yixue, aware of the precarious situation of the Bai royal family, also lowered her stance, saying, "Who said he is merely a subordinate from a small city? He is my elder brother's sworn brother. Furthermore, his duel with your incompetent brother was a life-and-death battle. His death only reflects his inadequacy." Zhao Wujing was taken aback. When did Xian Yudao become Bai Yixue's sworn brother? Very well. Then I must be afforded an opportunity for revenge. Otherwise, how can I, Zhao Wujing, face the world after my brother dies before my eyes? As for what I said earlier about war, I was merely distraught over my brother's demise and spoke without thinking. I beseech you, Bai Yixue, for your understanding. After uttering these words, Zhao Wujing felt an overwhelming desire to strike himself. He had never endured such humiliation over the years at this moment. Bai Yixue's heart grew wary of Zhao Wujing. He was undoubtedly a formidable character, remaining so composed in the face of his brother's death that I shall pretend I heard nothing. However, young Master Wujing, you must be cautious with your words in the future. Although you are the foremost among the younger generation of the 6 great young masters, if you overstep your bounds, no one will be able to protect you. It was clear that Bai Yixue was asserting the authority of the royal family. Now, I shall take Xian Yudao with me to ask for your desire for revenge that can wait until he has received his rewards. Everyone had to admire Bai Yixue, the second prince of the royal family. His words were meticulously calculated, rife with intrigue that if Xian Yudao accepted the rewards and did not join the royal family, then Zhao family's vengeance would be inconsequential. However, if he joined the royal family, with their resources and his innate talent, it would not be long before he eclipsed Zhao Wujing. Brother Tianyu, I shall compensate for the damage caused in your Tianyu Tower today. Consider it a small retribution for my tardiness. I shall take my leave now, and in the near future, I welcome all of you to my royal family for a gathering. Several soldiers had already gone to fetch Song Tian and Yang Ziki from their quarters. Song Tian and Yang Ziki had been immersed in their cultivation and were unaware of the events outside. Upon emerging, they were greeted by the sight of Xian Yudao, unconscious and drenched in blood. Song Tian was enveloped in an aura of malevolence. Upon seeing this, Bai Yixue was taken aback by the intensity of Song Tian's aura. He quickly remarked, "He was injured in a duel, but he is not in mortal danger." Song Tian shot a resentful glance at Bai Yixue, but his heart finally felt a sense of relief. After all, seeing Xian Yudao in such a state had genuinely frightened him. Yang Ziki, feeling the weight of Bai Yixue's gaze upon her, was flustered and stammered, "Thank you, young Master Bai, for saving my husband." Only then did Bai Yixue realize he had lost his composure. Hearing her words, Song Tian glared fiercely at Yang Ziki, while Yang Ziki rolled her eyes at him. At the same time, upon hearing Yang Ziki's words, Bai Yixue merely smiled knowingly, showing no further reaction, leaving Yang Ziki perplexed about his intentions. Song Tian glared at Bai Yixue, exclaiming, "Who harmed my elder brother to such a state? I must seek vengeance." Hearing the childish voice of Song Tian, Bai Yixue chuckled, "Little one, you seek to challenge someone who has bested your elder brother. You would be devoured whole. It is better to wait patiently for your brother to awaken." Song Tian could find no words to retort, and could only follow along, glancing back at the unconscious Xian Yudao. Before long, they arrived at the royal palace, and upon witnessing the grand architecture, Song Tian's jaw dropped in awe. Each pillar was entwined with dragons, exhaling clouds and mist. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujing knelt before a middle-aged man, not daring to breathe a word. This man was Zhao Dongcheng, the current head of the Zhao family. "Useless wretch! You cannot even handle a mere earth-vein realm brat. By Qiufeng, I, Zhao Dongcheng, shall see how much longer you can endure this decline." Crash! The table shattered that a night had passed, and Xian Yudao remained in a state of unconsciousness. Zhao Wujing's strike had been exceedingly powerful, befitting one who had achieved the pinnacle of the heaven vein realm. Were Xian Yudao at his peak, he likely would not have sustained such grievous injuries. However, having exhausted his true essence in the battle against Zhao Wuming, He was caught off guard by Zhao Wujing's strike. That it was a miracle he had not perished, though Xian Yudao lay in a deep sleep. His body was undergoing a gradual self-repair, as strands of chaotic energy began to merge with him. Song Tian, resting by the bedside, had fallen asleep, but suddenly felt his blood boiling, awakening him from his slumber. Realizing the source of his discomfort was the jade pendant within him, he felt as though he were in a furnace, and before he knew it, he had fainted again. Meanwhile, within Xian Yudao's body, the chaotic heart was once again integrating into him, resulting in a qualitative transformation. The two, one large and one small, underwent earth-shattering changes within the same room, oblivious to the world around them and the fate that awaited them. It was as if they were destined to be adversaries, yet also seemed to complement one another perfectly. Suddenly, Xian Yudao's vision brightened as he surveyed the room, which was resplendent with golden splendor, adorned with treasures, and the scent of incense wafted through the air, intoxicating him. Where am I? I remember killing Zhao Wuming and then being knocked unconscious by Zhao Wujing's palm. How did I end up here? What of Yang Ziki and Song Tian? As Xian Yudao lifted the covers and prepared to place his feet on the ground, he felt something beneath him, instinctively retracting his foot. Peering down, he was startled to find it was none other than Song Tian. Xian Yudao hastily leaped from the bed, swiftly embracing Song Tian. What happened to you? Are you all right? Wake up quickly. Observing the unconscious Song Tian, Xian Yudao promptly lifted him onto the bed before donning his clothes. Channeling the true essence within him, Xian Yudao was taken aback by the unexpected fortune arising from this calamity, as he had successfully broken through to the late stage of the Earth Vein Realm. Now standing at its pinnacle, just a step away from the Celestial Vein Realm, that moment, who could compel Xian Yudao to retreat? He pondered whether the heart of chaos had integrated into his being. Hastily turning his focus inward, he was astonished to discover that the heart of chaos had already fused with 1/10,000,000th of his body. Xian Yudao felt an overwhelming urge to laugh heartily towards the heavens. His physical form now possessed a defense equivalent to that of the Earth level. With a single punch, the very fabric of space reverberated. Although he had yet to reach the Celestial Vein Realm, he was confident that he could contend with Zhao Wujia solely through his physical prowess. The shattered star fist no longer sufficed for Xian Yudao's ambitions. He craved even mightier martial arts. Moreover, the starry sword technique could be cultivated further, enabling him to wield his formidable physique to slay gods and extinguish Buddhas. Casting a glance at Song Tian and then at himself, Xian Yudao recognized that Song Tian's unconsciousness was undoubtedly triggered by the fusion of the Heart of Chaos, which had affected the blood jade at Song Tian's brow. This realization left Xian Yudao feeling rather helpless. Why did these two entities seem to be in such opposition? Unbeknownst to him, a significant transformation awaited Song Tian. Suddenly, the door creaked open, revealing an individual clad in snow-white robes, with cascading hair resembling a waterfall. His exquisitely delicate visage rivaled that of a woman, evoking envy and jealousy even among the fairer sex. Why must a man possess such a celestial countenance? It is nothing short of a waste. Noticing Xian Yudao's unabashed gaze, the figure's cheeks flushed a shade of crimson. Xian Yudao mused that should this man don women's attire, who could possibly contest his masculinity? This young master. May I inquire your name? Were you the one who saved me? Who else could it be besides me? A faint smile graced his lips, and Xian Yudao realized that this question was futile. I thank you for your timely assistance, but may I ask how to address you? Additionally, I am concerned about my other companion. Is she also here? Xian Yudao's tone remained composed, his gaze fixed intently on the figure clad in white. The white-clad figure replied nonchalantly, You posed two questions in one breath. Which should I address first? Xian Yudao was rendered speechless. Was there truly any distinction between the two queries? He recognized that the individual was merely toying with him. If you prefer not to answer, then so be it. I shan't jest any longer. Helping you is merely my duty. You need not express your gratitude. My name is Bai Yushue. I wonder if you have heard of me? Xian Yudao was taken aback to learn that this person was indeed the renowned Bai Yushue, the second-ranking son of the Bai family. This is the famed Snowfall Sword, Bai Yushue, of whom I only heard whispers yesterday. Bai Yushue's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Xian Yudao's lack of familiarity. His inquiry had been merely a gesture of humility, yet Xian Yudao's honest response caught him off guard. Bai Yushue continued. Your companion, who is also among the top 3, shall be protected by my family, so fret not. However, she seems to claim to be your wife. Congratulations, Xian brother, on such a fine partner. Xian Yudao broke into a cold sweat, wondering when Yang Ziki had concocted such a tale. However, he refrained from clarifying, realizing that Yang Ziki likely fabricated this to avoid the seemingly feminine Bai Yushua. Bai Yushua chuckled. I want to prolong our conversation. I am here to escort you to receive your rewards. That it is said that you not only claimed victory in the grand competition, but also became the city lord for the next decade. I am certain the emperor will bestow upon you valuable treasures. Let me extend my congratulations in advance. Xian Yudao merely smiled in acknowledgement, saying nothing that in his view, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If something of value was offered to him, he would undoubtedly need to reciprocate. Thus, to him, this was less about receiving a reward and more about an opportunity for exchange. As Xian Yudao and Bai Yushua entered the grand hall, they were greeted by towering golden dragon pillars, each adorned with luminous pearls that a formidable imperial aura emanated from the center, coalescing into a majestic dragon that encircled the imperial throne. This marked Xian Yudao's inaugural encounter with the sovereign, and he could not help but marvel at the stability of the royal lineage. Such overwhelming imperial presence would deter any comparable practitioner from approaching, unless they were of an entirely different caliber. At that moment, a figure strode forth from behind, exuding a profound gravitas with each step. This was not merely the aura of martial prowess, but rather that of an emperor, adorned with a golden crown and a robe emblazoned with 5-clawed dragons. He took his seat upon the dragon throne, and the golden dragon formed from imperial energy coiled around him. Once, all present knelt, proclaiming, "Long live the emperor." The sound echoed in every corner, and Xian Yudao surmised that those with timid hearts must have been too frightened to even breathe. "Boldly, young man, do you not kneel before the emperor?" The figure addressed Xian Yudao. "Did I, Xian Yudao, do not kneel to heaven or earth. I kneel only to my parents. Alas, I am but an orphan now, and there is no one in this world to whom I owe a bow." The path of martial cultivation is inherently defiant. If one were to kneel at every whim, how could they ever hope to achieve the pinnacle of martial arts? Xian Yudao bowed slightly and said, "I beg your forgiveness for any offense, Your Majesty. Good, truly exceptional. No wonder you possess such remarkable cultivation at such a tender age. Everyone, please rise." The emperor, realizing he had misjudged the situation, promptly ceased his flattery. "Thank you, Your Majesty." To everyone's astonishment, Xian Yudao not only escaped punishment, but was also commended, eliciting envy and regret among those who had not considered such a bold approach to that moment. The emperor was equally astonished. Few could maintain their composure under such overwhelming imperial presence, let alone a young practitioner like Xian Yudao, who had only recently embarked on his journey, but he was undoubtedly a true prodigy, while the so-called geniuses surrounding him were scarcely superior to ordinary folk. "I shall dispense with idle talk. Let us commence the rewards. That I hope there are no objections. The first place winner may enter my royal treasury tomorrow to select any earth-level martial technique, regardless of its grade. For the others, I have prepared suitable rewards." Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Such a reward was unparalleled. Earth-level martial techniques were indeed rare, though it was understood that high-grade techniques would likely be scarce within the royal treasury. Rows of martial techniques and weapons were soon displayed in the hall for selection. Suddenly, Bai Qiufeng interjected, "Given Xian Yudao's unique circumstances, I have decided to allow him to select an additional technique." Albeit only a human-level one, the hall fell silent, the shock palpable. A technique was not to be trifled with, far more valuable than mere martial skills. As the rewards concluded, most received martial techniques and weapons, while few were granted techniques or elixirs. For even the Bai royal family possessed limited quantities of these treasures, making it impossible to distribute them liberally to outsiders. On the throne, Bai Qiufeng raised his hand slightly, commanding silence. "This selection is merely the beginning. As long as you are a genius, further opportunities will arise. I welcome any who wish to join my royal family. Those who do not may leave freely. Rest assured, my royal family will not retract any promises made. Regardless of your decision, the first-place winner may come tomorrow to select a martial technique. Should anyone wish to tour my palace, I will send someone to guide you for a few days." His tone was calm, Devoid of any coercive demands that ASE spoke, the assembly divided into two factions. Those willing to join and those unwilling to. To Xian Yudao's surprise, only around 20 individuals expressed a desire to join, indicating that less than one-fifth opted for the royal family. Xian Yudao glanced up at Bai Qiufeng, whose expression remained unchanged. However, many failed to notice the slight furrowing of his brow when the line was formed. Xian Yudao could not help but admire the emperor's approach. However, it was evident that this recruitment effort had not yielded favorable results. Clearly, the royal family situation was not as optimistic as it seemed. Nevertheless, Xian Yudao chose to stand among those unwilling to join. To his astonishment, Yang Ziki also refrained from joining the royal family. He could not fathom her reasoning. However, he felt it was not his place to inquire further, as Yang Ziki's affairs would no longer concern him. Bai Qiufeng addressed Xian Yudao. My royal family earnestly invites you and Miss Yang to join us, that we will provide ample resources to nurture your growth until you break through to the celestial vein realm. With your talents, this should not pose a challenge. This proclamation left the crowd in shock. Who were Xian Yudao and Yang Ziki that Bai Qiufeng would personally extend such an invitation? It had been years since a figure of such caliber had emerged. Was he truly an unparalleled prodigy? Yet the discerning among them noted that when Bai Qiufeng mentioned benefits, he only referred to Xian Yudao. Stepping forward, Xian Yudao met Bai Qiufeng's gaze. That I appreciate your majesty's goodwill. However, I currently do not wish to join any faction. Nevertheless, I will remember the favor bestowed by Bai Gongzi and the royal family. Should I decide to align with any force in the future, the royal family will undoubtedly be my first consideration, and I shall not shy away from any opportunities presented as for Miss Yang. I cannot make decisions on her behalf. That is entirely up to her. Yang Ziki cast a resentful glance at Xian Yudao, for she had just declared herself as wife the previous day, only to have her status undermined by Xian Yudao's words in the presence of Bai Yixue. Xian Yudao sought this very effect. He had no desire for Yang Ziki to remain by his side, fearing that one day she might become a burden to him. Now, however, an opportunity had arisen for her to join the royal family, and he perceived that Bai Yixue did not resemble the likes of Yang Xian, the scum of society. Otherwise, Xian Yudao would not have acted in such a manner, but he had promised Yang Di to look after Yang Ziki, and he recognized that this debt of gratitude was now owed. Not only had he earned this reward through his own efforts, but Bai Yixue had also saved his life, solidifying this obligation. Upon hearing Xian Yudao's words, Bai Qiufeng appeared unfazed, as if nothing had transpired. Xian Yudao could not help but admire this emperor, who could maintain composure in any situation. Yet he remained vigilant, for it was only recently that his actions had led to the annihilation of the entire Xian family. I wonder if Miss Yang would be willing to join our royal family, that we strive to nurture our members just like anyone else. Though Yang Ziki was still in her dragon vein phase, many failed to comprehend how such an extraordinary individual as Xian Yudao could emerge from a place that also produced someone so seemingly weak. Nevertheless, no questions were raised. Yang Ziki understood that Xian Yudao wished to spare her from danger. Recognizing her own frailty to catch up to him, she needed access to greater resources, and thus she ultimately chose to join the royal family. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generosity. I am willing to join the royal family. Excellent. The emperor was exceedingly pleased. With Yang Ziki's inclusion, there were now 21 individuals in the royal family, most of whom were formidable experts. That it was clear that the majority of the others had already been courted by the prominent families, and their presence today was merely to reap benefits. Those who had not joined the royal family began to depart, with only a select few remaining, drawn by the allure of the palace's grandeur. Xian Yudao recognized that those who stayed behind were unlikely to join any faction. Those who left might not affiliate with any power, but the odds were nearly zero that Xian Yudao took his leave, intending to escort Sangtian away, feeling rather uncomfortable in this place, especially after having just declined the royal family's invitation. As he reached Sangtian's chamber, a voice called out to him, none other than Yang Ziki. Xian Yudao, let me make this clear. You cannot shake me off that I have taken a liking to you, and I will catch up to you without being a burden. Xian Yudao was momentarily taken aback. This girl had been so well-behaved in recent days that he had thought her temperament had changed. Her words, however, were as explosive as ever. Ata loss. He attempted to explain, Miss Yang, you misunderstand. I do not see you as a burden. Yet before he could finish his sentence, Yang Ziki had already vanished without a trace, that he could only respond with a wry smile, bemused by the absurdity of it all. That as Xian Yudao turned to enter, he caught sight of Song Tian's youthful, slightly tanned face breaking into a brilliant smile, his thumb raised in apparent approval of Xian Yudao's earlier conduct. Xian Yudao could only shake his head in resignation as he stepped inside. Xiao Tian, how do you feel? How did you faint? Song Tian stared blankly, seemingly lost in thought. That I don't know. I just remember leaning beside you after you lost consciousness. And before long, I fell asleep. Suddenly, I felt an intense heat coursing through my body. As if my blood were boiling, I thought I was dreaming. When I woke up, it felt like I was engulfed in flames, my blood seething like lava, and then the pain became unbearable, so I fainted. I only woke when I heard you speaking. My body feels much lighter now. Xian Yudao gazed at Song Tian in astonishment. This boy had actually awoken from a slumber to break through to the body refining realm. How outrageous. Xian Yudao had thought his own circumstances extraordinary, only to find that Song Tian had surpassed him, and if word got out, people would surely decry the heavens for their unfairness. Countless individuals had fought tooth and nail, enduring untold suffering to reach such a level, while Song Tian had merely slept and emerged unscathed. The disparity was enough to drive one to despair. Xiao Tian, you have broken through to the body, refining realm. Upon hearing this, Song Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, are you serious? I have truly broken through. Indeed. Did I not teach you the cultivation method? You didn't even realize you had progressed. Xian Yudao could only shake his head. Song Tian was simply too unreliable. With hands tightly grasping Xian Yudao's, Song Tian exclaimed, I am finally a true cultivator. I am a cultivator. His voice brimmed with uncontainable joy. Seeing Song Tian's exuberance, Xian Yudao felt a wave of happiness wash over him as well. Xiao Tian, I have received my reward. Tomorrow, when I select my techniques, I plan to leave this place. Before Xian Yudao could elaborate, Song Tian interjected, Brother, I have longed to leave this place, though the food here is good. I cannot endure the confinement. There is always someone watching that I would rather beg or steal, as that would be far more liberating. Xian Yudao was left speechless. How many had shed blood on the battlefield, sacrificing their lives for the sake of wealth and honor? Nevertheless, Xiao Tian, tonight you must solidify your foundation and diligently cultivate. Only then can you secure your place in this world. Song Tian understood that Xian Yudao had plans for the night, for he would not have spoken otherwise. Brother, are you going out tonight? Xian Yudao knew he could not placate this boy. I have been here for several days, and having killed Zhao Wuming, the Zhao family is surely watching me closely. I must find Yushuan as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they discover that she is my sister, she will be in grave danger. It will be even more challenging to rescue her later. I can only hope the Zhao family has not connected me to Yushuan. Otherwise, the situation could turn dire. I initially intended to arrive quietly and sneak Yushuan away, but upon seeing Zhao Wujing and Zhao Wuming that day, and recalling the hundreds of lives lost from the Xian family, I could not restrain myself, and ended up killing Zhao Wuming, that I believed I could dispatch him without exhausting myself, thus allowing for an escape, but I underestimated Zhao Wuming's strength, compounded by Zhao Wujing's presence. Were it not for Bai Ishua's covert assistance, I might have met my end here. Yet, I had surmised that Bai Ishua would not intervene, as I knew the Bai family must have someone observing from the shadows. And fortunately, my gamble paid off. Listening to Xian Yudao's words, Song Tian was astonished by the rapid turn of events. His previous petty thefts seemed trivial by comparison. Xian Yudao turned at Song Tian. Thus, Xiao Tian, I must venture out tonight to ascertain whether Yushuan is at the Zhao family, that my heart will not find peace until I do. When our grandfather passed, I promised him I would take good care of Yushuan. Yet now I know nothing of her situation. Song Tian realized that Xian Yudao was concerned about his stubbornness in wanting to accompany him. Brother, you need not worry. I will look after myself. You must rescue Sister Yushuan quickly. Once we are strong enough, we will take down the Zhao family. At that point, there will be no match for either of us. His small fists clenched tightly, as if to bolster Xian Yudao's resolve. Dressed in black, Xian Yudao stepped through the palace, a gust of wind swirling around him as he vanished into the night, in the depths of the darkness. A figure flitted through the shadows like a specter. Just as Xian Yudao exited the palace, two silhouettes appeared atop the roof across from him. Bai Ishue and the Emperor, Bai Qiufeng. Father, Why did you not stop Xian Yudao? He is likely heading to the Zhao family, which is exceedingly perilous. He may not return. Bai Yixue inquired, her expression one of confusion. Bai Qiufeng smiled slightly. Do you know why I sent your elder brother to Qiu City? Bai Yixue was perplexed. She had asked why he did not intervene, yet her father responded with a different query. Qiu City, being a relatively poor and lowly place under the rule of Baiyun Kingdom, was not where Bai Qing should have gone. Thus, this departure left her quite baffled. Bai Qiufeng revealed a cryptic smile. Your elder brother was sent there by me, because Zhao Wushuang is also present to at this revelation. Bai Yixue was instantly stunned. She understood that both Bai Qing and Zhao Wushuang were not ordinary individuals. They were once among the 6 great young masters, the pride of heaven, and now they found themselves in the same location. Yet, her brother Bai Qing was merely sent there. What secrets lay hidden there? Was it truly all for the sake of Xian Yudao? Bai Qiufeng continued, although Xian Yudao is a genius and potentially capable of surpassing your elder brother and even Zhao Wushuang. In the beginning, no one knew of him. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, your brother and the others did not go there because of Xian Yudao. Bai Yixue's mind raced with questions. Then what was the reason? Upon hearing Bai Qiufeng's remarks, Bai Yixue stated, Xian Yudao is indeed a genius, and I harbor a vague and indistinct feeling towards him. The other day, he defeated Zhao Wuming using merely 3 sword techniques. Yet it was evident to me that he refrained from employing his ultimate move, clearly intending to keep his trump card concealed as for his injuries. I surmise they stem from underestimating the strength of Zhao Wuming and Zhao Wujie, which nearly cost him his life. Listening to Bai Yixue's analysis, Bai Qiufeng shook his head, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossing his gaze. He continued, I can assure you that before taking action, Xian Yudao was undoubtedly aware of your presence in the shadows. Although he may not know your identity or location, he must have anticipated that our royal family would dispatch someone, and he certainly would not remain idle in the face of danger. Given the fairness of their duel, moreover, he had every intention of fully exerting himself to eliminate Zhao Wuming. With a sigh laden with resignation, Bai Qiufeng spoke, his voice tinged with wistfulness, upon hearing his words. Bai Yixue's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. However, were Xian Yudao to overhear this conversation, he would undoubtedly be taken aback, for Bai Qiufeng spoke as if he had lived through the events himself. This confluence of fate heralds the imminent rise of true genius. The primary reason I dispatched your elder brother was due to the emergence of the Tianadan in Qiu City, which has not flowed down from our domain, leaving us in the dark regarding its origin. The Zhao family was the first to receive news and rushed there, followed closely by the other 3 families, albeit with significantly less knowledge and urgency than the Zhao family. Those who ventured forth have largely been dealt with by Xian Yudao during the grand competition, and as of now, they remain unaware. Suddenly, a sly smile flickered at the corner of Bai Qiufeng's mouth. Upon hearing her father's words, Bai Yixue grasped the implications. Either a powerful being from the Tiana realm had been born, or a treasure had surfaced. However, if Xian Yudao were to hear this, he would likely be more astonished by the fact that he had inadvertently offended the entire aristocracy of Baiyun Kingdom. Bai Qiufeng gazed up at the star-studded sky, murmuring, The Bai family now consists solely of you and your elder brother, who is utterly consumed by his martial pursuits for the Zhao family. Although they have lost Zhao Wuming, he was merely a minor player. Zhao Wushuang has already reached the pinnacle of his lineage, rivaling Qing'e, if not surpassing her. Zhao Wujie, despite not being as publicly acclaimed as others, has indeed reached the zenith of his capabilities. Today, for you. Bai Qiufeng shook his head once more, his gaze lingering on his aged father, whose white hair and weathered visage spoke of a life well-lived yet now diminished. Bai Yixue appeared to be grappling with some internal conflict. While Bai Yixue was lost in her thoughts, Bai Qiufeng had already vanished from sight. The tranquil night sky, laden with low-hanging clouds and the howling wind, seemed to whisper of impending events. Bai Yixue enveloped her slender frame in dark attire, letting out a piercing cry before disappearing into the night. That moment, Xian Yudao stood upon the rooftops, gazing at the magnificent architectural ensemble before him, at a loss for words. He found himself in awe of structures rivaling the grandeur of palaces. Though uncertain of what lay within, the exterior alone was enough to astonish him. Before the entrance loomed 2 stone-carved qilin, roaring as if to devour all intruders. The qilin, a mythical beast of ancient lore, is said to stand alongside the divine dragon. Xian Yudao leapt into the imposing edifice of the Zhao family. Just as he prepared to advance further, a hand landed on his shoulder, causing his heart to skip a beat as he cursed his misfortune. Despite his caution, he had been detected upon entry. Evidently, the Zhao family maintained an exceptionally vigilant defense that to his surprise, Xian Yudao spotted an old acquaintance, Zhao Wujie, who appeared to be in a hurry. Following discreetly behind, he dared not get too close. Gradually, Xian Yudao witnessed Zhao Wujie enter a chamber, and he deftly concealed himself among the foliage, observing the unfolding scene. Zhao Wujie was soon joined by a middle-aged man, and he hurriedly approached father. It became clear that this man was none other than Zhao Wujie's father. Zhao Dongcheng, the current head of the Zhao family, that if he was not mistaken, this man was a formidable being from the Tianhe realm. The last Tianhe powerhouse he had encountered was Bai Qiufeng, and this man exuded a palpable aura of strength, unlike Bai Qiufeng, who had seemed less imposing at the time. Father, my elder brother has sent word. There is news that should not be underestimated. It seems to have emerged from an ancient tomb, though we are still unaware of whose tomb it is. However, my brother's letter suggests it may belong to a powerful being from the other shore. Good, good. The moment for the Zhao family's ascent has finally arrived. Zhao Dongcheng exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, as if envisioning a future of dominion over mountains and rivers, his vital energy surging within him. Xian Yudao listened, feeling somewhat bewildered. What tomb? What had emerged? Yet, what astonished him most was the revelation that Zhao Wujie had an elder brother. Wasn't Zhao Wujie regarded as the foremost of the 6 sons? It seemed implausible that his elder brother could be overshadowed by him. Confusion reigned in Xian Yudao's mind, that he thought to himself, I cannot afford to dwell on these matters any longer. I must locate Yu Xian without delay. With a powerful leap, Xian Yudao propelled himself forward, but he overlooked the presence of a Tianhe powerhouse nearby. Oh! Zhao Dongcheng struck out with a palm, shattering the door as he leapt into action. With Zhao Wujie closely trailing him, in the blink of an eye, Xian Yudao found himself cornered by 2 experts of superior cultivation. Internally, Xian Yudao lamented his predicament. Not only had he failed to rescue Xian Yushuan, but he had been discovered before even commencing his search. Seeing the cloaked figure of Xian Yudao, whose cultivation was at the pinnacle of the ground vein realm, Zhao Dongcheng remarked, What brings you to the Zhao family at this late hour? His words dripped with palpable menace. Xian Yudao, gesturing skyward at the obscured stars, replied with feigned levity, I beheld the stars shining brilliantly, and in my fascination, inadvertently found myself at the Zhao residence, that I apologize for my intrusion, and shall take my leave at once. As he spoke, he discreetly circulated his vital energy, preparing to flee. Zhao Wujie glanced at the sky, realizing the absurdity of Xian Yudao's claim. There was not a single star or moon visible. With a thunderous shout, Xian Yudao declared leave. He shot forth like a meteor blazing across the sky. Since I am here, I cannot simply depart. It would suggest that I, Zhao Dongcheng, am ignorant of proper etiquette, allowing guests to leave without offering them a seat. Henceforth, it will not be so simple for anyone to visit the Zhao family. His voice dripped with sarcasm that in his frantic escape, Xian Yudao suddenly sensed an obstruction ahead. Looking up, he saw a wall of energy. With Zhao Dongcheng standing imperiously before it, arms crossed, Xian Yudao was taken aback. Realizing the overwhelming strength of a Tianhe powerhouse that in comparison, he felt as feeble as a fledgling chick. Yet Xian Yudao was not one to easily concede defeat. With swift footwork, his fists shimmered like stars. Today, I shall witness the true might of the Tianhe realm. 8 steps of the rapid. Attack. Star break. I command you to shatter. His raven hair billowed as he unleashed his full potential. Despite his injuries, survival was paramount, and he could not concern himself with anything else. His fists, as large as cauldrons, struck the energy wall with tremendous force, creating a gaping hole. The Tianhe realm is not as formidable as it seems. His voice echoed through the night sky, filled with unrestrained arrogance. Zhao Dongcheng's expression hardened as he took a step back, astonished that this seemingly youthful figure could possess such strength to breach his energy wall. Although he had not exerted his full power, the fact that a ground vein cultivator could achieve this was truly rare. Now, allow me to demonstrate that the Tianhe realm is beyond your capacity to challenge. Watch. Zhao Dongcheng brought his middle and index fingers together, pointing into the void as two streams of sword energy manifested in his hands, surging toward Xian Yudao. Xian Yudao sensed the overwhelming force and unleashed his fists into the sky. The stars, shrouded in darkness, seemed to respond to his call, yearning to break free of the oppressive clouds. Yet, the call was insufficient. The starlight struggled to pierce the gloom. Eighth step of the rapid, star break. Attack, his fists surged with renewed vigor, bursting forth in the air as the energy wall crumbled. Xian Yudao's fists collided with the sword energy, leaving Zhao Dongsheng utterly astonished. The energy wall had been shattered, and he felt Xian Yudao's formidable aura surging. The Tian'er realm is not something you can challenge. Die. Zhao Dongsheng's confidence swelled as he aimed to pierce Xian Yudao's body with his sword. However, to his surprise, Xian Yudao's flesh proved remarkably resilient, defying his expectations. The blade struggled to penetrate, and a trickle of blood flowed from Xian Yudao's fist, as if on the brink of bursting apart. Xian Yudao's true essence surged wildly, desperately seeking a fleeting opportunity to escape. However, the power of the Celestial River Realm was simply overwhelming. Despite Xian Yudao's formidable physical strength and his true essence being incomparably superior to that of others at the same level, he still could not contend with the might of the Celestial River Realm. Ultimately, Xian Yudao could not withstand the onslaught of the sword energy, and he was sent flying backward. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Wujie, sword in hand, charged forth with the intent to slay Xian Yudao with a single strike that as the sword light pierced through the air toward him. Xian Yudao swiftly executed the 8 steps to evade. But it was already too late. Zhao Wujie, renowned as a master of great perfection, moved with an incredible swiftness. Clutching the Dun's sword, Xian Yudao had no time to concern himself with exposure. At this moment of life and death, he could only fight with all his might. Seeing the approaching sword strike, Zhao Wujie's killing intent surged like a tidal wave. Xian Yudao, I never expected it would be you, daring to trespass into the Zhao family. Today, even if you possess 3 heads and 6 arms, you shall find it impossible to escape. The sword energy emanating from Zhao Wujie intensified, and the Zhao family's Wujie sword technique, a master-level martial art, seemed to have the power to rend the very fabric of space with each thrust. When their swords clashed, the resulting energy swept through the air, shattering Xian Yudao's black attire completely. Observing Xian Yudao's prowess, Zhao Wujie became cautious. This fellow's rate of progress is astonishing. He has evidently broken through since our last encounter. That previous strike was hardly formidable, yet today he can actually contend with me. It appears I must seek a swift resolution. Receive my attack, creation from nothing. With Zhao Wujie's voice echoing, the sky transformed into a myriad of swords, leaving Xian Yudao uncertain of which was the true blade. Undeterred, Xian Yudao countered, if I cannot defeat the elder, I shall strike the younger. Friend's summoning sword, victory's blade, 10,000 swords returning to the origin. In turn, Xian Yudao's single sword transformed into a multitude, mirroring Zhao Wujie's technique. From a distance, Zhao Dongsheng, who was observing the battle, was astonished by Xian Yudao's ability to unleash such a powerful master-level martial art while being at the Earth Vein realm. This was comparable to the prowess of a Celestial River realm expert. As the 10,000 swords surged forth, both Xian Yudao and Zhao Wujie felt the strain. This was a contest of true essence. Throughout the fray, Xian Yudao meticulously studied Zhao Wujie's swordplay, his own myriad of swords continuously shifting in an attempt to penetrate the opponent's defenses. For to conquer the enemy, one must first understand them. Zhao Wujie's sword also transformed incessantly, gathering momentum for a lethal strike. Xian Yudao's true essence flowed, but he found himself nearly depleted. In desperation, he swallowed a demon core, causing his true essence to surge wildly, reaching an unprecedented speed. Were it anyone else, such recklessness would lead to immediate exhaustion and destruction of their body. Witnessing Xian Yudao's madness, both Zhao Wujie and his father were taken aback. How strong is this physique? Even a Celestial River realm expert would not dare to be so reckless. The true essence continued to thicken, the demon core being refined within him. Xian Yudao pointed his sword toward the heavens, his true essence swirling around him, a layer of starlight manifesting, as if he were a celestial body gazing down upon the cosmos. Star slaughter, white tiger assault. Submit to my will. With these words, An ethereal image of a starry white tiger roared defiantly. Descending from the heavens as if it were a celestial beast, Xian Yudao plunged downwards, his sword like the sky, the white tiger embodying punishment, an unstoppable force that the two sword energies intertwined and clashed. They both ruptured the air. Observing the situation, Zhao Wujie unleashed his ninth-grade longsword skyward. He, too, was a genius, the foremost among the 6 young masters, and would not be easily overwhelmed. You are forcing my hand. Xian Yudao. This move has never been faced by anyone of my generation. Creation from nothing, limitless sword, ultimate slaughter. The oppressive clouds above seemed as if they would part at his command in an instant. Zhao Wujie's soared into the sky, embodying both man and sword, indistinguishable from one another. Witnessing this spectacle, not only was Xian Yudao astonished, but even Zhao Dongsheng, as a father, was equally taken aback. This was the essence of sword intent. The unity of man and sword that appeared that Wujie truly was the Zhao family's foremost prodigy, having comprehended the will of the sword. Zhao Wujie's arrogant voice rang out, Xian Yudao, I shall show you what true sword intent is. This is a move I have realized through the Wujie sword, that let's see if you can withstand it. Enough of your prattle. Let us see whose sword intent prevails, yours or my star slaughter. With that, the white tiger's phantom roared skyward, as if declaring that this realm was one of slaughter. Xian Yudao ascended like a star, the massive claws of the white tiger crashing down. Zhao Wujie soared upward, his sword radiating brilliance, vanishing from sight, leaving only a streak of light piercing the heavens, colliding fiercely with a star that if anyone were to witness this, they would undoubtedly deem Xian Yudao mad. Xian Yudao's fist, once aimed to strike the sword, now met Zhao Wujie's blade deeply embedded within his body. Yet Xian Yudao's fist also struck Zhao Wujie's chest with tremendous force. Zhao Wujie's face turned pale with shock. Xian Yudao, why do you seek mutual destruction? Are you truly mad? However, such was Xian Yudao's nature. He was indeed a madman, unafraid to take risks. Outside, a sword soared skyward, piercing the throat of the white tiger, its starlight flickering as the phantom gradually faded. Xian Yudao felt as though his consciousness was being torn apart, exhaustion overwhelming him. He longed for slumber. This the sword of will. Truly formidable, it can directly pierce the will of the opponent. Fortunately, I possess the soul suppression bell, this miraculous treasure. Otherwise, I would surely perish today. After hearing Zhao Wujie's claim of the sword of will, Xian Yudao had tightly sealed his soul within the soul suppression bell. Zhao Wujie's strike merely pierced his body, leaving his will mostly unharmed. Yet the sword of will was indeed powerful, even penetrating Xian Yudao's formidable physique to the core, though not achieving the perfect unity of man and sword. Xian Yudao had nonetheless fused his being with the sword. Zhao Wujie spat blood, plummeting from the sky, while Xian Yudao's will remained relatively intact, but his body felt utterly drained, as if hollowed out. And his soul's essence had also been affected that a spray of blood scattered into the air. Witnessing this, Zhao Dongsheng leapt forward, catching the falling Zhao Wujie. Just as he was about to see Xian Yudao, a figure clad in black shot into the sky, grabbing Xian Yudao and leaping away into the distance. Yet Zhao Dongsheng was no ordinary man. He unleashed a powerful blow from afar, causing the black-clad figure to stagger, almost crashing to the ground. Determined, Zhao Dongsheng prepared to pursue, but at that moment, Zhao Wujie's voice rang out, Xian Yudao, what has become of him? Seeing Zhao Wujie's state, Zhao Dongsheng lost interest in the chase. Saving Zhao Wujie was of utmost importance. He was the Zhao family's foremost prodigy, having grasped the way of will, with limitless potential, an invaluable asset to the Zhao family to for the fate of Xian Yudao. The truth would eventually come to light. Zhao Dongsheng observed the severely injured Zhao Wujie, a chill running through him. What a formidable lad, capable of infusing the intent to kill into his opponent's body. To harm my Wujie, I cannot allow you to live. Zhao Dongsheng's eyes were filled with murderous intent that turned out that Xian Yudao's punch had directly inflicted the killing intent of the white tiger assault into Zhao Wujie's body. The white tiger was a divine entity of slaughter in the realm, known for its unparalleled destructive capabilities. Its reputation was not merely for show. Zhao Dongsheng utilized his immense, true essence to suppress the killing intent within Zhao Wujie's body. Yet even he could not expel it all at once. Observing Zhao Wuji's condition improving, Zhao Dongqing stepped outside, issuing a series of commands as the sky began to gray. By Qiufeng, this time I shall see whether you are truly formidable or if my skills surpass yours. Meanwhile, within a chamber, a man lay in a deep slumber, accompanied by a celestial beauty. This beauty, without a doubt, was by Yixue. Her beauty was beyond mere description. Her graceful figure, perfectly sculpted, resembled that of an ethereal fairy untouched by the dust of the earth. Should Xian Yudao awaken to witness this scene, he would surely faint again from sheer awe that a trickle of blood lingered at the corner of by Yixue's mouth, her otherwise delicate visage now pale. In this moment, she was overwhelmed by the realization of the celestial river realm's might. A mere palm strike from afar had inflicted her with such grievous injuries that it seems my title as the sixth young master is somewhat undeserved. She thought, glancing at the slumbering Xian Yudao, Tio think he is so powerful, able to contend against Zhao Dongqing of the celestial river realm. Though he appears somewhat weak now, his strength is undeniable. In Zhao Wuji, I did not anticipate his formidable nature, having comprehended the will of the sword. Even Li Tianyu is no ordinary opponent. That it seems I truly pale in comparison to them. That as she surveyed her exquisitely crafted body, a hint of pride flickered at the corner of her mouth. However, when her gaze fell upon Xian Yudao, a glimmer of helplessness crossed her eyes, leaving her thoughts shrouded in mystery. Xian Yudao's soul consciousness gradually began to recover, his bodily injuries healing as well. Yet, having sustained injuries twice in succession, he was left severely weakened, particularly from Zhao Wuji's sword strike, which had inflicted the gravest harm. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely perished. With no chance of survival, Bai Yixue picked up the remnants of Xian Yudao's black attire from the ground, placing them into her storage pouch, and donned a set of male clothing to cover her figure, which would leave countless women feeling inadequate in comparison. Yes, I pushed open the door and cast a backward glance at Xian Yudao. I quietly departed the room. Xian Yudao's severely injured body was gradually recovering, while Bai Yixue stood silently before Bai Qiufeng, uncertain of what to say. Finally, Bai Qiufeng broke the silence, questioning, "Is this truly worth it?" A hint of crimson appeared on Bai Yixue's usually serene visage. "I merely wish for him not to perish so easily. I wanted to draw him closer. With his talents, he is bound to achieve greatness in the future." Bai Qiufeng could only shake his head in resignation. Whether he is a genius or not, surviving until the end is the ultimate truth. Moreover, this is not your undertaking. You must understand that the Zhao family is not to be trifled with, and Zhao Dongfeng is not easily provoked. Bai Qiufeng's words bore no trace of emotion. Bai Yixue found herself at a loss for words. The fact that they had managed to escape death and bring Xian Yudao back was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, unbeknownst to Bai Yixue, her most esteemed father wore a barely perceptible smile. Little did anyone know that the comatose and gravely wounded Xian Yudao had been feigning unconsciousness. Had Bai Yixue discovered that there was now an outsider privy to a secret known only to her parents, especially one who had seen her in her entirety, she would surely have been taken aback. Once Bai Yixue closed the door and exited, Xian Yudao opened his wicked eyes that a cough erupted from his lips, accompanied by a spurt of blood, and he felt a significant release of tension. It turned out that Xian Yudao had been holding back, afraid to make a sound. "Finally, she's gone," he murmured, patting his chest. He had not anticipated that this individual was a woman. However, given her delicate and tender appearance, it would have been a waste if she were not. Quietly circulating the essence within his body, Xian Yudao soon realized that he had nearly depleted his energy, his body feeling like an empty shell. After being struck by Zhao Wuji's sword, he had intended to escape with his injuries. But at the moment his consciousness returned, he found himself embraced by someone. Unbeknownst to him, that person was Bai Yixue. At the time, he thought little of it. Someone was willing to shield him from Zhao Dongqing, allowing him to flee effortlessly. So why not take advantage of the situation? It was only upon entering the imperial palace that Xian Yudao discovered the identity of his savior. However, Bai Yixue had been struck by Zhao Dongqing's palm, sustaining grave injuries, and upon seeing Xian Yudao unconscious, she had stripped off her clothing to tend to his wounds. What she did not anticipate was the presence of a wolf disguised as a lamb, taking liberties with her in a manner she had never permitted anyone before. Suddenly, Xian Yudao found not only blood spilling from his mouth but also from his nose, prompting him to hastily circulate the meager essence within him. It seemed the blood energy of the black water mysterious serpent was indeed potent, maintaining its efficacy even after such a long duration. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he grasped the demon core at his lower abdomen, his body twisting incessantly. His essence surged wildly as he refined the core, causing the wounds that had begun to heal to reopen, forcing him to endure immense pain. Yet, Xian Yu Dao persisted in refining the demon core, gradually diminishing the agony. Exhaling a breath of foul air, he acknowledged the strength of the Tianhe realm. However, if Zhao Wuji were to achieve the Tianhe realm and comprehend the will of the sword, he would undoubtedly be unmatched among his peers. Reflecting on the battle of the previous night, Xian Yu Dao held deep admiration for the Zhao family's sword techniques. They were undeniably formidable martial skills. As the stars faded and the night was pierced by dawn, the earth embarked on a new cycle. Xian Yu Dao sat as still as an ancient pine, circulating his essence throughout his body, finally refining the demon core. Today was the day to select martial techniques, and he pondered what options were available and which style would suit him best. Just as he was about to step outside, he spotted Bai Shui approaching him. Bai Shui stared at Xian Yu Dao as though he were a curious creature. The moment he realized she was a woman, a surge of heat coursed through him. This was not entirely his fault. After all, he had already seen her completely. Yet, the fact that this young lady was now gazing at him intently compelled his imagination to wander. Upon noticing Xian Yu Dao's discomfort, Bai Shui suddenly became aware that she may have overstepped her bounds. That I didn't expect you to awaken so quickly. I thought it would take you several days. Then I must thank young Master Bai for your rescue. How do you know it was I who saved you? Xian Yu Dao suddenly felt exposed and hastily explained, I find myself in the Imperial Palace. Could there be anyone else who saved me? Upon seeing Bai Shui nod, he finally relaxed that if she were to discover that he had feigned unconsciousness and had seen her body, his life would undoubtedly become considerably more complicated. You are mistaken. It was not I who saved you, but my father. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it toward him. I have no part in it. Xian Yu Dao was taken aback by Bai Shui's denial of her role in his rescue, attributing it instead to Bai Qiufeng, seemingly wishing him to owe this favor to the Bai royal family. Xian Yu Dao, who was particularly averse to such matters, replied nonchalantly, Then I shall extend my thanks to Senior Bai. I shall repay this favor in due time. Hearing this, Bai Shui regarded him with a penetrating gaze, perplexed by his sudden shift in demeanor. Has he come to realize that I saved him? This notion leaves me feeling as though I have lost something. She instinctively moved to cover her chest, but the action felt awkward, prompting her to retract it hastily. Let us proceed. Today is for selecting martial techniques. I wonder what sort of techniques you desire. Bai Shui was exceedingly curious about what type of martial technique Xian Yu Dao would choose. Xian Yu Dao responded, There is still time. How about you enlighten me on the current situation in Bai Yun Kingdom? After overhearing Zhao Wuji and his son's conversation the previous night, Xian Yu Dao realized he was utterly uninformed about the circumstances in Bai Yun Kingdom, which was detrimental to his development. Point 1 must be swift in gathering information and accurately discern the movements of various factions to ensure one is not overlooked when treasures arise. Bai Shui glanced at Xian Yu Dao. What do you wish to know? I will share whatever I can. Xian Yu Dao wore an expression of skepticism, prompting Bai Shui to feel displeased that do you not trust me. Xian Yu Dao raised both hands in a defensive gesture, hastily asserting, No, but can you truly divulge the secrets of the royal family to me without reservation? His curious gaze was fixed on Bai Shui. Bai Shui was not angered. Instead, she smiled. Naturally, I can as long as you join my royal family. I shall not withhold anything from you. My father has even agreed to marry my younger sister to you. Upon uttering these words, Xian Yu Dao noticed a faint blush tinting Bai Shui's cheeks. Startling him, I was unaware there was a younger sister. Could it be that she intends to offer her to me? This jest is rather grand, he thought, realizing that if this continued, he might struggle to maintain his composure. Quickly, Xian Yu Dao interjected. In that case, you need not elaborate. I have no desire to bind myself, especially since I already have someone I cherish. Observing the mysterious glint in his eyes filled with anticipation and longing, Bai Shui speculated, could it be that he refers to Yang Ziqi? Do not speak carelessly. There is nothing between us. She is merely wary of you, the notorious playboy, and fabricates tales. Bai Shui pointed a finger at herself, exclaiming, Are you calling me a playboy? If I am, does that mean there are no good men left in this world? Ha! A playboy. You're the first to call me that. But are you not concerned about what I might do to her? Xin Yu Dao replied with a lack of interest. What could you possibly do? You must have something to offer first. However, I must maintain my facade that, to be honest, I am friends with her father. Even if you were to pursue her, I believe she would remain unaffected. Besides, I see potential in you, and I am certain my elder brother would have no objections. Bai Yishui grew weary of bantering with him. Upon witnessing Xin Yu Dao's expression, she surmised that the woman he cherished could not be Yang Ziqi. She was curious about the type of girl who could captivate him so. Speak your mind. What do you wish to know? Xin Yu Dao, realizing he had digressed, inquired. I heard that Zhao Wuji has an elder brother. Is he not Zhao Wuji, the sixth young master? How can he have an elder brother? Is his elder brother not inferior to him? Upon hearing Xin Yu Dao's question, Bai Yishui replied, Do I not have an elder brother as well? Zhao Wuji's elder brother is named Zhao Wushuang, a remarkable individual, rivaling the older generation, that I wonder if he has achieved the Tianhe realm yet. Xin Yu Dao was unaware that Bai Qing was Bai Yishui's elder brother. It was evident that in the eyes of the people in Bai Di City, the current sixth young master was the focus of attention, while the past figures had gradually faded from memory. The term sixth young master refers to those under the age of 20, implying that there have been many such individuals. Not only is there Zhao Wushuang, but also from the Li and Qian families. Some have ventured out for training, others are in seclusion attempting to break through to the Tianhe realm, and some have already perished. Xin Yu Dao suddenly realized that the Bai Yun kingdom had seen numerous sixth young masters, meaning there were many experts among them, that he came to understand that he had only encountered a handful of those currently in the limelight, while the true masters remained beyond his reach. Is there anything else you wish to inquire? Xin Yu Dao spoke. Do you happen to know where Zhao Wushuang is at present? The moment he posed this question, Bai Yishui recognized that this was Xin Yu Dao's true motive for asking about the Zhao family. Why do you ask this? Currently, Zhao Wuji may not be able to withstand him. Confronting Zhao Wushuang would be tantamount to courting death. She assumed Xin Yu Dao sought vengeance against Zhao Wushuang. Xin Yu Dao chuckled. You think too much. I am merely seeking information. Xin Yu Dao refrained from revealing his intentions in the presence of those he could not trust. Do you truly understand this? Consider it a favor owed to you by Xin Yu Dao. Bai Yishui was taken aback by the rebellious nature of Xin Yu Dao, who would actually bow his head for a matter. Could it be for someone he holds dear? There was little harm in telling him. Within a few days, the entirety of Bai Yun kingdom would surely be aware. How could you be unaware? Zhao Wushuang and my elder brother have both gone to Qiucheng. Upon hearing the name Qiucheng, Xin Yu Dao's eyes instantly turned blood red, his entire being radiating an aura of menace. Bai Yishui was astonished at how sensitive Xin Yu Dao was to the mention of Qiucheng. After all, wasn't he from there? What had transpired? Observing the palpable killing intent emanating from Xin Yu Dao, she inquired, Hey, Xin Yu Dao, do you know something? Are you all right? Xin Yu Dao replied, Thank you for the information. After selecting the martial techniques, I would like to ask you to take care of my brother, Xiao Tian, for a few days and guide him in his training, that I must depart for a while. And upon my return, I promise you 3 things. Xin Yu Dao was acutely aware that he had sown too many seeds of karma with Bai Yishui. Eventually, he would have to repay them. Bai Yishui was surprised by his request, for if Xin Yu Dao could successfully break through to the Tianhe realm, those 3 promises would hold significant weight for her. Currently, the price she needed to pay bore no risk whatsoever, merely a trivial effort on her part. Yet, her curiosity about Xin Yu Dao's true intentions lingered, prompting her to question what could compel him to make such a sacrifice. Noticing Bai Yishui's inquisitive gaze, Xin Yu Dao realized he must offer her some reassurance. This journey may carry certain dangers, but I am not likely to meet my end. I will not let you suffer losses. Many seek my life in this world, yet few possess the capability to take it. In fact, many have already perished before me. Bai Yishui understood that Xin Yu Dao would not divulge his secrets. Asking would be futile. Let us be on our way. Time is of the essence. I hope this endeavor enhances your strength significantly, or else I shall be at a loss. Xin Yu Dao speculated that it was highly probable that Xian Yu Xian and Xian Yu Feng had been taken by Zhao Wushuang, and that the annihilation of the Xian family was also orchestrated by her. If Zhao Wuji were responsible for these events, there would be no reason for him not to have contacted Xin Yu Dao. This was the most plausible theory he could conceive, Yet he remained in the dark as to why Zhao Wushuang sought to destroy the Xian family. Xian Yudao had devised his own plan. Once the martial techniques were chosen, he would head to Qiucheng, determined to locate Xian Yuxian. However, it perplexed him that he was entirely unaware of the existence of such a formidable expert beneath Qiucheng.